and said, "Haha, that's good then. Everyone, please follow me. Our sect leader has been waiting for you for a long time." Saying this, he walked ahead, leading the way. Yan Bagong followed behind, passing by Chu Bijun, and angrily snorted coldly. Chu Bijun didn't mind, just glared back, then headed inside alongside the two other faction masters. But as they passed the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and the Sword Marquis estate, the three of them exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, and nodded, grinning. Soon after, the various noble families were ushered into a spacious grand hall where a round table with only 7 seats was displayed. Seeing this, everyone's expressions immediately turned ugly. The elders held incredibly esteemed positions within their families. Even the patriarchs had to treat them with utmost respect, but unexpectedly, they were treated like this here, without even a single seat, clearly revealing their host's intentions. Yet Leng Wuchang acted as if he saw nothing, gave a faint smile, and said, "Everyone, please take your seats first. I'll go invite the gate master." With that, he immediately turned around, leaving them with one last sentence. "Everyone from the noble families, feel free to find a seat anywhere you like," then lifted his feet and left. Chu Bijun seemed to have clearly seen through the Emperor Gate's intentions. She didn't even go near the round table, instead finding a random spot to sit down. Long Yifei and Xi Xiaofeng, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward. As current family patriarchs, they had to protect the dignity of their elders within their respective families. The best way to handle this now would probably be to ask the Emperor Gate to bring more chairs, but today's seating arrangement was strangely peculiar, making it impossible for anyone to understand. Yet, just as they hesitated, a figure clad in shimmering golden robes, with radiant light flickering all over his body, appeared and walked straight towards Leng Wuchang. This person was none other than the Emperor Gate's gate master, Huangpu Tianyuan. Seeing his appearance, everyone uniformly bowed in greeting. Huangpu Tianyuan likewise cupped his fist in return, walked to the central seat, and sat down. He then gazed around the room, his eyes lingering on Chu Bijun, a flicker of an unreadable emotion flashing within them, before he reached out and placed his hand on hers. Seeing Pavilion Master Chu safe and sound like this gate master is truly delighted. The relationship between the Huayu building and the Emperor Gate has always been excellent. For Pavilion Master Chu to stay healthy is also the wish of our Emperor Gate. Chu Bijun looked at him, secretly scoffing in her heart. This guy's a sanctimonious hypocrite. But she didn't dare utter those words aloud. Now was not the time to openly break ties with the Emperor Gate. Thinking this, Chu Bijun slowly withdrew her hand, gave a faint smile, and said, "With such care and favor from the Emperor Gate's master, this Bijun truly feels both happy and apprehensive hearing these words." Huangpu Tianyuan nodded, smiled, then glanced towards Long Yifei and Xi Xiaofeng, and said, "Pavilion Master Long, Estate Master Xi, why aren't you seated yet? Is there something wrong with the chairs?" "This gate master will have someone replace them immediately." Long Yifei was in deep thought when he was called out by name. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, Master Leng is one of Tianyu's 3 pillars. And after this gathering, if he doesn't even have a seat, then this Long will have no choice but to yield his own spot to Master Leng." Hearing these words, Xi Xiaofeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of Pavilion Master Long, he deliberately brings up Leng Wuchang, neither directly refuting the Emperor Gate's actions nor openly questioning the reason, yet getting to the bottom of it. What a brilliant move, his mind is truly sharp. Thinking this, he curled his lips into a smile and hurriedly said, "How can we let Pavilion Master Long be the one to give up his seat? It's much better for this estate master to do it. Don't tell me not to. It's not like I have to be the one to yield." For a moment, the two of them started bickering noisily over who would yield their seat. Huangpu Tianyuan calmly sat there watching them, his face expressionless, not saying a word. Leng Wuchang stood behind them. How could he not understand their intentions? He sneered inwardly, but quickly masked it with a smile and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, two family patriarchs. But a country has its laws, and a family has its rules. These 7 seats are reserved for the patriarchs of the various families. Even if I am the chief steward of the Emperor Gate, I don't have the qualifications to sit alongside you." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yifei and Xie Xiaofeng suddenly understood this was clearly the rule of distinguishing between emperor and minister. It seemed this gathering of the 7 families to discuss dealing with Zhuo Fan was just an excuse. The real purpose was to intimidate the other 6 families into submitting to the Emperor Gate. They wanted to use this event to unify the 7 families. Thinking this, everyone found a seat and sat down. Seeing that everyone was settled, Huangpu Tianyuan nodded with satisfaction, smiled at everyone, and spoke, "I presume all of you already clearly know the purpose of this gate master inviting you here, right? Currently, there's that wicked scoundrel Zhuo Fan who dares to repeatedly challenge the prestige of our 7 imperial families, starting from his actions against the 7th elder of Netherworld Valley, to causing chaos at the Huayu building, turning Huayu City into a mess, and leading to the tragic deaths of experts from 4 families. Now, all of Tianyu is looking at us like a joke. If this continues, it wouldn't be rare for him to chase and kill his way to the headquarters of one of our 7 families someday." At this moment, Yan Bagong chuckled, scoffing aloud. "Ha, wasn't Huayu City the headquarters of the Huayu building?" Chu Bijun raised an eyebrow, her lips curling slightly, showing no deference, as she coldly chuckled. It's true that Huayu City was stirred into utter chaos, but for a city to be exchanged for Tianyu's foremost alchemist, this old woman would gladly see a few more cities destroyed. Hearing these words, Yan Bagong immediately flared up in anger, slammed the table, stood up, and roared, "Chu Bijun, don't you go too far!" Chu Bijun paid no mind to his anger, coldly remarking, "No matter who's being excessive, a clear-headed person will naturally understand." Seeing them about to argue, Huangpu Tianyuan impatiently roared, "Enough! Therefore, I propose that, in the name of the 7 families, we issue the demon eradication order and thoroughly eliminate this hidden threat." As soon as these words came out, everyone was instantly shocked. They actually want to use the demon eradication order, which hasn't been used for 300 years. This demon eradication order is comparable to the imperial family's supreme decree within the 7 families. And the cruelest part about it is that this order can implicate even the target's 9 generations of kin. Once the demon eradication order is issued, the 7 families will relentlessly pursue and eradicate the target. All combat power of the 7 imperial families, including all their contributing experts, will simultaneously take action to encircle and kill. Any place where the target has appeared must be purged. If the target appears in a city, no matter how big or small, everyone within it must be killed. Therefore, activating the demon eradication order requires the simultaneous agreement of all 7 family patriarchs. If even one family refuses to participate, it will be considered an abuse of imperial authority, and the initiating family will be prosecuted for treason. Never mind that Zhuo Fan only killed people from 4 families, making him a sworn enemy of just those 4. Even if he had killed everyone from all 7 families and become an enemy of all 7, activating the demon eradication order would still be excessively brutal. Not to mention, most of those who die because of the demon eradication order are innocent. 300 years ago, if that little monster hadn't truly been too difficult to deal with, they wouldn't have unanimously agreed to activate it. But this time, the opponent is only at the bone-forging realm. There's no need to use such a cruel tactic. Seeing everyone remain silent, Huangpu Tianyuan spoke up again. "Well, what do you all think?" The 3 family patriarchs from Netherworld Valley, Yongfang Hall, and Joyful Forest had long since allied with the Emperor Gate, so they had no reason to object. They all stood up and declared, "We agree with the Gate Master's proposal. Dealing with this brat is an extremely urgent matter, however." At this moment, Long Yifei hesitated and spoke up. "But wouldn't activating the demon eradication order right now be a bit excessive? After all, this time a major incident occurred in Tianyu, and it would be difficult to explain to the imperial family. Moreover, Zhuo Fan's current strength cannot compare to that little monster from 300 years ago. Activating the demon eradication order is simply unreasonable." Hearing these words, Yu Wanshan coldly snorted, HMPH. Of course, Pavilion Master Long would say that. "Remember how the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was willing to side with that brat back then? You must have been colluding with that wicked scoundrel for a long time. Of course, now you have to speak up for him." Long Yifei didn't back down either, angrily retorting, "You Wanshan, don't you dare slander me about what happened in Fenglin City. Your 2 elders died. We didn't even know the full story. If we say we didn't do it, would you even believe us? It'd be better for us to just bury the issue to avoid people saying, Qianlong Pavilion is afraid of you, wouldn't it? How did it turn into us arguing on behalf of Zhuo Fan now? Ha ha. Whether it's an argument or not, you know it in your heart. Back then, Fenglan City was your territory. How could you not know what happened inside? Heh, you knew it was our territory, yet you still dared to come. You deserve to die. As soon as those words left his mouth, Yuan Shan slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "What did you say?" Long Yifei didn't back down either, standing up to face him. "What now?" Huangpu Tianyuan watched the two start arguing, a flash of anger crossing his face. He snorted coldly and couldn't help but yell, "Gentlemen, this is Emperor Sky Sect." Huangpu Tianyuan's aura exploded. The two were immediately shocked into backing down. How could this guy's strength be this terrifying? Even though they were both at the peak of the heavenly profound realm, they were worlds apart from him. Seeing they had quieted down, Huangpu Tianyuan looked towards Chu Bijun, smiling softly as he said, "Sect leader Chu, what's your take on this?" Chu Bijun narrowed her eyes, thinking for a moment, then chuckled. "Sect leader's suggestion, Bijun naturally supports it with both hands. That wicked Zhuo Fan destroyed my flowing fragrance house. He really should be eliminated ASAP." Hearing this, Long Yifei and Shi Xiaofeng couldn't help but freeze, faces full of shock as they looked at her. They were clearly allies, so what was she playing at? They were completely clueless. Conversely, Huangpu Tianyuan grinned at her easy agreement. But very quickly, Chu Bijun frowned, saying with a worried expression, "But sect leader, if you're really going to launch a devil extermination order, you have to be quick, with that little bastard's lightning-fast escape skills, not to mention that he still has our flowing fragrance house's treasure, the Bodhi root. If you push him too hard, he'll eat that treasure and boost his strength. Then our flowing fragrance house will suffer a heavy loss." Hearing this, Huangpu Qingyun suddenly flinched. Her words seemed to have struck a chord in his heart. He sighed, looking at everyone and saying, "After thinking it over, let's just forget about the devil extermination order. Too much innocent blood would be spilled." As soon as these words came out, the people from Netherworld Valley, Pill Refinement Hall, and Carefree Forest all yelled in surprise. "What?" Huangpu Tianyuan acted as if he didn't see the confusion on their faces, sighing deeply and saying, "The sect leader proposed the devil extermination order, actually, to see if you all have a kind heart. Isn't it because our 7 families are known as the strongest families in Tianyu? So we should set an example, share responsibility, and stabilize Tianyu? If a small Zhuo Fan is making us use such a cruel method, like a devil extermination order for our own selfish purposes, isn't that going a bit too far?" Long Yifei and Shi Xiaofeng immediately nodded in agreement, happiness spreading across their faces. Although they didn't know why he changed his mind, this action pleased them greatly. After a while, Huangpu Tianyuan felt it was meaningless and said, "It's getting late. Everyone, please return to the guest house to rest. We can talk another day." As they left, Huangpu Tianyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "That old woman is still sharp as ever." Leng Wuchang, standing next to him, Dan Mo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you gotta hit the snake at its weak point. That old woman spotted the weakness right away, and with just a few words, made you abandon the devil extermination order. That is rare. In my opinion, Flowing Fragrance House may be the weakest of the 7 families, but this Chu Bijun is really not easy to deal with. Much more difficult to deal with than Long Yifei and Shi Xiaofeng." Huangpu Tianyuan sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Indeed, that old woman just revived Flowing Fragrance House, and now she's turned into a tough bone to chew. Just then, the 4 of Yongwan Shan appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Looking at the 2 of Huangpu Tianyuan, Leng Wuchang, as if knowing their doubts, waved his hand and smiled. "Everyone, I fully understand the doubts in your hearts, but please rest assured, our Emperor Sky Sect has no malice towards you. Just now the sect leader was just impulsive, took back his words." Yuan Shan and the others were startled, and became even more admired towards Leng Wuchang. Together bowed their heads. "Mr. is truly brilliant. Our thoughts cannot escape Mr.'s eye." Leng Wuchang chuckled faintly, waved his hand and said, "No way, you all are too kind. I'm just good at observing people's hearts." Yuan Shan raised his eyebrows, his expression a little serious. "But, Mr. Leng, sect leader, what should we do about Zhuo Fan's?" Huangpu Tianyuan laughed loudly, disdainfully curled his lips. "Ha ha, sect master you. You are a sect master of a sect for nothing. A boy who still smells of milk has scared you so much. It is really a loss of the prestige of the 7 families." Leng Wuchang, A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and said calmly, "Sectmaster Yu, haven't we sent someone to stop him? You?" Wanshan didn't understand a little, and asked with a very suspicious expression, "But what if we fail? Isn't that why we dispatched the devil extermination order?" Huangpu Tianyuan heard him say, and again sneered and said, "How is a young bone-tempering realm whelp worthy of the devil extermination order? This kid is just an excuse. The devil extermination order has other uses." Leng Wucheng casually waved his hand, and said calmly, "Although the information I have on that kid is not much, each of our 3 families sends 2 elders. For a total of 6 heavenly profound experts, the chances of killing that kid are over 9 parts. Now it's 10 parts. Huangpu Tianyuan heard these words, and also did not understand a little, and suspiciously said, "Oh, why is Mr. Leng so sure?" Leng Wucheng smirked, and profoundly said, "Because I just learned that the guest of honor in my sect, Li Jingtian, also bravely chased after him." Huangpu Tianyuan was a little stunned and muttered, "Why did he chase after him? What else can there be?" He probably heard about the great battle in Flowing Fragrance City and went to snatch the cultivation method on Zhuo Fan. That martial artist will only put in effort when he encounters this kind of thing. Huangpu Tianyuan snorted coldly, revealing a bit of dissatisfaction. "Humph. As a guest of honor of the Emperor Sky Sect, he has cultivated the Emperor Extreme Overlord body art, yet he still remembers the cultivation method of another family. How can there be such a reason? So what?" According to Old Lie's personality, after obtaining the cultivation method, he will definitely exterminate that kid. That kid is already a dead man. Just as the 4 of Yunwan Shan had not had time to be overjoyed, Leng Wucheng glanced at the 4 and suddenly said, "In addition, in Fenglin City you should also take action, right?" In an instant the smile on their mouths was extinguished. Young Wanshan turned towards the 2 and slowly said, "Sectmaster, Mr. Leng, aren't we sending people to guard Fenglin City to exterminate Zhuo Fan? Now that Zhuo Fan is dead, why bother with that place?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huangpu Tianyuan shouted loudly, his eyes radiating killing intent, "Idiot! That Zhuo Fan came from there. Can you guarantee that there will be no 2nd, 3rd, or even someone named Zhuo Fan? That will be another trouble. Why not take the opportunity to level that place? And besides, how would this sect master take back my words?" Seeing Huangpu Tianyuan showing off his aura, the group immediately shrank back, feeling a little resentful in their hearts, but they didn't dare to disagree in front of him, and hurriedly retreated, waiting until they had left the sight of the 2. Huangpu Tianyuan, Yu Wanshan finally couldn't bear it anymore, venting by hitting the wall hard, angrily roaring, "What is this Emperor Sky Sect? It is clearly using us as pawns." Yan Bagong was no exception, gritting his teeth, and angrily said, "That's right, that Fenglin City is a forbidden area. Established by the imperial family 2 years ago, Emperor Sky Sect wants to go probe the boundary. The imperial family itself does not dare to go, but lets us take the lead to try this bomb. It is really hateful." Lin Rufeng frowned, and a hint of worry appeared. "But if we don't do it, we will offend the Emperor Sky Sect. If we do, it may cause the imperial family to take revenge. Both are difficult. What should we do?" Hearing this, everyone secretly gritted their teeth, cursing, "Emperor Sky Sect is really damned. If their current strength wasn't inferior to Emperor Waning Sect, they'd never submit." Just then 5th Elder suddenly spoke up. "Valley Master, as the saying goes, avoid the heavy and take the light. We don't know what the royal family will do if we mess with Fenglin City. But if we go against Emperor Waning Sect's will, that Huangpu Tianyuan isn't someone to be trifled with." Yuan Shan pondered for a while, finally sighing and nodding. "If that's the case, we can only gamble. The extreme royal family is exhausted now. They basically don't dare to touch us. Let's gamble. Get the jade slips and send out the messages towards Fenglin City." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Bagong and Lin Ruping nodded in unison. The 3 of them took out jade slips to send messages towards Fenglin City. Huangpu Tianyuan looked at the 3 streaks of light that had just passed by, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. "It seems that those 3 guys guessed my intentions, but they don't dare to disobey." Leng Wucheng heard this and nodded with a faint smile. "Those 3 family heads are already the leaders of their respective families. They're definitely not fools. How could they not understand sect leaders' true intentions? But even so, they're balancing the pros and cons, and ultimately chose sect leader's side. It seems that the royal authority is long gone. Huangpu Tianyuan smirked, his eyes revealing a trace of dominance as he said, "Over thousands of years, the 7 families have become stronger and stronger, while the royal family has become weaker and weaker, and the current emperor is the weakest emperor in thousands of years. It's truly a good opportunity for us to stir things up. As long as the royal family doesn't make a move during this battle in Fenglin City, then I can openly and loudly begin the extermination order to eliminate enemies, then bring the 7 families together one by one, and finally seize the entire world." Leng Wucheng bowed towards Huangpu Tianyuan and said, "Ha ha! When the 7 families merge into one, its power will be great. Even the 4 pillars can't do anything about it." Wucheng hereby congratulates sect leader on ascending the throne in advance. Hearing these words, Huangpu Tianyuan laughed heartily, supporting Leng Wucheng as he said, "Mr. Leng is a peerless talent, willing to be a steward in Emperor Waning sect, assisting me, the sect leader, in achieving unparalleled dominance. I once promised Mr. that when I ascend the throne in the future, the position of Prime Minister at the head of the 4 pillars will naturally belong to Mr. Leng." Wucheng raised his head, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Thank you, sect leader, for your great kindness. That Zhuo Fan must die. Bring back the Bodhi root, and I will immediately help sect leader cultivate the 9 dragons Vajra body. At that time, even the 5 great dragon god guards of the royal family won't be able to do anything to sect leader anymore. That is the true power. Unmatched by anyone, Li Lao is a martial artist. He's not interested in these heaven and earth treasures, so he won't just toss away what belongs to our sect leader, right? Haha, sect leader is joking. Li Lao is just a martial artist, not an idiot. How could he throw away such a treasure? Of course he'll bring it back. And with Li Lao's divine abilities, that Zhuo Fan basically won't have a chance to damage the treasure even a little bit, so sect leader can rest assured." Leng Wucheng gently waved his hand, and he and Huangpu Tianyuan exchanged glances, laughing heartily in unison, as if they had already grasped the world in their hands. At the same time, Long Yifei, Shi Xiaofeng, and Chu Bijun left and found a place away from the eyes and ears of the Emperor Waning sect to consider their plan. At this time, Long Yifei turned to Chu Bijun and said, "Old madam, what medicine is Emperor Waning sect selling in this gourd after all? Please enlighten us." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Xiaofeng also looked at him with a worried expression. They basically didn't see anything just now, but Chu Bijun was lamenting, glanced at the 2 people, helplessly shaking her head. "This old one has been interacting with the Lu family for a lifetime. It can be said that I know the Lu family's style of doing things very well. Take the seating arrangement when entering the main hall, for example. You thought that Leng Wucheng was reminding you of the Tao of the ruler and his subjects, to make you obey the Emperor Waning sect." Hearing these words, the 2 people were stunned, asking in unison, "Isn't that so?" Sighing and shaking her head, Chu Bijun said profoundly, "Actually, the test just now was only one thing. Obedience, obedience." Chu Bijun narrowed her eyes, coldly smiling as she said, "That's right. The root of the art of kingship is the art of governing people, and the final 2 words are obedience. When we entered the main hall just now, everything was inseparable from these 2 words. That Huangpu Tianyuan is very arrogant. He only needs you to obey him, so you see how he arranged the seats when you entered. You just have to sit like this, absolutely don't have any objections. Even if Pavilion Master Long showed a little bit of cleverness just now. But in his eyes, it's equivalent to showing disobedience, and he's been put on the first elimination list." Hearing these words, the 2 people couldn't help but be shocked. Not even in their wildest dreams could they imagine that the Emperor Waning sect could be so domineering, and the requirements were so strict. Shi Xiaofeng frowned slightly, nodding slightly, as if understanding something. No wonder old madam was always complying with his words just now, so that's how it is. If that's the case, then Flower Rainhouse is on the elimination list. Perhaps he's arranged them to be later, right? Chu Bijun also thought so, nodding, nonchalantly saying, "Perhaps that's the case. Now he needs the Bodhi root. He thinks it's on Zhuo Fan's body. And I showed extreme compliance just now. From his perspective, Flower Rainhouse will probably be ranked after your 2 families to deal with." Helplessly smiling, Long Yifei turned to Shi Xiaofeng and said, "Brother Shi, in that case, we have to increase our vigilance. And at this time, Chu Bijun seemed to see through their thoughts, fiercely tapping her golden scepter, earnestly saying, "Two family heads, don't think about covering up the disaster for Flower Rain House. This time, with you covering in front, Flower Rain House will be temporarily worry-free. In reality, the three of us are already on the same boat. If any one of us encounters disaster, the destruction of the other two is only a matter of time." Hearing these words, the two people couldn't help but fall silent, respectfully bowing their heads and saying, "Old Madam takes the big picture into consideration. We are ashamed." Seeing that they seemed to understand, Chu Bijun gently waved her hand, saying, "All right, now we're true allies. The important thing now is how to stop the Emperor Waning sect's conquest." Just now, listening to his meaning, it seems that he intends to launch a demonic extermination order, not on that little devil Zhuo Fan, but to start a situation in Tianyu, taking the opportunity to merge the 6 houses. But I always knew that he cared about the Bodhi root, and deliberately reminded him, which made him give up his intention. But it can't last long. When Zhuo Fan dies and the Bodhi root is in his hands, the demonic extermination order will definitely be launched again. Long Yifei was still a bit confused, doubtfully speaking. But Zhuo Fan is dead. The demonic extermination order will no longer have a reason to launch. Chu Bijun suddenly shouted, coldly saying, "Idiotic! That kid is just an excuse." Launching the demonic extermination order has long had nothing to do with Zhuo Fan anymore. Even if Zhuo Fan is dead, as long as the news of his death is hidden, there will still be this reason. I believe that the Emperor Waning sect has already sent experts to chase after that kid, and there's also that divine calculator, Lang Wuchang, secretly helping. That kid is probably in more danger than safety now. Hearing these words, Long Yifei and Ji Zhaofeng couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. As expected of the Iron Lady, truly worthy of the name, such a great general's demeanor, truly a heroine. The two family heads were like two children in front of this old senior, only able to listen to her command. Seeing their expressions, Chu Bijun's eyes condensed, shouting loudly, "Now the Emperor Waning sect is only probing the limits of the royal family, and then they can launch the demonic extermination order without any worries. And this limit is in Fenglan City. We don't know the royal family's attitude towards Fenglan City, so we must stop them. We absolutely cannot let them touch the Luo family in Fenglan City." Having said that, she turned to the two pavilion masters beside her and ordered, "Qing'er Muqiadan, go tell Huangpu Tianyuan that I, along with Pavilion Master Long and Master Xie, have urgent family matters to attend to and must leave ahead of schedule." Receiving the order, the two women clasped their fists in understanding. Chu Bijun then addressed Long Yifei and Shi Zhaofeng. "We're heading to Fenglan City immediately. They've definitely set things up there. Hopefully we're not too late." Long Yifei, upon hearing this, spoke with some hesitation. Elder Chu, is it really necessary for all three families to move together?" Before he could finish, Chu Bijun cut him off without hesitation. "We can't afford to worry about that anymore. That Leng Wucheng is cunning as they come. Our alliance won't stay hidden for long. We might as well announce it to the world here and now, so we don't have to look over our shoulders. Plus, let them see that we're a unified force, not easy to mess with. That'll give them something to worry about." With that, Chu Bijun took the lead and soared into the sky. Long Yifei and Shi Zhaofeng exchanged glances, offering wry smiles. Long Yifei sighed. "She's way too aggressive. We're the family heads, and yet we can't even get a word in." Back in Fenglan City, Zhuo Fan and his group of 3 finally returned. Gazing at the city limits, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sigh, feeling a touch of nostalgia. "It's been over 2 years since I left. I wonder how the Luo family is doing, and how far Peng Yan has gotten with the devil execution art." Just then, Yan Song, looking anxious, turned to Li Jingtian and asked, "Elder Limai, you're not leading us on, are you? The Emperor Dusk sect really hasn't launched a devil extermination order?" The moment he spoke, Li Jingtian's brow furrowed in annoyance. He'd been asked this same question like 800 times on the way here. Reaching his breaking point, Li Jingtian roared, "Kid Yan Song, are you deaf? I've been mumbling about it the whole time. I'll say it again. I came here of my own free will. The Emperor Dusk sect hadn't issued a devil extermination order. At least, not before I left. If you ask me one more time, I swear I'll tear you to shreds." Zhuo Fan, watching the two, just smirked. He'd gotten quite the lecture about the devil extermination order from these two on the way. Considering how brutal it is, it's natural to worry. But Li Jingtian wouldn't dare lie to him. This warrior came to steal the art, unrelated to any family command. Otherwise, the old geezer would have attacked the instant he got here, never giving him the chance to subjugate him. With that thought, Zhuo Fan looked at them and said calmly, "Relax, Elder Yan. Even if they launched the order, it probably wouldn't be this fast. At least we have some time." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed a fluctuation in his spiritual awareness that made him jump. Could it be that the Devil Extermination Order really has been launched? That's way too sudden. While they could protect themselves, the Luko family was full of weaklings who would have a hard time escaping this disaster. Sensing the danger, Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian simultaneously unleashed their spiritual domains, surveying the situation. At that moment, Li Jingtian sensed Zhuo Fan's spiritual awareness and shuddered. This guy's a killing machine, always thinking about how to murder people. He concealed his own spiritual awareness beneath Zhuo Fan's. That way, he could launch a surprise attack and kill the enemy at any time. After a while, sensing the approaching aura, Li Jingtian narrowed his eyes and said, "A spirit illumination expert." Before he could finish, Zhuo Fan interrupted. 2 spirit illumination stage 3 experts, 1 at stage 4, and several heaven vein stage powerhouses. But then, Zhuo Fan realized something was off. There were 2 people he recognized among them. He chuckled coldly. He knew they couldn't be trusted, but he had no excuse to get rid of them. Well, this was perfect. He'd definitely take them out this time. Luckily, Blackwind Mountain is still safe. Maybe we're not too late. Just then, Li Jingtian suddenly sensed something and stared at Zhuo Fan in amazement. Holy crap, the Luo family really isn't ordinary. They have a defensive formation protecting them that I've never seen before. It's almost as good as the Emperor Dusk Sect's defensive formation. Even a spirit illumination expert would have trouble breaking it. Unlike Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian, who were standing there calmly, Yan Song anxiously said, "So many spirit illumination experts coming at once. This has to be the 7 noble houses launching the Devil Extermination Order." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan chuckled and said reassuringly, "Elder Yan, don't panic. It's not related to the Devil Extermination Order. If it were, they would have attacked the moment they got here, before the defensive formation was even activated. But the way they're acting now, they're waiting for orders." Yan Song looked confused and asked doubtfully, "But if it's not the Devil Extermination Order, why send so many spirit illumination experts?" A glint flashed in Zhuo Fan's eyes as he said calmly, "Because of me. They're here to ambush me. They're setting up the safest possible trap, accounting for every variable, including experts from the Hidden Dragon Pavilion interfering. You could say they have 3 spirit illumination experts guarding the place. The moment I step into Fenglan City, I'm a dead man." But they never expected that I'd have a spirit illumination expert by my side, and a body cultivator at spirit illumination stage 6, no less. He then gave Li Jingtian a proud look. Meeting his gaze, Li Jingtian's expression turned serious as he confidently declared, "With me here, those nobodies won't lay a finger on you." Hearing Li Jingtian's words, Zhuo Fan frowned and retorted, "So, to you, it's enough just to stop them from hurting me? That's a bit too easy, isn't it?" Seeing him question him, Li Jingtian was taken aback, stroking his chin in thought. A ruthless glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. "All right, I'll go in there and teach those blind fools a lesson." But Zhuo Fan just chuckled and shook his head, cutting him off. Li Jingtian paused, quickly interrupting, "Does Steward Zhuo doubt my strength? Forget 3 spirit illumination stage 3 or 4 guys. Even if I fought 3 spirit illumination experts at my own level, I wouldn't lose." Zhuo Fan smirked and shook his head meaningfully. "But what if I want you to keep them all alive?" Li Jingtian was startled, his brow furrowing in thought. Defeating opponents at his level or below wasn't hard, but keeping them alive was a different story, Li Jingtian pondered, trying to come up with a plan. The corners of Zhuo Fan's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he asked, "Elder Li Rai, aren't you still a guest elder of the Emperor Dusk Sect?" Li Jingtian was stunned by the reminder, wanting to explain, "Steward Zhuo, I'm sincere." But before he could finish, he suddenly understood Zhuo Fan's meaning, and he stopped talking, looking at him instead. Seeing that he seemed to understand, Zhuo Fan chuckled and said, "That's right. The world still doesn't know that you've joined the Luo family." Then, he whispered something in Lin Jingtian's ear. Lin Jingtian understood everything, nodding repeatedly, making sure he got it all. Zhuo Fan emphasized, "Remember, when you go in there, don't say anything extra, just slap them twice and let them attack." Li Jingtian laughed loudly, nodding. "Got it. It's been so long since I've played pretend like this. Hehe." With that, he flew towards Fenglin City. Zhuo Fan smirked, glancing, intentionally or not, at Yan Song, saying, "If you're going to find an inside man, at least pick someone with some quality. What's the point of picking people I wouldn't even bother touching?" Yan Song was stunned, looking at him in confusion. Before he could even figure out what was going on, he was dragged away by the guy. "Elder Yan, I'll take you back to the family to check you out first." At the same time, at the Sun family's manor, the father-son duo, Tai Rong and Tai Xiaoting, had less than happy faces as they sat in a small room. Tai Xiaoting, with a grim look, angrily cursed, "Damn Sun family, damn Yuming Valley." We searched Blackwind Mountain inside and out several times, even drew a topographical map for them, only missed the grand formation protecting the mountain. How is this our fault? And yet they're giving us the cold shoulder like this? Tai Rong sighed and helplessly shook his head. Sigh. That Zhuo Fan is truly unfathomable. He left behind 4 grand formations before he left, but that Luo Yunchang is also quite cautious, keeping this a secret from outsiders for the past 2 years. Only when we betrayed the Luo family did she activate the grand formations. Haha, compared to those grand formations, our map is utterly worthless. No wonder people are ignoring us. Hearing this, a hint of jealousy flashed in Tai Xiaoting's eyes as he said, "This must have been taught to her by that Zhuo Fan before he left. That little bitch listens to Zhuo Fan in everything. She's practically throwing herself at him and giving him the position of Luo family head. Father, tell me, that Zhuo Fan is just a servant boy. I, Tai Xiaoting, am a noble young master of the Tai Manor. What do I lack compared to him? Why is it that since Zhuo Fan arrived, Luo Yunchang hasn't even given me a second glance?" Tai Rong looked at his son's complaining attitude, and a few traces of helplessness appeared on his face. Even if he was his son, some things had to be said. This son of his had no self-awareness whatsoever. Zhuo Fan is a genius. Even the heads of the 7 noble houses respect him. If he were a daughter, they would want to marry him off to him. Thinking this, he sighed, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. Just then, a beautiful young woman slowly walked in from outside and said to the father and son, "The elder wants to see you. Follow me quickly." Hearing this, they immediately rejoiced. Their last chance had finally arrived, so the 2 of them immediately followed Sun Yufei to the meeting place. A moment later, the 3 arrived at a larger room, but they didn't enter. Sun Yufei spoke towards the room, reporting to the elder, "Tai Rong and his son have arrived." At this moment, a voice came from inside the room. "Let them in." Only when the person inside allowed it, did Tai Rong and his son slowly step in, kneeling down to pay their respects. "I, Tai Rong, family head of the Tai family, and my unworthy son Xiao Ting, pay our respects to the elder." Inside the room, 3 old men were sitting around a round table, leisurely enjoying tea. Seeing the 2 of them enter, an old man with green hair laughed mockingly. The green-haired old man, hearing this, narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Heh, this father and son know what's good for them." The old man next to him, hearing this, smirked and said, "Yan Zhenglan, if you like these 2, how about letting them join your Medicine King Hall after this is over?" Yan Zhenglan laughed heartily, not giving in at all, and replied, "Ha ha, Elder Yu, it's clear that they want to join your Yuming Valley. Why are you pushing them away like this? Even if they're a family without any status, if they accomplish something this time, you should at least pay attention to them. Even a dog wagging its tail gets a piece of meat from its owner, am I right?" Sun Yufei, who was leading the way, looked at the 2 kneeling on the ground, her eyes full of disgust, and she sneered, "Cowards! I must have been blind back then to have chosen you 2. But at this moment, Tai Rong and his son were trembling non-stop, fearfully looking at the 3 people in front of them. They thought that only the elder of Yuming Valley would be here this time. But now there were 3 people. Could it be that people from the secluded families had also arrived? Just then, the 3rd old man impatiently spoke up. "Why are you wasting so much time talking to these 2? Quickly ask what you need to ask, so we can prepare. Perhaps the orders from the family heads will arrive soon." Elder Yu Liu waved his hand and chuckled. "Lin Yue Lun, of the three of us, your happy forest has the least animosity towards that kid Zhuo Fan. We're not even in a hurry. What are you rushing for? Perhaps Zhuo Fan has already paid for his crimes, and we won't need to take action this time. You should remember that this place is a den of trouble." Hearing these words, the two old men next to him trembled at the same time, finally understanding and nodding. As for Tai Rong, hearing the names of the people who had arrived, he trembled in fear. He had clearly only sent a letter to Yuming Valley, but he didn't expect the Medicine King Hall and the Happy Forest to come with them. What was going on? If one family was angry, betraying the Luho family might lead to safety. But if three families were angry, even if the Luho family was destroyed, there was still a chance that the anger would spread to the two of them. At this moment, Elder Yu Liu gently took a sip of tea and called out towards Tai Rong. Tai Rong? Tai Rong was stunned, then immediately lowered his head and replied, "Yes." Elder Yu Liu, seeing that he spoke, calmly said, "Tell me, which experts are currently guarding the Lu Thao family?" Tai Rong tried to hide his fear and clasped his hands. Reporting to the venerable elders, the Lu Huso family can at most be considered a second-rate family. They only have Grand Elder Lei Yuntian, a profound heaven expert, but he only broke through 2 years ago. His adopted daughter Lei Yu Ting and the head guard Pang Yi are only bone-forging realm cultivators. As for the two Luo Yunchang sisters, there's no need to mention them. The rest are just lackeys, not a match for you elders. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yu Liu and the two old men exchanged glances, then looked back at the father and son. Yan Zhenglan exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen such a dedicated trader." The elder of the Happy Forest next to him continued to question, "Then what about the 4 grand formations? Do you know how to break them or bypass them?" Those grand formations were left by Zhuo Fan before he departed. We subordinates really don't know anything about them. Only after betraying the Lu Go family did we discover these grand formations. The venerable elders must believe us. Before he could finish speaking, Elder Yu Liu felt a bit annoyed and waved his hand. "All right, we believe you," Yan Zhenglan also echoed. "With such dedicated betrayal, what reason do we have not to believe you?" Just then, the 3 elders suddenly stood up and bowed towards the door. "Greetings to the 3 offerings." Along with these words, 3 old men entered together from the door. Leading the way was an old man with short white hair and sharp eyes. As soon as he entered the room, the leading offering immediately spoke up. "Just now we discovered 3 people outside Fenglin City, a 5th-stage bone-forging realm cultivator, a 6th-level profound heaven expert, and the last one is a 6th-level spiritual illumination realm cultivator." But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching and shouted in fear, "It's over! That spiritual illumination expert is coming here." Hearing these words, the elders of the 3 families were shocked and shouted in confusion, "What is a 6th-level spiritual illumination expert doing here? Are they friend or foe?" Before the person could finish speaking, a loud explosion rang out. Everyone looked in that direction in surprise. Li Jingtian fiercely landed in the Sun family's courtyard, creating a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a gloomy figure was revealed. One of the offerings seemed to recognize him, pointing in surprise and saying, "You, aren't you?" But before the person could call out his name, Li Jingtian strode forward. Without saying a word, he directly slapped the person and angrily roared, "Useless trash! Why haven't you taken down the Luo family yet?" In an instant, everyone was stunned, staring at Li Jingtian slapping the offering directly in the face. It was too sudden. They couldn't react at all. This person was an offering, and a spiritual illumination realm cultivator at that. Yet he could be slapped at will. Just what was the identity of the person who had arrived? Stung by the slap, the offering didn't dare to blame him. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he stammered, Aren't you the guest offering of the emperor-wielding sect, the heavenly gang berserker Li Jingtian, Elder Li? Why are you here? Didn't the emperor-wielding sect not participate in this? And what do you mean by doing this?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone simultaneously inhaled deeply. The father and son, Tai Rong, turned pale, trembling in fear. So it was an offering from the emperor-wielding sect. Who didn't know that the emperor-wielding sect's strength was top-notch? To be an offering for the 7 noble houses, their status was even more extraordinary. Hearing him question him, Li Jingtian reached out and grabbed his face. He cried out in pain. But Li Jingtian didn't care, angrily harumphing, "You still have the face to ask me? If it weren't for you being so slow in taking down the Lugo family, how could that Zhuo Fan have escaped into that grand formation? Even his shadow, this old man's divine sense can't even detect it." As soon as he finished speaking, another offering cried out in fear, "What? Zhuo Fan could escape before the encirclement of 6 profound heaven elders? And you? He even escaped back here, so why didn't we discover this?" Li Jingtian glared at the person who had just spoken, raised his hand and slapped him, shouting, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Now all of you follow this old man to attack that mountain immediately." The third offering, hearing these words, hesitated and frowned, quickly saying, "Elder Lai, we haven't received the family head's message yet. We don't dare." Li Jingtian slapped the person in the face again. Li Jingtian roared in anger, "Don't dare my ass! If those 3 bastards weren't preparing to take down the Luo family, what would they have sent you here for? Now that you're already here, what the hell are you still hesitating for? If you know what's good for you, immediately follow this old man to attack the mountain. Otherwise, HMPH. With that, Li Jingtian immediately flew away, leaving everyone terrified and speechless. After a moment of pondering, one of the elders finally spoke up. "What should we do? Follow him?" But there are still some suspicious points. "Do you feel like you haven't been slapped enough? If he dares to step up, so do we." At worst, the responsibility falls on the Emperor Dragon sect later. Finishing his words, the 3 of them hurriedly chased after. Afterwards, only Sun Yufei and the father-son duo from the Tai family remained in the courtyard. Gazing at the departing experts, Tai Rong sighed, "Sing, this old man, have truly broadened my horizons today. I never expected to encounter so many experts." In front of those 4 powerhouses, the 3 heavenly profound realm elders were as insignificant as lowly ants. Sun Yufei, standing beside him, curled her lips in disdain. Her eyes were filled with contempt as she said, "HMPH, you even have the nerve to talk about others? Why don't you take a look at how you looked back then?" Tai Xiaoting, upon hearing this, couldn't help but grow angry. "Yu Fei, little sister, the Tai family and the Sun family have always had a good relationship. Why are you speaking to my father like this today?" Sun Yufei didn't give him any face and coldly snorted, "You're no better. Utterly useless." With that, she turned around and left. Faced with her harshness, Tai Xiaoting could only stammer a response. He just stood there watching her leave, his heart filled with anger. Just then, a gust of wind sounded as the Sun family head instantly entered the courtyard, pulling Sun Yufei away. "Yufei, why are you still here? Hurry and let's go, we're going to Blackwind Mountain." Sun Yufei was stunned and said, "Father, what are we going there for?" The Sun family head laughed loudly. "Silly girl, of course it's to cheer on the elders and enshrined experts. Daughter, you must remember, whether you gain favor with the major families depends on these kinds of details." Tai Rong, upon hearing this, suddenly understood and quickly grabbed Tai Xiaoting's hand, rushing towards Blackwind Mountain. "Father, could it be that the Sun family has been more respected than us all along? Isn't that because of their close relationship with the Nether Serene Valley? Now is a golden opportunity. The Sun family is relying on the Nether Serene Valley, but perhaps we can rely on the Emperor Dragon sect. When that time comes, let's see how the Sun family flaunts in front of us, father and son." Tai Xiaoting's eyes couldn't help but light up. He nodded fiercely and said, "Father, your insight is indeed high. When that time comes, let's see if that little bitch Sun Yufei dares to look down on me again." At the same time, in the main hall of Blackwind Mountain, Luo Yunchang was sitting cross-legged at the center, her complexion slightly pale. She had been cultivating for 2 years now, but she was only at the peak of the Qi refining realm, unable to break through the final layer of primordial energy to advance to the bone forging realm. And at the moment, only she was stable. The 4 great formations had consumed too much energy. Beside her were Lei Yuntian and Pang Yan's group. Looking at her haggard appearance, Pang Yan couldn't help but feel heartache and couldn't resist advising, "Young miss, Why don't you rest first? Those people have been in Fenglan City for over a month. But nothing has happened yet. Maybe there won't be any major problems in the short term. Liu Yunchang shook her head, her mouth twitching as she said, "Didn't Sister Lei already investigate? The people who came are 3 heavenly profound experts, and there might even be stronger experts." Lei Yuntian also couldn't bear to see her pushing herself so hard and gently advised, "But if you keep going like this, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's all my fault for not being strong enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. During the family's crisis, to have a girl shoulder the responsibility of protecting the family. What kind of great elder of the Luo family am I?" Hearing this, Luo Yunchang quickly shook her head and said sadly, "Uncle Lei, don't say that. Usually Auntie, the gang leader, and Sister Lei work tirelessly, day and night, for the development of the Luo family. Well, I can't help at all. So, let Yuncheng do what I should do for the Luo family now. Besides, the Luo family is my home, and everyone is my family. I've already seen the Luo family die once, so I don't want the Luo family to die again." Luo Yunhai, standing beside her, pouted and looked at his sister, whining, "If only big brother Zhuo were here, he would definitely have a solution." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyelids twitched slightly, and their eyes seemed to hold a hint of nostalgia. On the contrary, Lei Yuting bit her lip and said resentfully, "That kid is a bastard. He caused trouble himself but won't show his face. He only knows how to go out and enjoy himself." Lu Yunchang frowned slightly, disagreeing, and quickly denied, "Sister Lei, don't say that. Zhuo Fan must be working hard outside for the Luo family. We must protect this place and wait for him to return." Yunchang doesn't know him, but before she could finish her words, Peng Yan shouted to stop her. "Lady Lei!" Lei Yuting, seeing this, also knew better, and shut up, not mentioning it again. Luo Yunchang looked at the two of them, somewhat confused, but at that moment she sensed something and exclaimed in horror, "The poison dragon formation in the east has lost control." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and shouted, "What, outside Blackwind Mountain?" Li Jingtian's group had already arrived at the entrance. Looking around, Li Jingtian glanced at the great formation set up in front of him and frowned slightly. "I didn't expect this place to be set up with such a mysterious formation. Moreover, there's more than just one. I'm afraid it's not inferior to the mountain protection formations of our families." As soon as he said this, one of the 3 enshrined experts saw the great formation and exclaimed in shock, "It's truly hard to imagine that an ordinary family like the Luko family possesses such abilities." At this moment, no one knew that Li Jingtian was actually very excited. The Luko family he joined was truly too awesome. This time, he considered that he had made the right decision. Thinking this, he immediately concealed his joy, cleared his throat, and ordered, "The 3 heavenly profound realm elders will go and break the formation in the east. The 3 enshrined experts will follow this old man." Yes, Li Jingtian took the lead and charged towards the great formation. Immediately after, the elders and enshrined experts also followed his orders and began attacking to break the formation. Inside Blackwind Mountain, sensing the great formation shaking violently, Luo Yunchang stood up in fear and shouted, "It's over!" Everyone was startled and stopped her, saying, "What's wrong?" Chapter 225. After a moment of silence, Luo Yunchang's complexion was a little unsightly, as she said anxiously, 4 experts have entered the Black Flame Formation in the south. Moreover, these 4 are extremely powerful. With how far they have entered, the great formation is almost collapsing." As soon as her words came out, everyone's eyes contracted. They bit their lips worriedly, their moods instantly sinking. Lei Yuntian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. "Let this old man go deal with them." Before he could go far, Luo Yunchang stopped him. "Uncle Lei, those 4 are all unfathomable. Even if we're in the formation, we're no match for them at all." Lei Yuntian hesitated for a moment, but still firmly stepped forward, decisively saying, "The Lupio family was lost because of this old man in the past, so I'll use my life to atone for it now. Everyone, hurry and leave. This old man will hold them back for a while." Peng Yan, seeing this, also wanted to go out and fight with him. Laughing, "Ha, Elder Lei. Relying on you alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop them for long. Let this old Peng go with you." 2 years ago, Elder Lei just stepped into the Lubao family, and could still sacrifice for the family. Could it be that this old Pang, who has been indebted to the Luo family for his whole life, would be a turtle hiding in its shell at this moment? It's just a pity, it seems, there won't be a chance to see that brother of mine again. Luo Yunchang, hearing these words, was slightly startled, her eyes turning red. Gang leader Pang, Lei Yunting on this side, also smiled bitterly and patted Luo Yunchang's shoulder. Then, she followed closely behind the two of them, looking like she wanted to go out. Luo Yunchang was stunned, feeling uneasy. Sister Lei, don't tell me you are going too. Lei Yunting smiled lightly and nodded. My father's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. How can I watch him rush into death alone? However, haha, Yunchang, when you meet that kid, help me slap him twice really hard, okay? He's been gone for too long, and even before I die, this old woman can't meet him one last time. What an ass-whooping result. As soon as she finished speaking, Lei Yunting turned around and ran towards the black flame formation, leaving only a lonely, somewhat unwilling back. Lu Yunchang watched everyone leave, one by one with red eyes, a burst of sadness welling up in her heart. Lu Yunhai looked at his sister and said, Sister, are they all going to die for us? Pulling him into her arms, Luo Yunchang murmured, Yunhai, remember, although we no longer have a father, we are still a family. They are all our family. As long as we find him, you will definitely be okay. Luo Yunhai blinked a few times, looking utterly puzzled, and asked, What about Big Sis then? Luo Fenchang gave a slightly desolate smile and said calmly, Yunhai, do you remember our Luo family's ancestral motto? Luo Yunhai nodded, answering clearly, Of course I remember, loyalty and righteousness. Luo Fenchang gently pushed Luo Yunhai away, saying firmly, Exactly. We of the Luo family absolutely can't let them sacrifice in vain for us. At least with me here, I can still use the formation to help them. With that, she concealed her tears, turned, and walked away. Luo Yunhai looked at her, calling out sadly, Big Sis. But Luo Fenchang didn't reply. After a moment, her voice floated back. Go find Zhuo Fan quickly. Inside the black flame formation, Li Jingtian and the other three had just entered when they felt mist surrounding them, and skeletal figures of black flame rushed toward them. Looking around, everyone praised. This is a rare 5th grade formation. Its power is not to be underestimated. It's a pity the person controlling the formation is too weak to unleash its full potential. Otherwise, even if the 4 of us joined forces, breaking it wouldn't be easy. At this moment, they truly felt lucky. Lucky that the Luo family weren't experts. Otherwise, even if all the experts from the emperor-wielding sect came, they'd have a hard time swallowing this tough bone. Suddenly, another surge rippled from the other side. Everyone looked over, only to see Lei Yuntian appear before them. One of the enshrined experts shouted vigilantly, Who's there? Lei Yuntian snorted coldly, announcing, This one is the Luo family's great elder, Lei Yuntian. Everyone's eyebrows twitched, their expressions shifting oddly, but they quickly sneered. Oh, you're the great elder. Sky Profound First Stage, haha, indeed the Luo family is just a mediocre clan. Li Jingtian looked at the newcomer, a little confused. Shouldn't the Luo family be a reclusive clan with strength on par with the 7 noble houses? Having such a perverted butler as Zhuo Fan, yet the elder before them is only at the Sky Profound realm. With his Sky Profound realm cultivation, he's nothing but trash before the 4 of them in the Divine Illumination realm. However, a bone-tempering 5th stage like Zhuo Fan managed to defeat 6 or more Sky Profound 5th stage experts in a row, while also retreating safely. He thought that this elder might be able to use his Sky Profound realm cultivation to take down Divine Illumination realm experts. Because they have such a perverted grand butler, they definitely won't be ordinary. Thinking this, Li Jingtian glanced at one of the enshrined experts, saying, Go deal with him. Don't let this guy ramble on. Hearing this, the enshrined expert happily accepted the order. Ha, Elder Lai, I'll do as you say. Seeing his excitement, Li Jingtian frowned, thinking, You idiot, you better not be fooled by the Luo family's cultivation. Who knows who's going to die later? However, there was one thing Li Jingtian completely misunderstood. Zhuo Yifan's scheming and perverted strength were self-made. It's something he already had, and has absolutely nothing to do with this Luo family. The Luo family is just lucky to have Zhuo Fan, and Zhuo Fan benefited from the demonic emperor Zhuo Fan's reincarnation, that's all. The enshrined expert landed a punch. and Lei Yuntian fell lightly to the ground, vomiting blood non-stop. Seeing this, he curled his lip in disdain. Chutsk chutsk. I didn't even use half my strength, and you're already so badly injured, so weak. Li Jingtian stared wide-eyed at the knocked-down Lei Yuntian, constantly astonished. So this guy isn't as perverted as Zhuo Fan. He was a little confused about how someone with such strength could be the Great Elder. However, before coming here, Li Jingtian had been repeatedly instructed by Zhuo Fan to protect the Lupo family's safety, so how was he going to explain this to him? Could it be that his promise was as fleeting as a butterfly landing and then flying away? Thinking of this, Li Jingtian's expression was a little troubled, not knowing what to do. The enshrined expert looked at Lei Yuntian struggling to sit on the ground, glancing at him disdainfully, saying, "If it weren't for this formation, limiting my spiritual sense, I wouldn't bother dirtying my hands on you." With that, he raised his palm again, intending to kill Lei Yuntian. Suddenly, just then, a whistling sound rang out, and a black shadow appeared along with it. Lei Yuntian looked at the large man before him, unable to help exclaiming, "Battalion Commander!" The battalion commander grinned, laughing loudly. "Intercepting enemies and protecting the family is the responsibility of us rearguard commanders. How can we let Elder Lei bear it alone?" At this time, Lei Yuting also appeared beside him. Me too, seeing two more people appear, but this strength, in the eyes of this enshrined expert, was nothing but trash. He only needed one move to squash them both. Thinking this, he sneered dismissively, "Oh, two more here to die. Their strength hasn't even reached the sky-profound realm." Just then, a shout rang out. "HMPH, even if we die, we'll still peel off your skin." Following the shout, the surrounding black flames suddenly surged, transforming into 8 black fire dragons rushing towards Old 6th U. Before the enshrined expert could react, he was engulfed by the raging flames with a loud bang. On Lei Yuntian's side, Luo Fenchang also slowly appeared. Pang Yan looked at the newcomer, exclaiming in shock, "Young miss, why are you here?" Luo Fenchang smiled gently, saying, "We're one family. We live together. We die together." Lei Yuntian and the other two were warmed by her words. Her loyalty and righteousness made their deaths worthwhile. However, Lei Yuntian only saw her and anxiously asked, "But where's Yunhai?" Luo Fenchang knew his concern, shaking her head. "It's all right, that kid has grown up, and seems to be about to break through to the Qi gathering realm. I sent him to find Zhuo Fan, so he'll be fine." Just then, a loud laugh came from within the raging flames. "Ha ha! So there's still a Qi gathering realm brat running around." Then suddenly, with a bang, the raging flames dissipated, and the enshrined expert stepped out unharmed, without even a scratch. He looked at the opposite side, snorting coldly. "HMPH, your butler Zhuo Fan dared to kill our 7 noble houses' elder. He was executed long ago, and you, the Luco family, will all be killed by us here. Your Lupo family raised such an evil troublemaker. Your crimes are unforgivable. None of you will escape. This old man will definitely capture you all and rip out your bones and peel off your skin." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened in shock, their expressions turning ugly. He actually offended the 7 noble houses. Not only him, but the Lu Krao family would also be implicated. Luo Fenchang's eyes narrowed, anxiously worried, gritting her teeth. "What? You won't even spare a child?" The enshrined expert smirked, saying, "Don't mention a child. Even if it's a newborn infant, this old man won't show any mercy." Hearing these words, Luo Fenchang clenched her fists, her face full of anger. But at this moment, a childish voice rang out from behind. "No need for everyone to search. This young master is here." Everyone couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound in shock. Suddenly their pupils froze. Luo Fenchang exclaimed in fear, "Yunhai, why did you come in here too?" Luko Yunhai grinned, revealing a confident look, fearlessly saying, "Big Sis said our Luko family's ancestral motto is loyalty and righteousness. How could I abandon everyone and run away alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's hearts couldn't help but stir, looking at Luko Yunhai, their eyes filled with emotion. Pang Yan couldn't help crying loudly, sighing,
Young master has truly grown up.
Even Li Jingtian on the opposite side couldn't help but sigh, moved. So he had always misunderstood. Perhaps the Luko family's extraordinary aspect doesn't lie in how many experts they have, but in the fact that the entire family is united as one. Could it be that the #1 family in the world that Zhuo Fan spoke of? Is this what he meant?
Just in this aspect alone, the current Luko family is already much stronger than the 7 noble houses. The enshrined expert saw that they had finally gathered completely, revealing a sinister smile. Ha ha, so the entire Luko family has gathered. Then this old man will wipe you all out here and now. Luo Fenchang activated her fighting spirit, saying coldly, "If you want to touch my little brother, you'll have to get past me first." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Fenchang began forming hand seals, and black tornadoes began to rise from the surrounding black flames. Old 6th Yu was surrounded, but with a bang, the black flames immediately dissipated. On this side, Luo Fenchang retreated a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing her seriously injured, everyone shouted in alarm, "Young miss!"
The enshrined expert looked at this scene, couldn't help but sneer, curling his lip in disdain.
"This 5th grade formation of yours is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, your cultivation is too shallow, not even at the bone-tempering realm, completely unworthy to control it. But now, even if you regret it, it's too late, because this old man will send you on your way right here." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made his move. The Lukio family members opposite him broke out in cold sweat. They knew that they were no match for the people opposite them. But at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. The enshrined expert facing the Luko family members turned his head to look, only to see the other 2 enshrined experts with holes punched through their bodies stiff and unable to move, calling out in fear, "Elder Lian, why?" Li Jingtian's eyes were full of killing intent at this time, saying grimly, "The dead don't need to know so much." With that, he moved, and the 2 divine illumination realm experts instantly exploded, turning into fragments falling into the black flames, quickly being consumed. Everyone present was shocked, taking a deep breath, and the remaining enshrined expert was constantly dizzy, asking Li Jingtian doubtfully,
Elder Li, what do you mean by this?" Li Jingtian dealt with the 2, then looked up at the last one, sneering, "You moron, haven't you figured it out yet? This whole thing's a trap and you guys totally fell for it." Without waiting for the guy's reaction, Li Jingtian started forming hand seals, and bam, the black flame array fired up again, trapping that consecrated.
In just a flash, Luo Yunchang suddenly sensed something off and yelled out in fright, "The array's link! It's been severed."
The moment those words were out, everyone knew exactly why her link was gone. Li Jingtian over here was just plain stronger than her, so taking control of the array's link was a piece of cake for him. That consecrated dude saw this and gasped out in shock. Elder Lis, how on earth do you know this array's incantation?" Li Jingtian let out a couple of sinister chuckles, his eyes, now glinting with killing intent, fixed on that consecrated. "You idiot! Didn't this old man just tell you that you walked right into it? The truth is, this old man led you lot here specifically to use this array to trap you, ha ha ha. Weren't you guys just dissing this array, saying it wasn't strong enough? Now that this old man is in charge of it, is it strong enough for you now, huh? Let me tell you something. This old man is also one of the Luo clan's people, an elder of the Luo clan, personally invited to join by the Luo clan's head steward, Zhuo Fan." The moment he said that, everyone's eyes practically popped out of their heads in shock, staring at Li Jingtian in utter disbelief. And someone yelled, "What? A radiant stage expert? Actually agreeing to join a clan like the Luo clan? That's just impossible to believe." At the same time, 3 elders who had entered the poison dragon array to the east were getting creeped out by the poisonous gas swirling all around them. But then, Yan Zhenglan fished out a pill and handed it to the other 2, saying, "Here, this is a poison-repelling pill. We each pop one of these, and we'll be totally fine." The other 2 heard him, took the pills, nodded, and quickly gulped them down, then started looking around cautiously. Just then, 2 blurry figures suddenly started heading their way. The 3 spotted them, hastily backed up on guard, and called out, "Someone's there! Who goes there?" In just a moment, those 2 figures got real close.
Sensing the aura of the newcomers, the three of them jumped and whipped out their netherworld tracking orders to check, their minds racing, bone-tempering realm cultivation. Don't tell me this is that punk. The Demon King Zhuo Fan, yep, it was him, a perfect match, Demon Zhuo Fan, saw the three of them, clapped his hands, and burst out laughing. Ha ha, so you guys finally made it. Yours truly has been waiting here for quite a while.
Once they confirmed who it was, the three of them instantly started shaking in their boots.
Wait a minute, weren't the consecrated ones supposed to be handling this devil? The three of us are totally no match for him. How the heck did we bump into him? Right then, they were regretting it big time. If they'd known this would happen, they'd never have charged into this array.
As if he could read their minds, Zhuo Fan let out a cold, disdainful snort. Don't you worry your little heads. With your pathetic bit of skill, this daddy wouldn't even bother to lift a finger. In a bit, the one who'll actually be fighting you is this pill chamber elder of ours. Finishing his sentence, Zhuo Fan clapped Yan Song on the shoulder and said with a grin, Elder Yan, they're all yours. Yan Song, getting his cue, let out a loud laugh, his usual bossy aura flaring up as he said proudly, Head steward, don't you worry. These three schmucks are no big deal. This old man alone is more than enough to handle them. Zhuo Fan gave a slight nod, and then poof, he vanished. But the three, old Sixth You included, saw this and roared in anger. How dare you underestimate us? What's with the damn act? You think you're Zhuo Fan or something? Old geezer, spit out your name. Old Sixth, you here doesn't waste his time on nameless scrubs. Yan Zhenglan eyed Yan Song, muttering to himself, This guy, he looks kind of familiar. Yan Song heard old Six use taunt but didn't even bat an eye, just snorted disdainfully, HMPH, this old man is just worried that if I say my name it'll scare the pants off you lot. The moment he said that, old Sixth, you burst into loud mocking laughter. Oh really? We'd just love to see that. In a third-rate dump like the Luo clan, apart from that monster Zhuo Fan, who else have they got? Some other clown? Ha ha. With that, the three of them looked at each other and roared with laughter, not even trying to hide their ridicule. Yan Song narrowed his eyes at them, a dark smirk playing on his lips as he said in a low, grim voice, All right then, you better perk up those ears and listen closely. This old man's name is Yan Song. The second those words left his mouth, the laughter from the three of them choked off instantly. They stared at Yan Song, completely dumbfounded. Hold on. Wasn't the Poison Hand Medicine King, Yan Song, supposed to have been killed by that devil Zhuo Fan during the 100-pill assembly? How the hell was he showing up here? Perfectly fine. And what's more, as the Luo clan's pill chamber elder. Old Sixth You and the other guy were still reeling, turning to Yan Zhenglan, expecting some answers from him. But truth be told, this Yan Song had pretty much shed his old skin. He looked completely different from before, making him super hard to recognize. Yan Zhenglan himself was stunned for a bit, staring hard at the guy in front of him. After a moment, it finally clicked, and he blurted out, Elder Yan Song, it's really you? Why? Why would you betray Medicine King Hall? Hearing his question, Yan Song just gave a wicked smirk. The Poison Hand Medicine King Yan Song you're talking about, he was already killed by Zhuo Fan back in Huayu City. Died for the clan, you could say. A pretty meaningful death, actually. And me, the Yan Song standing here now is a Yan Song who's been reborn, with a brand new lease on life. So how can you even call that betrayal? Besides, he added, with this old man out of the picture, didn't that give you lot a shot at snagging the Poison Hand Medicine King title for yourselves? HMPH. Don't think this old man doesn't know. After the news of my death got back to Medicine King Hall, you guys were probably already beating the drums and gongs in celebration, weren't you? Yan Zhenglan narrowed his eyes at Yan Song, his mind working darkly. Looked like right now the only way to break this array was to take down Yan Song. Thinking this, he sidled up close behind Old Sixth You and Lin Ru Feng, whispering, Yan Song made his name with his nasty poison skills. Since this old man is from the same school, I'll go head on and tie him up. You two hit him from the sides, pincer attack. We gotta finish him off, and fast. If we let him slip into the poisonous mist of his 7-colored cloud gauze palm, then it'll be damn hard to do anything to him. No sooner were the words out than Yan Zhenglan couldn't wait any longer and struck out.
a palm strike morphing into a long snake's head, lashing towards Yan Song. At the same instant, old Sixth Yu and Lin Rufeng also disappeared without a trace. But Yan Song wasn't fazed in the slightest. He just stood there, cool as a cucumber, curling his lip in disdain. HMPH. Yan Zhenglan, a piece of trash like you who isn't even qualified to practice the seven-colored cloud gauze palm, you actually dare to use poison in front of this old man. You're seriously looking to die. As he spoke, Yan Song immediately countered with his own seven-colored cloud gauze palm aimed right back at Yan Zhenglan. In a flash, 7 dazzling, multicolored streams of qi shot out, instantly smashing Yan Zhenglan's palm strike to bits, and then sped towards him. Yan Zhenglan was totally freaked out now, but he wasn't about to just give up, throwing out a palm to block. Right at that moment, old Six Yu and Lin Rufeng popped up on either side of Yan Song,
striking down with their palms. Seeing this, Yan Zhenglan cackled triumphantly. "Ha ha, Yan Song, you walked right into our trap. Not ducking into your seven-colored cloud gauze palm's poison mist earlier was your biggest blunder. Even though this old man isn't qualified to learn that martial technique, I know its damn weaknesses inside out. Once someone gets in close, you're either dead or seriously messed up." But Yan Song's expression didn't even flicker. Just as the two guys' palms were about to hit, his hands flashed with new seals. In an instant, 2 earth-shattering dragon roars suddenly rang out. 2 dragon heads materialized, snaring old Sixth Yu and Lin Rufeng. Old Sixth Yu and Lin Rufeng didn't even have time to figure out what was happening before they were flung far away. Simultaneously, Yan Song's seven-colored cloud gauze palm slammed hard into Yan Zhenglan, sending him flying too, making him cough up a big mouthful of blood.
The 3 of them looked like death warmed over, kneeling on the ground, and said in disbelief, "What? How could his cultivation be so profound?"
Yan Song let out 2 hearty laughs, his eyes ice-cold as he said, "Yan Zhenglan, your little decoy trick was completely worthless. You really thought that without the cover of the seven-colored cloud gauze palm's poison mist, this old man would just be a sitting duck? Don't you forget, this place has a 5th-grade grand array, and the poison dragon array, both under this old man's control. As long as I'm here, this old man is surrounded by poisonous mist that I can command at will. Trying to assassinate this old man, not a snowball's chance in hell." Hearing this, the 3 of them secretly took the bait. The Poison Hand Medicine King was already formidable and dreaded, but now he could even control formations. It seemed their chances of getting out of this formation were slim. Outside Blackwind Mountain, the Sun family father and son finally caught up, not daring to enter. They could only wait outside for everyone to come out. Suddenly, the Sun family head shouted loudly towards the center area, "Congratulations, Elder! The 6 elders have won the battle." Sun Yufei looked at this scene, a little confused, and looked at his father. "Father, there's no one else here. What are you doing?" The Sun family head laughed loudly upon hearing this, and said calmly, "Ha ha, naive. This time, the 6 elders are besieging the Luo family and are sure to win a great victory. But those experts act quickly. I'm afraid that congratulating the victory while still in a tense mood would be impolite, so I'm practicing beforehand to avoid mistakes later." "Yufei, you practice with me too, to avoid making mistakes." At this moment, the father and son, Tairong, also managed to run over in time and shouted loudly, "Congratulations, Elder Li! Victory returns. If you want to ask for help, you must ask the strongest person. Elder Li is a provider of the Emperor Gate. As long as he likes it, he can have anything he wants." "Xiao Ting, practice with your father." After saying that, the 2 fathers and sons glanced at each other and laughed loudly at the same time, while the Sun family head secretly curled his lips, mocking, "Patriarch Tai, you are really ignorant, but it's no wonder. You don't have much contact with the 7 families, so naturally you don't know."
Although the supplier is strong, he is the type who doesn't care about world affairs in the family. Only the elders hold the power to manage the family. Therefore, if you want to flatter, you still have to flatter the elders, because only they can help you become a direct family of the 7 families. As soon as he finished speaking, Tairong immediately turned off his smile, feeling that he had a point, and secretly waited. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out in the darkness. This flattery thing, it's good to flatter well, but it can also cause disaster if you don't flatter well. For example, If you flatter the elder and ignore the provider, wouldn't you offend the provider? If you flatter the provider and not the elder, you will be indifferent to the elder. Sigh, it's really difficult on both sides. Why not flatter both? Even if it doesn't work, it won't be anything.
Hearing these words, the two, Sun and Tai family heads, woke up at the same time, exclaiming unconsciously, "It makes sense." But as soon as they finished speaking, the two realized that something was wrong and watched around vigilantly.
Wait, who is speaking? Zhuo Fan slowly walked out of the darkness, lifting his feet towards them. Seeing the person coming, Tai Rong took 2 steps back in fear, stammering, Zhuo Fan, why are you here? Zhuo Fan looked at the expression of the person in front of him, secretly despising him, and said with a smile,
"Ha, don't be nervous. I'm just like you, here to be an audience." The people from the two families of Tai and Sun looked at the man who called himself a demon appearing in this place, and were constantly frightened. They really couldn't believe that he could stand here safe and sound. He had offended the 7 families, and the Emperor Gate had also come here because of him. If he were to attack at this time, they would not be able to escape at all. They cursed in their hearts, unlucky, unexpectedly encountered this killing star. Thinking about it, Tai Rong concealed his fear, relying on the 7 family crowd who had come here, and said arrogantly, "Zhuo Fan, out of respect for the fact that we served the Luo family together, I advise you to run away quickly. Otherwise, wait for those offering elders to break the formation and come out. You won't be able to escape even if you want to." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan chuckled twice, mocking, "Ha, I can't believe that Tai Rong, you betrayed the Luo family and still care about the Luo family steward like me. It's really touching." As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Rong's face turned red, knowing that he was mocking him, but he did not refute, pretending to be sincerely advising, "Hey, Zhuo Fan, the Luo family has a disaster. It was all created by you today. Why are you still coming back? I appreciate your talent, so I advise you to leave for the better, so as not to lose your life in vain." Although he was advising him to leave on his lips, but in Tai Rong's heart he was hoping that he would leave quickly, because he was afraid that he would suddenly attack, afraid that something unexpected would happen, and moreover, he couldn't beat him. In other words, he was afraid of death. But at this moment, Tai Xiaoting behind him didn't understand this mind, and shouted loudly, "Father, I see that he is just a 5th-level bone-forging realm. Father and Sun Ba can definitely kill him together. Why be polite? Take his head to make contributions to the 7 families. Wouldn't we be carp turning into dragons then?" Ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Rong was frightened and turned his head and shouted, "Shut up, idiot, what do you know?" The Sun family head couldn't help but scold secretly, "This guy is really stupid. Who dares to act rashly in this situation? If you dare to act, you may not know how you die at that time." Tai Xiaoting is proof that a foolish head does not develop limbs. He is not smart, and his strength is weak, but he has been spoiled by Tai Rong, and is always arrogant and doesn't care about anyone. Therefore, in a situation where he clearly knew that Zhuo Fan had just killed 2 heavenly profound realm experts and crippled a body-tempering realm expert from the underworld valley with bone-forging realm cultivation, he was still able to say these words. Basically, his head is just full of tofu dregs. Narrowing his eyes and turning his head to look at the 4 people, his face sank. Zhuo Fan said coldly, "Oh, taking my head to offer to the 7 families is also a good idea." As soon as these words came out, Tai Rong's body trembled, and he quickly waved his hands. No, we absolutely don't mean that. I guarantee you with my body, this kid Zhao Ting doesn't understand things. Out of respect for our past feelings, I won't turn my back on you. You should quickly escape from this place of right and wrong. You won't be able to escape when those offering elders come out. He is still foolishly believing in those people at this moment, wanting to rely on them to force him to leave. Really foolish. Zhuo Fan twitched his lips and smiled, and said coldly, "Ha, let's get this straight, they're coming out. My formation, of course. I know best. If one person can escape from it, I will take that person's head immediately." But suddenly at this moment, an old man with green hair rushed out of the formation, kneeling on the ground, his face a little ugly. Tai Rong looked at this man and shouted happily,
Medicine King Hall, Elder Yan.
Zhuo Fan turned around and looked back, bowing down to face the other person.
Ren Zhenglan had just left the dangerous situation. But at this moment, when he looked up, he found Zhuo Fan standing in front of him,
terrified and speechless. Zhuo Fan.
Seeing this person come out safely, Zhuo Fan's face suddenly sank, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How did you get out?
Ren Zhenglan felt the strong murderous intent, terrified, and quickly retreated behind, struggling to speak. I took advantage of Yan Song's inattention to rush out here. Zhuo Fan heard these words, snorted coldly, and said coldly, "You should have died in there. Maybe you would have had a whole body." After saying that, the two lightning cloud wings suddenly appeared, turning into two sharp knives slashing towards Yan Zhenglan. In an instant he was chopped into many pieces. As he said, his death was not intact. The four people from the Sun family and the Tai family saw him kill someone for the first time. Their eyes widened in horror, and Tai Xiaoting, who had been talking nonsense just now, fell to the ground, shouting in fear, "Monster!" The heads of the two families, Tai, I feel lucky to see this scene. Fortunately, they didn't act rashly just now.
If they really regarded this person as a bone-forging realm to attack, then their current ending would be like that of Elder Yan. After solving the fish that slipped through the net, Zhuo Fan still kept the lightning cloud wings behind his back, turned to face the four people, squinting his eyes, and said coldly, do you still remember what I said just now? As soon as he finished speaking, the Sun family head and Tai Rong pretended to be stupid, and quickly waved their hands to deny. "Oh, I don't remember anymore. The steward probably didn't say anything, right?" "That's right. I've been having tinnitus recently. I can't hear anything." At that moment, Yan Song slowly walked out of the formation, looking at Yan Zhenglan's incomplete corpse on the ground. His face was a little ugly, pretending to be oblivious. He walked straight to his side. Zhuo Fan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Ha ha, thank you, Steward Zhuo, for helping me deal with the fish that slipped through the net. Otherwise, I would have to waste my effort."
Zhuo Fan looked at him coldly. "Elder Yan, with your ability you can let others run out of the formation." Yan Song saw that he was serious, and explained in a low voice in fear, "Steward Zhuo, I was a little careless just now. Plus, he was originally an alchemist. So he..." Before he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan gloomily interrupted, not wanting to hear his explanation. "Elder Yan, do you know that I guaranteed to these people just now that no one could escape from the formation? If not, I'll take that guy's head. Ha ha, who do you think I should take the head of now?" Yan Song involuntarily shuddered, realizing the seriousness of the matter, looked towards the four people, revealing a cruel smile. "Steward Zhuo, this is easy, isn't it? Just heads? There are 4 fresh ones right here." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good. Once they die, no one will know I was bragging, and I can save face." Seeing that he agreed, Yan Song lightly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile, saying, "That's right, that's right." Hearing this conversation, the 4 of Tai Rong immediately trembled, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Steward Zhuo, please be magnanimous and spare our lowly dog lives. Please, have mercy and treat us like rags to be thrown away."
Unable to help but laugh and shake his head, Zhuo Fan waved his hand and said, "Elder Yan, what about the other 2? Yan Song said sternly. "They're all dead." Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction, pointing at the 4 people and saying, "Good, then tie them up first and we'll see. I'll keep these guys alive. For that brat to deal with, it's time to teach him how to be a family head. Spare us, please don't."
Yan Song acknowledged and immediately tied the 4 people up, bringing them into the formation. At this moment, the Luo family also stepped out from inside the formation. Seeing Zhuo Fan, they were immediately happy, especially Luo Yunhai, who quickly snuggled into his arms, excitedly shouting, "Bro Zhuo, embrace this little kid." Zhuo Fan looked at everyone coming, then glanced at Peng Yan, and said with a smile, "Ha ha, old Peng, you're still not dead. Great." Peng Yan, being called out by name, hesitated and scratched his head. "Ha ha, Steward Zhuo, even if I, old Peng, die, I'll die fighting for the Luo family. How could I die from cultivation? I'm not that bad." Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction.
glanced at Lei Yuting standing next to him, and approached to ask, "Miss Lei, how are the people I entrusted to you for training before I left?"
However, Lei Yuting raised her hand and slapped him straight in the face, tears streaming down her eyes, and she shouted in pain, "You damned bastard, the first thing you mention when we meet is family matters? Can't you ask about and care about me first?" Getting slapped, Zhuo Fan was momentarily stunned, blinked a few times, thought about it, and felt that it made sense, adjusting his face and saying with a smile, "Ha, how has Miss Lei been recently?" Lei Yuting arrogantly turned her head and snorted, "Only now you remember to care about this old lady. Too late." Her body swayed involuntarily, and Zhuo Fan almost couldn't help but curse. This woman really doesn't know what would please her. He helplessly shook his head, sighed, ignored her, went to Luo Yinshang's side, and looked at the bloodstain on her face, saying, "Eldest miss, are you injured?" Luo Yinshang didn't answer, her eyes carefully examining the person in front of her, reaching out to touch his cheek, softly saying, "Zhuo Fan, welcome home." After saying that, Luo Yinshang couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Falling into Zhuo Fan's warm embrace, he exclaimed in surprise, "Eldest miss! Eldest miss!" Looking at the weak little girl in his arms, and thinking about the word home that had just come from her mouth, he pondered a little. The word home was extremely foreign to him, before and now. Deep down, he had never considered any place home, because to him, his previous territory was his. He had no relatives or friends. Only the place he occupied was his territory. Even after being reborn, although he tried hard to make the Lugo family glorious, this place was at most just a stopover for him. Once he achieved his goal, he would leave at any time. Therefore, he had never considered this place his home. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and shone directly into the room where Luo Yunshang was sleeping soundly on the bed. At this moment, her eyelids twitched slightly, and she slowly woke up. Just then, a startled cry rang out. "Miss Luo, you're awake?" Hearing the call, Luo Yunshang turned her head to look. It was Zhao Kui, Lei Yuting's personal maid. Seeing that she wanted to sit up, Zhao Kui placed the bowl of medicine on the table and quickly ran over to help her up. Luo Yunshang nodded gratefully, then spoke. "Zhao Kui, where's Sister Lei?" Hearing her question, Zhao Kui honestly said, "Ah, the young lady is having a meeting with Steward Zhuo and everyone else. So the young lady told me to come and take care of you. The young lady also instructed me to stew ginseng soup for you." Hearing Zhao Kui mention Zhuo Fan, Luo Yunshang stood up anxiously, wanting to leave in a hurry, and kept saying, "Zhuo Fan? That's right, he's back. I have to go find him." Worried that her injuries hadn't healed, Zhao Kui advised, "Wait, Miss Luo, your body is so weak, drink this bowl of ginseng soup first. Steward Zhuo won't run away." Luo Yunshang didn't listen to Zhao Kui's words, resolutely running off, saying, "I can't worry about so much, I want to see him." At the same time, in the council hall of Blackwind Mountain, Zhuo Fan leisurely sat on the main seat, holding a notebook in his hand, and asked Elder Lei, "How's your cultivation going?" Lei Yuntian waited for a while, embarrassed, and said, "This old man has been foolish and hasn't broken through even one level in the past 2 years, but recently I have a feeling that I'm about to break through." Without waiting for him to finish, Zhuo Fan interrupted. "Indeed, you're really foolish, but I can't blame you. With your aptitude, it's really difficult to break through further." Hearing these words, Lei Yuntian was momentarily stagnant, awkwardly smiling bitterly, unable to refute a word. However, Lei Yunting, standing beside him, saw him mocking her foster father, and she angrily questioned, "Zhuo Fan, what do you mean? You left for more than 2 years, and we supported the Luo family with all our might. You just came back, and you're already finding fault with everything." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuo Fan threw the notebook in front of her, coldly saying, "As for you, yesterday you said that I didn't greet you when I came back, and immediately talked about family matters, without any affection. All right, yesterday I didn't say anything, consider it a reunion with everyone, then today I can exercise the authority of a chief steward, right? 2 years ago I told you to organize the Shadow Squad, ostensibly to be a hidden force of the family, but on the other hand, to be the family's eyes and ears to gather information about Tianyu.
But look at why the Luo family's contact points are only in some small cities, not to mention the imperial capital. Even the important cities of the 7 noble houses are nowhere to be seen.
She wasn't afraid of him either, coldly snorting and replying, HMPH. You think it's so easy to infiltrate those places? This old lady has sent no less than 10 groups of people to the important cities of Yuming Valley. But they were all kicked out. Fortunately, they were death warriors. Once discovered, they would resolutely seek death. Otherwise, people from Yuming Valley would have come here a year ago. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at her, chuckling softly. Oh, then why don't you look at me? How did I infiltrate Flower Rain City? Hearing him mention this, Lei Yuting bit her lips slightly, unable to help but laugh coldly and mock. If you didn't mention it, this old lady would have almost forgotten. Steward Zhuo travels for the family, but still doesn't forget to have romantic relationships everywhere, truly free and unrestrained. If my subordinates had half of Steward Zhuo's skills, then don't even mention the 7 noble houses. By now they'd probably have infiltrated the imperial capital too. Suddenly hearing these words, Zhuo Fan felt a little guilty, scratched his nose, and declined to comment, Well, you can think what you want, but I did it all to exert myself for the family. Pang Yan, standing on the side, saw that the two of them were about to argue again, and quickly stepped forward to persuade, Ha ha, it seems that Miss Lei has misunderstood. Brothers always do things in a profound and unpredictable way. Perhaps the rumors outside have other deeper meanings? Look, didn't Brother Zhuo find 2 experts for us as he said he would in the beginning? Without waiting for Lei Yuting to speak, Zhuo Fan turned his head to look at him and said, What about you? Old Peng Yan swallowed hard, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and stammered, Well, brother, I. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Zhuo Fan stepped forward and patted his shoulder, praising, You did a good job, actually. When I gave you the devil-slaughtering art, I didn't even think that you could survive and master it. Today, seeing that you're still alive, means that you've exceeded my expectations. Ha ha, but rest assured, from now on, you've been reborn. And in the future, you'll definitely be an indispensable key figure in the Lu Kiao family. Being praised, Pang Yan was both surprised and delighted, his body stiff and not daring to move. Ignoring the hand still on his shoulder, only now did he realize that 2 years ago when Zhuo Fan left, leaving him the devil-slaughtering art, he actually thought he could survive after cultivating it, and that year he thought he was just scaring him. He gave a round of criticism to everyone present. Zhuo Fan glanced at the only kid in the room, a wicked grin spreading across his face, and said, Hey, brat! Luo Yunhai shuddered when he heard Zhuo Fan call him that, forcing a cute smile, trying to brown-nose him. Hee, big bro Zhuo, I'm just a little kitty, meow. Please forgive this kitty. Too bad Zhuo Fan wasn't letting him off the hook that easy, staring the kid down and asking, How's your cultivation going, huh? Hearing this, Luo Yunhai was a little scared he was about to get scolded, because he knew damn well that Zhuo Fan's cultivation and eyes could see right through him. But he still had to ask. Under Zhuo Fan's pressure, Luo Yunhai sheepishly replied, Big bro Zhuo, I'm already at Foundation Establishment Stage 9, almost breaking through to Qi refining. Then, the little punk winked at Peng Yan, begging for help. Peng Yan seemed to get the hint, jumping in to say, Steward Zhuo, young Master Yunhai has only been cultivating for a little over 2 years, and he's already reached Foundation Establishment Stage 9. He's a true prodigy. Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction, his smile unchanged, and asked, Yeah, that's true, so how many hours a day does he cultivate? Luo Yunhai rolled his eyes for a sec, then held up 3 fingers. 3 hours. Commander Pang was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, young Master Yunhai is extremely diligent in his cultivation. Zhuo Fan saw through their little act, but he didn't expose them, still wearing that same smile. All right, then add another 7 hours to make it a full 10. Cultivate for 10 hours a day, got it? As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone simultaneously gasped, especially Luo Yunhai himself, his jaw dropping, miserably wailing, No way, big bro Zhuo, that'll kill me! Zhuo Fan looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. How could it? I'll give you pills every day, you won't die. Besides, you'll get used to it eventually. Luo Yunhai couldn't help but tremble, looking at Zhuo Yifan with pleading eyes. That only leaves me with 2 hours of rest a day.
Where am I going to find time to play? The moment those words left his mouth, Zhuo Fan frowned and chuckled. Who said you had 2 hours to rest? You only have half an hour. The other 1.5 hours are for reading books, otherwise you'll become a muscle-brained idiot. How are you going to be a family head like that?
These words completely shattered Luo Yunhai. He kneeled on the ground, internally weeping because he was truly screwed. Pang Yan couldn't help but step forward to comfort him. Young master, buck up. Yan Song, seeing Luo Yunhai's gloomy expression, surprisingly cracked a rare, gentle smile. Most other heirs are spoiled rotten, but this little devil had a cold steward like Zhuo Fan watching over him, so his childhood is a bit miserable. But on the other hand, having a cold steward like him pushing him, coupled with this kid's decent talent, he's bound to achieve something in the future. I don't know if this kid's lucky or unlucky. After a bit of deliberation, Zhuo Fan felt the sky was getting dark and said, "It's getting late. Everyone go get some rest." He looked towards Li Jingtian and Yan Song and said, "Old Lai, old Yan, you two stay behind for a moment." After everyone left, the three of them, Zhuo Fan, walked to the side of the discussion table. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan leisurely raised his teacup, tapped it lightly, and said, "Eldest miss, if you're here already, why not come in?" Luo Fencheng, who was outside the door, was discovered. She waved to Xiao Kui to leave and slowly walked in. Seeing that her face was still a little pale, Zhuo Fan asked with concern, "Eldest miss, are you feeling better?" Luo Fencheng didn't reply, just slowly nodded. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan didn't ask any further questions, turning to Li Jingtian and Yan Song to introduce, "Haha, eldest miss. Let me introduce you. This is Elder Yan Song. He will be the Luo family's elder of the pill chamber from now on. The one next to him is Li Jingtian. Old Lai will be the Luo family's elder of array forging. With him guarding the 5-tomb array, it will probably be difficult for anyone to break the formation." Luo Fencheng had witnessed Li Jingtian's strength before, and she naturally knew his strength. She quickly bowed and greeted the two elders. However, Li Jingtian was as arrogant as ever. Yan Song had a gloomy face, and neither of them responded to her. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan's face darkened. "What? Are you two not very satisfied?" Li Jingtian kept his mouth shut. Yan Song frowned and muttered, "Steward Zhuo, the Luo family you described before wasn't like this. We only realized yesterday that the Luo family doesn't even have a proper elder. At best, they're just eyeing the second-rate family spot." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan coldly looked at them. "When I initially invited you two, I never said that the Luo family was on a large scale. Moreover, putting it nicely, you two volunteered to join, right?" But Yan Song hadn't finished speaking. Zhuo Fan yelled, "This steward Zhuo said the Luo family was the strongest of Tianyu. Then you can only blame me." This shout scared Yan Song so much that he trembled. However, Li Jingtian was only slightly surprised, still maintaining his arrogant appearance, not saying a word. Luo Yanchang, seeing this scene, pondered for a moment and once again bowed, earnestly saying, "Old Li, old Yan, first of all, I am very grateful that you two, with such strength, are still willing to join our Luo family. I also know that the Lupro family is a small family, not worthy for great figures like you two to guard, but please believe me, with Steward Zhuo and the two of you, the Lupro family will definitely get better and better. Moreover, our Luo family will definitely not mistreat the two of you. If you still want to leave, Yuncheng will not stop you. I can only say that we don't have the blessing." Luo Yuncheng's words were sincere. Yan Song and Li Jingtian exchanged glances, feeling a little moved in their hearts. But at this time, Zhuo Fan once again roared, "You two old geezers, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You guys despise the Luo family for being weak? Then I guarantee you, as long as this old man is here, in no more than 5 years the Luo family will be on par with the 7 noble houses. In no more than 10 years, the Luo family will completely surpass the 7 families. If you two still want to leave, entering the Luo family is easy. But if you want to leave, you'll have to step over my dead body." As soon as his words fell, Li Jingtian and Yan Song couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The two of them could feel his dense killing intent. If they really angered him, they feared that, just like he said,
Today would be their death day. Thinking this, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They simultaneously knelt down in front of Luo Fencheng. Please, eldest miss. Steward Zhuo, forgive us, we were just joking just now. Please don't take it to heart. Luo Fencheng was shocked to see these two seniors kneeling in front of her, and quickly stepped forward to help them up.
Two elders, please get up, you shouldn't do this. However, the two of them remained kneeling there because in their eyes, the one with the most say here was Zhuo Fan, not her.
If he didn't calm down and didn't allow them to get up, they feared they would be in more danger than good. Luo Fencheng saw this, turned her head to look at Zhuo Fan, and quickly exclaimed, Zhuo Fan! Brother Zhuo Fan! Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes at the two people kneeling on the ground, coldly said, Since the eldest miss has pleaded for you, then let's consider today's matter as over, but there will absolutely be no next time.
Get out. Hearing these words, the two simultaneously let out a sigh of relief, quickly bowed again. Thank you, Steward Zhuo. Thank you, eldest miss. Then they scurried away. Luo Fencheng blankly watched the two great experts flee from here. Her heart went silent. She looked at Zhuo Fan for a long time, and finally laughed. Zhuo Fan, I feel like you've become more and more amazing over the past 2 years, haven't you? I'm almost unable to recognize you anymore. However, aren't you being too strict with them? These past 2 years, Sister Lei and everyone else have put in their all. Zhuo Fan curved his lips up, lightly smiling. I know their achievements over these past 2 years. I'm very satisfied with them. It's clear that they put in a lot of effort, surpassing my imagination. Luo Fencheng looked at him a little confused. But why did you just now? Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, deeply saying, Haha, to manage subordinates, one must be both soft and firm. I'm sure you only show them softness on a daily basis. So when I come back, I have to show sternness, otherwise how will they know who the master of the Luo family is? Luo Fencheng pondered for a moment, hesitantly saying, But Sister Lei and everyone else are our loved ones. We've lived and died together in times of danger. Do we need to treat them like this? Zhuo Fan curled his lips into a smile, his eyes revealing ruthlessness. People change. If you want your status and power to remain unchangeable, you must always be wary of everyone around you. Who knows, the young miss you trust the most today might become your greatest enemy tomorrow, just like the 7 noble families, who were originally founding meritorious officials, but now they've all become hidden dangers to the royal family. Hearing this, Luo Yunchang's face suddenly changed, and she muttered softly, Zhuo Fan must be really scared. Could it be that one day you will also become our enemy?
Zhuo Fan didn't pay attention to her attitude, declined to comment, and shook his head. Who knows? If that's the case, I'd rather die in your hands than have to face you. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuo Fan's heart suddenly leaped. He glanced at her, took a deep breath, and said, Who can predict what will happen in the future? For a moment the two of them didn't say anything more, and the main hall fell into silence. At this moment, Luo Yunhai, with a sorrowful face, suddenly appeared next to Luo Yunchang and begged, Sister, let's talk about the future later. The important thing is that I'm about to be tortured to death by Big Brother Zhuo, with only half an hour of rest a day, which is practically abuse. Slightly stunned, Luo Yunchang finally remembered her younger brother, who had been a bit tragic since that conference, and looked at Zhuo Fan with a smile, saying,
Butler Zhuo, is it really necessary to cultivate for 10 hours a day?
Before she could finish speaking, Zhuo Fan waved his hand to interrupt. Young miss, no need to say any more. I just want what's best for this kid. The more sweat he pours now, the less blood he'll shed later. If you don't want the young master to follow in his father's footsteps, then... Her eyes couldn't help but focus, and Luo Yunchang couldn't help but shout, Yunhai will cultivate and rest according to the hours that Butler Zhuo has set, and no further objections are allowed. Luo Yunhai completely despaired. No one could save him from the training anymore. Zhuo Fan glanced at him and couldn't help but burst out laughing, shaking his head helplessly. At the same time, 4 burly figures appeared outside Blackwind Mountain. One person wore a sword, his cloak fluttering behind him. One person held a fan, his eyes calm and his temperament steady. The third person had eyes like copper bells and fiery red hair that flowed in the wind. The last person was tall and had the most well-defined muscles of the four. They stood at the foot of the mountain, facing the four great formations around them, revealing expressions of astonishment. The sword-wearing man looked at the four and said, "No wonder Father told us to travel thousands of miles and rush here to assist. It turns out there's a hidden expert here. What do you guys think of this formation?" The second person suddenly folded the fan in his hand, pondered for a moment, and said calmly, "This formation is profound and difficult to understand immediately, but if there's someone in the formation controlling it, and their cultivation is above the heavenly profound realm, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for the four of us to break it, even if we combined our strength."
The red-haired man couldn't help but shout loudly, "Damn it! If that's the case, then what the hell are we doing here? Rushing thousands of miles to provide support. Doesn't this place already have a great formation protecting it?" Seeing him angry, the sword-wearing man waved his hand and glanced at him, frowning. "Third brother, a military order is like a mountain. If the marshal told us to come here to assist, we must arrive on time, no matter if this place is a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. Have you forgotten? The last time you missed something because you were drinking, the marshal personally gave you a beating?" Hearing this, the red-haired man immediately shut his mouth and said nothing more. The sword-wearing man nodded in satisfaction, then cupped his fist towards Blackwind Mountain and shouted, "The four generals under the command of the lone old marshal of Tianyu pay respects to the master of the Lukeo family of Blackwind Mountain." Inside Blackwind Mountain, Zhuo Fan listened to the sound that came, and couldn't help being surprised. They are the second of the four pillars, subordinates of the god of war, Duji Zantian. Why are they here? Could it be that the royal family wants to get involved in this matter? I don't know what the truth is. Zhuo Fan could only instruct Luo Yunchang, "Young miss, you take this kid to cultivate first, I'll go out and see." Hearing his words, Luo Yunchang nodded and said, "Okay." After saying that, she took Luo Yunhai away. However, before leaving, the little kid still tried his best to say to Zhuo Fan with a sorrowful face, "Big brother Zhuo, my happiness for the rest of my life is ruined in your hands." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan chuckled. This little kid hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Where did he get this nonsense about happiness for the rest of his life? Outside Blackwind Mountain, a sudden tremor flashed past, and the poisonous gas in the Poison Dragon formation slowly dissipated. Zhuo Fan stepped out and walked towards the four people, saying, "I am the Luo family's head butler, Zhuo Fan. May I ask who these four are?" Seeing someone come out, the sword-wearing man cupped his fist and introduced himself. "The four of us are the four generals under the command of the lone old marshal, and we came to assist upon learning that the Luo family is in trouble. I am Du Ji Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, the man holding the fan also cupped his fist and said, "I am Du Ji Lin." The red-haired man said in a deep voice, "I am Du Ji Huao." Finally, the tall man bowed and said calmly, "Du Ji Shan." Hearing them introduce themselves one by one, Zhuo Fan muttered in surprise, "Feng, Lin, Huao, Shan, the four tigers of Tianyu." He had long heard that the second of the four pillars, Duji Zantian, had four valiant and skilled adopted sons with extraordinary strength. The four of them had successively made many meritorious deeds and were called the Four Tigers of Tianyu. The eldest, Duji Feng, was good at surprise attacks and was known as the Swift Wind Tiger. The second, Duji Lin, was as steady as a forest, knew military tactics by heart, and used stillness to control movement, known as the Crouching Forest Tiger. The third, Duji Huo, invaded like fire, had a fiery temper, and was invincible in bravery, known as the Blazing Flame Tiger. The fourth, Duji Shan, was as immovable as a mountain, guarded the gate alone, and 10,000 people could hardly open it. He was best at defense, and was known as the Mountain-Quelling Tiger. When the four joined forces on the battlefield to kill enemies, wherever they went, there was an advantage. They stayed by Duji Zantian's side all year round, never leaving. If they had arrived, then Duji Zantian must also be present at Blackwind Mountain. Seeing him pondering and observing, as if knowing what he wanted, Duji Lin said calmly,
Butler Zhuo doesn't need to look around anymore. There are only 4 of us here. We were ordered to travel thousands of miles to assist this place. The old marshal is leading the troops and will arrive a little later." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan chuckled. "Oh, that also means that the old marshal Du Jiyu will also arrive in a few days." "Haha, got it. I'll inform the young miss and young master about this. You guys can go back now." After speaking, he turned around and left, leaving the 4 of them dumbfounded. They had come from afar to assist, but they weren't even allowed to enter the door. What kind of logic was that? Du Jiyu Huo, with his fiery temper, saw him turn around and hurriedly shouted, "This butler Zhuo is really unreasonable. We traveled thousands of miles to assist them, and they didn't even thank us, and they didn't even let us in. Is this how guests are treated in the world?" Zhuo Fan stopped, but didn't turn around, and said coldly, "Guests? Just because you say you're here to assist means you're here to assist. What if you're colluding with them? We just fought a battle a few days ago and suffered heavy casualties. If you take the opportunity to sneak in, wouldn't that become a disaster for our Lu Mao family?" Hearing these words, Du Jiyu Lin, who was intelligent and calm, suddenly understood. It wasn't that this person looked down on them, but was just being careful. "Listen, the Luo family is being targeted by the 7 families right now. If they're not careful, they'll definitely face annihilation." Seeing him doubting their leader, Du Jiyu Shan cupped his fist and frowned, saying, "We are generals under the command of Old Marshal Du Jiyu. Old Marshal Du Jiyu has always been upright and honorable. The Du Jiyu army's commands are like mountains, and we never associate with evildoers. Could it be that you don't even trust Old Marshal Du Gu's character?" Hearing these words, Zhuo Yifan suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted, "Old Marshal Du Jiyu is the pillar of Tianyu, protecting our family. Everyone in the Luo family, from top to bottom, respects him, especially the young miss and young master. They have to bathe and burn incense to pray every day, hoping that the old marshal is healthy and protects our Tianyu." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them were immediately moved. So it turned out that the Luo family also respected Du Jiyu Xiantian so much. Their journey of thousands of miles to come and help was not in vain. However, very quickly, Zhuo Fan changed his expression and said, changing his tone, "But how do I know if you are the 4 heavenly tigers under the command of the old marshal?" After all, there have been too many fakes in recent years. Du Jiyu Feng immediately took out a token and presented it to Zhuo Fan. "This is the general's token of our Du Jiyu army. Please take a look, Zhuo Butler." But Zhuo Fan didn't even glance at it and curled his lips, saying, "Didn't I just say? There are too many fakes these days?" Du Jiyu Huo looked at his attitude and finally couldn't bear it anymore, and spoke up to scold, "Hey, kid surnamed Zhuo, you don't know what's good for you. We, the 4 heavenly tigers of Tianyu, have roamed Tianyu for many years, and have never been looked down upon as fakes. You don't recognize us, which only proves that you're backward and have shallow knowledge. You won't let us in, huh? Believe it or not. I'll barge my way in and see if your little defenses can stop me." Zhuo Fan hurriedly took a few steps back, pretending to be surprised. "Look, you've revealed your true colors, haven't you? Old Marshal Du Jiyu governs the army strictly and loves the people. How could he have subordinates who barge into people's homes? Isn't that the same as thugs?" Du Jiyu Huo glared at him, gnashing his teeth. Du Jiyu Feng, couldn't stand his 3rd brother's hot temper, and impatiently shouted, "Old third, haven't you made enough trouble? Do you really want to give our Du Jiyu army a bad name for barging into people's homes?" After saying that, he turned to Zhuo Fan, cupped his fist, and said, "I'm sorry, my 3rd brother is used to being reckless. Please don't mind, Zhuo Butler, but how can you believe us?" Not accepting the apology, Zhuo Fan snorted coldly, "HMPH, I almost believed you, but luckily I didn't let you in. Looking at your arrogant and domineering attitude right now, relying on your strength to bully the weak, how are you like generals of Old Marshal Du Jiyu? Didn't you say just now that Old Marshal Du Jiyu is coming soon? Then wait for the Old Marshal to come and vouch for you." After saying that, he blinked and disappeared. The 4 of them stared blankly as he left, not knowing what to do. Du Jiyu Huo helplessly shook his head, looking at Du Jiyu Feng and saying, "Big brother, what should we do now?" Du Jiyu Feng chuckled. "What else can we do? Let's go to Fenglin Inn in Fenglin City and rest.
But what about reporting the situation to old Marshal about the Luo family? Du Giyu Huo asked. We can't even get into their house. How can we report? Du Giyu Feng glanced at Du Giyu Huo lightly and said indifferently, report the truth. This Lufio family is not simple. In such a remote place, there's a family that can set up 4 rank 5 formations. We have to let the marshal come out in person. On the other side, Zhuo Fan returned to the council chamber and summoned all the servants to make changes to the Lucom family's base. He deliberately let the 4 of them return so that he would have enough time to prepare for his future purpose. 3 days later, Zhuo Fan was watching Luo Yunhai read a book on the side when he suddenly sensed a tremor. He immediately used his divine sense to observe, and suddenly his eyes contracted, exclaiming, "What a grand aura! No wonder he's the god of war of Tianyu." After saying that, he turned to everyone and said, "Everyone prepare. Whether the Luko family can be peaceful for a few more years depends on this time." Everyone accepted the order and replied clearly in unison, then ran around. Zhuo Fan looked at them with satisfaction, then turned his eyes to Luo Yunhai and said, "Little brat, you're going to have to suffer a bit next. You must act the part." Luo Yunhai opened his mouth and muttered, "Big brother Zhuo, do we really have to do this? You tell me, haha." He finished speaking and left with a sinister smile. Outside Fenglin City, the 4 heavenly tigers of Tianyu had been waiting there for a long time, welcoming Dunjiyu Zhantian. Before long, they finally saw the magnificent army approaching from afar, and the one riding the horse in the lead was the second of the 4 pillars of Tianyu, Dunjiyu Zhantian. This man's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the divine illumination realm. He wasn't weak in Tianyu, but he wasn't the strongest either. However, relying on the Dunjiyu army, even the 7 families wouldn't dare to provoke him. As soon as they saw the army approaching, the 4 of them immediately knelt down and shouted, "The 4 humble generals welcome, Marshal." Dunjiyu Zhantian nodded slightly and said indifferently, "What's the situation? Is the Luo family still safe?" Dunjiyu Feng cupped his fist and reported solemnly, "Reporting to the Marshal, the Luo family is doing well." Hearing these words, Dunjiyu Zhantian nodded with satisfaction and breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. We finally made it in time, not failing the Emperor's grace. Has anyone been causing trouble for the Luo family recently?" Dunjiyu Feng pondered for a moment and muttered, "Oh, before we arrived, the Luo family seemed to have been attacked." Hearing these words, Dunjiyu Zhantian frowned and glared. "What? How are they now? How many casualties? What's the origin of those people? Have they been caught? Is the person in charge of the Luo family all right?" Dunjiyu Zhantian asked anxiously, bombarding them with questions that they didn't know how to answer, their faces full of pain. After a long silence, Dunjiyu Feng finally had to stubbornly mutter, "Marshal, we don't know any of these things." As soon as he finished speaking, Dunjiyu Zhantian frowned involuntarily and shouted angrily, "You don't even know these things. What were you doing these past few days, Fengir? This isn't like your usual style at all. You must have screwed up after drinking. Guards, enforce military law." Hearing that his adoptive father wanted to use military law, Dunjiyu Feng was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Marshal, please calm down. Listen to our explanation." Then, he explained the whole story from beginning to end. After he finished speaking, Dunjiyu Zhantian was stunned. 4 rank 5 formations in this remote place. After saying that, he used his divine sense to observe the Black Wind Mountain. As expected, just as they said, as soon as his divine sense encountered the formation, it was blocked. Withdrawing his divine sense, he couldn't help but be shocked and amazed. "No wonder His Majesty hastily summoned me back. There really is a hidden expert here. If this place is protected by a rank 5 formation, it's reasonable that you couldn't get in. I don't blame you." The stubborn and unconvinced old third, Dunjiyu Huo, shouted, "Marshal, who said we couldn't get in? If it weren't for Big Brother stopping me, I would have broken his dog formation long ago and barged in." As soon as he finished speaking, Dunjiyu Zhantian changed his expression, his eyes darkened, and he shouted, "Bastard! Does my military discipline allow unauthorized entry into people's homes? If you really dared to barge in and ruin my military rules, I would behead you." Seeing the person in front of him angry, Dunjiyu Hutuo's fierce aura was suppressed, and he retreated in fear, laughing awkwardly. "Oh, Marshal, I was just saying, don't take it seriously." The three of them, the eldest brother, secretly laughed when they saw this scene. Serves him right, with his hot temper. After a while, Du Jiu Feng suddenly looked at Du Jiu Zhantian and said seriously, "Marshal, that Luo family butler said that we could only enter when you arrived. It seems that he has another intention, as if he intends to invite you in." Hearing these words, Du Jiu Zhantian frowned and laughed loudly. "Oh, haha, I only came with the Phoenix Decree. I didn't intend to come to that Luo family, but if there is a hidden expert here, I also want to get acquainted with him." After saying that, he immediately jumped off his horse, turned to the army behind him, and ordered, "Order my command. The army must not enter the city and disturb the people. Set up camp 2 miles southeast." The entire army heard the order and bowed their heads, shouting loudly in unison. Du Jiu Huo hurriedly went to his side to remind him, "Marshal, that butler is very petty. He might ask you a lot of questions later and speak disrespectfully. You must not be angry." Du Jiu Zhantian laughed loudly and snorted coldly. "HMPH, do you think I have as hot a temper as you?" Du Guohuo pouted, grumbling inwardly. "You're always like this." But he didn't dare say it out loud. He was genuinely afraid of military discipline. Thinking this, he followed everyone, while Du Gulin nonchalantly waved his fan and said, "Third brother, I think that steward isn't being cautious, but there's something else going on. His goal is to meet the marshal. But what's the reason? We'll find out soon enough." Du Guozhantian, upon hearing his second brother's words, nodded in agreement and chuckled. "Out of the 4 of you, Linier is the most calm and sees things most clearly. He's right. This Luo family wanting to meet this old man must have an ulterior motive. This old man will go see what kind of trickery they're up to, haha." With that, he let out a hearty laugh and strode towards Blackwind Mountain. Soon enough, the 4 of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. Standing before the 4 major 5 elements formation, Du Guozhantian looked up to the sky and boomed, "Heavenly Marshal Du Guozhantian pays respects to the Luo family's master." A tremor went through the air, and the poisonous fumes of the poison dragon formation gradually dissipated. Zhuo Yifan's figure appeared before them, but his attitude this time was different from before. There was a hint of respect on his face. Before even reaching Du Giu, Zhuo Yifan bowed from afar. "Luo family's great steward Zhuo Yifan pays respects to old Marshal Du Giu and the 4 generals." Du Guozhantian looked at the person before him, a slight smirk playing on his lips, and said with a hint of mockery, "Oh, so you're the Luo family's steward. I heard you're very cautious. Even when my 4 lieutenant generals showed you their command tokens, you didn't believe them? This time, as soon as you see this old man, you're sure I'm the real deal? Aren't you afraid that I'm a fake too?" Seeing that the old marshal had finally come in person, Zhuo Yifan grinned smugly. Now that everything was going according to his plan, it was time for the show to begin. Thinking this, Zhuo Yifan hid his smugness, ignored his taunts, and pretended to be naive. "Old Marshal Du Jiu, a war god alive. Who in the world would dare to impersonate you? Even if they could imitate your appearance, they couldn't fake your invincible aura. And even if they could fake that aura, they could never fake your lifetime of battles. That man's battlefield aura of slaughter, a true man, a real hero, with a blade that knows no lies. Who else in the world could it be? This humble one could feel your imposing presence from afar, making my blood boil. Only the old marshal, only you can bestow such abundant power upon me. My admiration for you is like the Yangtze River, ceaselessly flowing, like a breached dam, unstoppable." Before Zhuo Yifan could finish, Du Guozhantian, feeling quite pleased with such shameless flattery, impatiently waved his hand. All right, this old man gets it. This remote place actually has a hidden talent. Even a steward has such skills. I'm impressed, truly impressed by you, steward brother. Can this old man finally pay respects to the Luo family's master now?" A slight smile tugged at Zhuo Yifan's lips as he bowed. "We've been waiting." Du Guozhantian casually flicked his sleeves and strode straight ahead. The 4 Du Jiu brothers followed closely behind. Du Guoshuo passed by Zhuo Yifan, raising his head arrogantly and saying, "HMPH, now you know we're the real deal, right?" Zhuo Yifan chuckled. "Of course.
I was blind before. Please forgive me, Duguin, upon hearing these words, gave him a deep look, and shook his head with a smile. He must be mistaken. How could all of this come from the hands of such a man? If it's true, then Heavenly Marshal has another Zhuge Chengfeng.
But he couldn't have imagined that the person before him would be just like Zhuge Chengfeng in the future, full of schemes.
But he will definitely be more difficult to deal with than the Heavenly Marshal Prime Minister, because this person always knows what he wants and will get it by any means necessary. A smart person is scary, but a smart person who is desperate is even scarier. Zhuo Yifan was one of those people, but that would be a story for later. Passing through the Poison Dragon Formation, with Zhuo Yifan leading the way, the five quickly entered Blackwind Mountain.
Zhuo Yifan pointed, "Old Marshal, please!"
What stood before them wasn't a grand and magnificent mansion gate. Instead, it was a crude, simple gate, like one you'd find in a military camp. At the same time, the sounds of shouting and training reached their ears, surprising them. They were a little confused about what the Luo family was doing. Zhuo Yifan saw their confusion and grinned slightly. "Ha, Old Marshal, no need to be surprised. The Luo family was attacked by villains before, so now everyone in the Luo family is on high alert, especially the guards, who are training day and night. Old Marshal is Heavenly Marshal's war god. Would you be interested in giving a few pointers to my Luo family's wolves?"
If so, the entire Luo family would be extremely grateful. Following Zhuo Yifan through the gate, the five of them entered the Luo family's estate. But to their surprise, the Luo family had no buildings at all inside.
It was all military tents, like an army camp. That's right, in just 3 short days, Zhuo Yifan had turned all the rooms of the Luo family into military tents, precisely to bring a sense of familiarity to the old Marshal Du Guiyus. Soon, everyone arrived at the training grounds. Here, Commander Pang was training the guards like soldiers. There were even children among them, but they all had murderous expressions, and their moves were full of power.
Duguo Zantian had spent years campaigning.
He'd spent more time in military camps than cooped up in rooms, so he naturally felt more comfortable in this environment.
It wasn't a waste that he tore down the Lu Bao family's houses and changed them into this, just to give the old man a sense of familiarity.
Catering to someone's tastes is also a subtle way of flattering them.
Duguo Zantian looked at the scene before him in disbelief.
He had led troops for over 10 years, and while he prided himself on his methods of managing an army, he had no way of turning a group of new recruits into such hardened soldiers in such a short amount of time. That a child under the age of 10 could develop such a hardened expression was truly unexpected in this poor Luko family.
At this moment, Zhuo Yifan suddenly lowered himself and deliberately sighed. "Our Luo family is a third-rate family. We just suffered a disaster, and all that's left are these remnant soldiers and defeated generals training here. It's truly laughable."
Duguo Zantian glanced at him and said calmly, "Spare me the act. These kids might be low in cultivation, but their focused expressions are definitely those of elite troops among elite troops. If they're considered remnants playing weak, then wouldn't your initial guard regiment all be monster legions? Then why would we need this old man to support you?"
Zhuo Yifan understood the meaning behind his words and silently chuckled. It seemed this person was quite practical, disliking empty formalities. No wonder he could become Heavenly Marshal's war god. He was indeed an upright person. Thinking this, he turned to Duguo Zantian and said, "Then, Old Marshal, please give our Luo family's wolves some pointers." Duguo Zantian lightly waved his hand and laughed loudly. "No need. In front of you, Luo family, even this old man wouldn't dare show off. Steward Zhuo, right now, this old man just wants to meet the Luo family's master. Just what kind of person is it that can arrange the 4 major 5 elements formation around them, and not only that, but also train these young people into elites? This old man truly wants to pay his respects in person."
As soon as he said this, the 4 people behind him were immediately shocked. Just what kind of holy figure was behind the Lu Gao family to have such great ability, able to make Heavenly Marshal's war god lower himself to say he wanted to pay respects, feeling ashamed of his own inferiority? But this small group of guards was truly stronger than their elite troops. No wonder the old Marshal was like this. A light flashed in Zhuo Yifan's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He nodded and said with a smile, "Ha! If the old Marshal is in such a hurry,
please follow me. I imagine our family head is also eager." With that, Zhuo Yifan continued to lead the way towards the depths of the estate. The group of Du Guozhantian followed closely behind. But what they didn't realize was that throughout this entire process, they were being led by the nose. After a while, they suddenly heard a shout. Soldiering is a major national affair, a matter of life and death, a path to survival or destruction. One must investigate it. Therefore, pass through taking the 5 affairs, and measure them by means of calculations, thereby to find its condition. 1 is called Tao, 2 is called Tian, 3 is called Digay. Du Guozhantian stopped slightly and muttered, "This is the art of war, a passage from a history book. Who is reading the military texts?" At this moment, Zhuo Yifan suddenly slapped his head, as if remembering something, and turned to walk towards another place, saying, "Oh, almost forgot. I forgot that the young master has been standing in a horse stance for 10 hours. It's time for him to rest." Left behind by him, Du Guozhantian pondered for a while and also lifted his feet to follow. Soon enough, they arrived at a room in the courtyard. What caught their eye was a young boy balancing a bowl on his head, arms raised straight up, 2 more bowls on his knees, and muttering non-stop. To top it off, there was a dagger under his butt. One wrong move and stab. Du Guozhantian was stunned. "Steward Zhuo, what's going on here?" he asked, puzzled. Zhuo Fan chuckled and casually said, "This is our Luo clan's young master, Luo Yunhai." Luo Yunhai. Our entire Luo clan respects the god of war, Old Marshal Du Jiyu. That's why everyone in the family is all about that military lifestyle. Especially the young master. He's got to train hard and study military strategy so he can join the old marshal's ranks someday. Du Guozhantian was a bit confused. If the Luo family head is so good at training soldiers, why bother sending the kid to me? The whole family's acting kinda sus. I don't get what they're playing at. Then, Zhuo Yifan probed. "Old Marshal, if our young master wants to join your ranks, will you take him?" Well, of course, any young man willing to fight for the country on the battle. But before he could finish, Zhuo Fan shouted, "Great! That's fantastic." He rushed over to Luo Yunhai, yanked him up, and said, "Young master, what are you doing there? Old Marshal Dugun's accepted you. Go pour him some tea." Luo Yunhai nodded, happily agreeing and scurrying off. Finally, he didn't have to train anymore. He was so exhausted. Du Guozhantian was dazed, not understanding what was happening. He'd just said that out of politeness. Steward Zhuo. About before he could explain, Zhuo Fan cut him off. "Old Marshal Du Jiyu, no need to say anything. If my master knew you liked our young master, he'd be grateful for life. You have no idea how much my master wants this." With that, he smirked, unseen. They were falling right into his trap. Just then, Luo Yuncheng appeared from behind, acting all dramatic. Zhuo Fan knew she was putting on a show, but she was going way overboard. He hoped Du Guozhantian wouldn't notice, or they'd be screwed. Looking at the young lady, Du Guozhantian asked gently, "Steward Zhuo, and this is..." Snapping out of it, Zhuo Fan chuckled. "Oh, I haven't introduced her yet. This is our eldest miss, Luo Yuncheng." Hearing that, Luo Yuncheng's eyes lit up, almost jumping for joy. Not a trace of her usual demureness, Zhuo Yifan's lips twitched, and he muttered quietly in her ear, "You're overdoing it." Luo Yuncheng paused, composed herself, and nodded and smiled at Du Guozhantian and his crew. Seeing her smile, Du Guozhantian also smiled kindly. But his 4 adopted sons were totally mesmerized by her. They were completely captivated by her smile. Zhuo Fan saw it all. They'd been soldiers for 3 years. They'd think a sow was a beauty, he thought. Then he narrowed his eyes and turned back to Du Guozhantian. "Old Marshal Du Jiyu, it's such a joyous occasion for the Lu Qinghou family that you've taken in our young master. Why not make it even more joyous and arrange a marriage?" Everyone was stunned and looked at Luo Yuncheng. Du Jiufeng and the other 3 had slightly embarrassed blushes on their faces. For these tough guys to show such a reaction was a bit awkward. Du Guozhantian pondered for a moment, then hesitated. "I'm just not sure what the family head thinks." Luo Yuncheng cut him off. "Don't worry, my father will definitely agree. This is what he's been hoping for years." Du Guozhantian glanced at the 4 behind him, thinking that they'd followed him into battle for over 10 years and should have settled down by now. After a long silence, Du Guozhantian nodded and smiled. "If the Luo family head is willing, then of course I'm willing too." Hearing that,
Luo Yunhai rushed forward, knelt before Duji Yu Zhantian, offered him tea, and said with a smile, "Please, have some tea."
Duji Yu Zhantian took the tea from Luo Yunhai and happily took a sip.
But then, Yunhai suddenly knelt and shouted, "Son Luo Yunhai pays respects to his adoptive father." With that, Duji Yu Zhantian choked, spitting out the tea he hadn't swallowed yet. He staggered, eyes wide. What did you just say?" At the same time, Duji Yu Feng and the others were stunned. Hadn't their adoptive father just taken the kid as a recruit? How had he become an adoptive son now? Luo Yunhai looked confused. "Is it wrong for me to call you adoptive father?" Zhuo Fan smirked to himself and casually said, "That's right. Didn't the old marshal just agree to a marriage? Surely the great Tianyu marshal isn't going back on his word over such a small matter?"
Duji Yu Zhantian's eyes widened.
It took him a long time to react. Right. Steward Zhuo only said marriage, but didn't specify what kind. Luo Yunhai becoming his adoptive son was a type of marriage. He just assumed it meant marriage with Luo Yuncheng, since she was there. Now he calmly observed Luo Yunhai. He'd already performed the tea ceremony from the start. He just hadn't paid attention. He sighed and rubbed his forehead, giving Zhuo Fan a bitter smile. "Steward Zhuo, so this is what you meant by marriage." Of course. What else did the old marshal think, I thought. But seeing Luo Yuncheng's confused expression, Duji Yu Zhantian didn't know how to continue.
He turned to his 4 adopted sons and finally sighed, "I thought so too." Hearing this, Duji Yu Feng and the others were immediately disappointed. They'd thought this trip would bring them beautiful wives. What a pity. Zhuo Fan laughed gleefully. "Ha ha, great! Young master, quickly kowtow 3 times to your adoptive father." Luo Yunhai was overjoyed, shouted, and kowtowed 3 times before Duji Yu Zhantian. Duji Yu Zhantian looked at his adopted son, reluctantly accepting it, a bit bitter. He'd thought he'd get a daughter-in-law, but instead, he'd gained an adopted son. But there was nothing he could do. He was the honorable god of war of Tianyu. He couldn't break his word. Besides, the kid wasn't bad. The Lugao family admired soldiers so much, maybe he'd become another tiger under his command in the future. He turned to Luo Yunhai, his face serious. "Yunhai, if you're going to become my adopted son, you must follow the Duji Yu family rules. I've always kept personal and official matters separate. Once you join the Duji Yu army, you can only call me marshal, not adoptive father. If you violate any military rules, I will punish you according to military law, with no exceptions. You can ask these 4. Luo Yunhai cupped his hands and excitedly replied, "Understood, adoptive father. I mean, marshal." Duji Yu Zhantian nodded, pleased that he was obedient. "Also, even though you're my adopted son, you can't use my name to cause trouble. If you're caught, you'll be executed without mercy." Luo Yunhai readily agreed with a smile. "Understood, marshal." Zhuo Fan watched his plan succeed perfectly. He chuckled and looked at Duji Yu Zhantian. "Congratulations, old marshal, on gaining another smart and clever adopted son. I believe the marshal won't be disappointed by our young master." Then he turned to Duji Yu Feng and the others who were sulking. "Congratulations, 4 generals, on gaining another brother. From now on, please take care of my young master." Hearing this, the 4 of the Dugu Feng brothers were seething with anger. They wanted a bride, not another brother. Damn it, they already have enough brothers. Why would they need more? Seeing their unwilling expressions, Zhuo Fan smirked evilly. He didn't expect Luo Yuncheng's charm to be so great that a single smile could hook 4 guys. Thinking this, he secretly gave Luo Yuncheng a thumbs up of praise. Seeing, she burst into laughter. Suddenly, at this moment, Dugu Zhantian looked toward Zhuo Fan and said, "Steward Zhuo, this old man has already accepted Yunhai as my adopted son. Shouldn't I meet the head of the Luko family?" Hearing these words, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but tremble and sighed softly, saying, "That's right. I've also wanted to meet the old marshal for a long time now. Follow me," finishing his words. He turned around and walked in another direction. At the same time, the two Luo Yuncheng siblings also showed expressions of grief, making Dugu Zantian feel somewhat puzzled. Following closely behind Zhuo Fan, the group quickly arrived at a small room. Zhuo Fan lifted the curtain and walked inside, gesturing for the old marshal to enter. As soon as Dugu Zantian stepped inside, he was stunned in shock. What met his eyes was a memorial tablet on a high table. Engraved on it was the name of the Luo family head. Seeing this scene, the group of Dugu Zantian was immediately shocked. Standing before the memorial tablet, letting out a sigh, Zhuo Fan softly said, "Family head, old Marshal Dugu, the person who has admired and worshipped you his whole life has come to visit. You must be very happy, right?" Hearing these words, the Lu Pao siblings' eyes turned red, filled with endless grief. Seeing this scene, Dugu Zantian couldn't help but feel a bit apologetic. He didn't expect the Battle of Fenglin City to be so brutal that even the family head had died in battle. Helplessly sighing, he thought to himself he was still one step too late. Dugu Zantian was immersed in sorrow, not noticing that, at this moment, Zhuo Fan had revealed a secretive smile. At this moment, Dugu Zantian headed towards the spirit tablet to light incense, then looked towards Zhuo Fan and asked, "Steward Zhuo, I don't know if the 4 great 5th grade formations outside the mountain came from the hands of the Luo family head."
Zhuo Fan nodded arrogantly, saying, "That is, of course, although our family head only had a bone-forging realm cultivation, he was proficient in everything from astronomy and geography to formations and alchemy. The 4 5th grade formations back then were arranged by our family head when he was still alive." Dugu Zantian was shocked in his heart and couldn't help but praise. "So that's how it is. The Luo family head is truly a remarkable talent. No wonder. His Majesty told this old man to travel thousands of miles to come and support you." Even those who have reached the divine illumination realm may not be able to fully comprehend a 5th grade formation, but the Luo family head, only being in the bone-forging realm, was able to continuously arrange 4 great 5th grade formations, truly a rare talent. But, unfortunately, a bone-forging realm cultivation is too low. Even if he were to control the formation to fight against enemies, he would be powerless against enemies that are too strong. Thinking this, he sighed again and said, "It's a pity, truly a pity. If the Luo family head were still alive, this old man would truly want to invite him into the army to be a military advisor." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuo Fan suddenly felt fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't admit that he was the one who arranged the formations. Otherwise, he would definitely be captured by this guy to become a soldier. Truly too dangerous. After a long while, Dugu Zantian suddenly spoke up. "That's right. Which group of people attacked the Luo family so brutally that even the family head died in battle?" Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan was secretly shocked. This guy actually came here to provide support, but doesn't know who the opponent is. This is truly too good. This way it will be easier to deceive him. Thinking this, he pretended to be grieved and said, "Old Marshal, you wouldn't know. These villains were truly too brutal, and their strength was terrifying. Our Black Wind Mountain originally had 10,000 family retainers. Now they have been killed, until there aren't even 10,000 left." The 2 Luo siblings couldn't help but be stunned. When did their Luo family have 10,000 family retainers? They were just a declining family. Where would they get so many people? Dugu Zantian erupted in anger, saying, "In my Tianyu, there are actually such inhuman villains. This old man will return to the court this time to eliminate them first, returning peace to Tianyu." Seeing him indignant and angry on behalf of the Luo family, Luo Yuncheng took the opportunity to bow her head and beg, "Please, old Marshal, make the decision for this little girl." Even Luo Yunhai hurriedly spoke up. "Please, adopted father, no, Marshal, make the decision for our Luo family." Dugu Zantian flicked his sleeves and shouted loudly, "Rest assured, this old man cannot tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. I will definitely demand justice for you." Dugu Feng seized the opportunity to walk to the Luo sibling's side, draped his arm over Luo Yuncheng's shoulder, and stared at her, saying, "Rest assured, don't say that Yunhai is now our adopted brother. Even if he wasn't related to us, the 4 wolves would absolutely not let these kind of villains go. I will take care of the eldest young miss." Seeing Dugu Feng's actions, the other 3 were impressed. The eldest brother is indeed the eldest brother. He made his move really fast. However, At this moment, Zhuo Fan suddenly stepped forward to take over Du Feng's outstretched hand, grabbing his hand, and said, extremely moved,
"With the support of the 4 generals, all of us in the Luo family are endlessly grateful." Du Feng sullenly retracted his hand, forcing a smile, saying, "Ha ha, it's what we should do, it's what we should do."
Although he was smiling, he was secretly angry in his heart. He wanted to hold Luo Yunchang's soft hand, but this steward interrupted him, truly annoying. Du Zantian, who was standing beside, took everything into his eyes, and couldn't help but think in his heart, not to mention that it was for the peace of Tianyu, but even more so, that these 4 adopted sons could pursue this young lady. As an adopted father, he would definitely seek justice for the Luo family. Thinking this, he emitted a majestic aura, and angrily grunted, "Steward, who are those people exactly, and where are they? This old man will lead the troops to wipe them out."
Zhuo Fan immediately cupped his fists in praise.
"Marshal Dugu is indeed a war god. His aura is extraordinary, to be honest. One of those villains is the Underworld Valley. I believe that the old marshal will surely be victorious wherever he goes, flattening that broken place and returning peace to Tianyu."
Before he could finish speaking, at that moment, Du Zantian was stunned in surprise upon hearing the name of Underworld Valley, and interrupted him, saying, Wait a minute, who did you say they were?" Zhuo Fan slightly raised his head, and smiled faintly, saying, "Underworld Valley, what's wrong? Old Marshal having difficulties?" Du Zantian was truly in a difficult position. The 7 noble families under the Emperor are existences that cannot be easily touched. No wonder His Majesty sent him to provide support. Other than the 4 pillars, no one in Tianyu can stop the might of the 7 noble families. Du Zantian was secretly sweating cold sweat. His Majesty didn't tell him beforehand. Now it's good, the words have already been spoken and cannot be retracted. Who told this old man to brag so loudly? On the side, the 2 Luo Yunchang siblings were sharing the same expectant expressions as they looked at Du Zantian. Zhuo Fan looked at him, pondering, and narrowed his eyes as he spoke. "Old Marshal, I don't know when you will send out the troops. We can follow beside the army to help you."
Du Lin beside him seemed to understand his adopted father's unspeakable feelings, and spoke up to help him out of the predicament. "Steward Zhuo, are you sure that it is the Underworld Valley? What evidence do you have? After all, this is a big matter. It wouldn't be good to attack the 7 noble families without evidence. It would cause the world to laugh." Du Zantian grabbed the ladder to climb down, and looked intently towards the 3 of Zhuo Fan, saying, "That's right. This old man also thinks so. Do you have any evidence?" "Want evidence? The elders that we provided were all chased and killed? Where could Zhuo Fan get any evidence?" After pondering for a while, Zhuo Fan calmly said, "They ran too fast, not leaving any evidence." As soon as his words were spoken, Du Zantian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's too good, he wouldn't have to be in a difficult position. He looked towards the 3 of them, and said with a smile, "If there is no evidence, then this old man also." But before he could finish speaking, Zhuo Fan immediately changed his words. "But although those people ran fast, the Sun family and the father and son of Elder Luo family, Tai Rongyuan, were their internal collaborators and were captured by us that should be considered witnesses." Du Zantian was slightly startled, muttering to himself,
This. In the end, he had no other choice, and turned his head to look towards Du Lin for help.
Du Lin pondered for a while, and slightly shook his head, saying, "Just an internal collaborator, and a few people who are not related to Underworld Valley at all, are not enough to be used as evidence."
Du Zantian was enlightened upon hearing this, and helplessly sighed, saying, "That's right, too. No, it's not that this old man isn't trying his best. It's really that the evidence is too weak. It's not easy to make a move. Otherwise, this old man would definitely report to the Emperor and ask for permission to send out troops to eliminate this Underworld Valley of the 7 noble families." It wasn't that Du Zantian couldn't confront them, but rather that Tianyu was currently in a state of balance. If he were to face important figures of the 7 noble families without careful consideration, the one in trouble would be the entire Tianyu. Therefore, he was also powerless to do anything about this matter, and couldn't make a promise. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan secretly cursed. This old guy actually wants to push the blame, refusing to fall for his scheme no matter what. He had to think of a way to make him and those bastards confront each other. Even a small clash would be good. Suddenly,
Right at this moment, the gang leader rushed into the room and shouted loudly,
"Steward Zhuo, our scouts have discovered 3 streaks of flowing light in the sky above Fenglin City. We don't know what they are." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was immediately surprised. Dugu Feng looked worriedly towards Dugu Zantian and said, "Adopted father." Dugu Zantian pondered for a while and ordered in a loud voice, "Follow me out to take a look." Very quickly, Dugu Zantian's group arrived in front of Black Wind Mountain. Looking at the 3 jade slips floating in the air, Dugu Zantian was startled and said, "They are transmission jade slips, Fengir. Go retrieve those jade slips and see who sent them." Dugu Feng received the order, cupped his fists, and shouted loudly, "Understood." But before he could fly over, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky. In a flash, a figure snatched the 3 jade slips and flew back. Du Jiu Zantian watched him land. Stunned, he couldn't believe that Zhuo Fan, with only the 5th level of Bone Forging Realm, could fly through the air, and his speed was comparable to a heavenly profound expert. He never expected a young butler to have such skills. "Truly amazing." Zhuo Fan smirked triumphantly, holding the items, and said to Dongjiu Zhantian's group, "Old Marshal Dongjiu, didn't you want evidence? Now you've got it."
He. Dongjiu Zhantian frowned suspiciously, took the slips, and exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." Zhuo Fan grinned evilly. "That's right, these are the orders from the heads of the 3 houses, Yuming Valley, Medicine Refining Hall, and Carefree Forest, to their elders here." Upon hearing this, the 4 Du Jiu Feng brothers cried out in alarm. "What?" Zhuo Fan saw Du Jiu Zhantian's reaction and suppressed a laugh, saying seriously, "Old Marshal Du Jiu, is this evidence enough?"
Du Jiu Zhantian bit his lip, his voice filled with resentment.
"Enough? Is this evidence solid enough?" "Very solid. When will you send troops to attack Yuming Valley?"
Du Jiu Zhantian paused for a moment, then said seriously, "The matter of sending troops requires His Majesty's consent. Rest assured, I will definitely present the evidence to His Majesty and seek justice for the Lupio family." Zhuo Fan nodded, looking delighted. "Also, Old Marshal, do you think it's convenient to deal with the Medicine Refining Hall and Carefree Forest as well? You see, this ironclad evidence involves those 2 houses too." This Lupio family really is never satisfied. Dealing with one Yangming Valley is already a big deal, and he wants to deal with the Medicine Refining Hall and Carefree Forest too. If that's what he wants, might as well just start a great war like 1,000 years ago. Du Jiu Zhantian smiled bitterly, muttering, "I will report to His Majesty, and he will decide." Zhuo Fan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Oh, all right then. But Old Marshal, if you're going to report them to the court, why not add one more name?" Du Jiu Zhantian was startled and asked cautiously, "What? There's more?" Zhuo Fan touched his nose and chuckled. "This one's a bit troublesome. Although we know that's the mastermind behind everything, we don't have solid evidence. If the old man can't impeach them, just mention it casually." Du Jiu Zhantian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice trembled a bit. "Who is the mastermind behind the 3 houses of Yuming Valley?" Zhuo Fan smiled slyly, refusing to answer, shaking his head. "Ha ha! For an old marshal like you, that's not worth mentioning at all.
But for a small Luo family like ours, that's a big shot. Only an old marshal like you can protect us."
Hearing this, Du Jiu Zhantian couldn't hold back anymore and asked anxiously, "Who is it, exactly?" Zhuo Fan slowly spoke the name, the Emperor-wielding sect. As soon as this name came out, the 5 Du Jiu Zhantian froze, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Although Du Jiu Zhantian wasn't afraid of the Emperor-wielding sect, his Du Jiu army was to protect the country. How could it be wasted in internal strife? If it's the Emperor-wielding sect this time, he's really got a headache. Zhuo Fan blinked, asking innocently, "Old Marshal Du Jiu, what's wrong?" Du Jiu Zhantian waved his hand, wanting to leave with the 4 Du Jiu Feng brothers. "This matter is postponed. I'll return to my territory first and deal with some important matters." Seeing that he wanted to leave, Zhuo Fan shouted, "Old Marshal Du Jiu, aren't you going to take care of us anymore? You promised in front of our family head's spirit tablet to help us seek justice," Luo Yunhai also said with red eyes. "Foster father, Marshal, you promised me earlier. Helpless. Zhuo Tian sighed. All right, I said I'd keep my word. Just let me think carefully first.
With that, he left with the four of them, and before leaving, he shouted back, I'm stationed 10 miles away. With me here, no one will dare to touch you.
Saying goodbye while watching their figures gradually disappear, Zhuo Fan smirked triumphantly. Although the old marshal doesn't have the guts to start a direct war with the 7 noble houses, he'll ensure their safety. This move didn't turn out too bad. Thinking so, he turned his head and smiled. All right, let's go back to Luo Yunhai. Looked at Zhuo Fan and asked, Brother Zhuo, do I really have to go with that old marshal to be a soldier?
Zhuo Fan nodded and said calmly, Of course. Du Jiyu Xiantian has dominated an era, and his 4 tigers are all brave and good at fighting. Being taught by him is a blessing for you.
Luo Yunhai didn't want to go at all, and retorted, Then why aren't you going? Doesn't he like your formations?
Zhuo Fan sneered, muttering, Not necessary. Why should I go?
Zhuo Yifan glanced at him and threatened coldly. Following Du Jiyu to be a soldier, or cultivating 10 hours a day, pick one, I'd still rather be a soldier. Hearing about cultivating for 10 hours, Luo Yunhai immediately shrank back and ran away. Being a soldier is still better. Luo Yuncheng smiled secretly at the two of them, then suddenly pondered for a while, and then said, Zhuo Fan, just now, if the old marshal didn't accept becoming a foster son, would you have married me off to build a relationship with the 4 pillars? Zhuo Yunfan didn't need to think, and quickly nodded. Probably. The reason for political marriage is that using you alone to tie the 4 pillars and the Luo family together isn't a loss, it's a huge profit. If you want to increase the benefits, then that old third one, Du Jiyu Hu, he's the most reckless and easy to exploit. As he spoke, Luo Yuncheng shouted, Go die. Zhuo Fan looked at her angrily leaving, scratching his head in confusion. What's wrong? Isn't this for the good of your Luo family? Moreover, marrying anyone is the same, isn't it? On the other hand, Du Jiyu Xiantian and the 4 adopted sons hurriedly went down the mountain, not wanting to be asked for anything more by the Luo family. At this moment, Du Jiyu Lin suddenly spoke. Marshal, don't you think we fell into a trap? Reminded by Du Jiyu Lin, Du Jiyu Xiantian finally woke up. After going around Blackwind Mountain, he didn't figure anything out, and vaguely accepted an adopted son, making countless promises, and finally was completely tied to the Lukeo family, especially having to face the 4 great houses. This happened too suddenly. He couldn't handle it. Half a month later, inside a small room inside Blackwind Mountain, Zhuo Fan was quietly cultivating. These days, he's been busy with the Luo family's affairs, and also checking the cultivation progress of the guards and shadow guards. On the contrary, Zhuo Fan's cultivation time has been seriously reduced. Luo Yunhai is not here. The Luo family is also much calmer. This little guy is also smart. Since being recognized by Du Jiyu Xiantian as a foster son, he quickly won his heart in a few days. Now he stays in the barracks and doesn't want to come back anymore. But this is also good. He can also rest assured. Suddenly, at this moment, he opened his eyes wide, and a strange curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. I was worried about not having a reason to lure that old man to your place. I didn't expect you to come first. Just what I wanted. With that, he shouted loudly. Old Pang Commander, heard it, and quickly appeared, clasping his fist. Butler Zhuo, what are your orders? Zhuo Fan looked at him and ordered, Go to the famous Dongjiyu army and ask that old man for help, saying the Luo family is in trouble. Hearing this, Pang Tongling suddenly tensed up, rushing to go outside. What? Enemies are coming. Where? Let's go take a look. Zhuo Fan smacked his shoulder hard and scolded with a laugh. What's the rush? It's just an excuse. Why are you worrying so much? Hurry up and call for backup. The supporting characters have arrived. I can't keep the main character waiting. At the same time, outside Fenglin's city gate, a sound of rushing wind rang out as a series of figures landed. It was the people from Huayu Tower, Qianlong Pavilion, and Sword Marquee Manor, here to support Zhuo Fan. Chu Bijun glanced inside the city gate, her face full of seriousness, and said, I don't know if they've made their move yet. Hopefully we're not too late. Long Yifei also pondered for a moment, muttering, It's eerily quiet in the city. If they've already moved,
It would have been some time ago. But Fenglan City is the forbidden territory of the 7 noble houses. Should we go in and investigate? For a moment, everyone fell silent.
How could they let people from the Netherworld Valley sneak in?
They definitely didn't enter openly. If they're caught entering today, and the Lupul family is destroyed, the blame will certainly fall on them.
After a moment of contemplation, Chu Bijun slammed her staff down and said coldly, "How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Let's go!" With that, she led the Qinghua and Mudan Tower mistresses into the city. But at this moment, Wanshan's group appeared, blocking Chu Bijun. "You guys stop right there for this old man." Chu Bijun narrowed her eyes at him and said coldly, "Valley Master Yu, what is the meaning of this?" Wanshan grinned and said, "Hey, we're not hiding anything from you all. We understand your intentions, but unfortunately, you're too late." Chu Bijun and the others frowned in unison, wrinkling their brows. "What? Could it be that you?" Wanshan snorted coldly. "That's right, we knew you were coming to support the Lugao family."
"But no matter how fast you fly, can you be faster than a jade slip message? If this old man's calculations are correct, the people I sent to ambush Fenglan City half a month ago have already received our message and made their move on the Luo family. The Luo family's probably full of corpses by now, right?"
Ha. As soon as these words came out, the spirits of Chu Bijun's group immediately plummeted. This was a huge problem. If what he said was true, they would have to see the imperial family's reaction. They probably wouldn't be able to interfere either. If the imperial family continues to be so weak, the punitive expedition of the Emperor Dragon sect will be a matter of time, and the first to be dealt with will be the 3 houses. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from behind. "Oh, sorry, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Our Luo family hasn't even lost a chicken recently, and it's been over a month since we've seen any red." Wanshan turned his head in surprise, seeing the person who came. He shouted angrily, "Zhuo Fan, shouldn't you have been killed on the way back to the city? How could you be?" On the contrary, Longju's group was happy to see him. If he was here, nothing would happen to the Luo family. They could rest assured. Zhuo Fan heard him mention the events of half a month ago, laughed loudly twice, and curled his lips in disdain. "Oh, you mean those old geezers? They've all been dealt with by yours truly." As soon as he said this, Wanshan exclaimed in shock, "What? How is that possible?" Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan said calmly, "Cultivators above the 5th level of the heavenly profound realm are barely passable, but unfortunately, their brains aren't too good." First, the 2 elders of Kuaihuo Forest were completely 2 idiots, even closing their eyes and pretending to be cool when ambushing their opponents. They didn't even notice when I sneaked up next to them, directly preventing them from opening their eyes again. Hey. But this is also a common trait of Kuaihuo Forest. The people from Huayu Tower laughed loudly twice when they heard this, while Wanshan's side looked a little ugly. They glanced disdainfully at the Kuaihuo Forest family head. Wanshan sneered. He didn't know what kind of people this guy sent here. Before he could finish speaking, the 5th elder of Netherworld Valley hurriedly shouted, "Zhuo Fan, where are 3rd brother and 4th brother? What did you do to them?" Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled. A cold light flashed in his sinister eyes, meaning, "What's their situation? They're definitely dead, and I let them die together. Who told them their relationship was so good, a pair of good friends? So I had the kindness to send them off together, forever inseparable." The 5th elder heard that his brothers had died at his hands and couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, "Zhuo Fan, I will never live under the same sky with you." Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sneer. HMPH, I was already never going to live under the same sky with you. The 3 families of Huayu Tower standing outside were really a little shocked and confused to hear the conversation. The elders of Netherworld Valley and Emperor Dragon sect were all killed, and moreover, the 3rd and 4th elders of Netherworld Valley were even stronger than the 5th, Tongbei Kanyuan. It could be seen that the elders from the other 2 families who were sent must also have no weak strengths. Yet 6 great experts were ambushing one person and were killed in return, and they were still able to retreat safely without suffering any injuries. It had only been a few months since Chu Bijun awakened, but she didn't expect the world to have changed so quickly. Not only was the majesty of the 7 noble houses being challenged, but they were also being bullied to this extent. A big storm was coming. The positions of the 7 families will be reshuffled again. Yuan Shan could hardly bear it anymore, wanting to make a move. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said hatefully, "Zhuo Fan, you bastard, today I will definitely make you die here." At this moment, the 6 families of the 7 noble houses were divided into 2 factions. One side determined to kill Zhuo Fan, and the other side, for the benefit of the family, wanted to keep him at all costs. From now on, the 7 families were almost divided into 2 opposing factions, fighting endlessly. Just then, Zhuo Fan suddenly flew up towards the roof of the city, turning his head to look back and taunt, "You old fogies who won't die, if you have the ability, come up and kill me. Even in other places, you can't touch a single hair on my head. Moreover, this is my territory. What can you do to me, you bunch of idiots?" Being looked down upon, Yuan Shan angrily flew high into the air, shouting towards Zhuo Fan, "Zhuo Fan!" Instantly, a battle broke out in front of Fenglin City between the 2 forces of the 7 noble houses. Several heavenly profound experts rushing towards Zhuo Fan, filled with murderous intent. Chu Bijun was shocked to see this scene and shouted loudly, "Not good! Stop them!" But before those guys could even react to stop them, Yuan Shan's crew was totally prepared. Yan Bangong shouted, "7-colored cloud gauze palm," and just like that, a bunch of 7-colored smoke showed up out of nowhere, heading straight for Chu Bijun and the gang. Seeing this, everyone freaked out a little and scrambled backwards. "Oh crap, retreat!" Yan Bangong saw them backing off and cackled like a maniac, all smug. "Heh heh, looks like you know what's good for ya." Chu Bijun looked up at the mess happening on the roof and couldn't help but feel anxious, surrounded and attacked head-on by all those strong dudes. Even if Zhuo Fan had some crazy skills, he probably wouldn't make it out alive. But Zhuo Fan wasn't sweating it at all. He wasn't even scared, and he actually had this creepy smirk on his face. Yuan Shan saw that wicked grin and got a bad feeling, a little uneasy, even though he didn't know why. The moment Yuan Shan and his guys charged at Zhuo Fan, whiz! A slicing sound echoed through the air, followed by an ear-splitting boom that scared them back a few steps. When they finally got their bearings and looked, there it was, a long blue saber stuck right in the ground. A dragon was carved all along the handle, and the blade was giving off this crazy sharp light. Yuan Shan gasped. "That's a rank 6 spirit treasure." Just then, a booming laugh ripped through the air, and Duji Yu Zantian strolled out, grinning like a Cheshire cat. "Heh heh, not bad. Yuan Shan. Didn't expect you to recognize this old man's weapon." Duji Yu Zantian casually pulled out the saber, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed across the whole place. Plus, the Tianyu 4 guardian kings were right behind him, giving Yuan Shan the stink eye. Yuan Shan, on the other hand, was sweating bullets. He never expected that one of the 4 Tianyu war gods, Dunji Yu Tian, would show up in this backwater town of Fenglin. Chu Bijun and the others looked at the new arrival and were equally stunned. Exchanging glances and completely confused, Yuan Shan narrowed his eyes, looking serious. "Old Marshal, this is between us and this punk. I hope you won't interfere." Swinging his saber around, Duji Yu Zantian laughed up at the sky. "Ha ha, ridiculous. This old man is here by imperial decree to guard Fenglin City. You think I'm just gonna pack up because you asked nicely, Humph? Yuan Shan, are you guys getting too big for your britches?" As soon as he said that, Yuan Shan almost stumbled, looking totally shocked. "What? An imperial decree?" Yuan Shan and the 2 family heads traded glances, and their hearts sank. Could it be the imperial family is getting serious? They cursed the emperor-worshipping sect under their breaths. If the emperor-worshipping sect hadn't been so pushy, they wouldn't have been here testing the imperial family's limits. Now look what happened. Down below, Chu Bijun and the others were secretly pumped. Finally, the imperial family was showing some backbone this year. Maybe the emperor-worshipping sect would finally chill out. After thinking for a long time, Yuan Shan looked over at Dunji Yu Zantian and said respectfully, "Since the old marshal is guarding Fenglin City, I, the Valley Master, wouldn't dare cross the line. But Zhuo Fan killed several of our elders. He even crippled one of the 5 elders of my Yuming Valley. Please hand him over so we can deal with him. We'll definitely repay this debt in the future." Yuan Shan knew that since they couldn't mess with Fenglin City, getting Zhuo Fan's head would be a decent consolation prize. Duji Yu Zantian looked back at the silent Zhuo Fan, shocked, and asked incredulously,
Is that true? Zhuo Fan suddenly looked down and smirked, but the next second he looked up, his whole vibe changed, and he yelled at Yuan Shan. You know what my relationship with old Marshal Du Jiyu is, and you dare ask him to hand me over? You got a death wish or something. Let me tell you, my young master, Luo Yunghai, is old Marshal Dugu's FIH adopted son.
As soon as he said that, the guys from Yuming Valley were stunned. WHIT Du Jiyu Xiantian was getting tangled up with the Luo family, and he even adopted the Luo family's young master. With him backing them up, no one would dare touch the Luo family again. Sighing helplessly,
Du Jiyu Xiantian didn't deny it. He just warned, "Kid, don't push it." But Zhuo Fan didn't care and yelled at Yuan Shan again, HMPH.
Who do you think I am? I'm the Luo family's head steward, the young Mrs. Right-Hand Man.
You want the old marshal to hand me over? That's like asking the young master to hand me over. And that's like asking the old marshal to hand over the 4 generals. You think the old marshal would agree to that? You think the young master would agree? You think my Du Jiyu army, my million soldiers would agree?
His words landed the mark, leaving everyone totally dumbfounded. How did his personal problems suddenly involve Dugun's million-man army? He was totally exaggerating. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Zhuo Fan kept going. Plus, you have the nerve to ask the old marshal to hand me over. What about Yuming Valley's massacre of my Luo family?
My poor tens of thousands of family members. They just died in your hands. But aside from your cruel and inhumane acts, the most unforgivable thing is that you disrespected the heavenly countenance of our great and wise Saint Emperor. Qingshang clearly said this place was off limits to the 7 noble houses, and you still dared to cause trouble here. You're clearly disrespecting him. You're rebelling. The guys from Yuming Valley couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this guy's shameless. The Luo family. They're a third-rate family on the verge of collapse. Where would they get tens of thousands of family members? Even the Imperial 7 houses don't have that many, let alone the Luo family. That's a bit of an exaggeration.
Before anyone could recover from their shock, he turned to Du Jiyu Zantian. Looking earnest, old Marshal Du Jiyu, with your reputation for loyalty and patriotism in Tianyu,
how can you let this happen under your watch? Such a treasonous crime. Even if you beheaded them first and reported it later, it wouldn't be too much. Luo Yunhai nodded in agreement. That's right, Godfather. I'm willing to be your vanguard. I'll lead 1,000,000 troops to level Yuming Valley, protect the Saint Emperor's honor, and uphold your patriotic heart. The world will sing your praises. Du Jiyu's Hantian. Watch these two tag-teaming each other, talking about leading troops to wipe out Yuming Valley.
This wasn't just a joke, this was total chaos. Even the guys from Yuming Valley were stunned. They just wanted to deal with Zhuo Fan. But somehow, now they weren't just facing Du Jiyu Xiantian, but also his million-man army. Something wasn't right. Yuan Shan swallowed and quickly said, Old Marshal Du Jiyu, don't listen to these 2 kids spouting nonsense. Think about the big picture. You wouldn't want to see the world in chaos and the people suffering, would you?
Yan Ba Gong and the others stared intently at Du Jiyu Zantian, afraid he wouldn't listen and hold a grudge. That would be the end of them. Du Jiyu Zantian pondered for a long time, muttering, "This."
But before he could finish, Zhuo Fan cut in with a cold laugh. HMPH, Valley Master you sure have a big mouth.
You tell the old marshal to hand someone over. You tell him not to fight. You think my million-man Du Jiyu army is your personal playground? We might as well have the same last name as you. At this point, Yuan Shan really wanted to strangle the punk in front of him. He was just afraid of the world not being in chaos, so he was stoking the flames. So annoying.
Even Du Jiyu Zantian couldn't take it anymore, gritting his teeth in anger. A small steward of the Luo family wanted to flex his muscles and show off his power on behalf of his Du Jiyu army. Did he even have the right? And the people he was provoking were from the Imperial 7 houses. Was he trying to start a war?
Thinking about this, Du Jiyu Xiantian controlled his anger, clenching his fists and thinking things through. Finally, Yuan Shan said coldly to Du Jiyu Xiantian, Old Marshal Du Jiyu, let's call it a draw today. You guard Fenglin City, and we naturally won't dare to step inside. We don't want this kid Zhuo Fan anymore either. Let's forget about today for your sake, okay? But the 5th elder, unwilling to back down, tried to stop him. Valley Master, this kid killed our people. Yuan Shan snapped. Shut up, can't you see old Marshal Du Jiyu is in charge here? With that, he looked at Du Jiyu Zantian. Waiting for his approval, Du Jiyu Zantian saw that Yuan Shan was giving him a way out, so he nodded in agreement.
But Zhuo Fan didn't want it to end like this. He wanted them to turn on each other, so he decided to throw in another spark.
Zhuo Fan pointed at Yuan Shan and yelled, "Ha ha, Valley Master! You think you can get away with this that easily? You wish! Have you already forgotten that you sent people to rob and kill the Luko family not long ago? I pity you, my poor tens of thousands of family members." Du Jiyu Xiantian finally lost it. His eyes turned cold and he shouted,
"Shut up!" With that shout, Zhuo Fan immediately fell silent, bowing his head respectfully. Seeing this, the four of the Dugu Fang couldn't help but sigh. This guy was diligent and didn't care about face, just a steward. What a waste.
Finishing his words, Dugu Zantian turned to Yuan Shan and said, "Valley Master Yu, do as he says. Let's leave it at that for today. But let me remind, Valley Master Yu, Tianyu is still Tianyu. Please don't cause trouble recklessly."
After Dugu Zantian agreed to let it go, the four people from the Underworld Valley turned to leave.
Before leaving, Yuan also remembered to respond to the old marshal's advice. "I'll keep that in mind, farewell." Just as he was turning to leave, Yuan Shan suddenly remembered something, paused, and asked Dugu Zantian with doubts, "Old Marshal, did you happen to meet anyone from our valley on the way to Fenglin City?" Dugu Zantian was suddenly shocked and stammered. Guessing Yuan Shan's intentions, Zhuo Fan grinned. "Me?" Then he exclaimed, "Valley Master Yu, the four generals under Old Marshal are brave and battle-ready. Do you need to meet those people of yours? Ha. I advise you to go back and take good care of their families, and also restrain your subordinates a bit. Fenglin City, it's not a place where anyone can come and go as they please." Yuan Shan turned away, but couldn't hide his anger, trembling as he muttered, "Dugu Zantian, you've gone too far. I'll definitely remember this debt and demand it back someday." Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and said,
"Old Marshal, you should always leave a way out for yourself. You're being too ruthless."
"Dugu Zantian, we'll meet again. I don't believe you can forever be a god of war in Tianyu while acting like this." With that, he quickly flew away, leaving Dugu Zantian standing there somewhat embarrassed. He didn't understand why they held such a great grudge, yet they seemed to be pushing the blame onto Zhuo Fan. Yuan Shan implicitly understood that his four righteous sons, the Tianyu Four Tigers, had secretly dealt with the people they sent. Therefore, young Yuan Shan held Dugu's family accountable for this matter and left in anger.
Zhuo Fan, having forced those people to leave in anger, was overjoyed and smiled at Dugu Zantian. Did you see that? Old Marshal, you let them off once, and they immediately act like this." Dugu Huo, with his hot temper, got angry when he heard them say that. "That's right, I should have taught them a lesson." Luo Yunhai nodded in agreement, saying indignantly, "That's right, third brother. How about you lead the troops and I'll go with you to wipe them out?" Dugu Zantian impatiently glared and scolded. "All right, don't mess around, Yunhai. What did I tell you? Don't use my name to bully the weak." "Is the Dugu army something you can mobilize at will?" Luo Yunhai lowered his head. Not daring to speak, Zhuo Fan chuckled lightly and said respectfully, "Old Marshal's words aren't quite right. They are subordinates of the 7 noble houses. Can they be considered weak? We're the weak ones, aren't we?" Dugu Zantian was slightly startled, seeming to find some logic in that, but quickly reacted and glared at Zhuo Fan. "And you, Steward Zhuo, you could have calmly persuaded them to go back, but you're always stirring up trouble, and you still call yourself weak. Look, you've made those powerful people vomit blood." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of Chubijun behind them chuckled. "Those words are indeed true." Dugu Zantian glanced at them and said, "You all are different from those people. You didn't come to cause trouble, but you have an imperial decree, so you can't enter Fenglin City either." Chubijun and the others came to support the Lubo family, but the situation before them didn't need them at all, so there was no need to violate the imperial family's ban. Thinking this, everyone quickly nodded in agreement. That's only natural. After receiving their agreement, Dugu Zantian ordered the 4 of Dugu Feng to retreat back to the camp. Before he could leave, Zhuo Fan hurriedly spoke up. "Wait a moment, Old Marshal. The Lugo family has some matters that require the young master to step forward. I wonder if it's possible." He glanced at Zhuo Fan, then glanced at Luo Yunhai. Dugu Zantian nodded and said, "All right, brat, you've filled me with a belly full of anger today. I'll just hand him over to you, HMPH. I don't want to see him today either." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 people flew away in an instant. Luo Yunhai felt a bit wronged and looked worriedly at Zhuo Fan. "Big brother Zhuo, does adoptive father really hate me now?" At this moment, Dugu Huo's voice came from the air. "Ha ha, 5th brother, don't worry. Old Marshall is a softie and loves you the most. He'll be fine once he's calmed down." Hearing these words, Luo Yunhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuo Fan patted his head and walked towards the people from the Flower Rain Tower. "Everyone, long time no see. Are you here to support our Lugo family? But you can rest assured, it's fine now." Longju laughed loudly. With Zhuo old brother taking action, the Lugo family is naturally fine. "Haha, brother. Let me introduce you. This is our pavilion master, Long Yifei. This is the manor lord of the sword Marquis Manor, and this is—" Before Longju could finish his sentence, Chu Bijun nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Qing Cheng's eye isn't bad. Steward Zhu is both civil and martial, truly worthy of being the Flower Rain Tower's son-in-law." Long Yifei, hearing this, happily congratulated, "Congratulations to the Flower Rain Tower for having a precious son-in-law. Ha ha." On the contrary, Zhuo Fan's expression couldn't help but become a bit unpleasant. Hadn't he made it clear to them before leaving the Flower Rain Tower? Why hasn't this matter passed yet? He really didn't want to be involved in matters of romance? His ambition didn't lie there? Forced to smile, Zhuo Fan then said with a cold face, "Elders, medicine can be taken recklessly, but words can't be spoken recklessly. Back then, I came to Flower Rain City only to obtain the Bodhi Jade Dew. It has nothing to do with Chu Qingcheng. Please don't mention this matter again in the future." Chu Bijun looked at him in surprise. Was their Flower Rain Tower some kind of dragon's pool, tiger's den? Why was he so eager to draw a clear line? Even Long Yifei was equally puzzled. Chu Qingcheng, known as the #1 beauty in the world, was the dream goddess of countless people. Yet now that she was being offered to him on a platter, he didn't want her. Did he have something wrong with him? The peony pavilion master, with her fiery temper, couldn't help but scold loudly, "Zhuo Fan, Qing Cheng has been wholeheartedly devoted to you. Don't you feel guilty for doing this to her?" Hearing this, Zhuo Fan frowned and snorted coldly. "HMPH? Guilty? What guilt? Your entire Flower Rain Tower was saved by this old man, including that damned old woman, who was also saved by this old man's own hands. This old man doesn't owe you anything." As soon as his words fell, Chu Bijun fell into an ice cellar, and a cold aura emanated from her body. She had roamed the world for a lifetime, and this was the first time she had been scolded directly in the face like this, and by a mere brat, which couldn't help but make her a little angry. However, she also agreed that what he said was indeed very reasonable. As soon as she woke up, she had heard the miraculous story about this little brat, and today she saw him reversing black and white, being vague and cunning, plotting his own selfish gains, making Dugu Zantian and the Underworld Valley become enemies without them even knowing it. He was indeed a sinister character, but if he dared to offend her, she would give him enough to suffer later. The peony pavilion master unconsciously hesitated, trembling with anger, but couldn't refute him. What he said was right. Their entire Flower Rain Tower was saved by him. What right did they have to criticize him? However, she was a little unwilling and muttered, "Damn heartless man." Longju smiled embarrassedly and quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Haha, everyone is on the same side. Why get angry over such a small matter?" Long Yifei beside him also smiled and echoed, "The urgent task is to resolve the crisis of our 4 families. We must not act emotionally." Chu Bijun, hearing these words, smiled faintly. "Pavilion Master Long is right. I was too abrupt just now. Please forgive me, Steward Zhuo." Zhuo Fan glanced at her, secretly nodding in admiration. It was clear that it had nothing to do with her just now, but for the benefit of the Flower Rain Tower, she was able to discard her pride and apologize like that. She was worthy of being the Iron Lady, a terrifying person. Thinking this, he quickly bowed and said hurriedly, "I was reckless earlier. Please forgive me. Now that everyone has gathered together, it seems that you have agreed to my proposal to form an alliance. If that's the case,
It shows that the interests of our four families are one, or in other words, we are all people who have been forced into a corner and have no choice but to ally with each other.
As soon as Zhuo Fan finished speaking, Chu Bijun continued. That's right, I, Pavilion Master Long and Manor Lord Ji, just attended the Seven Noble Houses Conference of the Emperor Gate, just as Steward Zhuo predicted. The Emperor Gate indeed intends to unify the Seven Noble Houses, and those people from the Underworld Valley have already joined the Emperor Gate's faction. Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Oh, what exactly happened at the Seven Noble Houses Conference? Tell me about it." Chu Bijun nodded and explained everything to Zhuo Fan, with Long Yifei and Xi Xiaofeng beside her supplementing any unclear details. After the entire matter was explained, Zhuo Fan frowned and paced back and forth, muttering, "I was wondering why I didn't see anyone from the Emperor Gate come to Fenglin City, so that's how it is." The sect leader of the emperor-wielding sect, Huangpu Tianyuan, is indeed a formidable character, yet Luo Yunhai beside him wasn't buying it. He scoffed. "TCH, formidable my foot. What's so great about him? He probably just sent his Yumin Valley goons to probe the royal family's limits while hiding his own face. What a coward." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle, saying nonchalantly, "You little brat. It seems I need to give you another lesson so you don't suffer later when you meet real experts. People always say emperors are the most ruthless, right? First, I killed his son, and yet he didn't throw a tantrum or send a bunch of experts to Fenglin City to hunt me down. That shows this guy is incredibly calm. Second, after the pain of losing his son, he acted like nothing happened. Not only did he not want revenge, but he's also racking his brain to probe the royal family's limits, which shows this guy has big ambitions, way beyond what ordinary folks can imagine. That's the kind of demeanor a person who can accomplish great things should have. Kid, later, when you inherit the Luko family's head position, whether you have the strength or the schemes, let's not even talk about it for now, but you absolutely have to remember one thing. Be heartless and ruthless." As soon as these words came out, everyone behind him was stunned. Who in the world teaches their young master like that? But you can't deny his words were, totally on point. In this cruel world, sometimes emotions are just a burden. After a long while, Zhuo Fan looked at everyone again and said, "With the current situation, now that the royal family has shown their hand, your houses are temporarily safe. As for the Luo family, we have old Marshal Dugu backing us, so we're even safer." Ha ha. Hearing this, they really wanted to curse him out. How did this guy get so lucky to latch onto that big tree, Dugu Zantian, and keep the Luo family safe? Feng Jiu, who was still wondering about Dugu Zantian, couldn't help but ask, "Zhuo bro, when did you guys, the Luo family, get involved with Dugu Zantian?" And he even took Yunhai as his godson. Zhuo Fan looked at everyone's expectant faces and grinned evilly. "We only met Marshal Dugu half a month ago. How could we build a relationship in such a short time? I can only say, there's nothing I can't do." Right after, Luo Yunhai also laughed strangely. That's right, and there's also this outstanding young master. Being noticed by a master, and being taken as a godson, being taken as a disciple, is just a matter of time. Haha. Long Yifei and Long Jiu looked at them, one singing and the other harmonizing, and secretly shook their heads. How could they not figure out that they are creating a chance for Zhuo Fan to show off? His appearance is really hateful, and Luo Yunhai next to him has been taught badly by him. Chu Bijun sighed inwardly. This kid can sit on the Luo family's housekeeper seat and arrange everything properly. Is a comprehensive person in terms of housekeeper demeanor. The divine calculator Leng Wu Cheng is probably not as good as him, after all. Helping a third-rate family to cling to such a powerful force in an instant, few people in this world can do it. Thinking about it, she shook her head helplessly. The Luo family having Zhuo Fan as a housekeeper is enough to catch up with the 1,000-year history of the 7 families. It's a pity that such a man doesn't want to be the son-in-law of our Hua Yu Tower. Long Yifei suddenly thought of something, hesitated for a long time, and decided to speak. Well, now that the Luo family is worth mentioning, does that mean my Qianlong Pavilion can stop sponsoring the Luo family? Zhuo Fan suddenly became serious and said calmly, "That won't work. Actually, we still need a lot of materials.
Qianlong Pavilion sponsored us some before, but it's just a drop in the bucket now that our 4 houses are in alliance.
Do the other 2 houses also intend to help our third-rate family get out of poverty?
Peony Master was angry and glared at him fiercely.
You took away all the medicinal materials that we had accumulated for a whole year in Huayu City. What else do you want?
Zhuo Fan smiled embarrassedly and declined to comment, saying,
I said that the medicinal materials were prepared for alchemy, even if they weren't. I saved your family without any reward, thank you. Is that considered aid?
Peony Master couldn't argue with him, and glared and snorted. You're a rascal. Chu Bijun smiled again, and said indifferently, Haha, now that our 4 houses are on the same boat, maybe the Luo family will be our biggest support in the future. Helping the Luo family is equivalent to helping ourselves.
In the future, our Huayu Tower will take care of providing medicinal materials for the Luo family.
Zhuo Fan gave a thumbs up and praised.
Worthy of being the old lady, you really have foresight.
Xie Xiaofeng stroked his beard and said with a smile,
Our Sword Marquis Mansion started out by training soldiers. There are a lot of resources for training soldiers. In the future we will transport spirit weapons and magic treasures and all kinds of ore here.
Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up, and he complained secretly in his heart.
I didn't expect the Sword Marquis Mansion to specialize in this field.
That hateful Shi Tianyang didn't tell me earlier. I won't be brothers with him in the future. Thinking about it, he smiled happily and said, Housemaster Shi has solved my urgent problem here. Long Yifei touched the corner of his mouth and shrugged helplessly. Then my Qianlong Pavilion will take care of all the remaining materials?
Zhuo Fan curled his lips and muttered,
It's superfluous. Shangyi is the richest in Tianyu. If you don't take care of it, who will? Luo Yunhai heard that the Luo family had so many sources of support and couldn't help being excited, grinning and laughing, and raised his head to read a sentence.
Friends from afar, even those coming from different directions, are they not joyful too?
Qinghua Tower Master's eyes couldn't help but light up, praising. This kid is really smart. The words he said are very suitable for the current situation. Everyone looked at him, smiling and nodding. Peony Master sneered, looking at Zhuo Fan and saying, That's right. This kid is smart, obedient, sensible, and polite, unlike someone else. Tell your sister, do you know what this sentence means?
Luo Yunhai quickly nodded
and said proudly, Of course I know. In the past few days, Zhuo, big brother, has been specially teaching me to read, and he also told me to remember it for the rest of my life. So of course I understand this sentence very well. It means that how many brothers and friends come to play. That is how many people I can take advantage of. Joy, it's so joyful. Before he could finish speaking, Zhuo Fan quickly covered his mouth and looked at everyone embarrassedly and said, I'm a housekeeper, so I'm probably not suitable for teaching.
Everyone frowned together and gnashed their teeth and said, No, you're suitable, you're so suitable. After discussing some things with Chu Bijun and the others, Zhuo Fan bid farewell to them and took Luo Yunhai back to Blackwind Mountain. But as soon as he entered the door, Zhuo Fan shouted loudly, Old Pang! Old Pang heard the call, and Pang Commander hurried in, muttering, Chuo brothers probably have something to tell. Call all the stewards in the house to come, and also... He glanced at Luo Yunhai.
Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, and he whispered something into his ear. Old Pang nodded slightly, and immediately left according to the instructions, leaving Luo Yunhai standing there in confusion. Very quickly, according to Zhuo Yifan's instructions, Pang Commander had called everyone to gather in the conference room. Even Li Jingtian and Yan Song were present. Seeing that everyone had arrived, sitting in the center chair with his legs crossed, Zhuo Fan said calmly,
Today I summoned you here, mainly to have the Luto family stewards witness.
From 2 years ago, the 3 houses merged, and when Fenglin City was delineated as Luo family's private property, we decided to be in the ranks of the 7 families. Now that the 7 houses are officially fighting each other is when we rise up, but a snake without a head won't do. Today, we have to decide on this snakehead. Hearing this, Lei Yuting rolled her eyes and curled her lips and said, Aren't you our snakehead? Do you want to officially usurp the position of the family head righteously?
If these words were placed in the 7 families, it would cause a great storm.
But this place is the Lupio family. There is no competition or jealousy, no division of power. These words only made everyone laugh a little and didn't pay attention to it. Zhuo Fan tapped the table lightly and smiled slightly. Haha, I'm not interested in this family head. I can't stand being bound by a family for the rest of my life.
So today I invited everyone here, mainly to legitimize this kid. At this moment, old Pang led 4 traitors, Tai Rong, in and forced them to kneel on the ground.
He snorted coldly. Go quickly, kneel down, HMPH. I've long seen that you guys are not good. This time you guys are really courting death.
Tai Rong and the 4 of them huddled on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Zhuo Fan waved his hand and threw a knife towards Luo Yunhai and said indifferently, Yunhai, you are the future head of the Lu Zhao family. These traitors should be dealt with by you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was startled together. He actually wanted Lu Zhao Yunhai to personally deal with the Lu Zhao family's traitors, to show off the power of the family head. But he is just a kid. How dare he kill people? Luo Yunchang looked at Zhuo Fan with some resentment and said, Zhuo Fan brother is too much. He is still a child. How can you let him do such a cruel thing? Pang Tongling also felt this was too cruel for Luo Yunhai, scratching his head and chuckling. Surely you brothers can handle this without the young master lifting a finger, right? Let old Pang take care of it. Save the young master from getting his hands dirty with these 4 guys' blood. Zhuo Fan glared and shouted, Shut your trap. He's the future head of the family, got it? No matter what, Tai Rong was once an elder in the family. Who but the family head would dare execute him? As soon as he said that, Li Jingtian and Yan Song understood completely. He's trying to establish Luo Yunhai's authority in the family, to shoulder the responsibilities of the family head, and to prevent others from treating him like a child. This approach may seem a bit heartless, but it's truly for the good of the Luo family. Utterly devoted. Otherwise, Luo Yunhai, this family head in name only, would have his power taken away from him since he was little. Without thinking for himself, he'd grow up as a useless wimp. Zhuo Fan is really cultivating a qualified successor for the Luo family. Zhuo Fan coldly looked at Luo Yunhai, waiting for him to make a decision. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, broke out in a cold sweat, and stammered, Zhuo big bro, don't pressure me anymore, I'm still a kid. But Zhuo Fan still looked at him coldly, without any expression on his face. A child without parents cannot be called a child. If you don't dare to do it today, I guarantee the tragic massacre of the Luo family 2 years ago will be repeated. Hearing this, Luo Yunhai remembered the tragic massacre 2 years ago and his face turned a bit ugly. He really didn't want the Luo family to fall into such a mournful state again, really didn't want to think about it.
Then he bent down, picked up the blade, and slowly took steps towards the 4 of them, a resolute glint in his eyes. At this moment, the 4 of them were bound by Yan Song, unable to use their cultivation, and could only helplessly watch that sharp blade.
As he slowly approached, Tai Rong fearfully trembled and begged for mercy.
Yunhai, listen to me. Do you remember how Uncle Tai treated you before? Our 2 families have been friends for generations. Only Uncle Tai was willing to take you in when your Luo family was in trouble. Remember every time your big bro, your filial son, came to the Luo family, how much joy he brought you?
You can't treat us like this.
Li Jingtian, seeing this scene, snorted coldly with disdain.
HMPH, how unsightly.
But Luo Yunhai wasn't affected. Still steadily approaching, his terrifying gaze fixed on the 4. The sound of the blade scraping on the ground was incredibly frightening, like a sound from the realm of the dead echoing back.
The moment Luo Yunhai came in front of the 4, he raised the blade in his hand and slashed down forcefully.
But it didn't take their lives. At most, they only lost a tuft of hair.
Just at this moment, Luo Yunhai's innocent voice, carrying a hint of dignity, rang out. The Luo and Tai families are, after all, friends for generations.
The Luo family's ancestral teachings are loyalty, kindness, and righteousness. People may be unkind to me, but I cannot be unrighteous to them.
I heard people say there's a ritual of cutting hair to change heads. Now, with the authority of the Luo family head, I'll cut off your hair in place of your heads. But from now on, the Luo and Tai families will sever all ties of friendship. If you ever do anything to harm the Luo family again, I will definitely kill you without mercy. As for the Sun family, considering that you have a marriage agreement with the Tai family, I'll give Tai family some face. Don't always see the Tai family as a burden anymore. After all, he was once an elder of my Luo family. I don't want them to be looked down upon by others after being kicked out of the house. Li Jingtian, seeing this action, secretly praised in his heart. I didn't expect Luo Yunhai to have such an aura at such a young age, knowing how to say words of great righteousness. These words are still immature, but they also have the presence of someone sitting on the throne. But in that case, this little devil is directly contradicting Manager Zhuo. But there's one thing Lin Jingtian still can't see at this moment. Even if Luo Yunhai becomes the Luo family head, contradicting Zhuo Yifan is impossible. Don't even mention that this kid respects Zhuo Fan. Even if he wanted to, Zhuo Fan wouldn't give him the chance. Basically, to outsiders, Luo Yunhai is the Luo family head. But at the core, Zhuo Fan actually holds the power. The Luo family's survival is truly in his hands. There's no matter of whether he can or can't, only whether he wants to or doesn't want to do it. Luo Yunchang cautiously looked at Zhuo Fan sitting there darkly, worried that he was angry, and said softly, "Zhuo Fan, Yunhai is just a child after all. How can he bring himself to do it?" But Zhuo Fan didn't pay attention to her, looked at Luo Yunhai, and asked coldly, "Kid, have you really decided? No regrets?" Luo Yunhai trembled a little, bit his lip, and said firmly, "If Zhuo Big Bro wants to kill them, just do it. It's just that I feel they shouldn't die in our Luo family's hands." Li Jingtian and Yan Song couldn't help but curl their lips in disdain when they heard this. Sure enough, he's still too naive as a child. Letting these four go is like releasing a tiger back into the forest. This will definitely be a source of future trouble. After pondering for a moment, Zhuo Fan finally sighed to Yan Song and said, "Hey, no way, I wanted to get rid of them, but if the family head speaks up, then we can only let them go. Old Yan, release their restraints." Yan Song nodded in response, but quickly reacted, "Don't believe it." Looking at Zhuo Fan, he said, "Is Manager Zhuo really letting them go?" Tai Rong, after being released, stared in astonishment at Zhuo Fan. This person has always been dictatorial and arbitrary, but at this moment he actually listened to that kid Luo Yunhai and let them go. But if that's the case, who released them in the end? Zhuo Fan or the kid Luo Yunhai? Who should they thank? Who should they bow their heads to thank? He was a little confused, not knowing what to do. Regardless of everyone's reaction, Zhuo Fan coldly looked at the four kneeling on the ground and warned in a loud voice, "Since the family head has released you, then get lost quickly." Elder Tai, I'll give you a final sentence. From now on, the Luo family is no longer a place you can climb to. Lei Yuting, standing beside them, looked at the group of Tai Rong being released, and had some thoughts in her mind. Zhuo Fan has never been like this before. This is the first time he's acted like a manager, listening to the family head so obediently, and this person is still a child. In the past, as long as anyone went against his wishes, they would immediately suffer the consequences. This is really a bit unbelievable. Seeing the group of Tai Rong being released, Luo Yunhai came to Zhuo Fan's side and carefully probed, "Zhuo Big Bro, are you not blaming me for going against your wishes and letting them go?" Zhuo Fan shook his head and replied calmly, "Kid, you are the Luo family head. I am the manager. Any suggestion is just a suggestion. Whether you listen or not is up to you. There's nothing to go against. Moreover, just now I only told you to deal with them. I didn't say you had to kill them. A bunch of ants. It doesn't matter if you want to let them go. Hey, but the way you handled things, I'm both happy and sad." As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately shocked, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Although this person is sinister and cunning, he is really good to the Lubio family. This time, it was clearly a preparation to relinquish power. But who in the world would be willing to hand over the power in their hands? There are not many people who can do what he does. Luo Yunhai looked at Zhuo Fan in confusion and asked blankly, "Big Bro Zhuo, if you are so satisfied with me, why are you sad?" Zhuo Fan laughed and shook his head, saying, "I'm happy, of course, that you finally have the guts to contradict me, and have a bit of the aura of a family head. As for being sad, kid, you're going down a path completely opposite of mine. I've taught you so many heavenly books for so many years, taught you support. But for those in power, as big as the king of a country, as small as the head of a sect, or the head of a family, or a leader of the Green Woods, there are tens of thousands of paths to take. Tens of thousands of paths, but generally there are only two types of paths. One is the path of a king who uses virtue to subdue people,
or the path of a hegemon who uses force to subdue people. I've never been one for reason, but what did you say, kid? Loyalty, kindness, and righteousness? Acting with benevolence? You are not on the same path as me. Everyone was a little frightened and gave forced smiles. Even Luo Yuncheng said cautiously, with a manager Zhuo like you in the Luo family, everyone is already living in constant fear, afraid that they will be scolded if they don't do something right.
If Yunhai also turns into someone like you, how can this family continue to live in peace? These words were not wrong. An evil devil like Zhuo Fan had already made two great experts, Li Jingtian and Yan Song, work like servants. If another one really appeared, wouldn't they be forced into a life of servitude, always living in fear? Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate. Fortunately, the kid Luo Yunhai still had some conscience and didn't follow his path of evil, but Zhuo Fan didn't think so. Angrily scolding, seriously, long-haired women and short-sighted brains, the path of kingship is supported by everyone, but it's just a golden silk robe. Gold and jade on the outside, rotten inside. How many aristocratic families can truly achieve true kingship? Most are just borrowing the name of kingship to act like tyrants. If the Luo family really wants to rely on virtue to subdue people and develop, I guarantee they'll die even more miserably than 2 years ago. Hearing this, Luo Yunhai's face immediately turned ugly. With a determined look, he turned around to go capture those 4 Tai Vin guys. What the heck? Then I'll just follow Big Bro's path of tyranny. Now I'm going to catch those 4, and I definitely won't hold back anymore.
Zhuo Fan slowly shook his head, pulled him back, and ruffled his hair, saying, "It's easier to change rivers and mountains than a person's nature."
Actually, the reason I let you deal with those 4 today was firstly to see if you have the qualities of a family head.
Haha, not bad. You passed the test. Secondly, I wanted to see which path of hegemony you would follow. Although it's not ideal, it's okay, I'm here.
What you don't want to do, I'll do it for you.
What you're unwilling to get your hands dirty with blood for, I'll use white bones to build a pyramid so you can stand on the highest peak. You continue on your path of kingship. I'll use tyranny to flatten everything for you, until you stand high enough that no one can touch you.
Luo Yunhai was so moved that tears streamed down his face. With teary eyes, he looked up at him. Big Bro Zhuo, thank you. These words moved both Luo's sisters endlessly.
Even those who had followed him not long ago were no exception. The Luo family currently has nothing, but with Zhuo Fan alone, that's enough.
He alone can bring prosperity to the Luo family. The Luo family's success or failure depends solely on him. All right, old Pang, you take this kid to Dugujun. If he went along the same path as this old man might personally guide him in cultivation. But right now, that lonely old coot is more suitable for him. Everyone, do what you need to do. Finishing his words, he turned to Li Jingtian and Yan Song and said, Old Li and old Yan, stay behind. I have something to discuss. After everyone had left, Zhuo Fan slowly rested his chin on his hand and muttered, puzzled. Why not follow the same path as this old man? I've clearly been teaching him for over half a month already. Li Jingtian heard this and looked at Zhuo Fan with a smile, saying, Manager Zhuo is still bothered by this? You really treat that little devil like your own son. But Manager Zhuo, I truly admire you today. I've never seen anyone try so hard to support someone like you do. It's truly like the Luo family's ancestral teachings. Loyal and righteous, I can't help but admire you. Yan Song next to him also nodded in agreement. That's right. Although Manager Zhuo always says he's tyrannical, in the affairs of the Luo family, Manager Zhuo is truly a master of the kingly way. I don't know what favor Manager Zhuo received from the Luo family in the past. That you're able to help these two siblings so much, it's truly rare. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes. He didn't care one bit about the Luo family head. If it weren't for the heart demon of the kid he possessed to be reborn, he would never have stayed in this backwater place, dragging a declining family with him. Furthermore, his ambitions don't lie here. One day he will definitely leave. Ignoring their words, no longer paying attention to the affairs of the little punk Luo Yunhai, he got down to business. He seriously frowned and asked, You two have roamed the world for so many years. Do you know any fire attribute and water attribute experts? Recommend 2 people. Li Jingtian looked at him in surprise and suspiciously asked, "What does Manager Zhuo want to know this for?"
His eyes slightly narrowed. Zhuo Fan calmly said,
"Now the Luo family is temporarily stable, but who knows when someone will come to cause trouble again."
Now, of the four great formations, the Eastern Azure Dragon Formation is controlled by Old Yan. Elder Lai is a body cultivator who best masters the Western White Tiger Formation, so I still need 2 experts to master the Southern Black Tortoise Formation and the Northern Ice Shadow Formation, so that when someone comes, they can come but never return.
Li Jingtian frowned slightly,
Pondered for a while, and muttered, "According to Manager Zhuo's requirements, I have 2 people to choose from." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Oh, who are they?" Li Jingtian nodded and immediately said the 2 names. Old Fiery Ancestor, Qiu Yanhai, and Ice Moon Devil Woman, Shu Qingjians. As soon as these 2 names came out, Yan Song exclaimed in shock, "What? Those 2 old monsters? No way! No way!" Those 2 old monsters are very stubborn. Even when the Emperor Gate invited them to come out of the mountains, they refused.
Later, the Emperor Gate relied on its strength and suffered a great loss.
Since then, no one has dared to disturb them again. Zhuo Fan ignored Yan Song's words. Even if it was difficult, he had ways to make them submit. Thinking about it, he frowned and said, "Oh, what's their strength?" 5th stage of the Radiant Heaven Realm. Li Jingtian's eyes lit up, and he calmly said, "I've fought with them before. If it's a one-on-one fight, I can still win by a small margin, but if the 2 of them combine water and fire, even the 2 of us wouldn't necessarily be able to win. Oh, they even know the art of water and fire synergy."
Zhuo Yifan grinned and snorted, saying,
"All right, it's them. We'll set off tomorrow morning." Yan Song blinked with a worried look and asked, "But Manager Zhuo, how can we invite them?" Zhuo Fan snorted coldly and curled his lips in disdain, saying, "This old man follows the path of tyranny. Do I need to invite them, Old Lai? Do you still have those 2 Spring Yang pills left from last time?" Li Jingtian nodded and smiled, saying, "Of course. I can't bear to throw away this kind of miraculous spirit pill, haha." Just as he finished speaking, the 3 of them simultaneously glanced at each other, understood each other's intentions, and nodded, laughing loudly.
Zhuo Fan's plan to subdue the elders under his command thus began. Just as dawn broke the next day, Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian set off, leaving Yan Song at home to guard against accidents. After hearing the news of his departure, Luo Yancheng was not lightly angry. Her face was ugly, and she muttered, "What? He's gone? Said he'd be back, said he'd leave, and he's actually gone. Does he think this is a hotel?" Peng Tongling saw that she was angry and said awkwardly, "Miss, calm down. Doesn't he know that the Dugu army will return to the capital in 3 days? Couldn't he wait until after sending Yunhai off?" As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his head and sighed.
Lei Yunting was no exception, fiercely clenching her fists as she speculated, "HMPH. Sure enough, that kid has someone outside. That's right, it must be so." Luo Yuncheng also thought so, gritting her teeth and saying. Peng Tongling blankly looked at the 2 women in front of him who were constantly complaining, somewhat sighing, "Zhuo Fan really doesn't know how good he has it. I don't know if he's really stupid or pretending to be stupid, but if Zhuo Fan were here, his answer would definitely be that he doesn't care. Women and love are nothing to him. In his eyes, there is only benefit and strength, not to mention that they are 2 women. He could abandon Chu Qingcheng, the #1 beauty, after spending a short and beautiful time with her, let alone them." 3 months later, 2 figures appeared in front of a mountain range, calmly standing there looking deep into the mountains. This mountain is called Snowflame Peak. One half is covered in ice and snow, and the other half is a sea of fire. This harsh environment cannot support even a single blade of grass. Looking far into the distance, Zhuo Fan sighed and shook his head. How long did they have to fight to change the terrain like this? Zhuo Yifan meticulously observed the battle. Both long nodded. With this kind of strength, even in the Radiant Heaven realm, they are experts, truly qualified, and worth him recruiting.
Li Jingtian couldn't help but laugh, and calmly said, "Manager Zhuo, these 2 were originally a pair of lovers. They were also very famous in Tianyu back then. making people afraid of their names, but their personalities are extremely strange, and they practice cultivation techniques with opposite attributes. Neither of them submits to the other.
Later they lived in seclusion in the forest, instead returning peace to Tianyu, but destroying the beautiful mountain scenery here, ha. Frowning slightly, Zhuo Fan muttered, "If so, wouldn't even the Emperor Gate be unable to deal with them?"
Li Jingtian smiled lightly, shook his head, and sighed, saying, "Manager Zhuo, the affairs of these lovers are very strange. Don't think they're happily fighting at home. Once there's an external enemy, they will definitely resist together. The coordination of the two of them is even without any flaws. Back then, dozens of us Radiant Heaven experts were beaten and retreated in disgrace." Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded knowingly. So it turns out that their apparent incompatibility, but inner harmony, is what's so terrifying. Suddenly at this moment, a spiritual sense fluctuation instantly transmitted, sweeping across in front of the two of them. Glancing at each other, both secretly nodded, clearly having been discovered. Zhao Faren's face remained expressionless, as he coldly stated, "Elderling knows what to do next, right?" A smirk tugged at Li Jingtian's lips as he nodded slightly. "Of course, use trickery against the enemy, ha!" Following a shout from Li Jingtian, an old man shot out from the mountain range, quickly appearing before the two. Once the man landed, Zhao Fan carefully observed him. He saw an old man of about 60 years old, his eyes sparkling with a divine light and flickering flames. His whole body emanated a heat wave. Even from a distance, Zhao Fan could feel the intense heat. He couldn't help but sigh. Pure fire origin energy indeed. This guy is definitely him. At this moment, Li Jingtian stepped forward, protecting Zhao Fan behind him, and said to the newcomer, "Zhuo Yanhai, long time no see. You're really losing your manners. As a divine illumination expert, you're pressuring a junior." Zhuo Yanhai sneered upon hearing this. "Manners? Does your Emperor Gate have any manners? Back then, 10 of you ganged up on the two of us, Tiangang and Sun. What are you doing here today? You can't possibly beat the two of us on your own, right?" Li Jingtian smirked an evil grin, calmly replying, "Old ancestor raging flames. Don't worry, this old man isn't here to become your enemy. It's just that this little young master of ours has a naturally fiery constitution. The imperial supremacy body art isn't suitable for him, so this old man was ordered by the sect leader to bring him here to become your disciple and learn your arts." "Become a disciple?" Zhuo Yanhai looked at him incredulously, suspiciously asking, "The Emperor Gate has so many cultivation methods. Do you still need to become a disciple?" Li Jingtian laughed loudly, not minding to answer. "Haha, you're right, our Emperor Gate has many cultivation methods, but none can match the Imperial Supremacy body art. This little young master of ours is very demanding. He must cultivate the strongest fire-based cultivation method in Tianyu, so this old man came to you. Everyone knows that old ancestor Raging Flames' flame-scorching inferno art is a profound rank cultivation method, second only to exclusive cultivation methods." For a moment, Zhuo Yanhai nodded in agreement, but as soon as Emperor Gate was mentioned, he glared angrily at Li Jingtian, sneering, "Is that the truth, Li Jingtian? Ever since you joined the Emperor Gate, you've become increasingly timid. If you were really bringing a child to become a disciple, to show sincerity, the family head should have come in person, but instead they sent you. How pathetic, you're nothing but a dog in the Emperor Gate's house." Li Jingtian paused, fury rising in his heart as he cursed inwardly. "He calls me timid. Just wait until this little bastard's blood silkworm enters your mouth. Let's see if you'll still have the guts." Thinking this, he coldly snorted, gritting his teeth as he said, "Old ancestor Raging Flames, stop the nonsense. Will you accept him as a disciple or not?" "Won't accept?" Zhuo Yanhai laughed outright, mocking. "Back then, the 10 great offerings of the Emperor Gate besieged the two of us. Why would I accept your young master as a disciple, Li Jingtian? Do you think I'm as timid as you?" Li Jingtian bit his lip fiercely, so angry he couldn't speak, cursing him in his heart. "Just you wait." Just then, Zhao Fan impatiently spoke up. "Elder Lai, you praised old ancestor Raging Flame so much earlier, so I reluctantly came with you to take a look. But now it seems he's just so-so, He's not even comparable to a heavenly profound realm elder of our Emperor Gate." Zhuo Yanhai was startled upon hearing this and looked towards the source of the voice, only to see Zhao Fan's face filled with disdain as he spoke. "Oh? This old man faced 10 of your Emperor Gate's offerings alone in the past and never lost. And you dare to say this old man is not as good as your heavenly profound elders? It's just the truth. Zhuo Fan pointed to the mountain range in front of them and said, "Look, you set fire to the mountain here, but it froze halfway. Surely that means your fire isn't strong enough, and your origin energy isn't enough." Zhuo Yifan was taken aback, a bit dumbfounded. How could the Emperor Gate have such an innocent person? Had he never left home before? Could he not even recognize the aftermath of a battle between two great experts? Eventually, he earnestly lectured him. "Little brat, I'll forgive you since you're still young and don't understand, but remember this, it's not that I set fire to the mountain, but it's the scene left behind after I fought with that woman of mine. Wow, how awesome." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Fan feigned admiration, saying, "Just the scene after the fight is already so magnificent, not to mention our elders, even the offerings wouldn't be as good."
Zhuo Yifan nodded with satisfaction, smugly saying, "He's teachable." But then Zhuo Fan said something that made him want to vomit blood. "Uncle Zhuo, I'm saying, your wife is really amazing. A grown man is not even as good as a woman. That's just too incompetent."
Zhuo Yifan was about to vomit blood from anger, shouting furiously, "Little brat, don't spout nonsense. What do you mean my fire was frozen by her? It's clearly that her ice was melted by me."
"Little brother, you have great vision. This older sister loves you to death." At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a petite Lolita standing on top of the mountain, her face beaming as she said, "Old immortal, did you hear that? Even a little devil can see that this old lady is one step above you. Still not admitting defeat, huh?" Finishing her sentence, she flew next to Zhuo Yifan and greeted Zhuo Fan with a wink. Zhuo Fan looked at the person before him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Clearly an old hag. Yet she was calling herself older sister in front of him. It was truly chilling, however. This old hag was using cultivation to maintain her appearance. Otherwise, her strength would definitely have improved rapidly, surpassing these two old guys.
Thinking this, Zhuo Fan chuckled twice, flattering. "Older sister, you're so beautiful." The two older sisters lifted someone like Shui Qingjian, who was obsessed with appearances, to cloud nine. She smiled brightly and went towards Zhuo Fan, saying, "Little devil, you have such a sweet mouth."
"Although older sister doesn't like people from the Emperor Gate, you're an exception." Zhuo Fan nodded, smiling slightly, and pointed at Zhuo Yifan, saying, "Older sister, are you his granddaughter? But you don't look alike. He's so ugly. How could he give birth to such a flower-like granddaughter?"
Shui Qingjian laughed loudly again, her face as beautiful as a flower, pinching Zhuo Fan's cheeks hard as she said with a laugh, "Little devil, older sister loves you too much."
"Ha ha!" Li Jingtian looked at Zhuo Fan acting cute next to him, one older sister after another. He shivered and muttered, "Does this steward Zhuo still have any integrity left? He's truly using any means to achieve his goals."
On the other hand, Zhuo Yifan glared fiercely at Zhuo Fan, scolding, "Little brat, are your eyes just for show?"
This old woman is over 100 years old. Even if she's maintaining her youthful appearance with cultivation, how could her whole demeanor still retain even half the appearance of a young girl? Have you lived your whole life in the Emperor Gate and never seen a woman before?
Before Zhuo Fan could reply, Shu Qingjian frowned, angrily looking at him. "Old immortal, where do you see that this old lady doesn't look like a young girl? Do you want a beating? HMPH, look at yourself. What young girl goes around calling herself this old lady all the time?"
And being shameless, even at your age, Zhuo Yifan curled his lips and sneered. Upon hearing this, Shui Qingjian snorted angrily, fiercely striking a palm towards Zhuo Yifan.
In an instant, a streak of white flashed past, forming rolling snowflakes that flew away.
Zhuo Yanhai's eyes contracted. Not daring to delay, he waved his sleeve, releasing a flame to block the white light.
He shouted fiercely, "Old hag, you want to make a move again, huh? So what if I do? Who told you to badmouth this old lady in front of children? You're old, yet you want to raise a young boy, an old cow eating young grass." The two began bickering again over nonsense.
Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian exchanged a glance, secretly laughing in their hearts. Li Jingtian understood the meaning and stepped forward, saying preemptively,
You two, this old man brought this child here today to become a disciple and learn your arts, not to watch you two argue. If Senior Qihua isn't willing, then I'll take him away first. Zhao Cheng feigned reluctance, waving at Shui Qingjian with a smile. Sis, farewell. Seeing this, Shui Qingjian's heart softened and she shouted, Wait a sec, I really like this kid, I'll take him. Qihua Yanhai curled his lip in disdain, sneering, You're taking my monkey? He has a fire attribute, perfect for my fire-based cultivation techniques. What's a person cultivating ice techniques like you gonna do? Shui Qingjian ignored him, proudly raising her head, and coldly said, I've been fighting you my whole life. I've already memorized your heaven-scorching flame art. Why wouldn't I be able to take this kid? Qihua Yanhai paused for a moment, then finally chuckled mockingly, Hehe. The reason I'm the #1 fire-type expert in Tianyu isn't just because of that technique, but because of this. Looking at the flame in Qihua Yanhai's hand, Zhao Cheng exclaimed in surprise, Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire, Earth Sea Blazing Flame. Oh, this little brat has a good eye. Qihua Yanhai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhao Cheng, praising, Not bad. If you become my disciple, in addition to the heaven-scorching flame art, I'll even give you a wisp of the Earth Sea Blazing Flame's purple flame. Then you'll truly be my direct disciple. Feeling the heat wave, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but sigh. This Earth Sea Blazing Flame is born in the heart of volcanoes, naturally violent and a yang fire. And it's a martial flame. Not only can it enhance the effect of qi refining in combat, but it can also increase the success rate by several times. No wonder Ancestor Scorching Flame is so strong, able to fight against 10 experts. His strength is indeed formidable. But Li Jingtian back then, under the Earth Sea Blazing Flame, was still a bit better than Qihua Yanhai. One can see how abnormal his physique is. Thinking of this, he secretly felt lucky. Tiangang and Sun really are rare martial artists, and also geniuses in body refinement. Taking him in back then was really finding a treasure. Thinking this, Zhao Cheng flashed a seemingly difficult smile, looking at Shui Qingjian and saying, Sis? He said that if I become his disciple, I can get the purple flame of the heaven and earth spirit fire, or maybe. But before he could finish, Shui Qingjian hurriedly interrupted. Don't be in such a hurry, little one. What that old fart has, your sis also has. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Cheng curled his lip. He's a fire-type expert who subdued a heaven and earth spirit fire, of course it's not a problem. But for a ice-type expert like her to say she also has a heaven and earth spirit? Before he could finish his thought, a piece of ice heart appeared in Shui Qingjian's hand. Seeing this, Zhao Cheng exclaimed in shock, Frost Heart Moon Spirit! It is worthy of being alongside with heaven and earth spirit fire, and even rarer, that's also a water-based treasure born between heaven and earth, can cleanse the impurities of the world, wash away the distracting thoughts in the heart, and raise the cultivation level several times. And the most important thing is that it condenses cold air for thousands of years. Ordinary experts can't withstand it at all. Yet these two people have such rare treasures in their hands. Really not bad. Shui Qingjian was slightly startled, nodding in admiration. This kid's knowledge is not ordinary. Although heaven and earth spirit fires are rare, many people know about them, but few know about this Frost Heart Moon Spirit. You actually recognize it. Zhao Cheng smiled awkwardly, muttering, I read about it in ancient books. Haha. Seeing Shui Qingjian's increasing interest in Zhao Cheng, Qihua Yanhai called out unwillingly, Hey old woman, he wants to cultivate fire-based techniques. Your Frost Heart Moon Spirit, no matter how powerful it is, isn't suitable for him. I advise you not to participate. But at this moment Zhao Cheng went to Shui Qingjian's side, grabbed her arm, smiling brightly. Sis, I really want to cultivate with you, but unfortunately our attributes don't match, and I can't use your Frost Heart Moon Spirit. Can you think of a way to get that old fart to give me the Earth Sea Blazing Flame? Seeing Zhao Cheng holding Shui Qingjian's arm, Qihua Yanhai roared angrily, Hey brat, let go of that old hag. Shui Qingjian looked at Qihua Yanhai, raising her head and saying, Okay, I'll get it for you, old geezer. What kind of bet do we make? Shui Qingjian's eyes lit up, and she said loudly, Same old rules. If you can win against me with one move, then I won't take this kid. If I can win against you with even half a move, then you give the purple flame of the Earth Sea Blazing Flame as a greeting gift to my newly accepted disciple. How about that? Zhao Cheng hurriedly hugged Shui Qingjian, saying, Sis, that's too dangerous. I don't want that earth-sea blazing flame anymore. Don't worry, little one. This old geezer has never won against me in his entire life. Shui Qingjian patted his head, comforting him with a smile. But Shui Yanhai was so angry that he stomped his feet, cursing, "Damn brat, didn't I warn you already? Let go of that old woman!"
Not letting go. Shui Qingjian and Zhao Cheng replied in unison. Shui Yanhai looked at the two of them cooperating so well, so angry he wanted to go crazy. But not daring to vent his anger on Shui Qingjian, he vented it on Li Jingtian, who was standing on the side.
"You little white face, you brought him here. I'll settle the score with you later." Li Jingtian shrugged his shoulders, not offering an opinion. Chu Yanhai huffed, yelling, pointing towards Shuiyan Peak and saying, "All right, I agree, same old place." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly flew away. Shui Qingjian laughed loudly and followed, only Zhao Cheng chasing after them from behind, yelling, Sis, I don't want that flame anymore. You absolutely must not have anything happen." But as soon as the two of them disappeared, Zhao Cheng's expression instantly changed, coldly laughing and muttering, "You guys must fight to your heart's content." Li Jingtian also laughed loudly in agreement. "Ha, Steward is really quick to change faces. If I didn't know the inside story, I would probably be bewitched by your innocent appearance, thinking you were a worldly young man." Zhao Cheng glanced at Li Jingtian, saying profoundly,
"You think those two old monsters are so easily fooled? They always leave themselves a way out? Oh, then our plan failed. They won't really fight. No." Waving his hand, Zhao Cheng smiled evilly. "They will fight, and they will fight until the heavens collapse and the earth splits, just because that old woman wants to fight. That old man will of course accompany her, but both of them will hold back to protect themselves."
Hearing these words, Li Jingtian frowned in worry, but very quickly Zhuo Yifan laughed softly. "But they won't be guarding against me." At this moment a loud explosion rang out.
The entire sky split into two halves. One half was blazing flames reaching the sky, the other half was icy wind piercing the bones. Zhao Cheng grinned, gently clenching his fist, resolutely saying, "These two old guys, one extreme flame, one extreme water, can't escape from my palm. These two elders, I want them for sure."
Zhao Cheng and Li Jingtian
calmly stood at the foot of the mountain, their eyes looking distantly at the sky, following the incessant battle.
For several days in a row,
the sky fire erupted, and the ice heart in Shui Qingjian's hand remained as firm as a rock, without any signs of disappearing. Old Man Scorching Flame and Ice Moon Demoness fell into a stalemate as usual.
They have been fighting for 2 months straight, and they gradually becoming weakened. Zhao Cheng's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth revealed a sinister curve, speaking out. "All right, Elder Li, it's time for us to take the stage. Next will be your show." No problem. Since cultivating the Masa decisive art, my strength has improved greatly in the past few months, and I will definitely live up to Steward Zhao's expectations. Li Jingtian laughed loudly, and instantly flew towards the top of Shuiyan Peak. At the same time, at the top of Shuiyan Peak, Shui Qingjian at this time was panting heavily, kneeling on the ice and snow, with bloodstains remaining at the corner of her mouth, looking at the person opposite her angrily. "Old geezer, you're finally willing to go all out, HMPH, old woman." Chu Yanhai was equally weakened at this moment, panting a few times with a slightly embarrassed expression. "Sorry, I injured you again." Shu Qingjian narrowed her eyes, coldly snorting. "What's the use of saying sorry? I didn't expect you to be so fake, hiding so much of your strength. This old lady has been deceived by you for so many years. Tell me, what's your conspiracy anyway?" Chu Yanhai anxiously waved his hand, hastily saying, "Qingjian, don't misunderstand. We've been together for so many years, fighting enemies side by side. How could I have any conspiracy?" Shui Qingjian pouted, turning her head away, saying, "Your schemes are hidden so deeply. I remember our battle half a year ago. You were still slightly weaker than this old lady. How are you so much stronger than me now?" HMPH, fake man, Chu Yanhai, was constantly anxious, lightly biting his lip, sighing as he admitted, "Qingjian, actually in these past few decades we've fought over 100 times, and each time I yielded to you, only because you're too warlike, and your personality's too stubborn. You definitely wouldn't be able to stand me yielding to you, so I kept hiding it and didn't say anything."
Lies. Before he could finish speaking, Shui Qingjian glared stubbornly, saying, "If you yielded to me before, why aren't you yielding now?" Chu Yanhai paused for a moment, eventually sullenly saying, How can this time be the same?
If I lost this time, you would really accept that pretty boy, a single woman, and a single man, and you're maintaining your youthful appearance. Who knows what would happen? Shui Qingjian stared at Zhuo Yifan, looking at his appearance, understanding as she burst out laughing.
You think after so many years, this old lady couldn't see that you were yielding to me? HMPH. This time this old lady used that little brat as an excuse to gamble with you, just wanting you to say it yourself, otherwise you would die without admitting it. This old lady is ambitious, but I'm not narrow-minded. Zhuo Yifan blankly blinked a few times, then happily said, So you didn't think about accepting that pretty boy? Well, Shu Qingjian frowned, revealing a mischievous smile. Not necessarily. Watch your future performance. If you still hide things from me in the future, this old lady won't just accept a simple pretty boy. No way. No way in the future this old husband won't dare to hide anything from you anymore. Even if we fight again, this old husband will definitely fight with all my strength. But before he could finish speaking, Shui Qingjian fiercely glared at him. What? Zhuo Yifan saw this and shrunk his neck, fearfully scratching his head, smiling. Shui Qingjian looked at him and also burst out laughing.
The problem that had existed between them for decades was finally resolved. Suddenly at this moment, Li Jingtian brought Zhuo Fan and appeared before them, and Zhuo Fan saw that Shui Qingjian was injured, exclaiming as he ran over, Sister, you're injured. I have healing pills for you.
HMPH. Brat. That old woman lost. You're not allowed to get close to her anymore. Zhuo Yifan saw him and flared up with jealousy, gnashing his teeth, saying, but he didn't pay any attention to him, taking out a bottle of pills from his person and handing it towards Shui Qingjian, saying, Sister, this is a spring yang pill. It can heal injuries and also restore some of your original power.
Sister, quickly eat it. Shui Qingjian looked at the pill in front of her, slightly frowning, not immediately taking it, clearly still vaguely wary of Zhuo Yifan. Suddenly, at this moment, a stream of original power flashed past. The pill bottle in Zhuo Fan's hand was sent flying.
Zhuo Fan looked towards him in surprise, asking, Old Li, what are you doing? Li Jingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent, coldly saying, Young master, these two are great enemies of the Emperor Lord's sect. Me being weakened right now is the best opportunity to eliminate them. Zhuo Fan's pupils shrank, turning his head to look towards Li Jingtian, suspiciously asking,
Weren't you bringing me to become a disciple?
Why, HMPH? Being able to become a disciple is naturally the best, but killing them now, ending everything, is even better. Li Jingtian looked towards Zhuo Fan, angrily, coldly snorting, Young master, you better get out of the way, otherwise if I injure you or kill you, this old man won't take responsibility.
Li Jingtian, how dare you, my father is. Before he could finish speaking, Li Jingtian coldly snorted, interrupting. Even if your father is the sect leader, he would probably support my way of doing things. Taking the life of a small son to exchange for the lives of two great enemies is really too worth it. Hearing these words, Zhuo Yifan and Shui Qingjian constantly cursed inwardly. As expected, the way of doing things of the Emperor Lord's sect was so vicious and shameless.
That's right, those pills. Right at this moment, Zhuo Fan suddenly shouted, looking at the porcelain bottle that had been dropped on the ground, hurriedly running to that place. Sister, quickly eat those pills, then you can recover a little.
Condensing tears in his eyes, Jingtian sent a palm towards the porcelain bottle, the powerful pressure seeming like it wanted to shatter the entire mountain, gnashing his teeth as he shouted loudly, Courting death! But right at this moment,
a figure appeared, taking that palm. Looking closely, it was the Lai Huo old ancestor, Zhuo Yifan. At the same time, Shu Qingjian picked up the porcelain bottle, looking towards Zhuo Fan, saying, Little brother, are these pills really that effective? Of course, Zhuo Fan smiled, nodding his head, his face full of fear and joy. Li Jingtian furrowed his brows,
seeming extremely worried that Shui Qingjian would swallow those pills. Not delaying, as he sent a palm downwards, rushing towards Zhuo Fan, and Zhuo Yifan on this side saw that he wanted to attack again, hurriedly stepping forward to block. A palm containing earth-sea blazing flames surged like a tide, blocking Li Jingtian's palm. A loud explosion rang out. Earth-sea blazing flames were strong, but the person he was facing was the body refinement cultivator, Li Jingtian. So in an instant, Zhuo Yifan's palm was shattered,
and he was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Shui Qingjian saw this scene, filled with worry, hurriedly running to Chu Yanhai's side. The two exchanged a look, together forming seals in their hands, shouting loudly, "Water and fire together, dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness." Along with the chant of the two, the figures of a fire dragon and a cyan phoenix instantly appeared, intertwining together as they rushed towards Li Jingtian.
Zhuo Fan looked in shock at the water and fire merging in front of him, crying out to the heavens, "Earth, sea, blazing flame dragon and ice heart wishing spirit phoenix. This is the water and fire together technique. If hit, even a godly illumination stage 6th layer expert would definitely be seriously injured beyond recovery. But it only has an effect on normal godly illumination realm experts. For body refinement experts like Li Jingtian, it's a different story." Li Jingtian narrowed his eyes, looking towards the fire dragon ice phoenix that was rushing over, not panicking, his hand lightly forming a seal, shouting out, "Devil Fiend." 3 absolute styles. First style, Devil Dragon, soaring to the heavens. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out, as if wanting to tear open the sky. The black dragon and the fire dragon ice phoenix collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. But not even waiting for the two Chu Yanhai to have time to rest, Li Jingtian again loudly shouted, "Devil Fiend, 3 absolute styles. Second style, Ghost Dragon Claw." Another move came out. The bodies of the two were already weakened, fundamentally not Li Jingtian's opponents. Again encountering this perverted move, very quickly they were pushed back, together spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Chu Yanhai looked in shock at these two moves. Suspiciously speaking, "This isn't the Emperor Extremity Overlord body art. What perverted cultivation method did you cultivate?"
"People who are about to die don't need to know so much." Li Jingtian didn't answer, coldly snorting, in his hand again gathering original power, looking like he wanted to attack again. Looking at the killing intent on Li Jingtian's body spreading thickly, Shui Qingjian furrowed her brows, considering, this time it seems like he's serious, but with their current state, they fundamentally aren't his opponents. Glancing at the pill bottle in her hand, this was their only way. Zhuo Fan, on the side, looked at Shui Qingjian hesitating, the corner of his mouth curving into a triumphant smile. Finally, the fish had taken the bait. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan pretended to anxiously shout loudly, "Sister, quickly go, let me stop him." Finishing speaking, he ran to tightly hug Li Jingtian from behind. Being obstructed by him, Li Jingtian angrily shouted, "Young master, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to force this old man to take action?" Zhuo Fan didn't care, stubbornly speaking, "I don't care. In any case, you're not allowed to harm sister, Shui Qingjian." And Chu Yanhai saw this scene, unconsciously shaken, exchanging a look with each other, slightly nodding. Shui Qingjian bet on this gamble. Finishing her words, she poured the pills from the bottle into her hand, swallowing one and giving another to Chu Yanhai, saying, "I don't know how much these pills can help us recover, but at least it's this kid's good intention. Shu, can't let him down." Chu Yanhai smirked, teasing, "He, old hag, who knew that at your age you'd still be charming enough to bewitch this little devil?" Shui Qingjian blushed and glared at him. "You old coot, still running your mouth at your age. Hurry up and eat this pill to face the great enemy." With that, Shui Qingjian reached into her ring, murmuring, "Be good, come on out, and protect your old lady." Suddenly, a clear cry echoed, and a giant eagle appeared beside her, creating a protective barrier around her. Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian were both shocked. It was a king-tier spiritual beast, the glacial jade snow eagle. Before they could recover from their surprise, Chu Yanhai also summoned his own king-tier spiritual beast, the earth-core scarlet flame tiger. Li Jingtian looked at the two old devils summoning their guardian beast, sighing, "As expected of Butler Zhuo, everything is just as he said. These two old guys may fight to the death, but they've still got plenty of tricks up their sleeves, and not just one." On the other hand, Zhuo Fan recovered from his shock and rejoiced. The more tricks these two old monsters had, the stronger they were. If he could recruit them, it would be so worth it. He was determined to get them on his side. No way he'd let them slip away. Seeing this, Li Jingtian yelled anxiously, "Little master, quickly get out of the way. This old man needs to take care of them now."
But Zhuo Fan stood firm, refusing to budge. Li Jingtian, frustrated and embarrassed, aimed a palm strike at Zhuo Fan's head. If that's the case, don't blame this old man for being merciless. A fierce palm descended, but Zhuo Yifan didn't flinch. Holding onto Li Jingtian tightly, Shui Qingjian and Shui Yanhai watched, their faces filled with worry, shouting in unison, "Kid!" Seeing Li Jingtian's palm about to strike Zhuo Fan's head, Shui Yanhai gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the opposite side. "Kid, we'll avenge you, Scarlet Flame Tiger. Snow Eagle, protect us, old hag. Let's refine the pills." Without hesitation, they sat down cross-legged to refine the pills, their two king-tier spiritual beasts guarding them. Just then, Li Jingtian finally stopped his hand, no longer pretending. "The fish are hooked. This play just needs to wait for the ending, Great Plan City." Zhuo Fan smiled in satisfaction. "Now we just wait for them to refine the medicinal power." Li Jingtian nodded, echoing with a loud laugh, praising, "Butler Zhuo is truly a brilliant strategist, not a single mistake. They actually ate this pill of unknown origin. With how cautious these two old monsters are, this is quite the upset." Zhuo Fan smirked, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Li Lao's words aren't quite right. I'm not a brilliant strategist, but rather I deliberately guided them to this. In moments of crisis, even the most cautious person will lower their guard, grasping at any glimmer of hope as a lifeline. Just like rain after a drought. That's why I created this atmosphere of crisis, so they would willingly swallow this pill of unknown origin." As he spoke, Li Jingtian was struck with terror, once again realizing the person before him, versatile in both martial and literary arts, with devilish tactics, using both overt and covert schemes that were impossible to defend against. Truly a rare and exceptional hero. Just then, Zhuo Fan suddenly spoke. "All right, Li Lao, you mentioned the emperor-wielding sect wanting to recruit them? These two are even more impressive than 10 divine illumination experts. Did that divine calculator, Leng Wucheng, not come up with any tricks?" Li Jingtian laughed loudly, mocking, "Ha ha, of course he offered a plan. But unfortunately, he doesn't have your blood silkworms. So with his plan to encircle and kill these two, the emperor-wielding sect would definitely be able to do it. But it would be a costly battle. Plus, these two can't be provoked. Losing people would be a disadvantage to themselves, so they gave up. Actually, the sect leader wanted to subdue these two with force, making them sincerely surrender. Unfortunately, these two wouldn't listen, and there was no way around it." Zhuo Fan nodded in understanding. It seemed it wasn't that Leng Wucheng was incompetent, but that he didn't have as many tricks as him. If he didn't have the demonic object, the secret blood silkworm, he probably wouldn't be able to handle these two old monsters either. A moment later, Chu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian finally finished refining the pills, slowly opening their eyes. But what they saw was Zhuo Fan standing safely beside them. Li Jingtian exclaimed in shock. You guys, what's going on?" Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan said calmly. "Senior 2, let me introduce myself again. I'm not a young master of the emperor-wielding sect, but the butler of the Luo family. Today, I, Zhuo Fan, am here on behalf of my family head to invite you two seniors to join the Luo family as elders. Please, do us the honor." Hearing this, the two looked at each other in shock, exclaiming, "What?" Li Jingtian nodded slightly, laughing, "Ha ha, that's right. This old man also stopped being an offering for the emperor-wielding sect a long time ago, and joined the Luzhou family as an elder. I thought of how powerful you two are, so I came to invite you specifically." Hearing Li Jingtian's confirmation, Chu Yanhai's eyes widened in shock. What kind of background did this Luo family have to actually be able to pull a rare expert like Li Jingtian from the emperor-wielding sect to serve under them? Not only was it a slap in the face to the emperor-wielding sect, but also digging at their foundation. Yet, the emperor-wielding sect hadn't made a move. If they were really that strong, they wouldn't have time to recruit the two of them. If that were really the case, then who exactly was this sacred figure, daring to even touch the emperor-wielding sect? Although they were a little horrified, the two still shook their heads. Shui Qingjian smiled softly at Zhuo Fan. "Little junior brother, although I said I wanted to take you in, I didn't say you could possess me, okay? That's right, no way. Only I can possess this old hag." "Ha ha." Chu Yanhai laughed shamelessly. Lan Shui Yanhai blushed with embarrassment. Zhuo Fan touched his nose, smiling.
I have one good point, which is that I don't like to force others. But I also have a flaw that even I hate, which is that what I, your father, set my eyes on, I must have. If I can't, then I'll destroy it so that no one can have it." With that, he formed a hand seal. In an instant, Zhuo Yifan suddenly writhed in pain, continuously spitting out fresh blood, crying out in agony. The two guardian beasts saw their masters in danger and quickly rushed toward Zhuo Fan. But he wasn't afraid at all, sneering, "You two beasts, if you know what's good for you, stay right there, or else I'll be collecting corpses for your masters." As he spoke, he formed another hand seal, and Zhuo Yifan cried out in agony again. Hearing the screams, the two king-tier spiritual beasts, which had been fiercely charging at him just a moment ago, quickly retreated in fear. Li Jingtian sighed at this sight. Zhuo Fan's methods are vicious. Don't even mention people. He can even subdue spiritual beasts. Truly terrifying. After dealing with those two spirit beasts, Zhao Cheng slowly walked towards the two people. Zhuo Yifan said with a forced smile, "Hey guys, no need to be like this, right? Just join the Zhao family and..." Xu Qingjian stared at the guy who used to be a naive little bro, but now was threatening them like a grim reaper. She was super pissed, gritting her teeth and enduring the pain as she yelled, "You! What the heck did you feed us?" Zhao Yifan smirked, a totally wicked grin spreading across his face. "Of course, it's something good that makes your life worse than death." Zhuo Yifan and Xu Qingjian never imagined that after roaming the world for decades, they'd be defeated by this little devil. And the worst part is, they didn't even realize how they fell for his tricks and got led into his trap. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, watching them tremble in pain on the ground, and said coldly, "All right, one last question. Join or don't join? No time to think about it." They both shook their heads vehemently and shouted, "We'd rather die than be humiliated. We'll never join." Zhao Cheng frowned slightly and said softly, "I'm just inviting you to join as elders of the Zhao family. I'm not trying to humiliate you." "You don't believe me? Ask Li Lao how I treat him usually." Being called out, Li Jingtian was startled and said with a chuckle, "The steward has always been polite and respectful to us." But as soon as he said that, he felt a little guilty. Although Zhao Cheng respected the elders, he would sometimes scold them without mercy. The elders didn't have much status at all. And it couldn't be like that even in the Emperor's Gate. Thinking about it, he looked at the two with some sympathy. "Sorry for your loss." Zhuo Yifan and Xu Qingjian didn't hear a word of what Li Jingtian said, shaking their heads stubbornly. "No joining! No joining! Absolutely no joining!" Hearing this, Zhao Cheng's face darkened, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said coldly, "If you two don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his hand, and the pain struck again inside their bodies. Blood kept flowing from all 7 orifices, and they kept vomiting fresh blood. Even Li Jingtian was shocked by the horrific scene, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, he suddenly understood that if he had been stubborn and not joined that day, what awaited him was inhumane torture. In this way, he finally realized how evil Zhao Cheng was, but Li Jingtian would have to spend his whole life by his side to realize where the limit of his evilness lay. Seeing their master screaming in pain, the king-level spirit beasts protecting them sensed it and rushed towards Zhao Cheng, but before they could touch him, Li Jingtian stepped forward to stop them. Under his pressure, they could only retreat. Zhao Cheng frowned when he saw this, and said to them with a wicked look, "Beasts are just beasts. Can't you understand human speech? I told you to stay still, or these two will die right away." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his hand. The two screamed again, rolling painfully on the ground, constantly vomiting blood, staining the ground in front of them red. The two protective spirit beasts looked closely at their masters, and saw Zhuo Yifan raise his hand with difficulty and look down, saying painfully, "Red Flame Tiger, Jade Snow Eagle, you guys go back first." Zhuo Fan shook his head helplessly, and looked at the two and sighed. "Even these two beasts feel sorry for you. Why do you have to make it so hard on yourselves?" But even in the midst of the pain, Zhuo Yifan was still able to smirk. Hey, you little devil, don't underestimate us too much. Although we've fallen into your hands, we won't give in so easily. Give up." Xu Qingjian turned her head to look at him, and smiled a little sadly. "Ha, old immortal. Who would have thought that after living our lives we'd end up in the hands of a little devil? What a loss of reputation.
The only good thing is that I have you with me before I die, and vice versa.
Ha ha, Zhu Yanhai nodded happily, looking at Zhao Cheng fearlessly. Zhao Cheng didn't expect these two to be so stubborn and have such heroic spirit. The more they were like this, the more he wanted to conquer them. The reason why they were so stubborn was because of their feelings, so it was also their biggest weakness. As long as he broke through this defense, he didn't believe they wouldn't surrender. Thinking about it, Zhao Cheng suddenly changed his tone and said calmly, "Although I've only been in contact with you two for a short time, given the deep feelings between you two, are you really willing to watch each other die?" Zhu Yanhai smirked and said with a disdainful, "TCH, you little devil, you're so sinister at such a young age. What do you know about feelings? As long as I have her by my side, I won't regret dying." Zhao Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he showed a wicked smile and said, "You say I don't understand feelings. Then tell me what feelings you see in my eyes. Let's talk about you two. First of all, you've been fighting with this old woman your whole life, and never won, right? How is that possible? You two have the same cultivation level, and also have spirit beasts of heaven and earth, and this old woman is still using a part of her cultivation to maintain her appearance, so she's naturally weaker than you. How could you not beat her? You must have been letting her win your whole life." Zhu Yanhai smiled proudly when he heard this, but remained silent. Zhao Cheng didn't look at him, and looked at Shui Qingjian, and continued,
"As for you, in this world, strength is the only way to survive, but you used a part of your cultivation to maintain your youth. In my opinion, you're just courting death. It would be fine if other women showed their faces often, but you live in seclusion in the mountains. Who are you showing it to? Isn't it for this old man? But in my opinion, it's a waste." Before Shui Qingjian could answer, Zhu Yanhai excitedly looked at her and said excitedly, "Qingjian, you maintained your beauty for me? Then I have to take a good look at it. I've been blind for decades, and I've never really looked at your face." Seeing this reaction, Zhao Cheng smiled with satisfaction. This was what he wanted, to push their feelings to the peak, and then break them down, forcing them to obey him obediently. Thinking of this, he grinned and said, "Yeah, you guys see? My words are the truth, right? Now I'm telling you, your feelings are your biggest weakness, lies. Our love is deep, and we'll live and die together. You can't do anything to us." "Really? Oh, really?" Zhao Cheng grinned cruelly, went in front of Shui Qingjian, grabbed her neck and lifted her into the air. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yanhai was startled and shouted, "What are you doing? Pick on me if you have the guts. Don't touch my wife." Shui Qingjian wasn't afraid either, and glared at him to stop him. "Old immortal, don't fall for his tricks. Whoever goes first, the other will follow." "What can he do to us?" Zhu Yanhai nodded slightly when he heard this, his face gradually calming down, but Zhao Cheng sneered and said, "HMPH. You think it's easy to die in my hands? Don't worry, I won't let you die, but at that time, you'll probably beg me to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the Heavenly Devil Great Transformation in his hand to absorb Shui Qingjian's cultivation. Quickly, her appearance became ugly, her skin wrinkled, her eyes were full of crow's feet, and she looked like an old woman in her decades. Before she could react, Zhao Cheng let go of her and let her fall to the ground. His voice was cold and sarcastic. "Old woman, this is what you really look like, right? You've maintained your youth for decades, and now it's all gone. Just right for this old man to take a good look." Zhao Cheng laughed loudly, turned Shui Qingjian's head around, forced her to look straight at Zhu Yanhai, and grinned cruelly. Shui Qingjian couldn't help trembling all over, and shouted like crazy, "Don't, old immortal! Don't look! It's useless! His body is under my control now. Even if I want to close my eyes, I can't." Zhao Cheng laughed and enjoyed the humiliation. "Old woman, don't look in front, don't look, don't!" Shui Qingjian shook her head violently, and tears appeared on her face. Zhu Yanhai looked at her with heartache, and stopped her. "Qingjian, it's okay, you're the most beautiful in my heart." What he wanted was to break through the old woman's defenses, to make her gradually collapse. Thinking about it, he added, "Hey, elder sister, do you even look like yourself now?" Shui Qingjian was torn apart, breaking through the weakest point in her heart. She painfully hugged her head and trembled, begging in a low voice, "Don't say any more.
Please don't say any more.
Zhu Yanhai watched his loved one with his own eyes, his mind aching, and kept angrily shouting, "You beast! Stop it now! Otherwise I will never let you go!" Zhuo Fan burst out laughing and curled his lips in disdain, saying, "Forgive me, huh? Your lives are in my hands. Where do you get the guts to talk so big? Trying to act tough with me, huh?" With that, he reached out and shoved Shui Qingjian, who was lying on the ground, revealing a cruel smile. Seeing this, Zhu Yanhai shouted anxiously, "Qingjian!" Shui Qingjian grimaced and forced a smile. Zhuo Fan chuckled. "Do you believe I'll make this old woman do something even more embarrassing? But I'm not interested in watching. It's just a perk for you, old man. But I wonder, does this old fogey still find this sister's beautiful body appealing?" Shui Qingjian gasped and shrieked, trembling in fear. Zhu Yanhai was in tears, and finally, with a pleading expression, he said, Steward Zhuo, we surrender. Please, show us some mercy. Don't humiliate us any further, please."
Finally, Zhuo Fan revealed a joyful smile. "That's more like it. If you had said this earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer this much."
"Elders, please, get up, heavens. Who injured you both so badly? Here, I have some healing pills. Please, take them quickly."
However, the two of them had just experienced a nightmare and fearfully eyed the pill in his hand. Seeing their hesitation, his eyes darkened, and he said coldly, "What? Disobeying me?" As soon as he spoke, the two immediately took the pill and swallowed it. Li Jingtian, who was watching from the side, secretly sighed. If he hadn't surrendered earlier, he'd probably be like these two. To think these two devils were forced into such a miserable state. In just a few short minutes, Steward Zhuo was just too ruthless. He really is a devil among devils. Zhuo Fan, having achieved his goal, immediately turned around as if nothing had happened, helping them up and offering them pills, as if he wasn't the same devil who had driven them to the brink just now. Their injuries were too severe, and they were being suppressed by Zhuo Fan, so they could only slowly refine the pills. After enduring the pain, it took them 3 hours to slowly open their eyes.
Zhuo Fan smiled cheerfully at them and said, "Congratulations, your injuries have improved. We can go home now."
However, as soon as he finished speaking, Shui Qingjian glared at him with a grim face, hiding behind Zhu Yanhai. Seeing their reaction, Zhuo Fan chuckled softly and said,
"You don't have to look at me with such hostile eyes. We're all one family now, aren't we, sister? Have you forgotten the brotherly and sisterly affection between us?"
Remembering how she had been deceived by his sweet words, Shui Qingjian angrily snorted, "HMPH, who's your sister? I was blind to not see the malicious intentions of you, little devil."
Hearing this, Zhuo Fan's expression turned slightly ugly. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Zhu Yanhai immediately interjected, "Please, Steward Zhuo, don't be angry. My old wife is just straightforward. Please don't take it to heart." Zhuo Fan calmly nodded, not paying attention to them.
"Anyway, your lives are in my hands now. Whether you want to be on good terms with me is up to you. In short, the position of elder in the Lupo family is yours. Now let's go." With that, Zhuo Fan flew off,
leaving Zhu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian to sigh helplessly. Even the Emperor Gate couldn't do anything to them, but today they lost to a little devil. The world is truly incomprehensible. Seeing the two of them staring intently in the direction where Zhuo Fan had left, Li Jingtian mocked, "Didn't you laugh at me for being cowardly before, old man? How about now?" Unable to help but laugh bitterly, Zhu Yanhai shook his head helplessly, glanced at Li Jingtian, and sighed, "Hi, I was rude before, but I never imagined that you would follow such a master. Heh, now you know." Lin Jingtian looked up at the sky, laughed loudly, and said casually, "But I, Lai, am still considered to have an unyielding spirit, not completely controlled by the bloodworm, so the one who can make me willingly follow is no ordinary person. Don't think that Steward Zhuo is young, but he acts decisively, resolutely, and has extraordinary methods. He has the qualities of a hegemon. You won't suffer by following him. Besides, if we all work together later, I'll let you know the rules of survival in the Lukyo family in advance." The two of them were startled, and quickly perked up their ears to listen carefully to what senior brother Lai had to say. Li Jingtian patted Zhu Yanhai on the shoulder and said very seriously, "In the Luo family, other than Steward Zhuo, everyone else is very approachable,
especially the eldest miss. You must be very friendly with her. Although the steward Zhuo is arrogant and doesn't care about anyone, he is single-minded towards the Luo family, and he will show some respect to the eldest miss's words.
If you accidentally offend him in the future, you must go and beg her. That way you can save more than half of your lives. The two of them were shocked and gratefully cupped their fists towards Lin Jingtian. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Li. Lin Jingtian waved his hand. Ah, it's nothing. We're all on the same side now. Why be so polite? Heh. Li Jingtian smugly rejoiced inwardly. He wasn't being so kind. He just wanted to do them a favor first, so he could use them later. Thinking of this, Li Jingtian suddenly didn't understand when he had become so treacherous. It must be because he was so close to Zhuo Fan that he had been infected by his bad habits. On the other side, in the imperial city, the emperor's capital, the army of the old marshal Duguzantian had returned. The news of the return of the heavenly martial war god attracted everyone's attention. Reporting to your majesty, the army of Grand Marshal Duguzantian requests an audience. In the Golden Luthean Hall, the emperor sat on the throne, and beside him was Mr. Sima, who often played chess with him. After a while, Duguzantian raised his head and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your subject Duguzantian pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live. Unable to help but chuckle, the emperor quickly stood up,
went to his side, and helped him up. Ha ha, Dugu, old marshal, you must be tired from traveling thousands of miles. Please rise. Dugu, how is the situation in Fenglin City? Please tell me.
Duguzantian nodded slightly, sighed,
and said with a solemn expression, The situation is not optimistic. I was ordered by your majesty to go there to provide support, but I was still late.
The battle in Fenglin City was extremely tragic. Hundreds of thousands of families in the Jiading Luo family died. Originally, upon seeing Duguzantian's solemn expression and mournful tone, the emperor's face darkened, but upon hearing hundreds of thousands of families, he couldn't help but laugh.
Marshal Dugu, how can a family like the Luo family have hundreds of thousands of families? Old Marshal, did you see it with your own eyes? Duguzantian thought for a moment and slowly said, Well, no. It was all reported by that steward, Zhuo Fan.
Indeed, I also found it very strange. That steward's name is Zhuo Fan, right?
The emperor couldn't help but wince. It really is him.
This kid really dares to do anything, even to utter such a large number of casualties.
Duguzantian nodded slightly and solemnly cupped his fists.
Your majesty is wise. The casualties of the Luso family were reported by steward Zhuo, and I don't trust that kid's nonsense much. How can a small family have hundreds of thousands of people? Mr. Sima beside him also nodded in agreement. Even the 7 vassal families don't have that many families.
Duguzantian suddenly realized.
That's right. After a long while he spoke again. But the Luo family suffered heavy casualties in the Battle of Fenglin City. Even the head of the Luo family died. The bored emperor sighed helplessly. Sing, old marshal, the Luo family head died 3 years ago already. Duguzantian was slightly startled, looking at the emperor in disbelief, his face flushed with anger, endlessly grumbling to himself, This brat dared to deceive me, making me lose all face in front of his majesty. All right, just you wait, I'll definitely collect this debt in full. The emperor saw this scene and immediately knew, shaking his head helplessly, and casually said, Never mind, let's not dwell on this. Is there anything else about the Lukeo family? Old Marshal, tell me right now. Duguzantian's expression was a bit awkward. Everything about the Lukeo family was told to him by Zhuo Fan, and he didn't have any chance to investigate, so he couldn't answer any of the emperor's questions. He basically didn't have a clear grasp of the Lukeo family's affairs. The emperor saw him hesitating to speak, feeling a bit suspicious. What exactly did this guy go to Fenglin City for? He doesn't even know a single thing about the Luo family. Could it be that he's been so sloppy with enemy intelligence his entire military career? Thinking of this, the emperor's face darkened, but it quickly vanished as he sighed and said, Oh well, let me ask then. How are the Luo family siblings? Luo Yuncheng and Luo Yunhai. They're fine. Not a single injury. What about the Luo family's guard commander, Peng Yan, the Luo family elder, Lei Yuntian, and his adopted daughter, Lei Yuting? Duguzantian pondered for a moment, then nodded. Seeing this, the emperor also spoke up contentedly. If they're fine, then the Lufal family didn't suffer too many casualties, he mused. But this Lufal family is truly resilient. To be targeted by the Emperor's Gate and Netherworld Valley and still pull through, that's something. Hearing this, Dugu Zantian waved his hand and explained, "Reporting to your majesty, outside the Luo family's Black Wind Mountain, there are 4 level 5 grand formations set up by the late Luo family head when he was alive. Ordinary experts would probably find it very difficult to break in." The Emperor frowned, glancing at Mr. Sima, and exclaimed in surprise, "That brat Zhuo Fan really keeps surprising people. Although I heard he could set up formations quite early on, I never expected him to lay down a level 5 grand formation just like that." "What? That formation was set up by Zhuo Fan?" Dugu Zantian was slightly startled, looking at the two in disbelief. Seeing Dugu Zantian's reaction, the Emperor shook his head helplessly. He had sent this guy to Fenglin City originally to receive reports, yet this person had no idea what he was doing there, and surprisingly had no information at all. Now this is great, he even has to explain things to this guy. Slowly nodding, the Emperor sighed softly and casually said, 3 years ago, the Lucio family was massacred. Even the family head was killed, leaving behind only a pair of siblings, the steward Zhuo Fan and guard commander Peng Yan. The current Luo family was single-handedly revived by Zhuo Fan, and this brat, the Emperor, hadn't even finished speaking when Dugu Zantian's eyes widened in shock, standing there dumbfounded, and he cried out in alarm, "He's the one who caused such a ruckus at Huayu Lu?" "Yep." The Emperor unconsciously nodded, sighing, "This brat is a rare talent, but unfortunately he's also a troublemaker. He truly makes me both love and hate him. Most of the Luo family's troubles are brought upon by him, but it's also precisely because of him that the Luo family has been able to hold on. I really don't know if having such a strange steward for the Luo family is a blessing or a curse." Dugu Zantian truly never expected Zhuo Fan to be the formation prodigy he had always been searching for. As for his troublemaking skills, what soldier doesn't stir up trouble? As long as he has the ability, that's enough. Thinking of this, he finally decided he had to rope this person into his official ranks. At this moment, the Emperor looked back at Dugu Zantian and said, "Oh right, old marshal, is there anything else worth reporting?" Dugu Zantian blinked his eyes, hastily saying, "Of course there is. This is evidence that the 3 families from Netherworld Valley attacked the Luo family. I request your majesty's judgment. Furthermore, these 3 families even forcibly broke into Fenglin City right in front of this old man." Saying this, Dugu Zantian immediately presented 3 jade slips. The Emperor took the items from his hand, examined them for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he burst out laughing, "Ha ha! With such concrete evidence, how could I not teach them a lesson they'll never forget? But, old marshal, did you encounter anyone from the Emperor's Gate?" Dugu Zantian shook his head and said, "I met all the family heads of the 7 noble houses under the Emperor in Fenglin City, but I only haven't seen anyone from the Emperor's Gate show their face." The Emperor narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of cunning, and said, "So, then this cousin of mine is hiding really deep, isn't he?" Saying this, he swung his hand, throwing the 3 jade slips to the ground, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. The Emperor coldly snorted, angrily saying, "HMPH, then this time I'll use these 3 families as a warning for everyone to see who the true master of this world is." At the same time, in Netherworld Valley, perpetually shrouded by chilling yin energy, today it was unusually bright. In the council hall, Valley Master Yuan Shan sat grimly on the main seat, an elder by his side. In just 2 short years, Netherworld Valley had suffered significant losses, elders, elites, yet they hadn't gained any benefits. Zhuo Fan couldn't be eliminated, elite elders were gradually lost, people were crippled, and they even offended the imperial family. Netherworld Valley was now like a paper boat braving the waves, finding it hard to even protect itself. Just then, the 5th elder couldn't hold back his anger, and roared, "I can't take this anymore, I must kill that brat." Yet, at this very moment, a ripple of energy spread, followed by melodious flute sounds, reaching everyone. The 5th elder, in a fit of rage, flared up again upon hearing the flute sounds, roaring, "Damn it! At a time like this, someone's still casually playing the flute in the valley. I'll tear that person to shreds." When everyone rushed out to search, they saw a white-robed figure standing majestically on a tall tree holding a jade flute. Everyone was endlessly shocked. Yuan Shan's pupils constricted, and he cautiously spoke up,
What are you doing here, Jade Flute Sword God, Feng Chubai?
Feng Chubai floated in midair, looking down arrogantly at everyone from Netherworld Valley, and coldly said, I have come bearing His Majesty's imperial decree. Valley Master Yu is to immediately appear in court for an audience.
No delays allowed. Hearing Feng Chubai's tone, Yuan Shan immediately gritted his teeth in anger.
The 7 noble houses under the emperor were on par with the imperial family. Even when summoned, the tone was always polite and fawning.
But this time was different. An imperial dragon guard coming to deliver the decree was clearly a preemptive strike, meant to crush their spirit. Thinking of this, Yuan Shan secretly snorted coldly. If they showed fear this time, they wouldn't be able to speak up later, even if they had a point. Yuan Shan straightened his back, looking at Feng Chubai, and said disrespectfully,
Mr. Feng, you've traveled a long way to deliver this decree. It must have been tiring.
But recently, this Valley Master suddenly caught a cold, and my body isn't feeling well. I'm afraid it will be several months before I can attend court. I hope you will be magnanimous and overlook this.
As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone in Netherworld Valley couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, truly worthy of Valley Master Yu. His imposing aura is extraordinary. He's using this excuse to tell that old emperor that Netherworld Valley is one of the 7 noble houses under the emperor, not some mere court official. How could they just let him order them around?
On the contrary, when Feng Chubai heard these words, he immediately unleashed his aura, his expression darkening. With a wave of his hand, a shocking explosion instantly roared, bringing with it a whirlwind that swept away dust and debris. Everyone looked forward, taking a deep breath, as this person had instantly obliterated a mountain belonging to Netherworld Valley. Feng Chubai turned around and warned before departing immediately, I hope Valley Master Yu doesn't forget. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in an instant, as if no one had ever been there. Only the remains of the destroyed mountains served as proof that Feng Chubai had indeed been there. Everyone stared in horror at the mountain that had been instantly annihilated, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. So this is the true strength of an imperial dragon guard. Feng Chubai was terrifyingly powerful. With just a flick of his hand, he could destroy a mountain. In this situation, he alone would be enough to wipe out all of Netherworld Valley.
Suddenly, at this very moment, a whooshing sound echoed, and 3 gray-robed old figures appeared before them. Seeing the newcomers, Yuan Shan cried out in alarm, Damn, dude, you're finally here. You know he's not even. Before he could finish, a retainer waved his hand to stop him. Of course I know. I waited for him to leave before I dared to show up. Ugh, let me be blunt, sect leader. We've kicked a real hornet's nest this time. That emperor might just be a paper tiger, but those 5 dragon protector god guards of his are probably beastly powerhouses in their own right. I'm telling you, you better get your butt to court and apologize. This emperor ain't someone you can mess with anymore. Hearing this, Yuan Shan was truly unwilling. How did his Yuming Valley fall so low? Everyone wants to step all over him. Yuan Shan cursed inwardly. Damn it, what bad luck. 7 days later, in the imperial city, a palace maid led Yuan Shan to a small waiting room. As soon as Yuan Shan entered, he saw 2 people already there, and exclaimed in surprise, You guys are here too. With that, he headed straight for his seat, turning to Lin Ruofeng next to him and asking, Patriarch Lin, who's the envoy Zhao Xuan sent to Kuaihuo Forest? At this mention, Lin Ruofeng recalled the state of Kuaihuo Forest, and gritted his teeth, angrily spitting out another name, White Chess Sage, Sima Hui. That old codger usually just plays chess to cultivate his mind. Among the 5 great dragon protector god guards, he's considered the most easygoing. Unlike that jade flute divine sword, Feng Chubai, who instantly leveled a part of our Yuming Valley's mountain range, before Yuan Shan could finish speaking, Lin Ruofeng angrily interrupted, Easy going my butt. That old geezer came to Kuaihuo Forest without saying a word and just dropped a few chess pieces. You all know, each of his chess pieces has the power of a star. When those pieces landed, they immediately leveled half of Kuaihuo Forest, turning it back to how it looked 500 years ago. Only then did he make his proclamation, claiming his hand slipped. Tell me, is that old man even human? Yuan Shan listened to his grievances, secretly shaking his head and feeling lucky. Turns out, there was someone even more miserable than his Yuming Valley. Finally, some of the anger in his heart dissipated, and he felt much more balanced. Yan Bagong beside him remained silent for a moment, then said with a sorrowful expression, HMPH, compared to my Yaofeng Hall, you're nothing. The person sent to you guys is still considered a human, but the one who came to my place to proclaim the decree was a beast. My Yaofeng Hall has been completely destroyed, not to mention the elixirs and ingredients. He devoured them all.
What? Even the medicinal herbs were eaten? Could it be?
Lin Ruofeng exclaimed in shock, glancing at Yan Wanshan. The two clearly understood each other, and knew who Yan Bagong was referring to. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad they weren't destroyed by that monster.
Lin Ruofeng wore a sympathetic expression, saying, Hallmaster Yan, it seems you're the most tragic of us three. Yu Wanshan nodded in agreement, speculating, but this time, the Emperor released that unruly little monster. Then it seems he's really pissed.
Usually when the 7 great clans came to the imperial city, they would strut around like no one's business, acting like they were above it all. But this time, they all looked like they were heading to the execution grounds.
Their faces were filled with grief and fear, and all you could hear were sighs. An hour later, a guard finally arrived, respectfully saying to the three clan heads, His Majesty summons you. Yu Wanshan, along with the other two, exchanged another glance, sighed, and followed the guard to the audience.
Soon, the 3 arrived at the Golden Lufian Hall. They took a deep breath and slowly stepped inside. As they entered the main hall, they saw the majestic emperor sitting on the dragon throne. Beside him was the black and white chess sage, Sima Hui, and there was also a burly, imposing figure. Standing next to him was the god of war, Tianwu, and Duji Yu Zantian, Yu Jiming Valley Master, Yu Wanshan, Yaofeng Hall Master, Yan Bagong, Kuaihuo Forest Patriarch, Lin Ruofeng. Pay respects to your majesty. The moment they entered the hall,
the 3 immediately bowed and paid their respects to the emperor sitting on the dragon throne.
The emperor narrowed his eyes and coldly questioned the 3. Do the 3 clan heads know why I've summoned you? The 3 paused unconsciously and feigned ignorance in unison. Reporting to your majesty, we do not know. Seeing that they weren't admitting to anything, the emperor angrily slammed the table and stood up, throwing 3 jade tablets in front of them,
and loudly scolded, HMPH, you don't know? Then do you recognize these 3 jade tablets? If so, then tell me why you brazenly defied my orders and trespassed into the forbidden zone I designated.
Even if you are founding meritorious officials and members of the Imperial 7 families, you have no right to do this. Seeing what was in front of them and knowing that they had been exposed, the 3 swallowed hard. They knelt down in fear, begging for forgiveness. Please forgive us, your majesty.
The moment they knelt down, the emperor felt a sense of elation and joy. This was the first time these guys had knelt before him. An emperor! Throughout the ages of Tianwu, no emperor had ever had the heads of the Imperial 7 families, who were on equal footing with the Imperial family, kneel before them. Perhaps only the founding emperor had received this treatment. This feeling was so blissful, but he didn't show it. His face remained unchanged, maintaining a cold demeanor. But his words softened. You are the descendants of meritorious officials loyal to the country. You probably wouldn't cause such a rebellious incident for no reason. If there's any hidden reason, tell me and I'll forgive your negligence. Duji Yu Zantian beside him also shouted at the same time. Who ordered you in the end? As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the 3 clan heads unconsciously lit up. The meaning of these words was that Duji Yu Zantian's words represented the emperor, but he couldn't say it directly.
The emperor didn't need to know why they broke into Fenglin City, he just needed to know who ordered them to do it. This time the emperor wanted to make a move against the Emperor King sect, and they were just pawns. So after being caged in the depths of the palace for so long, the emperor was finally about to come out and bite someone. However, the Emperor King sect was no pushover either. They were caught in the middle and could only be sacrificed. If they hadn't listened to the Emperor King sect in the first place, no matter what excuse the emperor found, he couldn't do anything to them. But now, if they didn't drag the Emperor King sect in, the emperor would definitely attack them first. But if they bit back, the Emperor King sect wouldn't let them off either. Either way, they were doomed. They really didn't know what to do. But before they could think, Duji Yuzantian once again released his pressure and roared, "Who ordered you in the end?" Yu Wanshan swallowed hard, trembling and gritting his teeth, stammering, It's... But before he could say the name the emperor wanted to hear, a guard's report came from outside. Emperor King Sect's sect leader, Huangfu Tianyuan, and Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng request an audience with your majesty. Hearing this, Sima Hui and Duji Yuzantian's eyes widened in shock. That old fox is with Zhuge Changfeng. This time it'll be difficult for your majesty to deal with the Emperor King Sect, on the other hand. Yuan Shan? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't done anything wrong yet. The emperor narrowed his eyes towards the door and coldly ordered, "Let them in." Finally, that tiger couldn't hold back and came down from the mountain. Sima Hui looked at the emperor and secretly transmitted his voice. The emperor heard this and nodded slightly, his expression more serious than ever before. Emperor King Sect leader Huangfu Tianyuan, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng, Grand Steward of the Emperor King Sect Lang Wuchang, Grand Retainer of the Emperor King Sect Huangfu Fenglei, pay respects to your majesty. Quick as a flash, the four figures entered the hall together. Besides Huangfu Tianyuan and Zhuge Changfeng, there were two others, especially the old man, a burly and strong figure walking behind. Seeing this guy, Sima Hui couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The #1 expert of the Grand Imperial Guardian, Huangfu Fenglei, actually came too. Zhuge Changfeng, stepping inside, glanced at the three kneeling figures on the ground and chuckled lightly. "Ah, yeah. The three family heads of the Yuzhia 7 families have always been on equal footing with the royal family. Even if you respect His Majesty greatly, there's no need to kneel like this. Doing so will make others think His Majesty is intentionally suppressing the 7 families and abolishing ancestral rules, inviting ridicule. On the contrary, you'll be putting His Majesty in a bad light, committing a crime of disloyalty. Quickly, get up!" Hearing this, the emperor's face turned somewhat unsightly, his hands clenching into fists in anger. No wonder he's Zhuge Changfeng, what a guy! The emperor forced down his anger, gently stroking his beard, and said with a soft laugh, "Haha, Imperial Uncle hasn't visited the Imperial City in decades. I wonder what brings you here this time." "Reporting to your majesty, I have come here to plead guilty." Huangfu Tianyuan bowed and said calmly. The emperor frowned slightly, exchanging glances with the two people beside him, his heart filled with confusion, but he still smiled and said, "I don't quite understand what Imperial Uncle means. The Emperor Gate is a relative of the royal family, and has always been law-abiding, guarding Lock Dragon City for the royal family. I don't know what crime we could possibly be guilty of. Your Majesty praises us too much, making me even more ashamed." Huangfu Tianyuan modestly cupped his fist. The Yuzhia 7 families have been serving the royal family for thousands of years, and should be a shining example for the stability of Tianyu. But now, the 3 families of the Underworld Valley dare to openly defy the imperial decree, invading Fenglin City, His Majesty's restricted area, stirring up many rumors among the people. Our Emperor Gate, as the leader of the 7 families, has failed to fulfill our duty of supervision, and is indeed guilty. As soon as these words came out, the emperor again clenched his hands into fists, his knuckles audibly cracking, his face heavy. Pleading guilty? Is that what he calls pleading guilty? He's clearly here to seize power. Thinking of this, the emperor coldly said, "Imperial Uncle's words are a bit much. How can Imperial Uncle bear the guilt for the 3 families of the Underworld Valley?" "That's right, Huangfu's sect leader. Although the Emperor Gate is the leader of the 7 families, it is logical to be responsible. But if you take all the blame upon yourself, you are being too harsh on yourself. And it's not certain that the Underworld Valley Masters have committed such a grave offense that you need to shoulder the blame for them at this time." Zhuge Changfeng smiled, his mouth twitching into a sinister and profound smile, glancing at the emperor. A cold smile condensed in the emperor's eyes as he said, "What does the Prime Minister mean by that? Could it be that I am wrong?" No, of course. Your Majesty is not wrong, it's just making a mountain out of a molehill." Zhuge Changfeng's blatant contempt was clearly heard. The emperor suddenly clenched his hands, his eyes seemingly wanting to spit fire. Duji Yuzantian, hearing these words, couldn't help but angrily shout, "Zhuge Changfeng,
Could it be that you are openly resisting the imperial decree? Is it just a small matter? Well, if everyone thinks like that and acts like that, where will the majesty of the royal family be in the future? Zhu Changfeng smiled lightly, waving his hand and shaking his head, saying,
Old Marshal, calm down. I don't mean that.
Defying the imperial decree is certainly a great crime. But if the emperor is immoral then, following the mandate of heaven, what are you saying? Du Ji Yu Zantian glared, and Zhuge Changfeng quickly waved his hand, smiling apologetically, saying, Ha ha, Old Marshal, don't be angry. I don't mean to criticize His Majesty. It's just that a wise monarch will certainly understand. Before determining guilt, one must first ask the reason. His Majesty, a wise ruler of the present age, should be even more so. Isn't that so?
Thinking of this, the emperor could only nod, seemingly allowing them to state their reasons.
This time, Yuan Shan straightened his back and cupped his fist, saying,
Reporting to your majesty, this matter originated from the grand butler of the Luo family in Fenglin City, Zhuo Fan. After Yuan Shan finished speaking, Huangfu Tianyuan then cupped his fist and said, Your Majesty, this little thief has committed countless evils and openly causes trouble. The majesty of the 7 families is also the majesty of the royal family. Please, Your Majesty, take charge. Remove the restriction on Fenglin City so that we can enforce the national law on this evil thief on the spot, to demonstrate Your Majesty's fairness. Originally, the emperor only wanted to avoid the internal cause, only wanting to find an excuse to make a move against the emperor. Gate was enough, but now Zhuge Changfeng brought the matter out. It seems that he can't avoid facing it. Thinking of this, the emperor couldn't help but curse inwardly. That damned old fox. Looking at them constantly accusing Zhuo Fan, the old emperor stroked his beard. This time it's difficult. Not only can he not use the 3 families of the Underworld Valley to overthrow the Emperor Gate, but on the contrary, he's helping the Emperor Gate to have a chance to attack the Luo family, ruining the entire layout he designed. The emperor gritted his teeth, hating Huangfu Tianyuan and Zhuge Changfeng in his heart. You are all damned. The emperor rested his hand on the dragon throne, gently clenching it, his eyes somewhat thoughtful. After a long while, he lightly spoke. 3 years ago, Fenglin City, because of the grudges between the Qianlong Pavilion and the Underworld Valley, caused the people to be resentful and complain to the heavens. I felt ashamed in my heart, so I designated that place as a restricted area to prevent the common people from being disturbed again. Now, if the mistakes of one person cause that place to be devastated, it will be difficult for me to rest in peace. I take into account that this is your first offense, so I won't pursue it. But you are not allowed to disturb Fenglin City anymore. If you want to catch that little thief, wait for him to come out, and you can do as you please. Your Majesty cherishes the people, your loyal subjects admire you, the world is fortunate. Everyone from Huangfu Tianyuan once again respectfully cupped their fists, but a contemptuous smile bloomed on their lips. In this invisible battle, the contest between the emperor and the Emperor Gate, the emperor could be considered to have suffered a great defeat and retreated. Not only could he not capture the Emperor Gate, but he couldn't even capture the 3 families of the Underworld Valley. The most hateful thing is that he couldn't even protect the chess piece of Fenglin City, and even almost lost it. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 3 people from Yuan Shan bowed to the emperor, then also saluted Huangfu Tianyuan, saying, Thank you, sect leader Huangfu, Emperor Huangfu. Hearing these words, the emperor trembled, unable to utter a word. The dragon face of the royal family had become the laughingstock of everyone, and he couldn't swallow this anger. But Huangfu Tianyuan seemed to not see it, slightly bowing and smiling. Your Majesty loves and forgives our sins. We are endlessly grateful. Seeing them turn around and leave, Shen Gaozi was so angry that he trembled. Without his permission, they actually led people away, clearly not putting him, the emperor, in their eyes. Just at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out. Wait! Everyone turned their heads at this shout, and saw Sima Hui taking a step forward, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Huangfu Fenglei, saying, Mr. Huangfu, long time no see? How about a game of Go with me? As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the other party to respond, Sima Hui had already selected a Go stone and shot it towards Huangfu Fenglei. In an instant, a pressure instantly descended upon everyone. Yuan Shan and Huangfu Tianyuan were considered to be heavenly profound peak experts, but under Sima Hui's small Go stone, it was like a high mountain pressing down, their eyes constantly stagnating, retreating several steps,
their expressions somewhat horrified. But at this moment, Huangfu Fenglei was not afraid at all, stepping forward, gently extending his fingertips, and with a puff, pinched the flying ghost stone, instantly suppressing the aura that made everyone unable to breathe. But he kept sighing. Unexpectedly, Sima Hui's shot had such power, it took him a lot of effort to block it. Similarly, Sima Hui was no less shocked. He hadn't seen him for many years, but Huangfu Fenglei's strength had unexpectedly reached this level. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Huangfu Fenglei looked at Sima Hui and said indifferently,
Mr. Sima, your chess skills are excellent, and you have the title of chess saint.
What's a rough old warrior like me supposed to do, matching wits with such a distinguished gentleman?
Seriously. I'm just embarrassing myself. I won't make a fool of myself any further.
With that, he chuckled softly, flicked his finger, and sent the chess piece flying back. At that moment, an even more powerful pressure than Sima Hui's earlier one rushed towards the emperor's side.
Sima Hui was startled and quickly stepped forward, blocking the emperor and catching the chess piece. However, the immense force sent him staggering back several steps. Sima Hui looked at Huangfu Fenglei with some trepidation, exclaiming in shock, We haven't met for decades, but Mr. Huangpu's strength has truly progressed at an astonishing rate. Now, I'm afraid I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Come now. How could my talent compare to Mr. Sima's? It's just that while Mr. Sima was immersed in the art of chess, I was diligently cultivating. Huangpu Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle, glanced at the group, nodded, and then coldly left. Sima Hui narrowed his eyes, watching them leave, and was inwardly horrified. To force Longshen Guard, Sima Hui, to leave footprints on the ground. Just how terrifying was Huangfu Fenglei's attack just now? The emperor suddenly stood up, angrily flung his sleeve, sending the jade cup on the table crashing to the ground, and loudly cursed, This rabble of rebels, is there no justice? How dare they pressure me in my own court? Your Majesty, please calm down, Sima Hui hurriedly bowed and advised. Earlier, with Zhuge Changfeng present, he's so eloquent that we couldn't win an argument with him. That's why I made a move against Huangpu Qianyuan, wanting to suppress their arrogance. But I didn't expect Huangpu Fenglei's strength to be so formidable, instead undermining Your Majesty's dignity. It's my fault, Your Majesty. Please calm your anger. The emperor remained silent. Only a deep and sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Jiyu Zantian stroked his beard, his face grave, and sighed. Originally, our plan was to use the three families from Yuming Valley to provoke the arrogance of the emperor-worshipping sect. At worst, we could divide them, preventing them from uniting with the emperor-worshipping sect. But now that the emperor-worshipping sect has intervened to save them, they'll likely band together even more closely by the emperor-worshipping sect's side. Moreover, after all that effort, we ended up rallying support for the emperor-worshipping sect. It was a miscalculation. From now on, with those three families being wholeheartedly loyal, the emperor-worshipping sect's strength will increase significantly, making them even harder to deal with. Sima Hui nodded slightly. The emperor, who had been silent all this time, paced back and forth, deep in thought. Suddenly, after a long while, a light flashed in his eyes, as if he had made a decision, and he turned to Sima Hui, saying, Mr. Sima, isn't the 100 Schools tournament about to begin? That's right, Your Majesty. In about 5 years. Sima Hui nodded slightly, then looked at the emperor, exclaiming in shock, Could it be that Your Majesty wants to... Ha! With a laugh, the emperor calmly nodded. The reason the emperor-worshipping sect proclaims itself to be the leader of the 7 noble houses is because it has consistently been at the top of the 100 Schools tournament these past years, isn't it? If they lose this time, their momentum will surely be greatly diminished, and the families colluding with them will also be distracted, and their strength will definitely decrease. Sima Hui frowned tightly, worriedly saying, But the emperor-worshipping sect has produced talents for thousands of years, especially this time. It seems a monstrous genius has appeared. Although the remaining 6 families also have talented individuals, they pale in comparison to this person. There's even a rumor that this person's talent is so high that he has hope of breaking through the shackles of the illumination stage, reaching the peak, and becoming the leader of the Tianyu continent. I wonder who in the younger generation of the world is his match, the emperor chuckled coldly. Speaking of monsters, who has been more arrogant recently than that little monster? Your Majesty,
Are you referring to Zhuo Fan? Sima Hui and Dugu Zantian's eyes focused together as they spoke. The emperor nodded slightly, a cunning smile appearing on his face.
I've been protecting this kid and the Luo family for so long, it's time they gave something back. And as long as he can suppress the emperor-worshipping sect in the 100 Schools tournament, I'll take the opportunity to elevate the Luo family to become the 8th noble family, controlling the expansion of the emperor-worshipping sect. Sima Hui and Dugu Zantian exchanged glances, remaining silent. Although Zhuo Fan of the Luo family is talented and resourceful, they, the 7 noble houses, do not believe he can defeat the leader at the 100 Schools tournament. Moreover, the hidden talents of the emperor-worshipping sect have yet to appear. Their strength is unfathomable, and the battle 5 years from now will likely be very fierce. At the same time, outside the palace, Huangpu Tianyuan and the others had safely exited and expressed their gratitude to Zhuge Changfeng. Thank you for your help this time. This sect leader is grateful. Zhuge Changfeng smiled faintly, waved his hand, and looked towards Leng Wucheng, saying, "Haha, you don't need to thank me.
Isn't this all within the expectations of your esteemed Grand Steward, Mr. Leng?" With that, he decisively turned and left, not saying another word.
Looking at his figure, Leng Wucheng cautiously said, "Worthy of being Zhuge Changfeng." Huangpu Tianyuan nodded slightly, narrowed his eyes in that direction, and said coldly, "He saw through everything."
Prime Minister Zhuge, such insight. No wonder he can become the leader of the 4 pillars. Truly a terrifying figure. At the same time, Zhuge Changfeng left and arrived at a small forest, suddenly stopping, a mysterious smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. The white-haired old man looked at Zhuge Changfeng and said with a smile,
"Prime Minister, you seem to be in a good mood today." Zhuge Changfeng nodded slightly and chuckled softly. "Today I saw a bunch of fools, thinking they had won." But with a chuckle, he suddenly stopped talking. The 2 old men behind him were confused, full of doubt, and looked at Zhuge Changfeng for a long time. He didn't explain, only said profoundly, "This Tianyu has been under the Yuan family for 1,000 years. There's a reason for that."
Not even able to see through the mind of a chess player, yet daring to plot and scheme. The divine calculator is nothing more than that. Ha! Finishing his words, he laughed heartily, lifted his foot, and left the small alley, Fenglin City, Blackwind Mountain.
4 figures descended from the sky. It was Zhuo Fan and the others, returning together. Seeing the aura of the 5th grade grand formation in front of them, Chu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian revealed surprised expressions. This Luo family is so cool yet so foolish. No wonder even a steward is so powerful and has such bizarre methods. It's just, why haven't I heard of this family before?
Zhuo Fan naturally knew what they were thinking, but didn't explain. Only made a hand seal, opened a path, and said to them, "Follow me." Finishing his words, he took the lead in entering, and everyone hurriedly followed.
After returning to the Luo family, Zhuo Fan immediately summoned everyone to the conference hall. Introducing the 2 new elders to everyone, Zhuo Fan pointed towards Luo Yunsheng and introduced to Luo Yanhai and Xue Qingjian. "This is the young miss of our Luo family, Luo Yunsheng." After being taught by Li Jingtian, the 2 of them brightened up upon hearing the name Luo Yunsheng and said enthusiastically, "Chiwa greets the young miss. The young miss is so beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth. I really don't know which lucky brat will catch your eye one day." Seeing their enthusiasm, Luo Yunsheng was a little confused and responded with a puzzled look, "Oh, thank you." They were all experts of the illumination stage, yet they were very approachable.
Without any feeling of arrogance, which made her feel very comfortable, Zhuo Fan frowned in doubt.
These 2 are, after all, great devils who can summon wind and rain. Why would he try to get on Luo Yunsheng's good side for no reason? Then he turned to look at Li Jingtian. Li Jingtian quickly coughed, acting dumb, pretending not to know anything, and kept silent.
"All right, now that everyone's acquainted, the rest of you can head out. Eldest Miss and Elder Yan, stay for a bit, clap clap," Zhuo Fan said. "Show them the way out." Zhuo Fan glanced at Chu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian, saying, "Starting today, the 2 of you will help me watch over the Black Flame Formation in the south and the Peng Shadow Formation in the north. I'll transfer the formation diagrams to you later."
The 2 of you, along with Elder Yan and Elder Libio, will link the 4 major formations together, supporting each other, and create an unbreakable fortress for the Luko family. Understood, Chu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian cupped their fists respectfully. Hearing this, Luo Yunchang became visibly excited. With 4 great experts assisting in these 4 formations, it would truly become an impregnable fortress. Even if the Yuzhia 7 chariots attacked, there would be nothing to worry about. She felt even more at ease. In Zhuo Fan's hand, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared, and a jade slip materialized. He extended it towards the two, saying, "Also, now that you've become elders of my Luo family, I, the head steward, naturally won't treat you poorly." This is a set of fusion secret arts, the life and death art, which we found quite suitable. It's not like you two are lacking martial skills, but it's just a set of methods that can infinitely enhance your current strength. Chu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian received the jade slip with some doubt, examining it for a long time. Suddenly, they exclaimed in unison, "A death art!" Seeing their surprise, Zhuo Fan continued, "The reason it's called the life and death art is that it's a technique that walks the line between life and death, combining 2 opposing forces to create earth-shattering power. But if this power isn't controlled well, it will lead to self-destruction. That's why this secret art is also called a death art, and it's given as a reward." Hearing this, Luo Yunchang glanced at the two of them, a trace of concern rising, and she interjected, "Then you're still letting them practice it? It's too dangerous." As soon as she spoke, Chu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian couldn't help but look at her gratefully, secretly moved. As that old devil Li Jingtian had told them, getting on the good side of this eldest miss was definitely necessary. Zhuo Fan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Eldest miss, there's no need to worry. If others practice this secret art, they'll mostly die horribly. But I've seen the 2 elders' water-fire harmony technique, and their coordination is seamless. This proves that they've long had a spiritual connection, understanding each other very well, perhaps even more than they understand themselves. If that's the case, even though their attributes are opposing, they can definitely control the destructive power of the water-fire clash, with at least a 50% chance of success." These words shocked the two, and their minds became unsettled. Luo Yunchang, standing beside them, anxiously said, "A 50% chance, 50% is too low." Zhuo Fan slowly shook his head, nonchalantly saying, "Fortune lies in danger. The more dangerous the matter, the greater the reward. You two have been heroes dominating Tianyu for decades. You don't need me to explain this principle, do you? And also, one thing I can guarantee is that the potential of this art is limitless. The more power you can grasp, the stronger you become. Even if the two of you join forces to challenge a whole bunch of dragon guards someday, it's not impossible." Everyone's eyes couldn't help but twitch, taking a deep breath, deeply shocked. The imperial family's dragon guards were the strongest strategic force in Tianyu. It was difficult to deal with even 1, let alone 5. Zhuo Fan never spoke carelessly. If he dared to promise this, there must be a chance. For a moment, Li Jingtian looked at the jade slip, a gleam of fervent interest rising as he said, "Hey, how about I practice it? Old devil Li, this is what Steward Zhuo is giving us. Mind your own business." Chu Yanhai protectively held the jade slip, looking at Li Jingtian with a guarded expression. But Zhuo Fan helplessly shook his head and sighed, "Elder Li, if you practice it, no offense, but you're guaranteed to die." "What's that supposed to mean? In terms of talent, aptitude, and strength, I'm far stronger than them," Li Jingtian retorted unconvincingly. Zhuo Fan remained non-committal, shrugging and looking at the other two. Chu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian couldn't wait to start reading the contents of the jade slip. But after a moment, they both froze simultaneously, their faces turning red. Li Jingtian was startled and hurriedly said, "What's wrong? Could it be that the secret art's incantations are hard to understand? Even you two can't decipher them, looking like that. Here, let me take a look." "Don't look. It's useless for someone like you to look." "Useless for someone like you to look," Shu Qingjian said fiercely, her face flushed. Elder Li Jingtian, Chu Yanhai, and Shui Qingjian bowed their heads in embarrassment. "Ha, Steward Zhuo, why did you bring out a dual cultivation art? How embarrassing." Hearing these words,
Li Jingtian was stunned, hatingly saying, "What? A dual cultivation art? Damn it! Bullying us lonely old folks. Goodbye." Zhuo Fan burst into laughter, teasingly saying, "This life and death art requires two people whose minds are connected and whose techniques are opposing to unleash its power. If your hearts can communicate, you'll live if your minds are perfectly in sync, but you'll die if your hearts are divided." Hearing this, Yan Song glanced at Li Jingtian and said with a smile, "Elder Li, you and I are both single, so this art really isn't our cup of tea."
Steward Zhuo, Qiu Yanhai, scratched his head, embarrassedly saying, "We can't practice this art either. After all, Qingjian and I aren't husband and wife yet." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan immediately frowned. They'd been together for decades, but weren't actually husband and wife, yet they could coordinate so well. If that was the case, after becoming husband and wife, their coordination would definitely reach an unimaginable level. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up. It seemed that giving them this art might allow them to reach an unexpected level of mastery. Luo Fencheng clapped her hands, smiling as she said, "It's just the right time, as our Luo family hasn't had a happy occasion for many years. Let this young lady pick an auspicious day and organize it for the two elders." Hearing this, Qiu Yanhai and Shui Qingjian's faces flushed red, and they didn't object, bashfully lowering their heads. Conversely, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted loudly, "Pick a day for what? A happy occasion for what? You're all bumpkins. Start practicing this art for me right now." Finishing speaking, Zhuo Fan kicked Qiu Yanhai in the butt and scolded, "You've been next to a beauty like Hua Ruyu for decades and haven't settled it yet. People are diligently maintaining their flower-like appearance for you for decades." But he wasn't angry, pulling Shui Qingjian away as he said with a sly smile, "Qingjian, this is Steward Zhuo's order. I have no choice. For the sake of the family, let's suffer a little." Shui Qingjian glared at him, bashfully lowering her head and leaving. Seeing the two leave together, a trace of envy rose in Luo Fencheng, and she glanced at Zhuo Fan, pouting as she said, "You only know how to talk about others, but you don't look at yourself." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan curiously frowned at her, seemingly not understanding her meaning. Li Jingtian slyly leaned closer to him, whispering, "Steward Zhuo, I think you shouldn't waste it either." But before he could finish his sentence, Zhuo Fan glared at him, and he wisely shut his mouth. So it turned out that this guy knew everything, but it was a case of unrequited love. Li Jingtian secretly shook his head. Eldest miss, he's also at his wit's end and can't help you." Meanwhile, Yan Song saw the two receive martial skills and leave. He suddenly went next to Zhuo Fan, smiling obsequiously. "Steward Zhuo, you've given the other elders secret arts. Didn't I pass on my alchemy techniques to you?" Zhuo Fan glanced at him and said casually. Yan Song scratched his head, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! Though that's true, other than alchemy, this old man is also a martial arts practitioner, pursuing higher goals in life." All right, I understand your meaning." Before he could finish, Zhuo Fan waved his hand, interrupting him, then handed him a jade slip, saying, "I've always respected poison techniques, but now that you're one of us, I'll naturally try to satisfy you. This is a high-level Xuan class martial skill, the 9-9 Phantom Palm, along with the method to refine 9,981 kinds of strange poisons in the world, besides the unpredictable changes in the palm technique itself, achieving injury in the invisible. Each of the 9,981 kinds of strange poisons has 9,981 kinds of variations, and each variation changes according to the individual, environment, or cultivation technique, resulting in endless possibilities. It can be said that once you're hit by this palm, unless a direct descendant personally removes it, there's basically no fixed antidote. It's a life-or-death decision in the hands of the wielder." Yan Song's eyes shone as he looked at the jade slip. Receiving it, his face delighted, saying, "This is much stronger than that 7-colored cloud Luo palm, a world of difference. There's no comparison." "You're truly omnipotent. Following you, I've really chosen the right person. I'll cut the flattery and just focus on working wholeheartedly." Zhao Cheng waved his hand, bursting into laughter. Yan Fu, having received the martial skill, nodded incessantly,
his face beaming with excitement. Li Jingtian, on the side, secretly clicked his tongue, wondering if he should lower himself and suck up to Steward Zhao like Yanfu. But he quickly shook his head. Nah, can't bite off more than I can chew. Having the devil execution art is enough. Just then, a loud voice suddenly echoed from outside Blackwind Mountain. Brothers, I've come to visit. The speaker was full of spirit, and Zhao Cheng instantly recognized the voice. But he didn't understand why that guy was here this time. He couldn't figure it out, so he helplessly shook his head. Whatever, let's just see what happens. Thinking this, he turned to Yanfu and instructed, Elder Yan, lead all the new elders and hide inside first. Then he turned to Luo Fenchang and said softly, Young miss, a distinguished guest has arrived. Please personally greet him. Luo Fenchang was slightly startled, not quite understanding. Okay. Then she grinned mischievously and gestured towards Zhao Cheng beside her. But, as the young miss, I need to have some flair when I go out, Steward Zhao. Help your young miss out. Helplessly rolling his eyes, Zhao Cheng shouted, You're not even 70 or 80, you can still walk. What do you need help for? Seeing that he was about to get angry, Luo Fenchang giggled embarrassedly. Ha, don't be mad, just kidding. Saying this, she tried to pull her hand back, but Zhao Cheng grabbed her hand, looking like he was going to help her out, which made her a little surprised and delighted. But the smile quickly vanished from her face. Zhao Cheng couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, am I still the devil sovereign or not? Why am I helping a little girl out? But after a brief moment of displeasure, the feeling in his heart wasn't bad at all. He didn't bother arguing with her. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Blackwind Mountain. Looking at the tall, fleshy figure in front of her, Luo Yuncheng couldn't help but feel scared, thinking to herself, Is that a mountain? How can it be so big? As Zhao Cheng had expected, it was third Prince Yuan Tong. At this moment, his massive figure almost blocked everyone's view as he gave a warm smile and said, Brother, you finally arrived. If you'd come any later, we wouldn't have been able to hold on. Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but twitch his face, sighing, In this state, you can still make it here. You've really made things difficult for yourself, the fatty said. Tell me about it. If father hadn't ordered it, why would I have bothered to come so far? He shook his head helplessly. Yuan Tong then said to the people on his left and right, Quickly help me up the mountain. It's so hot here. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people immediately surrounded him, carrying him and his sedan chair away. Zhao Cheng looked at his figure and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Fatty, how did you get so fat? Don't even mention it. Recently, father's been in a bad mood. And because he isn't feeling well, he just takes it out on me, making me depressed too. Not eating and not drinking just made me more depressed, and I gained several 100 pounds. I'm probably around 800 pounds now. It's so tough, Yuan Tong patted his round belly and sighed for a while. Zhao Cheng, on the other hand, was even more speechless. His mother's in a bad mood, and he can still gain 800 pounds. Zhao Cheng supported his forehead and sighed. That's amazing. Nah, it's nothing. We brothers both have our quirks. They're all heaven-sent talents. Hearing these words, Zhao Cheng glanced at him, figuring he was just trying to praise him, and decided to ignore him. He instead looked at Fang Qiubai and said, Mr. Fang, long time no see. But seeing him get this fat, aren't you going to do anything about it as his teacher? It's all right. Fang Qiubai nonchalantly waved his hand and looked back at Zhao Cheng, retorting, Those who are rich and noble must have their valuable traits. Zhao Cheng directly rolled his eyes and sighed. It's true that if the upper beam isn't straight, the lower ones will be crooked. But suddenly, Feng Qiubai looked at him meaningfully and said, That's right, kid Zhao Cheng. Recently, you've been like a fish in water, causing unrest even in Tianyu. Wei Tiangshuan was silent for a moment. Then Feng Qiubai gave him a deep look and said, But that's also good. No madness, no achievement. Without you stirring things up, there would be no Luguo family. Today, as if he had no intention of refuting, he just let out a long sigh. Let's go inside and discuss it. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly took Luo Fenchang and flew away. As if annoyed by the fatty's slowness, Feng Qiubai also followed suit. In a flash, Zhao Cheng and the others quickly arrived at a gazebo on the peak of Blackwind Mountain. Yuan Tong, seeing the resting place, desperately sat down and sighed.
I'm dying of heat, you guys. Come here and fan me.
Having used up a bit of force, watching him just sighing and complaining, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but size him up. 3 years ago, he could still withstand a few of his moves, but with his current state, it seems he's become useless, and the guys he brought with him seemed a bit off. Thinking of this, Zhao Cheng looked at Yuan Tong inquisitively. Fatty, aren't they your subordinates? Why don't you let them serve you? Why are they all the same?
Do you know what their cultivation is? Yuan Tong's eyes narrowed, and he said seriously. Zhao Cheng casually blinked and said, Heavenly Profound Realm, so what? Heavenly Profound experts are rare in this world. Letting them do this wouldn't be humiliating them, Yuan Tong said solemnly.
Zhao Cheng nodded slightly. True, it seems he still treats his elders well. At least he doesn't make them do heavy work like pouring water. Yuan Tong chuckled twice, and then spoke again. I won't hide anything from you, brother. Actually, these heavenly profound experts aren't my subordinates, but my enemies.
Seeing Zhao Cheng stunned, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Oh no, can't say it like that either. How should I put it? They are the Luo family's retainers. They might be your subordinates. These heavenly profound experts were all given by Father to your Luo family to be Luo family elders. You guys really have pie falling from the sky.
You are rising again, said Luo Yunthang. Aren't you happy, Kek? She was interrupted, but before she could finish her sentence, Yes, Luo Yuncheng exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. These people will all belong to our Luo family from now on. Zhao Cheng waved his hand, signaling her to be quiet. Then he turned to Yuan Tong and said, Fatty, even if they are heavenly profound realm elders bestowed by the emperor, we still have to check them out and see if they are worthy of joining our Luo family. Yuan Tong stared at him, confused. How can he be so calm? He even seems to dislike them.
At most, the Luo family is just a third-rate family. Suddenly, 2 heavenly profound experts have fallen from the sky. He should be excited and happy, so why is his attitude like this? Fang Chubai also looked deeply at Zhao Cheng, with a gleam flashing in his eyes.
But Yuan Tong didn't expect that these guys wouldn't even catch his eye.
Moreover, the Luqiao family's current manpower is something that even the 7 families have to be wary of once it's revealed, so he doesn't need these heavenly profound experts at all.
Zhao Cheng slowly walked towards the group in front of him, looking them over, only to see that although their strength wasn't weak, it definitely wasn't strong either.
And there was always a hint of arrogance in their eyes. Zhao Cheng slowly walked over and said calmly, You will be the Lu Hao family's elders from now on. I am Steward Zhao Cheng, the Lu Hao family's steward.
In the future, everything you do, apart from the young miss, will be under my command. But before he could finish speaking, one of them said in a strange tone, HMPH, a mere steward can control an elder. This Luo family is also quite strange. In an instant, Zhao Cheng's expression quickly turned grim.
Luo Fen Chang, watching this scene from inside the pavilion, immediately shook her head and sighed.
These guys are beyond saving. Once Zhuo Fan gets angry, forget about the young miss. He doesn't even give face to those soul illumination realm elders. These guys, being so clueless and provoking him, are just digging their own graves.
Zhuo Fan glanced over, coldly saying, Who said that just now? Step forward.
Immediately, one guy stepped out, cluelessly saying, HMPH, you're just a little punk with milk still on your breath. Without another word, Zhuo Fan just raised his hand and punched him square in the face, sending him sprawling on the ground. Then he coldly addressed the guy like he was addressing a butler or something. You're really something, huh?
So audacious and reckless you dare to lay a hand on the Imperial Guards? Let me, this old man, teach you a lesson. The old geezer glared in shock, pointing at Zhuo Fan, sputtering in anger for a good while. But just as the words left his mouth, wump, his eyes flew open in disbelief as he stared at the other man. Then, his head drooped, his life force faded away, and just like that, he died. A gaping hole pierced clean through his chest. The blood slowly dripped from Zhuo Fan's hand, painting a beautiful pattern on the ground. Everyone involuntarily gasped, and the remaining old geezers recoiled in fear, staring wide-eyed at him. Even Feng Chubai stared over in shock. Basically just a bone-tempering realm punk, yet he can kill a heavenly profound realm expert in one move. Yuan Tong's face twitched violently as he looked at Zhuo Fan and reluctantly said, Brother, I know you've always been ruthless,
but these people were bestowed by the emperor. You can't just kill them if you feel like it. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. What was it he had sensed earlier?
These guys were only heavenly profound on the outside, but they didn't have the power of the heavenly profound realm, so they were just fake heavenly profound experts. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan turned to Yu Wentong, coldly saying, "Fatty, you're trying to trick me. These guys aren't even heavenly profound realm experts."
Yu Wentong stammered, "You noticed. Duh. Do I look like I've never fought a heavenly profound expert before?"
"How could I not tell the difference between real and fake?" Zhuo Fan glared at him, cursing. "You want me to take these good-for-nothings to fight other families? That's like taking a bunch of bone-tempering realm punks to screw with me."
Yu Wentong couldn't help scratching his nose, forcing a smile. "Actually, it's not bad. You can use them to put on a show. People will think you have two heavenly profound experts backing you, which looks pretty impressive."
"Stop with the nonsense. Where did these guys come from?" Zhuo Fan coldly questioned. Yu Wentong looked a bit embarrassed and kept silent.
Feng Chubai chuckled lightly when he saw this. "Let this old man explain. They were originally just low-level imperial guards who couldn't easily enter the heavenly profound realm. Even if they did, they'd only be at the first or second level. So the imperial family had a plan to nurture heavenly profound experts by using pills to force them to break through to the heavenly profound realm, creating a large number of experts. But it ultimately failed. These so-called experts are only heavenly profound in name. They only have the cultivation level of the heavenly profound realm, but not the actual power. But like Tonger said, they're good for show. I remember 20 years ago, when Xuanrong intended to invade Tianyu. I was so afraid that a war would break out and waste lives and resources, that I took tens of thousands of fake heavenly profound experts for a spin on the battlefield, immediately scaring the Xuanrong army into retreating. Ha! He couldn't help but admire the emperor's wisdom, though his face twitched uncontrollably. Zhuo Fan was speechless as he looked at the two, coldly snorting, "Real is fake, fake is real. It really is a kind of battlefield strategy."
Zhuo Fan looked at the unreliable fake heavenly profound experts, angrily saying, "Fatty, if you're going to give something, give real heavenly profound realm experts. Even just 10 would do." "What? 10 people? Not even one?" Yu Wentong exclaimed in shock, then earnestly tried to persuade him. "Big brother, real heavenly profound realm experts are all elites. Each family and faction only has a few. How could they be so easily nurtured? The Hidden Dragon Pavilion only has 9, the Yuming Valley only has 12, and you killed 6 of them. Our imperial family is also very short on them. My father doesn't want to give them up." Zhuo Fan pouted and reluctantly shrugged. "If you're going to give something real. These fake things are not only disobedient, but also trying to show off to me. Take them back. That won't do. They were bestowed by the emperor. How can I return them? If I did that, I wouldn't be able to bear the consequences, and I'd get a beating from my father." He then turned to the old geezers and shouted, "And you, if you get sent back, you'll all lose your heads." Hearing this, everyone was terrified and hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. But Zhuo Fan still shook his head and casually said, "They don't have any real skills. Where else would they go? Of course they'd kneel and beg for forgiveness, but if you go, they'll rely on their imperial lineage and show off in front of me every day. Got it, brother? You don't need to say anything more. Watch me." Yu Wentong hurriedly waved his hand and continued to glare at the group, scolding, "You good-for-nothings. You've been bestowed upon the Luo family as elders, so you should follow the Luo family's rules and listen to the steward's instructions. What's there to be dissatisfied about? So what if you're just fake heavenly profound experts? Let me tell you, my third imperial brother's brother, Luo family steward Zhuo Fan, punches Yuming Valley and kicks Huayu Tower, but he's still doing just fine. Why? 2 words, strength. If you had his strength, of course you wouldn't need to listen to him, but if you don't, and you don't listen, you deserve to die. Got it, brothers. From now on, they will absolutely listen." Yu Wentong spoke with great momentum, and the group was stunned. They looked at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. They never imagined that the person stirring up Tianyu recently was actually such a young punk. No wonder he was so oppressive. He didn't even give face to the people bestowed by the imperial family, killing them without saying a word. Zhuo Fan ignored Yu Wentong's smiling face and looked at the old geezers, saying, "Since it's emperor's decree and third prince is being respectful, then I'll reluctantly accept you fake heavenly profound experts. But if you've entered the Luo family's gates, you have to follow the Luo family's rules. First, and most importantly, only I can act cool in this house. No one is allowed to show off in front of me. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Was this even considered a family rule?
Yu Wentong couldn't help but look at Luo Yuncheng next to him and ask, Miss Luo, does the Luo family really have family rules? Luo Yuncheng didn't answer, only covered her mouth and giggled.
Seeing her reaction, Yu Wentong helplessly shook his head.
At this time, Zhuo Fan continued to speak. Second, when we go outside, I have to be the first to show off in front of outsiders. You can't steal the spotlight from me, and you definitely can't be cooler than me. Otherwise, you'll die. Are these really family rules? Yu Wentong was shocked again. Everyone was still in disbelief about the previous two family rules. Zhuo Fan suddenly changed his expression and seriously said,
Third, from now on you will listen to my orders, and only my orders. If I tell you to kill someone, you will kill them without delay, otherwise you will die. As soon as he said this, everyone trembled in fear and nodded slightly. Even though they obeyed, Zhuo Fan saw hesitation in their eyes. Indeed, they were suspicious. The first 2 points were just probing, to lower their vigilance. If it were truly an elder appointed by the emperor, an imperial decree, they would definitely listen to the Luo family's arrangements, which meant that subconsciously they were conflicted with another order, to the point where their reaction was slow and they couldn't think straight. Zhuo Fan gave a sinister smile and calmly said, All right, you are now elders of the Luo family, under the leadership of the Grand Elder.
Elder Lei Yuntian of the Thunder Clan immediately appeared before Zhuo Fan, cupping his fist and said, What are your orders, Butler Zhuo? Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a sinister curve. These people are elders bestowed upon our Luo family by His Majesty. From now on, they will be under your command, Grand Elder. You must guide them well.
Understood.
Lei Yuntian was originally excited to receive so many experts, but upon hearing these words, he understood his intentions and exclaimed.
Then he led the people away. Yu Wentong watched him leave and patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, Brother, your Luo family's rules, except for the third one, the first two, really hit home for this old brother. Zhuo Fan was non-committal, like he was contemplating. Without the first two, where would the third come from? Ha ha. Yu Wentong laughed along with him, but then quickly turned serious and looked at Zhuo Yi and said, Ha ha, now this prince has to get down to business. Luo family's great butler, Zhuo Fan, received the decree. Luo Fenchang, upon hearing the imperial decree, immediately stood up and knelt down to pay her respects. Long live His Majesty. Long live, long live.
On the contrary, Zhuo Fan remained leisurely seated, his expression stern, and said,
Pass. Yu Wentong immediately froze, his face turning slightly cold, and reluctantly said, Brother, no matter what, this is an imperial decree. Such contempt is a capital crime of treason.
It's fine. It's just us here anyway, as long as Fatty doesn't tell. Mr. Feng doesn't seem like one to blab, so it's not a problem. Besides, even if he did, so what? If His Majesty the Emperor has issued a decree to me, it means he needs me, so how could he kill me for such a small matter?
Zhuo Fan chuckled and shrugged. Yu Wentong looked at him in shock. Damn it, he actually guessed it right. But the important thing was, if he did this, where would the royal family's face be? He didn't know what to do, and looked at Fang Chubai in embarrassment. Teacher, what should we do? Ha ha. Special people deserve special treatment. No need to worry about such formalities. Fang Chuanbai stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. Yu Wentong sighed helplessly. Fang Chuanbai had already said so he could only nod. Just then, Luo Fenchang suddenly sat down next to Zhuo Fan. Seeing her actions, Zhuo Fan was slightly startled and looked at her amused. Young miss, with your personality, an imperial decree arriving is a big deal. Shouldn't you be more serious?
Luo Fenchang snorted softly, haughtily raised her head. HMPH. What's serious? Not serious. You're not kneeling. Why should I kneel? Anyway, you'll take responsibility for anything. Zhuo Fan clapped his hands and laughed loudly, praising, Ha ha, that's more like our Luo family's young miss. This is what I want. What he wanted was to make the Luo family the #1 family under heaven. Of course, they had to be self-reliant and proud to the sky. If they were in awe of a golden letter from the emperor, how could they have the ambition to dominate the world? On the contrary, Yuantong sighed unconsciously.
3 years ago, the Luo family still greatly respected the royal family. Now it's changed like this. Before, what kind of family head there was that kind of family. Now, what kind of butler there is that kind of family. Yuantong looked at the two of them helplessly and shook his head, simply giving up on the formalities, and said, "Forget it. Anyway, it's just an oral decree, not that official. Let me put it briefly. What the emperor actually wants this time is for you, kid, to participate in the 100 Schools tournament, to diminish the spirit of the Emperor Monarch sect for him." 100 Schools tournament, Zhuo Fan frowned, somewhat confused, and looked at everyone with suspicion. Yuantong saw their reaction. Zhuo Fan laughed out loud triumphantly. "Let you be proud, let you be arrogant. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Never heard of it, right?" Thinking of this, Han Yangyang was smug. Now it was his time to act cool.
At this moment, Yuantong laughed out loud. "Ha ha, this clan tournament is held once every 100 years. Those who can participate are all the best elite families of the Heavenly Profound family. Those below third rate, like the Luo family, would only be cannon fodder if they went, so they simply didn't go, and it's been a long time since anyone mentioned it. It's normal that you don't know, right? If that's the case, why did His Majesty invite our small family to participate? Please report back to His Majesty, Third Prince."
After hearing the third prince's words, Zhuo Fan felt extremely ashamed and felt that he was not qualified to participate in such a grand, sacred gathering, and told him to find someone else of noble origin to go.
Zhuo Fan brushed the dust off his sleeves, stood up, and spoke indifferently. Hearing these words, Yuantong hurriedly chased after him, grabbed Zhuo Fan's arm, and hurriedly said, "Don't, brother. If you say that, I'll be beaten to death by my father when I get back. Can you just pretend I'm wrong? Shouldn't have tried to act cool in front of a dumbass."
That's right, Luo family's first rule. I'll immediately frame it in my room to remind myself, at all times, in the future, only you can act cool in front of you. Give me a chance to take back the words this time. I spoke wrong. Yuantong looked at Zhuo Fan with a pitiful, innocent expression, begging. Luo Yunchang covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Feng Qiubai also shook his head and couldn't help but hum. Originally, Zhuo Fan only wanted to tease him a little. Seeing his sincere plea, he didn't push the other party too far. After all, he was the third prince. He nodded and said, "All right, you can continue." Yuantong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him agree, no longer daring to act presumptuously, and said with a serious face, "Brother, to be honest, this 100 Schools tournament isn't some sacred gathering of elite families, but the glory of all the great families of the Heavenly Profound, risking their lives for the family to take another step forward. On the Shura battlefield, some families have risen to the sky in one step, and some have collapsed in an instant, directly falling from a first-rate family to the very bottom. There are also many third-rate ones, so if you participate, brother still has to remind you, caution above all else." Zhuo Fan frowned, his face solemn, and said, "Oh, what's that supposed to mean?" Yuantong sighed. A glimmer of profundity flashed in his eyes, and said, "To talk about this, we have to talk about the founding time, when the 7 families fought." At that time, although the chaos of the 7 families had stabilized, the 7 families were still at odds, and no one was convinced by anyone, my Heavenly Profound founding emperor, in order to command the 7 families, again ignited war, and agreed with the 7 families to have their clansmen under the age of 30 to conduct a competition, so that the winner would be at the top of the 7 families. After all, the strength of these young people also represents the future strength of the 7 families, so they all agreed. This is the initial model of the 100 Schools tournament. Later, the great families of the Heavenly Profound hoped to show their faces and be valued by the 7 families and the royal family, and also scrambled to participate. So the current 100 Schools tournament was gradually formed, but although it's said to be 100 schools, it's still dominated by the 7 families. The other families are nothing more than rushing to the front under the command of the 7 families. Even in the end, a strange phenomenon appeared. The 7 families would save face for each other and wouldn't fight too hard. But the dependent races had to fight to the death, fighting for their masters. Among them, those who stayed to the end would naturally be valued by the 7 families, and become the dependent family that he valued, but the vast majority turned into pitiful white bones. Speaking of this, Yuan Tong revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes, and a little pity,
But more was anger. The existence of the 7 families makes it impossible for other families to have a day to show their faces, and they can only become tools to be used. The 100 Schools tournament, held once every 100 years, further limits the heavenly profound strategy and never progresses. These 7 families are already the biggest tumor of the heavenly profound.
Zhuo Fan seemed to see the hatred in his eyes, nodded and smiled. So what does the Emperor want me to do? Defeat the Emperor Monarch sect. Slowly waving his hand, Yuan Tong burst out laughing. Who doesn't want this? For the newly emerging Luo family, it's too unrealistic. The reason Diwang sect dares to call itself the head of the 7 families, and even has the ambition to unify the 7 families, is because it has never lost in the 1,000-year-long Baijia Zhengming. So my royal father's idea is that you just need to disrupt Diwang sect from the side. Among the 7 families, whichever one gets first place in this Baijia Zhengming will be a major blow to Diwang sect's prestige.
Zhuo Fan frowned in confusion, glancing at the plump figure and saying, "Disrupt? You're telling me to go disrupt things? Isn't that a bit of a waste of talent?" "Haha, brother. I know your abilities, but you can't underestimate the enemy." Yuan Tong looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Then a light flashed in his hand, and he took out a piece of silk and offered it up. "Even if it's just causing trouble, this isn't something everyone can easily do. This is the ranking of the 7 families in the last Baijia Zhengming. You need to have a basic understanding of the previous rankings. The 7th place, Huayu Tower, you're probably the most familiar with." Zhuo Fan took it and focused on looking at it, only to see that the names of the descendants of the 7 great families participating in the Baijia Zhengming were written on it, but there were many names inside that he had never heard of. Yuan Tong pointed at the silk cloth, explaining each name to him. "Your leader is Chu Baijun, the others aren't worth mentioning for now. This old woman, Chu Baijun, is well known in the 7 families, but although she's strong enough, her teammates are too weak. Huayu Tower could only rank last that year. This seems to be a warning that Huayu Tower's strength this year is also the weakest of the 7 families." Seeing the names appearing on the silk cloth, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but think, it seems that the Baijia Zhengming rankings really explain a lot of things. Glancing at the 6th position, it was actually Kuaihuo Forest.
He snorted coldly. This kind of soft-boned weeds are nothing to pay attention to.
But looking at the name in the 5th position, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. The Jianhu Manor participant is Jian Suifeng, and they can only be ranked 5th, which means that their strength in the 7 families now is also 5th. Looking at the remaining positions one by one, the 4th place is Qianlong Pavilion. The participants are Longju and the others.
The 3rd place is Yuming Valley. The participants are Yu Kuichi and the others. The 2nd place is Yaofeng Hall.
The leader is Dokto Yaowang Yantong. Looking at this ranking list, Zhuo Fan's face was a little ugly. Their comrades are all ranked behind. The top 3 are basically occupied by Diwang sect and its lackeys. Not only is their individual strength weaker, but their overall strength is also much weaker. Thinking of this, he sighed involuntarily. This is a big trouble. Seeming to see his different thoughts, Yuan Tong laughed loudly, patted his shoulder and said, "Ha-ha, brother, don't sigh. Those families who have a bad relationship with you have already been crippled by you. Their strength is not as good as before."
"Tell me," Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up as he looked at Yuan Tong, knowing that the people of Yuming Valley were crippled by him. "So what about the 2nd place Yaofeng Hall?" Yuan Tong smiled and said calmly, "The reason why the last Baijia Zhengming rankings turned out like that was entirely due to the appearance of several world-shattering figures. Like the 4th-ranked Yuming Valley, it was entirely thanks to the martial power of the ape Tongbei Gangyuan Lao Wu, restraining the 3 elders of Qianlong Pavilion, and the 7-aperture ghostly spirit Lung Yongtu controlling the entire tax situation that laid the foundation. Without these 2 people, Yuming Valley's strength is no stronger than Qianlong Pavilion's." The reason why Yaofeng Hall was able to reach the 2nd position was entirely because Poison Hand Medicine King Yan Tong was too strong. No one dared to get close. Otherwise, without the support of Poison Hand, their true strength would not even be as good as Kuaihuo Forest. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan seemed to suddenly realize.
So that's how it is. These people were either killed by me or pulled under my command, so the strength of these two great families is naturally not as good as before, so there's still a chance.
At this time, Yuan Tong pouted and sighed. A lot of famous figures really appeared in the Baijia Jingming at that time, like Yong Kuiqi, the star of Youming, who was recognized as the #1 talent of the 7 families that even 20 Tiangshuan experts couldn't exchange for. Poison Hand Medicine King Yan Tong, a Snow White Pill King that is hard to meet in 1,000 years, and the Ju Jihi of Chanlong Pavilion displayed great divine power at that time and were known to everyone.
The Thunder Gold Eyes are unmatched throughout the ages. Right. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, feeling secretly lucky in his heart. It seems that killing Kuiki before really avoided a lot of future troubles. Looking back now, the trip to Qingming City was really worthwhile. I gained a lot. And as for Poison Hand Medicine King Yan Tong, I took from him and added to myself. I made a lot of profit. Alright, this is the overall power situation of the 7 families. Next is what you need to look at in detail, the strongest opponents in this Baijia Zhengming. With that said, a golden piece of silk appeared in Yuan Tong's hand again, and he said seriously, "These are the people recognized by the high-level figures of the entire Tianyu, the strongest geniuses of the 7 families, the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan frowned, took the silk, and a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. The title 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, he had heard of it before when he was in Huayu Tower, but he didn't pay much attention to it. So that is the honorific name of those who will hold power in the next generation of the 7 families.
Yuan Tong sighed again and continued. The 6 dragons and 1 phoenix are the disciples with the strongest talent since ancient times, gathered over thousands of years. Even if they fight with the chosen geniuses of some hidden sects, they are not inferior, and sometimes even better. Which also means that in the future, when the 7 families are in their hands, the strength of the 7 families will reach an unprecedented height at time. It will be even more difficult for the royal family to control them. And this is also why Diwang sect is eager to unify the 7 families at this moment. If it continues to drag on, the price they have to pay will be even greater, and they may never succeed.
Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement in his heart. The growing strength of the 7 families is not only a thorn in the side of the royal family, but also a potential worry for Diwang sect. If it continues like this, Tianyu may become a situation where the 7 families coexist, and the royal family will lose its actual power. In that case, Diwang sect will not be able to claim to be the leader anymore. More than that, once the world is divided, it will be even more difficult to complete the unification. Zhuo Fan thought for a moment, and couldn't wait to open the silk cloth and observe it carefully. First, the 1 phoenix and the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix is the current tower master of Huayu Tower, Feitian Hanfeng Chu Qingcheng. The fatty pointed to the silk cloth at the Huayu Tower name and explained, "It is said that this Chu Qingcheng has a captivating appearance and outstanding talent. She was designated as the master who holds the power of a family at a young age, but her personality is arrogant and aloof, and she sees the men in the world as mud, but her strength is really rare.
Many elders in the 7 families can't compare to her." But before he could finish speaking, Zhuo Fan smiled lightly and said, "Have you met her?" Yuan Tong stagnated involuntarily, pondered for a while, and sighed. "2. Although I haven't met her, it can be considered as meeting her, but if you say I've met her, it's no different from not meeting her.
When Chu Qingcheng was just 16 years old, I once went to Huayu Tower. That graceful figure, that charming figure, is definitely a captivating beauty. Although many years have passed, I still often remember that scene in a daze. But unfortunately, at that time, she always covered her face with a thin veil. I didn't get to see her real face. And besides, I was there for more than a month. She only glanced at me once." The title, Cold Beauty, is indeed well-deserved. Zhuo Fan nodded leisurely and said, "Is that so? But I've seen it." Yuan Tong nodded slightly, but quickly reacted, and exclaimed in shock, "What? You've seen it? So you've seen her person or her face?" "Nonsense. If you haven't seen her face, can it be said that you've met her?" Zhuo Fan grinned and raised his head triumphantly. Yuan Tong couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy, and hurriedly said, "So what does she look like? Is she as beautiful as rumored?
Zhuo Fan couldn't help but think of that beautiful and heartwarming woman, raised his head and laughed loudly, seizing the opportunity to pretend to be cool, and said, "How should I put it? Even birds falling from the sky, fish sinking to the bottom of the sea, flowers blushing, and the moon hiding, are not enough to describe that beauty. It can be said that her beauty is only beyond your imagination. She's more beautiful than you can imagine."
Luo Fencheng, who was listening to him constantly praising others, was a little jealous, and puffed up her cheeks and said, "Zhuo Fan, is she very beautiful? That's for sure. I had contact with her for 3 days, and I observed her at close range for a long time. It can be said that she's perfect, flawless." Zhuo Fan ignored her reaction and nodded indifferently.
Yuan Tong once again felt a tinge of jealousy, and said loudly, "What? How can that be? Isn't she very disgusted with men?"
"It probably depends on the person. After all, people are not the same. You can't say that people are cold just because of what you experienced."
"Since we are brothers, let me say a harsh word. If I were a woman, I wouldn't want to look at you even once." Zhuo Fan patted Yuan Tong on the shoulder and sighed. Hearing these words, Yuan Tong glared at him angrily. "Are the words you said human words?" Smiling lightly, Zhuo Fan suddenly became serious in an instant.
"But, although Chu Qingcheng's talent is indeed very high, but if you say it's so high that it's hard to imagine, comparable to the geniuses of the sex, that's not certain. She can't even beat Huangpu Qingyun of Duwang's sect. If all the 6 dragons and phoenixes are at that level, then I can deal with them now." These words of his were too arrogant, but Yuan Tong didn't argue.
After all, this person is a big shot. He fought alone with the 3 great masters of the 7 great families. 2 died and 1 was crippled, and he was able to get out safely. Such a person is qualified to be arrogant. But at this time, Feng Chubai, who had been silent all along, suddenly coughed hoarsely and said calmly, "Little brat Zhuo Fan, if that's the case, then I'm afraid you'll suffer a lot in the Baijia Zhengming next year." Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, looking intently at him, and said, "What do you mean by that?" Feng Chubai gave him a wicked glance, then said casually, "You've been to Huayu Tower, so you must have a good understanding of Huayu Tower's situation in recent years. I've also met that girl, Chu Qingcheng. Although she has extraordinary talent, unfortunately, due to the unstable situation, she's been delayed, and her cultivation progress has fallen far behind other aristocratic disciples. So with her current strength, she's really not too formidable for you." "You said she couldn't beat Huangfu Qingyun, but I have to tell you that when she was 12 years old, Chu Qingcheng once fought Huangfu Qingyun. At that time I happened to be present, acting as the referee for the 2 families. Guess what the result was?"
Haha, with just 1 move, Huangfu Qingyun was completely defeated. At that time, I saw that this girl's aptitude was even superior to the Dragon Guard disciples. The geniuses of the other 6 families also possess such aptitude.
Moreover, now that Chu Bijun is managing Huayu Tower again, she can focus on cultivation. Who knows how much her strength will leap in 5 years? The disciples of the other 6 families have been cultivating for even longer than her, so they are definitely stronger.
This 100 schools tournament really makes me look forward to it. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan suddenly took a deep breath, a look of solemnity on his face. If what he just said is true, the strength of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix will surpass the elders in their own families. Then what he has to face are these 7 monsters. He must carefully consider this. Without another word, Zhuo Fan unfolded the yellow silk and began to examine it seriously.
Yuan Tong happily nodded upon seeing this, and continued to point and say, "Among the 6 dragons, there's Swift Wind Forest Dragon Lin Yaolong, famed throughout the world for his swift movements. This Lin Quanfeng is just like his name. Like the wind through the forest, his form is like a dream. Ordinary people can hardly predict it."
Among the 6 dragons, there's also the Sword Marquise Mansion's golden armor sword dragon, Shi Tiancheng. Compared to his younger brother, Shi Tianyang, who knows how many times stronger this Shi Tiancheng is? He's a true sword Dao genius. Many elders spend their entire lives unable to cultivate the Sword Marquise Mansion's unique Xuan rank martial skill, Void Spirit 9 forms. But it's said that this kid had already mastered it by the age of 19, a monstrous prodigy.
Suddenly, at this moment, Yuan Tong abruptly stopped speaking, took a deep breath, and said with a solemn expression, But the next person, brother, if compared to this one, those before are really nothing. This person is the genius among geniuses, the monster among monsters, the eldest young master of Emperor Gate, the suppressing heaven Emperor Dragon, Huangfu Qingtian. Yu Wentong took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then continued. You've met his younger brother, Huangfu Qingyun, right? But compared to his elder brother, that guy can only be considered mediocre, including the remaining 5 dragons and 1 phoenix. If compared to him, they are also just ordinary people. Reports about him are extremely rare, but it can be confirmed that, once this person takes action, even if the 5 dragons and 1 phoenix join forces, they are not his opponents. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be stunned. To say that 6 people joining forces can't even deal with him. Just how terrifying is that kid? Yu Wentong walked to Zhuo Fan's side, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed. Now you understand, right, brother? Even just messing with Emperor Gate is not an easy task. Compared to these real monsters, it's not certain whether the monster Zhuo Fan, who wins every battle, can still do the same. His eyes slightly narrowed. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, considered for a while, and murmured, Don't worry, brother. In the 100 Schools tournament 5 years later, a completely new Zhuo Fan and Luo family will definitely appear before everyone. But in this time, we must do some things. I hope the royal family can ensure the safety of the Luo family. Yu Wentong and Fang Qiubai exchanged glances and nodded with a smile. Yu Wentong smiled and said, Don't worry, brother. Just focus on cultivation and prepare well for the 100 Schools tournament. Leave the safety of the Luo family to us. Moreover, if you can show your talent in this 100 Schools tournament, Father will take the opportunity to bestow the title of Imperial Family to your clan. At that time, if Emperor Gate wants to move against you, they will definitely have to go through the royal family, which will make it much more difficult. Zhuo Fan grinned. So what if there are multiple dangers? With danger, there is opportunity. This 100 Schools tournament is the biggest opportunity for the Luo family to climb to the top. In the end, the two of them again entrusted some related matters to Zhuo Fan, and then left. Watching the two of them gradually disappear at Black Wind Mountain, a glint flashed in Zhuo Fan's eyes. Turning towards the conference room, he said to Luo Yuncheng beside him, Eldest Miss, summon all the elders in the house here. It's time for us to step out of Fenglin City. Luo Yuncheng frowned. Really? Giving Zhuo Fan a glance, she nodded in understanding. Very quickly, all the elders except Lei Yuntian were present in the conference room. Luo Yuncheng and Zhuo Fan sat in the host's seat, swept a glance at everyone, and explained everything that Yu Wentong had said. Hearing this, everyone burst into an uproar, exchanged glances, and their expressions turned solemn. Yan Song couldn't help but exclaim in shock, What? You want a family that hasn't developed for 10 years? To directly confront the Imperial 7 families that have developed for thousands of years? Li Jingtian and Yan Song exchanged glances, their expressions a bit serious. The two of them lived in the 7 families, so they naturally knew the disparity between the current Luo family and the 7 families. Although the current Luo family has experts in the divine transformation realm guarding it, and a resourceful steward like Zhuo Fan, the foundation is not enough to confront the 7 families. This is like hitting a rock with an egg. The royal family's task this time is truly too heavy. Zhuo Fan suddenly looked towards Li Jingtian and said seriously, Elder Li, you have lived in Emperor Gate. How much of a chance do you think I have? As soon as Huangfu Qingtian's name was mentioned, everyone looked expectantly at Li Jingtian. He pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, None. There is absolutely no chance of winning. Hearing the answer, everyone couldn't help but shrink back. Everyone instantly fell silent. Zhuo Fan also frowned, his expression also darkened, and his heart became heavy. At this time, Shui Qingjian chuckled and said flatteringly, Come on, old Ghostly, is our steward an ordinary person? To be able to continuously kill 10 heavenly profound experts in the bone-tempering realm, how many people are there in this entire heavenly profound continent? Could it be that the little devil Huangfu Qingtian is more powerful than our great steward? But as soon as she finished speaking, Zhuo Fan glared fiercely at her. Elder sister, now is not the time for flattery. I hope you can be serious. Otherwise,
I will take what you said just now as you really wanting me to die." As soon as he said this, everyone immediately grabbed the person. They didn't expect that he was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone, but at the crucial moment he was so cautious. This mentality was indeed suitable for someone who does great things.
This is the demeanor of someone in charge, absolutely not just listening to one side, being blinded by flattery. His eyes are indeed very calm. Li Jingtian secretly nodded and said calmly, "Steward Zhu, I dare not hide anything." The third prince and Feng Chubai have never actually met that kid, so most of what they said is hearsay.
It's still not really clear. But anyone who has ever met that kid has only one impression. That kid is a king, a true-born monster. Just now, Elder Shu said that Steward Zhuo in the bone-tempering realm was able to kill heavenly profound experts, but today I have to tell you, Steward Zhuo is not the first person to do that. As early as 10 years ago, Huangfu Qingtian easily defeated a heavenly profound elder of Emperor Gate, and at that time, he was only in the second level of bone tempering.
You must know that those elders are different from those Lo Yu Kui. All of them cultivated the Huangji Overlord body art. They are true body refinement experts. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened in shock.
Zhao Cheng was lost in thought, pondering his words. He could defeat a heaven profound expert, firstly thanks to the thunder cloud wings on his back, and secondly, due to practicing body refinement with the diamond flowing sand. Apart from those two, it was truly hard to imagine how else someone could become so freakishly strong. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes, calculating that he had to plan this battle carefully. Li Jingtian seemed to have anticipated everyone's reaction, giving a bitter laugh and shaking his head helplessly.
There really are monsters like the rumors say. It's as if they were born to trample all geniuses and ordinary people under their feet.
Before he left, that monster was always taught cultivation by the Grand Tutor. No one knows what level he's reached. But even Huangpu Qingyun has reached the Heaven Profound realm, so Huangpu Qingtian must be at least at the 5th level of the Heaven Profound realm by now. I really don't know how strong he'll be.
Zhuo Fan nodded in agreement upon hearing this.
No matter how high a person's talent, how could they reach such an unimaginable level? There's absolutely no way someone can be born a monster. Qiu Yanhai frowned, looking at Zhuo Fan worriedly and saying, "So, according to old Ghost Li, Steward Zhuo has no chance of winning." Yet, Li Jingtian chuckled and shook his head. "That's not necessarily true. Just now, I was only talking about raw strength. Steward Zhuo might not be able to defeat that monster. But, when it comes to Steward Zhuo's methods, even if others don't know, how could us old guys not be aware? Don't forget how we got to the Luo family." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances and burst out laughing in unison. Yan Fu also regained his confidence, saying frankly, "That's right, Steward Zhuo's ability doesn't lie in his strength, but in his treacherous schemes and unparalleled bizarre methods. In this area, the chances of winning are high." Li Jingtian chuckled softly, lamenting, "This 100 Schools tournament can be considered the strongest in 1,000 years, right? Luckily I was born 100 years earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid I could only be cannon fodder in this competition." At this moment, Zhuo Fan truly saw Huangpu Tianyuan as his greatest threat in the 100 Schools tournament. He was a real problem, so he absolutely had to find a way to increase his strength in the coming year, to become an even more advanced version of himself. Thinking of this, his face became serious as he looked at everyone, asking,
"Elders, do you know where in Tianyu has the most lightning?" Everyone was a little stunned, saying in unison, "What does Steward Zhuo mean?" With a flash of his hand, an egg faintly glowing with lightning appeared in front of everyone. Zhuo Fan smiled faintly, saying, "It's because of this. As soon as this thing came out, everyone was greatly shocked." A 6th grade spirit beast egg, a thundercloud sparrow. The sly Li Jingtian looked at the egg in Zhuo Fan's hand with envy, saying, "Haha, Steward Zhuo really has a lot of treasures. Even a 6th grade spirit beast. Once this hatches, you'll immediately have a majestic 6th grade spirit beast by your side. Even a spirit illumination expert would have to run." That's right, the two of us spent so much effort, and we only managed to each get a 5th grade spirit beast as a spirit pet. Unexpectedly, Steward Zhuo had a 6th grade spirit beast hidden away. This is a treasure that even a spirit illumination expert would have a hard time getting. Steward Zhuo is indeed incredibly resourceful, incomparable to ordinary people. Shui Qingjian and Shui Yanhai exchanged glances, their faces also showing envy. Zhuo Fan waved his hand, chuckling softly. Don't hold back. I only obtained this egg by chance. It was just that it was a little damaged before, and I went to the Flower Rain building to find Bodhi Jade liquid to restore it, and then there were continuous emergencies, so I couldn't take care of it. Recently I finally restored its vitality, but if I want to hatch it, I have to find a place where a large amount of lightning gathers to absorb lightning power. Shui Qingjian shrugged, saying nonchalantly, Isn't that easy? You just set up a lightning-attracting formation, and that's that. However, Zhuo Fan shook his head resolutely, saying, That won't work. The lightning power attracted by the formation is ultimately weak and a waste of effort. I want to let it hatch in a natural lightning pool, so that it will be stronger after it grows up. Everyone nodded secretly. What he said wasn't wrong. They had to face the monster Huangpu Qingtian soon, so the more methods they had, the better. Li Jingtian pondered for a long time, finally muttering, If you're talking about a place in Tianyu where there's thunder and lightning all year round, without stopping for a long time, then there's only that place. Before he could finish speaking, Shui Qingjian already knew where he was talking about, and hurriedly said, No way, that place is a forbidden area of Tianyu. We can't even match the Yu family of the 7 noble houses right now. Are you trying to get us into even bigger trouble? Zhuo Fan frowned slightly, curiously asking, Where are you guys talking about? After pondering for a moment, Li Jingtian and everyone exchanged glances, finally saying seriously, Thunder Accumulation Mountain. Is Thunder Accumulation Mountain how it is? Li Jingtian took a deep look at him, saying calmly, As Steward Zhuo thinks, that place has thick black clouds and thunder year-round, with violent lightning strikes without stopping, for who knows how many years. It's said that it was like that even before the founding of the Tianyu Empire. Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up instantly, exclaiming, That's great, I'll hatch my egg there then. No. As soon as he said that, Shui Qingjian hurriedly said, If you wanted to go there before, it would be fine, but 60 years ago, one of the 3 guardian sects of the empire, the demonic scripture sect, imprisoned 4 criminals there, who suffer the torment of 10,000 thunderbolts devouring the heart every day. If we go there and accidentally release the seal while hatching the egg, releasing those 4 people would be the same as offending the demonic scripture sect, which we can't afford to offend. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, muttering, Are those 4 people you're talking about from the demonic scripture sect guarded or checked periodically? Shui Qingjian thought for a while, finally guessing. It seems not. The demonic scripture sect seems to have left them there and doesn't care, probably because they're sure no one would dare to risk offending them to release these 4. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan frowned, then gave a sly laugh. Then what are we afraid of? Even if we accidentally release them, we can just dust off our butts and run. Who would know we did it? Then, it is decided. Finishing speaking, he turned to Yanfu and Lei Yuting, saying, Miss Lei, Elder Yan, I need you 2 to do something. Come to my room in a bit. With that, he turned and left, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Old lie, let's go! In the sky above Thunder Accumulation Mountain, a streak of light flashed through the air. Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian headed towards Thunder Accumulation Mountain. Zhuo Fan touched the Thunder Spirit defensive item, saying indifferently, Old lie, how many more days? Li Jingtian looked ahead, estimating. According to my calculations, we should arrive in 3 days. Zhuo Fan nodded. The thunder cloud wings behind him fluttered, speeding up, saying, Let's get there quick, to avoid unexpected troubles. But at this moment, a sound of tearing wind rang out, and a black shadow suddenly attacked them. Zhuo Fan's pupils constricted, rushing forward, his body unable to stop, and seeing the black shadow hurtling towards him, he couldn't help but panic. Just then, Li Jingtian hurriedly reached out, grabbing Zhuo Fan in time and pulling him back, his body stopping immediately. But the black shadow's speed didn't decrease, hurtling towards them. Li Jingtian shouted loudly, unleashing a claw strike. The devil subduing 3 absolutes devil dragon claw rang out like an explosion,
and the black shadow was instantly blown away. Li Jingtian stood in the air, awe-inspiring, but his hand was red, trembling slightly.
Zhuo Fan chased forward, looking at him and saying worriedly, "Old Li, are you all right?" Li Jingtian frowned, shaking his head. "It's nothing, but that item is probably a spirit weapon, at least above the 5th grade.
If I weren't a body refinement expert, I'd be bleeding by now." Zhao Cheng let out a sigh of relief, nodding slightly in reassurance. Since he was all right, he was relieved too. To be able to fight my old man's 5th grade spirit weapon, the Crimson Hand, bare-handed. This skull staff wielder is quite the expert. Seems like I've hooked a big fish today. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed. A figure suddenly appeared, standing a few zang away from the two, reaching out towards a black object. Only then did Zhao Cheng and Li Jingtian see clearly that the object was a 2-meter-long staff with a black skull hanging on each end. The person holding the staff was short and stocky, with an ugly face and a fierce expression, not to be underestimated. Zhao Cheng's eyes narrowed as he looked at the person in front of him, exchanging a glance with Li Jingtian, and exclaimed in shock,
"A 3rd-level spirit illumination expert." The dwarf-like man heard this and seemed a little excited, waving his arms and shouting loudly, "Since you know how powerful I am, then hurry up and surrender. Maybe I'll spare your dog lives, HMPH. Just a 3rd-level spirit illumination, doesn't even know his own weight." Daring to spout nonsense in front of this old man, Li Jingtian couldn't help but snort coldly, taking a step forward, releasing his aura. In an instant, a powerful pressure pressed down, and the dwarf-like man couldn't help but shout, "What? This old geezer is actually a 6th-level spirit illumination expert."
Not even knowing the strength of your opponent, yet daring to attack. It's a miracle that a small brain like yours has lived to be a 3rd-level spirit illumination, Zhao Cheng chuckled, glancing at him and saying indifferently, "Now it's my turn to ask. Who are you, and why did you ambush us? Who ordered you to do this?" His eyes flashing, the dwarf-like man scrutinized Zhao Cheng for a long time before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, a mere 5th-level bone-tempering brat with a couple of wings, pretending to be an expert. You're not even worthy to ask your grandpa's name. You abomination."
Such nonsense. Zhao Cheng's face gradually darkened. Zhao Cheng frowned and said coldly, "Li Lao, no need to ask anything else. Quickly deal with this thing. We'll leave immediately, no problem." Li Jingtian's killing intent surged in an instant, and he coldly rushed towards the dwarf-like man, shouting, "You inhuman abomination! Die for this old man." In an instant, the sounds of clashing echoed continuously. Even without demonic treasures or any spirit weapons in hand, Li Jingtian didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. On the contrary, due to the difference in cultivation, the dwarf-like man, despite having a spirit weapon, was constantly forced back by Li Jingtian. The dwarf-like man struggled to dodge Li Jingtian's storm-like attacks, his face terrified and trembling, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! I've run into a tough bone this time, can't swallow it." Thinking of this, he immediately lifted his foot to run. Li Jingtian, facing him, raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Want to run?" But at this moment, the dwarf-like man only retreated a few meters, and then a hand seal appeared in his hand. In an instant, a burst of black energy suddenly appeared. Then, it formed into a skull phantom. It looked a little scary. Zhao Cheng looked at the skull phantom that appeared, and muttered in surprise, "This is a demonic cultivation technique, truly evil enough." Seeing his reaction, the dwarf-like man thought he was scared and laughed triumphantly. "AI, unexpected, right, Grandpa? I'm the most vicious and terrifying demonic cultivator. My grand technique, a low-grade mysterious rank skill, the ghostly skull shadow, will devour your entire body and soul, understand? Scared yet, ha-ha." Li Jingtian's mouth twitched and spat out 2 words. "Idiot! What? You dare to look down on me? Then you go die." Always being looked down upon by Li Jingtian, he immediately flew into a rage and roared, and the skull staff in his hand rushed to attack. Li Jingtian snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Blind fool! Today, this old man will show you what true supreme demonic skill is." Saying that, he once again released origin power in his hand, shouted loudly, "Demonic friction, 3 absolutes." Demonic dragon ascends to the heavens. In an instant a dragon roar resounded. Li Jingtian, carrying the pressure of heaven and earth, rushed towards the dwarf-like man, and quickly collided with the dwarf-like man's skull staff. The dwarf-like man couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, flying backwards. The skull staff in his hand also instantly broke into two pieces. A 5th-grade spirit weapon was actually broken by the body. Li Jingtian's strength after using the demonic friction secret was indeed terrifying. At this moment, the dwarf-like man looked at the broken skull staff, his eyes shrinking in fear, and hurriedly spoke to beg, "Wait, I surrender, please spare me."
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jingtian turned his head to look at Zhao Cheng. Seeing the endless killing intent in his eyes, he understood.
He laughed loudly, and said evilly, "Haha, blind fool, now you know it's too late to beg." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jingtian laughed loudly, and launched another attack.
The dwarf-like man cried out in fear, "Brothers, big brother, you're about to be beaten to death, come save me! Who dares to touch our big brother? Who dares to touch our big brother?" Suddenly at this moment, sharp voices rang out, causing Li Jingtian to pause slightly, looking up, only to see at this moment, a ray of black energy instantly rushed into the battle circle, forcing Li Jingtian to retreat, and finally ran to the side of the dwarf-like man from before. At this time, 3 more people had appeared, with the same stature, only the tone on their faces was different. Seeing his brothers had arrived, the dwarf-like man from before revealed a fierce look, laughing loudly and saying, "Ha ha ha, my brothers have arrived. Scared yet? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and surrender, and I'll spare your dog lives." Zhao Cheng narrowed his eyes, looking at the 4 dwarf-like men floating in the air, curling his lips and snorting coldly. These 4 idiots, acting tough with just 3rd-level spirit illumination, where did they get the courage to shout? Thinking about it, he became impatient, and said to Li Jingtian, "Li Lao, use righteous methods to destroy these things that aren't human. I really can't stand to look at them anymore." But Li Jingtian looked at the 4 people in front of him, and immediately paused, his face a little unsightly, and said awkwardly, "Steward Zhao, it seems we're in big trouble." After saying that, he clasped his fist towards the 4 people and said, "Everyone, could you be the rumored people who were chased out of the demonic tome sect to Thunderclap Mountain, the demonic tome 4 fiends?" As soon as these words came out, Zhao Cheng immediately widened his eyes in surprise. These 4 are actually the demonic tome 4 fiends. They were prisoners imprisoned by the demonic tome sect. Weren't they bound by restrictions? How did they escape? Then the red-haired dwarf-like man laughed, "Ha-ha," and said arrogantly, "He, that's right. We are the demonic heroes, what people call demon ghosts and monsters, the demonic tome 4 fiends." Looking at the 4 people with their somewhat unique appearances, and the heavily injured one who still dared to act tough at this moment, Zhao Cheng's face drooped down. These 4 people were truly a bunch of idiots. He really didn't know how the demonic tome sect had initially accepted these 4 people into the sect. Thinking about it, Zhao Cheng snorted coldly and said, "Li Lao, let's still use righteous methods to destroy them. I now know why the demonic tome sect released them in Thunderclap Mountain and didn't care. I don't want to see these 4 strange people appear in front of me again." But Li Jingtian didn't move. On the contrary, his face was solemn, muttering, "Steward Zhao, don't underestimate them. The 4 of them seem to be quite extraordinary, but the power of these 4 people working together shook the entire Tianyu back in the day." Hearing these words, Zhao Cheng's eyes narrowed and he looked over at them, curling his lips and saying, "If that's the case, then I have to see it for myself." Just after they struck a pose, one of the dwarf-like men hid behind the other 3, looking at the 2 anxiously and saying, "Ah, they seem to be very powerful, let's run away quickly." Hearing these words, another dwarf-like man fiercely knocked him on the head, scolding angrily, "Coward! You ruin our imposing poses every time!" Zhao Cheng nodded slightly, so these 4 people still had normal moments. He had just had that thought, mind you. Then that dwarf piped up again. "Plus, even if we don't avenge Big Bro, his skull staff is busted. Shouldn't they at least pay for a new one?" Zhuo Fan's fierce face twitched, black lines practically pouring off his head. He just knew this guy always said the most outrageous stuff. Damn it, in his heart, his big bro was apparently worth less than a friggin' staff. Finally, the leader couldn't stand these 2 clowns bickering anymore. He fiercely smacked both their heads and angrily cursed, "I didn't tell you guys to come here to argue.
With that, he got his momentum back. He then turned to Zhuo Fan and the other guy, yelling non-stop, "Get to the front lines, damn it!
I'll lead the charge, right along with myself." With that, he actually charged forward, straight for Zhuo Fan and the other guy. But before he even took 2 steps, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes, still determined, stared right at Zhuo Fan. "Charge! Charge!" The last dwarf, looking like he was just enjoying the show, kept jumping around and yelling excitedly, completely unfazed. But he didn't actually move an inch.
The other 3 couldn't help but narrow their eyes, rushing towards him, glaring, and cursing him non-stop. At this point, it seemed they'd completely forgotten about Zhuo Fan and the other guy, not caring about them at all. Damn it, every time, you're the loudest cheerer on the sidelines, but you put in the least effort and only swoop in for the spoils. Yeah, that's right. Third bro, you charge first this time, otherwise none of us are moving. Hey, everyone calm down for a second, big bro's already hurt, let's just make a run for it. As soon as that dwarf said that, the 3 other dwarfs glared furiously again, and once more teamed up to surround and beat him.
Fourth bro, every time you drag your feet, it messes with our morale, that's why we always lose. Exactly. Last time, if you hadn't been too scared to advance, why would we have lost? The 3 of them, with wide, furious eyes, started a full-blown beatdown on the cowardly dwarf, turning it into an unexpected brawl. Zhuo Fan watched from the sidelines, pouting dismissively and muttering, "Old lie, are these 4 really that strong?"
Li Jingtian let out an embarrassed chuckle.
I suppose so."
Li Jingtian pondered for a moment, then finally gave a wry chuckle. "All the rumors about them, I've only heard them, never actually fought them myself. Folks say these 4 were born from the same mother, so their hearts and minds are linked.
That's why the demonic arts sect took them in and taught them their joint attack technique. I hear that when the 4 of them work together, it's a given that they can defeat many with few and strong foes with weak forces. But they're constantly beating each other up because they just can't agree on anything."
Zhuo Fan rubbed his nose, shrugging noncommittally. So how do they even deal with a major enemy then? Li Jingtian couldn't help but let out a laugh, ignoring the ongoing beatdown here. He then proceeded to critique each of them to Zhuo Fan. Well, maybe that's why they got reprimanded. Even though these 4 are spiritually linked, their personalities are so different, they just can't get along. For instance, that first red-haired dwarf. He's the eldest of the 4 demonic fiends, the fiend of slaughter. He's got a fierce, crude, almost brainless temper. No matter how strong the enemy, he'll charge in alone, not caring if his brothers can keep up behind him. That's also why we didn't even sense him, using his spiritual sense to probe us,
but rather he just smashed his skull staff over here first. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, letting out a snicker. "Yeah, I get how stupid he is," Li Jingtian continued, pointing to the second guy with green and black striped hair. "The one demanding compensation for the staff is the second of the 4 demonic fiends, the miserly fiend. He's the most stingy and narrow-minded of the 4, often ignoring the big picture for small gains. A classic case of penny wise, pound foolish. He totally deserves that beating, only caring about a spirit weapon and not his own big bro. If it were me, I'd give him a good thrashing too." Zhuo Fan watched the guy screaming in pain from the beating, utterly speechless. Li Jingtian looked up at the sky and chuckled, then pointed to the one jumping and shouting on the side, saying again,
"The 3rd of the 4 demonic fiends, the cunning fiend.
This guy is sharp and clever, specializing in sneak attacks.
I hear that every time the 4 of them are in a fight, he always hangs back, chilling on the sidelines, and barely lifts a finger.
But every single time, he's the one who gets the enemy's head and snags the biggest credit, making him a textbook example of cunning." Finally, Zhuo Fan found one person he could tolerate. He nodded slightly and muttered, "This guy's a little redeeming, uses brains instead of brawn, though his intelligence seems to be mostly used for stealing credit from his own teammates. Still, compared to those other 2, he's all right." Finally, Li Jingtian pointed to the guy with moss-green hair who was hiding behind the leader and said, "The last one is the 4th of the 4 demonic fiends, the cowardly fiend. Every time they fight, he hides behind Big Bro. But rumor has it, he's actually the strongest of the 4. Because of that, many opponents have met tragic ends for underestimating him."
Zhuo Fan nodded. then casually said, "Old Lai, why don't you go over there and provoke them? See just how strong they really are." Li Jingtian's face froze for a moment, then he shook his head vigorously. "Steward Zhuo, please don't joke around. Don't let their current antics fool you. Once they team up, they're seriously powerful. I heard that just last year, when they were only at the 9th layer of the Sky Profound Realm, they already managed to kill a master at the 2nd layer of the Profound Illumination Realm. Can you imagine? It's usually super hard to finish off an opponent when you're both in the Profound Illumination Realm, but they killed a Profound Illumination expert back when they were only in the Heavenly Profound Realm. Now they're at the 3rd layer of Profound Illumination, and I don't want to get my old hide involved in that mess." A weird curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhuo Fan casually retorted, "So what? Their big bro's injured anyway, so maybe the power of their joint attack technique will be significantly weakened." Li Jingtian's heart jolted at those words. And just then, Zhuo Fan suddenly yelled at the 4 dwarfs, "Hey! This old geezer says your dads must have messed with sows to birth you 4 freaks." Li Jingtian gaped at him, muttering under his breath, "Steward Zhuo is screwing with me. Even if you're the boss of the Luzhou family, you can't just screw over an elder like this." But since things had come to this, Li Jingtian had nothing left to say. Gritting his teeth, he yelled loudly, "That's right. I've been sick of you 4 for ages. If you've got the guts, come at me, all of you." The moment he said that, the 4 stopped their fight instantly. Then they let out a massive roar, transforming into 4 streaks of light that shot towards Li Jingtian. Their 4 immense killing intents condensed into one powerful surge, making Li Jingtian's breath catch, and forcing him to retreat a few steps. He didn't dare to delay any further. Li Jingtian hurriedly unleashed his aura, throwing a punch that gathered all his might, fiercely striking towards the rushing killing intent. A sky-shattering explosion rocked the air, and Li Jingtian was instantly sent flying backward, his blood qi churning uncontrollably. Yet the 4 dark figures continued to press their attack. "Damn it, you want to fight head-on, huh? Fine. This old man will play with you until the very end." At first, Li Jingtian still had some reservations about the 4 demonic fiends. But once the fight began, he lost all fear. He looked up to the sky and let out a boisterous laugh. First form of demonic arts, 3 severances. Demonic dragon soars to heaven. A dragon's roar reverberated through heaven and earth. And a phantom black dragon appeared, carrying an aura of world-shattering destruction, accompanied by auxiliary weapons. Li Jingtian instantly overwhelmed that surge of killing intent. The 4 stared at Li Jingtian's powerful aura, and couldn't help but cry out in fear, "Ah, we're screwed, we're screwed." Yet even as they cried out in fear, the moment Li Jingtian's attack landed, they let out an eerie, distorted laugh. "Aha, we're not playing with you anymore." Suddenly, the bizarre aura right in front of Li Jingtian vanished into thin air. His attack landed on empty air, and at the same time, after images flickered around him, moving so fast that even his divine sense couldn't grasp them. Only that bizarre laughter lingered, echoing around his ears. Even Zhuo Fan, observing from the sidelines with a clear mind, couldn't help but feel his pupils tremble in confusion. He frowned deeply. Those 4 guys' eyes. They've changed again. "Hee hee hee!" That bizarre laughter echoed all around once more. Li Jingtian's gaze swept around, his face grim as he watched the after-images flickering in and out of sight. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind whooshed past, and the cunning fiend abruptly appeared right in front of him, and swung his hand down in a direct slap. Before Li Jingtian even registered what happened, one side of his face was already red and swollen, yet he couldn't even let out a sound. Another figure appeared before him, slapping the other side of his face, the one that hadn't been hit yet. Li Jingtian, furious, roared, "Why do you guys only hit one side? Don't you know to switch to the other cheek? Hee hee hee, we like it this way, what can't you gonna do about it?" The weird laughter of the 4 devils echoed around. However, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, looking at them, feeling a bit strange. Just now, Ghostly Murder's speed wasn't that fast. Why is it faster after being injured but weaker in strength? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Maybe he guessed it. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan shouted towards Li Jingtian, "Old Li, let them hit you!" Li Jingtian was a bit stunned, not quite understanding. He was the one getting beaten. But after careful thought, He immediately understood Zhuo Fan's meaning, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. These 4 dwarves dared to slap him. He'd definitely pay them back in full. Taking a deep breath, Li Jingtian roared loudly. "You 4 little brats, if you've got the guts, hit the other side of this old man's face." He, we won't hit that side, we'll only hit one side." Mocking laughter echoed in the air again, and the sound of rushing wind rang out once more as a hand headed towards Li Jingtian's face. But before this slap could land, Li Jingtian coldly laughed and grabbed it, his eyes filled with rage. "You damn little brat, didn't I tell you to hit the other side of my face? Now you're caught by this old man, aren't you? Oh crap, I fell for it." Third absolute art, Underworld Dragon Ghost Claw. Li Jingtian grinned, staring at Ghostly Nimble and saying, "Your combined formation, this old man has broken it, right? Go to the underworld and meet King Yama." This time, if Li Jingtian, with his 6th level Divine Transformation Realm cultivation, hits for real, he could definitely make Ghostly Nimble see stars. This he knew very well. Seeing that punch coming, he fearfully trembled and cried out, it's over, I'm really gonna die this time." But the other 3 ghosts, in this moment of crisis, didn't even think about helping, but instead said in a cowardly tone, it's over, he's really gonna die for real this time." In that instant, Li Jingtian's punch arrived, but it actually hit thin air. He looked over in disbelief. He didn't know when, but that Ghostly Nimble had shrunk his head back. Just like that, dodging the punch, Li Jingtian gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, I already caught him, and I still can't kill him. But what made him even angrier was that no matter how he punched, Ghostly Nimble dodged his attacks again and again. Li Jingtian was shocked, his eyes wide, cursing non-stop in his heart. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? It can still dodge in this situation. Its movement technique is too bizarre. What's most bizarre is those 3 other guys. Have they given up? Or are they confident? Thinking of this, he finally understood. This 4 fiend scroll is really too weird. Ghostly Nimble's fearful tone rang out again. I guess I'm about to die." Just at this moment, Zhuo Fan outside suddenly shouted loudly, "Old Li, be careful." Li Jingtian woke from his thoughts, already noticing that the remaining 3 ghosts were also flying over together, their speed even faster than before at this moment. Before Li Jingtian could react, one hand was holding Ghostly Nimble, and the other hand attacked forward. The remaining 3 truly had fear in their eyes, but their chests and bellies contracted, and they were able to dodge Li Jingtian's attack. Seeing this scene, the 4 ghosts let out that eerie laughter again. He. Under the combined attack of the 4 ghosts, no one knows when, they've climbed onto Li Jingtian. Fiercely biting his arm, Li Jingtian cried out, unable to bear the pain and letting go, Ghostly Nimble regaining his freedom once more. In an instant, the 4 ghosts moved again, letting out a weird laugh. Li Jingtian was now a bit wary of these 4, constantly shocked. He really still didn't understand what kind of ghosts they were. He couldn't figure them out. And he didn't even understand when these 4 were strong and when they were weak, leaving him with power but nowhere to use it. Seeming to see the doubt in Li Jingtian's eyes, the 4 ghosts once again gave a strange gurgle, together heading towards Li Jingtian. He, brothers, this time we'll strip this old guy naked, so he'll be too ashamed to meet anyone." The 4 eerie laughs rang out simultaneously, making Li Jingtian suddenly freeze, carefully looking at the 4 after-images. But at this moment, the after-images disappeared without a trace. 4 dark shadows appeared at the same time. Li Jingtian was shocked for a moment, and without hesitation, he threw a punch, but it didn't hit. Those 4 wraiths quickly dodged, and then attached to his body. When the wraiths left, they hovered in the air, once again letting out that eerie smile. Li Jingtian was now only wearing a thin undershirt, fearfully looking at the illusions in all directions. So that's it, this is their combined attack formation. As expected of demonic arts, mind games are the most important. Zhuo Fan's eyes slightly twitched, as if he had seen through it, and he shouted loudly, "Old Li, we're no match for them, retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan took the lead and flew away. Li Jingtian bit his lips slightly, cursed inwardly, "Bastard," and then followed him away. At this moment the 4 ghosts reappeared, looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, and coldly snorted, "HMPH, that old guy thinks he can humiliate us and just leave." Yee, no way, brothers. Chase after them. Finished speaking, they fiercely chased after them, their speed too fast, not much slower than Li Jingtian. Li Jingtian turned his head to look back, and couldn't help but fearfully say to Zhuo Fan, "These four are clearly at the third level of the divine transformation realm, but their speed is faster than this old man's. It's really weird. If we continue like this, we won't be able to escape." Relax. That's their combined attack formation, but it only has speed. Even if they catch up, it won't be anything, old lie. When they get close to us, we'll take care of them all at once. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched, and Zhuo Fan revealed a mysterious smile. Li Jingtian was unclear in his heart, and doubtfully asked, "What? How?"
Zhuo Fan faintly smiled, and calmly said, "These four use a combined technique, so we naturally can't deal with them individually. If we want to get rid of them, we have to take care of all four. If we only deal with one useless guy, then we, Li Jingtian, heard that he had a way."
His eyes lit up, and he muttered, faintly smiling. Zhuo Fan frowned at Li Jingtian and said, "Old lie, do you still remember the third move of the three absolutes of demonic slaughter?" As soon as he said these words, Li Jingtian immediately understood his meaning, nodded, glanced at Zhuo Fan, and laughed loudly, finally raising his eyebrows at Zhuo Fan and saying,
"Then let's both attack together, to ensure safety, that's for sure."
"Ah." Zhuo Fan chuckled, and started forming hand seals in his hands. Li Jingtian also closely followed behind, forming hand seals. Just at this moment, the four ghosts had also caught up. The leader, Murderous Devil, arrogantly said, "You two just need to surrender, and this old man will spare your dog lives, and also compensate our heads." The second oldest, Miserly Devil, also added a sentence. Zhuo Fan twitched his mouth, revealing a weird smile, glancing towards Li Jingtian, and nodding at the same time. Next, Zhuo Fan stepped in front of Li Jingtian and shouted, "Three absolutes of demonic slaughter, underworld dragon ghost whale." Along with the shout, two giant dragons suddenly appeared, carrying a loud roar, tearing apart the two divine senses of divine transformation realm experts, transforming into a sound wave that fiercely rushed towards the four fiends of demonic slaughter. The four ghosts couldn't help but panic when they saw this scene. They also didn't expect that the two of them would actually know the soundwave technique. This was the bane of their combined formation. But at this moment, it was too late to know, and they couldn't escape. Waves of sound rushed over, instantly sweeping past the four, and before they could even cry out in anguish, they all spat out a mouthful of blood, completely collapsed, losing consciousness. Li Jingtian, with the stingy ghost clutching his clothes, angrily roared, "You're passed out. What are you holding on so tight for? You really live up to your name as a stingy ghost. I, your old man, will send the four of you to the underworld to become the real four ghosts." "Hold on, elderly." But at that moment, Zhuo Fan suddenly waved his hand and said, "I still have use for these four. Just seal their cultivation for now, hee hee." Hearing this, Li Jingtian glanced at Zhuo Fan, understood, nodded, and chuckled slyly. "The four of you are in for a world of suffering." A moment later, Yi Xiangsha slowly opened his eyes. Still unaware of the situation, he muttered in confusion, "What happened just now? Why did I feel so dizzy?" But when he looked down, he discovered he was tightly bound. Looking to the side, he saw his companions were similarly tied up. He exclaimed in shock, "Hey, you three, wake up! We've been captured, and I can't use my cultivation." He angrily looked up at the sky and shouted, "Damn it! What blind bastard dared to tie up the four ghosts? Release us immediately, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Just then, a soft laugh echoed, and Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian slowly approached them. Zhuo Fan sneered disdainfully. "These four are really not playing with a full deck. They're already meat on the chopping block, and they still dare to talk big."
The four ghosts glared at the two approaching figures, cursing incessantly, "Who do you think you are, you son of a teta?" Seeing that they still had the strength to curse, Li Jingtian unleashed his aura and shouted, "You four brats, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death if you say another word." As soon as these words were spoken, the four ghosts immediately shut their mouths. Although they seemed crazy, they were still afraid of death. Seeing them shut up, Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction. Although these four are mindless, they know what's good for them. Just a little threat, and they listen obediently. This makes it easier for me to interrogate them. Thinking this, he glanced down and coldly demanded, "I'm going to ask you some questions now. Answer truthfully, and if there's even half a lie, I'll kill you on the spot. Hearing this, the four ghosts all raised their heads and puffed out their chests, putting on an act of defiance. Zhuo Fan ignored them and asked, I heard you were imprisoned on Mount Zhile. How did you get out? Who released you? Don't you know? Guy Xiangsha strained his neck and shouted. Zhuo Fan coldly nodded and said, Fine, very good, Elder Lai. Kill him. Wait, we really don't know.
Before Li Jingtian could move, Guy Xiangsha's expression changed, and he pleaded, Please let us go. We just escaped from our prison a few months ago, haven't had enough fun, and don't want to die yet. You little punk. If you didn't want to die, why were you acting like a hero? Li Jingtian sneered dismissively. Zhuo Fan glared at him, speechless. He thought they had some backbone, but these guys were truly something else. However, his doubts hadn't been resolved, so he continued to ask the four ghosts. Someone released you? How can you not know who it was? You're not deliberately lying to me, are you? We're in your hands now. How would we dare to lie to you? We really don't know. Guy Xiangsha carefully recalled and finally spoke. 8 months ago, we were still in the restrictions of Mount Zhile, enduring the pain of lightning devouring our hearts and livers, when suddenly a gap appeared in the restrictions. We're not stupid. If there's a way out, of course we'd run. But after we got out, we didn't see anyone, so we just wandered around, killing, arson, destroying families, and annihilating entire cities.
Wait. Why did you do those things after escaping? Zhuo Fan blinked, confused. As soon as he said that, the four ghosts exchanged glances and simultaneously scoffed. Guy Xiangsha said with a strange smile, One look and I can tell you're a bookworm with poor practical knowledge.
We're heroes of the demonic path. If we don't kill and commit arson, what kind of demonic experts would we be? Only by killing more people and doing more evil can we get closer to the truth of the demonic path and not waste our lives as heroes of the demonic path. Li Jingtian sneered dismissively. Four lunatics.
Zhuo Fan touched his nose, secretly annoyed. His whole life he had comprehended the demonic path, reaching the position of demonic emperor. Could it be that he didn't understand the demonic path as deeply as they did? The so-called demonic path ultimately boils down to the word self. Demonic cultivators are unburdened by anything and only fight for their own benefit. Even if they kill and commit arson, it's only because others are blocking their path. Those are just means, not the purpose. But these four were taking the means as the purpose, completely confusing the order of things, making them a laughingstock.
If the demonic path was truly about doing anything evil, it would have been eradicated long ago. He really didn't know how the Demon Command sect had inducted them into the sect back then.
He just couldn't guess who had released them and what their purpose was. After thinking for a while he still couldn't figure it out, Zhuo Fan asked again, Why did you ambush us? Who ordered you to do it? Just a coincidence. Guy Xiangsha pondered for a moment and said in a low voice.
Zhuo Fan couldn't help but shake his head and said to Li Jingtian, Elder Li, kill them.
Wait, I'm telling the truth. Guy Xiangsha looked at Zhuo Fan with a tearful face, inwardly complaining incessantly, but still said aloud, It's like this. After escaping from Mount Zhile, destroying 34 cities, and killing tens of thousands of people, we were bored, so we prepared to destroy the 5th city. As a result, we encountered a little devil on the way and made a bet with him. Unexpectedly, we lost the bet, so we agreed to find medicinal herbs for him. We asked him where to find them. He told us, Of course you should rob passers-by, especially the experts of the Swan Heaven. They're sure to have a lot of medicinal herbs. So when we saw you flying by, we threw skull at you to block your path. Originally, we thought we could get some good stuff to fulfill our promise to the little devil, but who knew we'd lose instead? So unlucky. As he said that, Guy Xiangsha actually started wailing like a child. Seeing this, the other three also cried loudly. All right, stop crying. Anyone who cries again, I'll beat them to death, Zhuo Fan yelled irritably, and the four ghosts stopped crying instantly. Zhuo Fan secretly shook his head, doubting. The four of you are that committed to your word. You actually dare to admit defeat. Of course, we're heroes of the demonic path. How could we not keep our word? Guy Xiangsha puffed out his chest and said proudly, giving them a deep look. Zhuo Fan slowly walked to the side, lost in thought. Li Jingtian glanced back and said indifferently, Steward Zhuo, are their words credible? Slightly nodding, A glint flashed in Zhuo Fan's eyes, and he whispered,
Although these four are not playing with a full deck and their words are unclear, they are basically believable. It seems someone wants to create chaos in Tianwu, so they released them, not targeting us. If that's the case, we can safely continue on our way to Mount Jinglei. I was afraid someone knew our whereabouts and deliberately set a trap on the road. Li Jingtian sighed and carefully stroked his beard.
Hearing this, Zhuo Fan agreed with a nod, remaining silent, his face serious in thought. For a long time the two stood there straight, not saying a word. The four ghosts fearfully looked at them, worried about how they would be dealt with. Li Jingtian, afraid of disturbing his thoughts, also stood silently by his side.
Seeing Zhuo Fan silent for so long, Li Jingtian finally lost his patience and asked with doubt, Steward Zhuo, are you thinking about our trip to Mount Jinglei this time? Or are you thinking about how to deal with these four, haha? If this matter wasn't caused by them, then there's absolutely no problem with the trip to Mount Jinglei.
As for these four oddballs, I'm thinking of taking them in. I happen to have a battle formation that requires 4 people to attack together, which is perfect for them. Zhuo Fan chuckled, excitement flashing in his eyes. Li Jingtian nodded and said with a smile, I knew long ago that Steward Zhuo told me to spare them, definitely because you had your eye on them. But Steward Zhuo, are you considering this because you're worried that taking them in will displease the Demon Command sect?
That's unlikely. If the Demon Command sect abandoned them for 60 years without caring, they probably won't pay attention now. Besides, great men don't fuss over trivial matters. If you don't take a little risk, don't even think about dominating the world. Zhao Cheng shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. Li Jingtian hesitated a bit, saying, So what has Steward Zhao been pondering? Zhao Cheng sighed. He took out the blood silkworm, frowning and saying, What I'm pondering is, without the blood of a semiconductive spirit beast, how can I mix the blood silkworm into the elixir and trick these 4 idiots into drinking it? Even though their brains are twisted, they're still at the divine illumination realm. Zhao Cheng hadn't finished speaking when Li Jingtian looked at him strangely, blinked a few times, and awkwardly said, Steward Zhao, now that we've already got them under control, I feel like we don't need to trick them into drinking it anymore. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Cheng slightly swayed, his face a little embarrassed. He slapped his forehead. That's right, I originally tricked Li Jingtian into drinking the blood silkworm because he had incredible strength and wasn't easy to deal with. But now that those 4 are already subdued, why bother tricking them? We can just shove it down their throats. He never expected that he would become this stupid. Thinking of this, he felt increasingly ashamed and didn't dare to look at Li Jingtian, muttering, Elder Lini, I hope you'll forget what just happened. Yes, Li Jingtian held back his laughter, giving Zhao Cheng a deep look, thinking to himself, I never thought someone as intelligent and cunning as Zhao Cheng could be so muddle-headed sometimes. After a long while, Li Jingtian grinned and looked at Zhao Cheng, who was walking towards the 4 devils, saying, Steward Zhao, can this old man have 2 of them? This old man also wants to try the feeling of stuffing that thing into someone else's mouth. Zhao Cheng raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, Of course. In the end, both of them held a few insects in their hands, walking towards the 4 devils with sinister smiles. When the 4 devils saw the insects in their hands, their eyes couldn't help but contract, revealing a look of horror. They tremblingly cried out, What are you doing? What do you want to do? Didn't we answer everything honestly? Why are you still treating us like this? Before they could finish speaking, Zhao Cheng and Li Jingtian forcefully shoved the blood silkworms into their mouths, signifying that they were now permanently branded with the Luo family's mark. Having resolved everything, Zhao Cheng ordered Li Jingtian, All right, Elder Li, untie them, release the restrictions, and restore their cultivation. Freed, the 4 devils gathered together again, shouting loudly, Beasts! You 2 are so daring to tie us up and stuff bugs into our mouths? This is an insult to us. This time, even if you surrender, we won't spare your dog lives. That's right, absolutely not. We'll take your lives, no mercy. Following Gi Shongshen's loud roar, the other 3 also shouted in unison. However, Zhao Cheng and Li Jingtian exchanged glances, showing a look of disdain. The 4 devils saw this scene, a trace of doubt appearing in their hearts. What's going on? Why aren't those 2 afraid of us at all? Before they could figure out the reason, a blood mark suddenly appeared on their foreheads. It felt like their heads were about to explode,
and they groaned in agonizing pain. In an instant, the four devils rolled on the ground, blood constantly streaming from their eyes. Zhao Cheng raised an eyebrow triumphantly, leisurely walking in front of them, coldly sneering. "You're already under my control. If you don't want to die, you just need to listen to me." At this moment, the four devils finally understood that they had been controlled by the person in front of them. Before he could finish speaking, the four devils fearfully shouted, "We'll definitely listen! Please stop! Our heads are about to explode! That's right, you'll be our boss from now on. Let that old devil boss, Gi Zhangshen, go to hell! Damn it, you guys are too despicable. We thought we were born from the same mother. Father, you're my father now. Quickly deal with these useless bastards. I alone am enough to take care of you in your old age. They're not trustworthy." Zhao Cheng couldn't help but twitch his lips as he listened to them constantly shifting blame.
Li Jingqian was the same, his face a little unsightly. These four were the most shameless divine illumination realm experts that Zhao Cheng had ever known. Would he regret taking these four shameless guys in? He never expected that they would even call him father. Thinking of this, Zhao Cheng sighed, hoping that this wouldn't be the most regrettable decision he ever made. Unable to bear the pain, the four devils immediately rushed to Zhao Cheng's side, hugging his legs and shouting, "Father, I'll follow you from now on. Please don't let those bugs run amok in my stomach anymore." Zhao Cheng kicked them away, scolding, "Damn it, you spineless lot. What, father wants us to show some spirit?" As soon as he said that, the four of them immediately lit up, exchanged glances, and then gathered together, striking a pose and shouting, "We are the demonic heroes, the enchanting, the illusory, the demonic fiend four devils. Our father is—" Before he could finish speaking, Gi Zhangshen suddenly stopped, touched his nose, and said awkwardly, "Ah, father, what's your honorable name?" Zhao Cheng slapped his forehead, almost spitting out blood from anger. Li Jingqian couldn't bear to watch anymore, covering his face with his hand, refusing to comment. Zhao Cheng's eyes turned cold, looking at the four of them, and angrily said, "From now on, none of you are allowed to call me father again. Otherwise, I'll definitely let the bugs in your bodies wreak havoc, making your lives worse than death." "Yes, mother." The four devils puffed out their chests and immediately changed their address according to his wishes. As soon as this address came out, Zhao Cheng staggered, almost falling, and glared at them fiercely. Zhao Cheng seemed to grind his teeth and say, "Call me Steward Zhao." The four devils exchanged glances again and loudly said, "Yes, Steward Zhao." Zhao Cheng helplessly sighed. "If it weren't for the Lu Chao family lacking people, I would definitely be the very first to get rid of these four weirdos," Zhao Cheng thought to himself for a while, looking at them and saying, "Now that you're my people, tell me about your combined attack formation."
About this, Gi Zhangshen hesitated slightly, glancing at the other three, saying somewhat awkwardly, "This combined attack formation is a secret technique of the demonic fiend sect. We can't casually reveal it." Zhao Cheng nodded slightly. "This sounds like a human being. At least they are quite loyal. Even though the demonic fiend sect has imprisoned them here for 60 years, they still protect this secret." But before he could finish admiring them, their next sentence made him want to strangle them on the spot.
The important thing is that only the four of us can practice this secret technique, so it's our secret.
If we reveal it, wouldn't we be defeated very easily? That would be very dangerous for us. How about we draw a map of the mountain protection formation of the demonic fiend sect for you, and also the location of the demonic fiend sect's collection of classics, and the location of the sect leader's room. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Cheng hurriedly waved his hand, clenching his fist and grinding his teeth, said,
"Are you selling out the entire demonic fiend sect like this?"
"I really don't know if you'll sell me out in the future."
The four devils didn't respond to these words, all raising their heads to the sky, pretending to be deaf.
Zhao Cheng became even more angry at this scene, shouting loudly, "Quickly tell me your combined attack formation. Even if you don't say it, I can still annihilate you instantly."
Hearing his angry shout, the four devils fearfully trembled, shouting in unison, "We'll tell you right away, we'll tell you right away." After he finished speaking, he honestly told the secret technique. Li Jingqian, who was listening on the side, finally understood. It turned out that the combined attack formation of these four was to use their psychic connection to achieve the purpose of being able to use one ability. This combined attack formation is called the Four Hearts formation, including four kinds of moods: joy,
anger, love, and loathing.
The boss, Gi Zhongshen, practices anger.
When he is angry, he is violent, and the power he exerts is unstoppable.
The second child, Gi Kenjian, practices love. Love is oppressive, like a ghost entangled around people like flies buzzing around.
The third child, Gi Lingli, practices joy. Joy is agile and nimble, but the wind quickly passes without being noticed. The fourth child, Gi Nigan, practices indulgence. Indulgence acts according to the heart and can know the opponent's actions. The magical part of this mind connection formation is that it can help 4 people possess the abilities of 1 person among them. The combined strength of the 4 people is also increased.
Li Jingqian stroked his beard, sighing in his heart. I didn't expect it to be such a strange formation technique, almost causing this old man to fail miserably. But this formation also has a weakness, which is that the 4 of them cannot possess 4 types of abilities at the same time, otherwise it would be too OP.
Is that so?
Then I'll help it become even more OP.
A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhuo Fan revealed a devilish smile. Then a jade scroll suddenly appeared in his hand, and he looked at the 4 devils and said, Jime Wang Liang,
since you guys are my people now,
of course I won't mistreat you.
This is also a combined attack formation, called the 4 symbols formation. Cultivators will follow the direction of movement into the 5 elements of mutual generation of the 4 symbols. It can help each of you possess the abilities of all 4 at the same time.
In addition, the strength of each person will also be increased by 3 levels. As soon as these words came out, Li Jingqian exclaimed in shock. Doesn't that mean the appearance of 4 demonic treasures? Ghost gods? 6th level?
Looking at Li Jingqian in stunned amazement,
Zhuo Fan smiled and nodded. That's right. Thanks to the principle of the 4 symbols mutually generating each other, the formation can bestow each person's abilities to all 4 at the same time. In this way, when they possess strength, speed, and 2 types of body techniques, their strength will naturally skyrocket, and it will also make up for the shortcomings of the mind connection formation. As for the matter of each person increasing by 3 levels of strength, this is only when they cultivate the 4 symbols formation in the early stage. Wait until the intermediate stage. Through the mutual generation of the 4 symbols, they can completely increase by 6 levels of strength when fighting. If the 4 symbols technique reaches its peak, then it can increase by 1 full level, which means that the 4 people working together are equivalent to 4 experts above the divine transformation realm taking action.
Hearing these words, Li Jingqian was completely stunned, looking at Zhuo Fan in disbelief and said, Where did you find such a treasure? This 4 symbols formation is much better than that mind connection formation. Could it be that Butler Zhuo is some young sect master who ran away?
This is a secret. Zhuo Fan smiled mysteriously and declined to comment. The 4 devils received an even more powerful formation technique and jumped for joy. But very quickly, the greedy devil frowned and looked at Zhuo Fan, saying, Butler Zhuo, if it's convenient for you, can you give us that deadwood skull staff? That's not a problem. Zhuo Fan smiled lightly and nodded, grumbling inwardly. The greedy devil is indeed the greedy devil, but now that we're all one family, I'll try my best to satisfy their requests. With that said, he asked Li Jingqian to pick up the skull staff that had been broken in half, took out the diamond refining flame. The blue flames rose, and in an instant, the azure staff was reconnected, even looking better than before. Zhuo Fan handed the staff to the 4 devils, smiled and said, Done, good as new, and even higher quality than before. The 4 devils happily took back the spiritual weapon, shouting, Awesome! Awesome! Butler Zhuo is the best of the best! But before they could be happy for long, the greedy devil couldn't stop himself, and shamelessly spoke to Zhuo Fan again. Butler Zhuo, can you return the old man's ring and clothes to me too? Why, Zhuo Fan was stunned for a moment, and said suspiciously. The greedy devil smiled and said calmly, Those are also things we just lost. If we hadn't fainted, how could the old man have taken those 2 things away? That dried monkey, it was originally mine. Before he could finish his words,
Li Jingqian had already angrily scolded, Shorty, does going through your hands once make it yours? Is there any logic to that? Zhuo Yi's face also darkened, and he said coldly, You guys don't need to correct your bad habits, but you are absolutely not allowed to attack your own people, otherwise, Got it, Butler Zhuo. I'll keep a close eye on him. Seeming to see his bad expression, the murderous devil quickly knocked the greedy devil on the head, forcing him to shut up, and begged Zhuo Fan, "Ha, please forgive his reckless words. This kid's personality is like that. Don't say things that pass through his hands. As long as he sets his eyes on something that he can't snatch, he'll be sad for days as if he's lost something." As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Fan and the other couldn't help but be shocked, truly worthy of being the greedy devil.
It seems that after bringing him back to the Luo family, we have to be even more wary than thieves. But the greedy devil was still not satisfied, looking at Zhuo Fan with a grievance. The murderous devil fiercely tugged at his face, muttering on his mouth,
"All right, stop looking, it's not yours."
Zhuo Fan clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the four devils, and calmly ordered, "Listen up! We have to go to Thunderclap Mountain now. You guys know that place well. Go ahead and lead the way. Wait a moment." The four of them shook their heads in unison and said, That won't do." Zhuo Fan frowned, and said suspiciously, "Why, Butler Zhuo, have you forgotten? We promised a kid that we would help him find medicinal herbs. We, the demonic treasure's four devils, are demonic heroes, standing tall between heaven and earth. How can we break our promise?" Zhuo Fan glanced at them and nodded deeply. If it were outsiders, he wouldn't pay attention to them. But it was rare for these four absurd guys to do something right. If he let them go like this, it would leave a bad impression that he didn't keep his word. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to teach them later? After thinking for a while, Zhuo Fan calmly said, "Okay, we'll go find that kid and hand over the medicinal herbs to him first. Then go to Thunderclap Mountain." "Butler Zhuo, you really have medicinal herbs?" The four devils' eyes lit up, and they said in unison. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly. "Of course." In an instant, the four of them gathered together, revealing a strange smile. The murderous devil raised his head even more triumphantly. "See, I told you that the one flying in the sky must have medicinal herbs. Beating them was the right thing to do. The boss is wise. The boss is wise." The other three also nodded and laughed loudly at the same time. Zhuo Fan looked at them, whispering to each other, and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The actions of these four guys were a bit strange, but he had already agreed after all, and he needed them to lead the way to Thunderclap Mountain, so he would just see what tricks they wanted to play. As a result, Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian, under the guidance of the four devils, headed west. After about half a day, they arrived at a high mountain slope under the setting sun. A boy, about 7 or 8 years old, was sitting cross-legged on a rock pit, holding something in his hand and constantly putting it into his mouth to chew and swallow. Seeming to have noticed their appearance, the boy's ears twitched, and he turned his head slightly, revealing his bright eyes. Zhuo Fan was shocked when he saw it, as if he had encountered a terrifying beast. He's just a boy who looks like he's not even 10 years old, so why does he give people such a dangerous feeling? He was a little puzzled. Zhuo Fan felt uneasy in his heart, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. Just at this moment, Li Jingtian's eyes twitched slightly, and he reminded Zhuo Fan, "Butler Zhuo, this young man is a second-level divine transformation expert." Hearing these words, he couldn't help but be startled and looked over. A child whose cultivation has reached the second level of the divine transformation realm? How is this possible? Could it be some old monster transformed? But appearances can't be disguised like that. Then there is only one possibility. This kid reached the divine transformation realm when he was a child. Looking over at the four devils again, he saw them trembling in fear, squinting their eyes in confusion, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Before, these four only said that they had made a bet with a kid, but they didn't say that the kid was a divine transformation realm expert. What is their purpose in deliberately hiding it? Finally, the young man jumped down from the rock pit, his bright and lively eyes filled with coldness as he said, "You guys are finally back. If you had been any later, I would have thought you had run away, and I would have had to catch you back." The four devils' legs trembled, seeming to be very afraid of this young man. The murderous devil said in fear, waving his hand, "We wouldn't dare. We've run twice already. We wouldn't dare run away again." Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan and the other couldn't help but be shocked. How high is the strength of the four devils? Why are they so afraid of this boy? Could it be that the young man's second-level divine transformation cultivation is even stronger than the four's third-level divine transformation? The boy didn't seem to pay attention to Zhuo Fan, only coldly looking at the four devils and said, "It's been 3 days? Did you find the medicinal herbs?" The four devils hurriedly nodded, pointing at Zhuo Fan and the other, and said, "They have them. You can find them."
Zhuo Fan's face immediately darkened.
He suddenly felt like he had been sold out by these four. When Zhao Cheng finally looked back, that kid was giving him the stink eye. "Hand it over." The little brat casually stretched out his hand, acting all cool and collected.
Zhuo Yifan gave him a real once-over, figured he wasn't actually malicious, and tossed him a 4th-grade medicinal herb. "Here's a 4th-grade purple luo root. Hopefully this'll shut this punk up." But the moment the kid got his mitts on it, he shoved it in his mouth and started chowing down.
Zhuo Yifan was freaking out. This was raw medicinal herb. You're supposed to refine it into a pill first. Even a divine illumination realm master would have their meridians explode from the sheer force of that stuff. But this little demon? He was totally fine, like he could actually digest the raw herb. This kid was a total freak of nature.
After he'd munched down the herb, the little demon strolled up to Zhuo Yifan and said, "4th-grade herbs are so meh. I'm getting tired of them. Got any 5th grade or higher?" Zhao Cheng rolled his eyes so hard he could see his brain. "Seriously, you're begging for food, and you're being picky." But what could he do? He pulled out another herb and held it out. "Here's a 5th-grade herb, a 10,000-year snow spirit ginseng." The kid's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. He snatched it, a huge grin spreading across his face, muttering, "It's been ages since I had something this good. Those gold-robed bastards only give me trash herbs. I'm practically starving." As soon as he said that, Zhuo Yifan's eyes narrowed. "Who's this kid talking about with the gold robes?"
If you're talking about the 7 noble houses, only the emperor-wielding sect rocks the gold look. Could this monster be from the emperor-wielding sect? Just then, after his snack, the kid laughed, waved his hand, and said, "All right, you 4 get another 3 days to live. Go find more herbs, or you're going to pay with your lives."
"Hold up,"
Zhuo Yifan said slowly, waving his hand, confused. "Why does it feel like you're their slave? Weren't you betting with them? They lost the bet, so they're helping you find herbs?" The kid's face suddenly went cold, and he frowned.
"Betting? I friggin' hate betting," the kid replied. "I only bet once in my life, and I lost big time, so I've had to eat this gross raw herb every day since then. I swore I'd never bet again." "So they're...
Zhuo Yifan asked, even more confused. The kid replied, "Those 4 burned down several cities and killed countless people, so I caught them. I was gonna off them, but they said they'd go find herbs for me, so I'm letting them live for now. After all, I believe that you should be lenient towards others when you ask them for favors. I ate their herbs, so I couldn't take their lives. But their crimes are way too big, so I'm making them bring me herbs every 3 days until my time here is up. That way, they pay for the crimes they committed." Zhuo Yifan secretly rolled his eyes. This kid's logic was twisted. The 4 of them giving him herbs had nothing to do with the fact that they burned cities and killed people.
4 vile people, 1 fake good guy. None of them are good people. But he quickly realized that he wasn't a good person either. Zhao Cheng touched his nose, smiled lightly at the young man, and said, "How about we negotiate? Those 4 are my men now. I'll give you 10 5th-grade herbs, and you let them come with me. How does that sound?" Hearing about the herbs, the boy was happy again and smiled excitedly. "Good, good. If you can take out that many herbs, then what else do you need to do?"
"Stay and find herbs for me with those 4.
Seeing that he didn't agree, Zhao Cheng's expression immediately turned cold, and he snorted coldly, "This guy wants more." Thinking about it, he took a few steps back and said coldly,
"Little brother, if you are a master of divine insight, then I won't treat you like a child who doesn't understand things. What you just said was to enslave us." The young man did not listen to his words, and replied with a cold smile, He, killing people and arson must go to jail, and it's worth it to be enslaved for a while."
Hearing his arrogant talk, Zhao Cheng's expression was not good anymore, and he gritted his teeth and said, "But these things were all done by those 4 people. What does it have to do with us?" The young man narrowed his eyes. "Birds of a feather flock together. If you go with those 4 idiots, you must not be good people. It's not wrong to punish you a little. Zhao Cheng looked at the boy with a disdainful smile, but he was even more angry in his heart, and said coldly, "Although I don't want to attack a child like you, it seems that I can't avoid using a knife. Oh, you want to fight?" The young man was not afraid of his warning, laughed twice and said, "Ha, okay, but I don't intend to kill you, so I'll give you a chance to challenge you. If you win me in one round, I will let you go." Zhao Cheng couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This kid is so calm. Is it because he has a sure chance of winning that he is like this? Also, the four devils of the Devil's Book are also very afraid of him, so his strength must not be as simple as it seems. Thinking about it, he glanced at the four devils standing next to him and asked, "How is this kid's strength compared to Elder Lai? If he is stronger, how much stronger is he?" After pondering for a long time, the ghost finally spoke. "This kid's strength is very strong, but he may not be able to beat that old guy. The main thing is that this kid is very clever and saw through our four-heart battle technique in a blink of an eye. Otherwise, how could we be defeated by him so easily?" Secretly nodded. He finally understood. Maybe this kid has other tricks. If not, how could he easily capture and enslave the four devils of the Devil's Book by relying on strong attacks? Thinking about it, he carefully looked at Li Jingtian and ordered, "Elder Li, do your best to attack that kid directly, and don't show any mercy." Li Jingtian nodded slightly, without hesitation, and immediately formed a hand seal in his hand. Yuan power immediately gathered into his palm. He shouted loudly and rushed towards the young man. The first style of the three absolute styles of the Devil's Book. The devil dragon ascends to heaven, but the young man still stood there calmly, without any trace of fear on his face. Zhao Cheng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw it. Was this kid pretending to be calm? Or was it because this kid's strength was so strong? He was also looking forward to knowing. As if to confirm his speculation, the moment Li Jingtian rushed in front of the young man, he just lightly held his hand, and the lightning instantly struck, blocking Li Jingtian's attack. The young man proudly raised his eyebrows and said, "Remember carefully, this is the first opportunity." After saying that, he gently twisted his wrist. A loud explosion sounded, and the surrounding rocks and soil were instantly plowed up. Even the previous stone pit was broken, and Li Jingtian was buried in the rubble created by the boy. At the moment of the explosion, the five of Zhao Cheng quickly flew into the air to avoid being affected. Zhao Cheng was stunned at this moment, staring at the young man in front of him in fear, more than just surprise. How terrible is this kid's strength? And the young man at this moment was not damaged at all, looking at them arrogantly, and said indifferently, "This mountain was destroyed. I will go to another mountain to wait for you, remember? 3 days. Oh, right. Where are your 10 medicinal herbs?" Zhao Cheng was still not over his shock. Cold sweat had appeared on his forehead, and he took out 10 fifth-grade medicinal herbs for the young man, and the medicinal herbs were back in hand. The kiddos immediately grinned and said, "Hey, you're not bad, kid. Find me some more herbs, and Ji-Yu Santong, the invincible rascal, will reward ya handsomely." As soon as he finished, Ji-Yu Santong zoomed off, disappearing in a flash. Zhuo Fan watched the kid's disappearing figure, secretly sighing in relief. Finally, that little freak left. He muttered to himself, "Ji-Yu Santong, who the heck is he?" While he was still wondering who this kid was, Li Jingtian got up from the pile of rubble, looking at Zhuo Fan in disbelief, and asked, Zhuo Butler, who did he say he was just now?" Zhuo Fan frowned, thought for a moment, and repeated what the kid had said. Seems like he called himself Ji-Yu Santong, the invincible rascal or something. Why, you know him. Hearing the name, Li Jingtian's eyes widened in fear, regretting so much he was about to cry. Oh my God, no wonder I'm in such a sorry state. How could I be so unlucky to run into that little devil? Crap! I should have checked the almanac before leaving the house. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, confused. Just who is this Ji-Yu Santong anyway? Before Li Jingtian could answer, the four devils started laughing strangely. As expected, Butler Zhuo's knowledge is shallow. You don't even know the little devil, Ji-Yu Santong, the invincible rascal. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan's lips twitched violently, his eyes immediately darkening, and he said coldly, "You guys knew who he was all along, and you knew his strength, right? Of course we're demonic elites.
Is there any expert in Tianyu we haven't met? How could we not know someone as famous as this little devil? You think everyone's as ignorant as you, Zhongshen sneered, gleefully watching Zhuo Fan's misfortune, jumping around mocking the two of them. Zhuo Fan's anger flared up upon hearing his confirmation, and he clenched his fists, asking again, "So you deliberately lured me here to fight this little devil, didn't you?" The four devils of the demonic scroll gathered together again, jumping and jeering with joyful expressions. "That's for sure, we're demonic elites. We definitely don't do good deeds."
We were annoyed by that little devil, not knowing where to vent our anger, but dragging you guys to suffer like us makes us much happier.
Besides, do you think we demonic cultivators keep our promises when we bet with others? You actually believed us? How stupid and idiotic, hee. This is the first time Zhuo Fan's been played without knowing it in advance. Very well, he'll definitely settle this score. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth in anger. "You guys are really great."
Finishing his sentence, hand seals immediately appeared. In an instant, the blood seal on Xingui's forehead flared up again. Feeling the pain rushing over him, Zhigui cried out miserably, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, continuously begging for mercy. "Ah, it hurts so much, please spare me." "Butler Zhuo, please don't, we won't dare to do it again next time. We were wrong, we were wrong, we were wrong." "Butler Zhuo, we know we were wrong, please spare us." "Butler Zhuo, my ass, it should be Father Zhuo. Please spare us, we won't dare to do it again." "Zhuo what? It should be Grandpa Zhuo." Li Jingtian wiped the blood from his face. His expression was a bit ugly as he looked at the four devils rolling on the ground. Damn it, these idiots! Their lives are in Zhuo Fan's hands, yet they dared to trick him. They're basically courting death. But, suddenly running into Jiyu Santong, the invincible rascal and the strongest in Tianyu, is indeed the most troublesome thing in the world. However, Zhuo Fan didn't stop. He had to teach these four a good lesson, otherwise they might screw him over big time in the future. Thinking this, he turned to Li Jingtian and asked in confusion, "Li Lao, just what is the background of this Jiyu Santong that makes him so terrifying?" Li Jingtian slowly shook his head, frowning tightly, sighing and saying, "I'm not too clear about this, but I heard that Jiyu Santong is known as the invincible rascal, and he's never lost to anyone in his life. 300 years ago, he caused a huge uproar in Tianyu, nearly toppling the entire empire, but in the end, he disappeared without a trace and was never heard of again."
"I didn't expect to meet him here," Zhuo Fan exclaimed in shock. "What? 300 years ago? That kid looks so young. How can he be so old?"
Li Jingtian was also very puzzled, shaking his head and saying, "I'm not sure about this either. I'm just speculating based on the rumors. If that kid is really the invincible rascal, then he must be over 300 years old. Or maybe he's a descendant of the invincible rascal, borrowing the name of his ancestor." Just then, Zhongshen endured the pain and sneered, Hey, back then, Jiyu Santong, the invincible rascal, was so powerful, revered as the strongest expert in Tianyu since ancient times. How could anyone borrow his name? Besides, you saw his methods just now. If it wasn't the invincible rascal himself, would that old geezer have been defeated so miserably?" Li Jingtian secretly nodded. Although these four were talking nonsense and not very clear-headed, their words were very reasonable. If it wasn't the legendary monster Jiyu Santong, the invincible rascal, who else in this world could have defeated him so badly? Zhuo Fan glanced at the four devils and said coldly, "Li Lao doesn't know about Jiyu Santong, but you guys do." Of course, Zhongshen sneered disdainfully. "Although that old geezer is old, he probably wasn't even born during the Great War 300 years ago. What would he know?" Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously. "Liu Lao doesn't know. And you guys aren't much older than Liu Lao, so how would you know?" Zhongshen laughed strangely again, mocking, Hey, Butler Zhuo, you don't know, do you?" Back then, Jiyu Santong's affairs were not only the shame of the seven families, but also the embarrassment of the entire Tianyu Empire. Therefore, his real name is almost a forbidden word in the empire. Within the seven families, only the heads of each generation know his whereabouts. Most of the elders are not allowed to mention him because they really don't have the face to mention him. However, we, the demonic scroll sect, don't have this restriction. Even before Tianyu took action, the sect elders specifically told us not to provoke this little monster. Who knew we'd be so unlucky and run into him as soon as we escaped our imprisonment? Oh, we're really unlucky. Saying this, Zhongshen seemed to think of his own tragic situation and suddenly burst into tears. Hearing this,
Zhuo Fan immediately felt annoyed and roared, "Stop crying and tell me the truth clearly." The four devils stopped crying in an instant and said cautiously, "Then please, Butler Zhuo, withdraw your divine power so that our minds can be clearer." Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes at them, sighed, and then withdrew his hand. The four of them no longer felt any pain, and jumped up excitedly. Zhuo Fan looked at their unrepentant expressions, feeling a bit angry, but there was nothing he could do. He said coldly, "Tell me everything clearly. I won't hold what happened before against you." Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, the four devils hurriedly said, "Butler Zhuo, rest assured, we'll definitely tell you everything. We won't dare to lie to you again in the future. From what we know, the background of Zhiyu Santong, the invincible rascal, is extremely mysterious, truly rare." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan frowned in confusion and quickly asked, "Oh, what do you mean?" Gi Zhongshen shook his head, becoming serious for once, and said, "His background is so mysterious that we don't even know how mysterious it is." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan's eyes were filled with anger, his fingers moving again, gritting his teeth. "You guys go to hell!" Seeing that he was angry, Gi Zhongshen cried without tears and quickly begged, "Wait, I'm telling the truth!" Seeing that he was about to use the blood silkworm again, Gi Lingli quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Butler Zhuo, stop! The boss is right. What's so mysterious about Zhiyu Santong? We don't know anything about him. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. If it weren't for the power of the royal family, the 3 imperial sects, and the 7 noble houses, not to mention a living person, they could even find out where an ant's nest is. But there's nowhere to investigate this Zhiyu Santong. Isn't that mysterious?" Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zhuo Fan felt that these words were somewhat correct. It was indeed suspicious that a little devil with such rare power couldn't be traced back to his origins. Unless, just then, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Could he also be from the Holy Domain? Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan urged, "Continue." Slightly nodding, Gi Zhongshen continued, "When this kid first appeared, he already had that appearance, like a child of 8 or 9 years old. However, at that time, he was only at the 5th level of the profound heaven realm. But 300 years have passed, and he still maintains the same appearance. His cultivation has only reached the 2nd level of the divine illumination realm. It can be said that his progress is extremely slow. But what hasn't changed is that he's still the strongest person in Tianyu. The only difference is that 300 years ago, he was the #1 divine transformation expert, and now he's the top dog among all the divine transformation experts." Zhuo Fan nodded secretly. If this old monster wasn't using a ton of his cultivation to maintain his youthful appearance, just how strong would he be? At this moment, he felt a bit worried. He's got no chance against an enemy like that right now. This is a huge pain in the butt, a position that he still couldn't figure out what it was. Thinking about it, he turned to Gi Lingli and continued, "That kid is really weird. His favorite thing is swallowing raw herbs. A normal person would have died from the powerful medicinal force tearing their meridians apart, but he's totally fine. But, Butler Zhuo, perhaps you've considered that he wants herbs but lacks patience. In Tianyu, which family has the most herbs? And the most precious herbs?" "The Imperial family, and the Guardian 7 families." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, and the words blurted out. Then, as if he thought of something, he revealed a wicked smile and smirked. "Could it be?" Before he could finish, Gi Lingli laughed loudly twice, interrupting him. He, as expected. "Butler Zhuo isn't a good guy. You just want to see the world burn. But yeah, that's right. That little brat went to the Medicine King Hall's herb garden and swallowed everything from 2nd and 3rd grade common herbs to high grade 6th and 7th grade ones, even 8th grade herbs that take 1,000 years to grow. How could the Medicine King Hall let him get away with that? So a bunch of elders wanted to catch him, but he killed them with just a few punches." Speaking of this, Gi Lingli suddenly pointed at Li Jingtian, sneering, "That punch? I bet this old geezer understands it the best, right?" Although he's a bit unwilling, Li Jingtian has to admit, Zhiyu Santong's strength is really something else. Zhiyu Santong hadn't even used a real technique, just swinging wildly a few times. Already shattered his bones and tendons, severely injuring him. If he actually attacked, he probably would have turned into dust in an instant. That's basically a monster's strength, a strength that had never appeared in the life of his the heavenly dipper madlord.
Zhuo Fan seemed to sense what Li Jingqian was thinking, walked over, patted his shoulder in comfort,
then turned to the four devils and said seriously, "Then what happened?" Before Gi Langli could answer, Gi Xiongxian next to him had already smiled contemptuously and said, "Then the Medicine King Hall asked the Emperor Gate for help. As a result, the Emperor Gate's elders were still killed in an instant."
And Jiyu Santong was super arrogant too, going around robbing herbs everywhere, eventually attacking and looting the entire herb treasury of the seven families. Under such a desperate situation, the seven families, who were always fighting each other in the dark, finally had to join hands and launch the most infamous devil extermination order in the 1,000-year history of Tianyu.
Zhuo Fan was slightly startled, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect the first devil extermination order, the one that scared everyone so badly, was because of Jiyu Santong. But even so, this little brat is still living peacefully now. Just how strong is he?" Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder a little. Taking on the might of an entire empire by himself. And he was only at the heavenly profound realm at the time. That's just unbelievable.
Gi Xiongxian pondered for a moment, then spoke again.
Once the devil extermination order was launched, everywhere Jiyu Santong went, the seven families would slaughter everything. Later on, terrified people would want to beat and kill the kid as soon as they saw him. Everyone wanted to get rid of him. In such a lonely environment, with no one helping him and being resented by everyone, he started to lose the will to fight. The devil extermination order had achieved a certain effect. At least it extinguished more than half of that little monster's fighting spirit. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan seemed to feel a bit of empathy, because he had experienced that feeling too. Back then, for some reason, after he killed those hypocritical bastards, outsiders wouldn't even bother asking the reason and immediately wanted to chop him up, just because he had the word devil attached to his name. That feeling of loneliness and helplessness really makes a person feel down. That's why demonic cultivators who can become self-reliant have tempered their mentality. Even if they're all alone, they have the courage to face the whole world. The devil extermination order is more of a psychological warfare than a massacre. Sighing helplessly, Zhuo Fan continued to ask, "Then what happened? How did he overcome his inner demons to become the invincible brat he is today?" Gi Xiongxian was a little surprised, flashing a flattering smile. He, as expected. Butler is really smart. You even know that he didn't have a cool title like that back then. Zhuo Fan shrugged, non-committal, nonchalantly. If someone gets isolated and becomes disheartened, with that kind of mentality, even if he has more strength, he can't call himself invincible.
Gi Xiongxian heard these words, nodded, and echoed with a smile, "Haha, that's right, back then that kid was pushed to the brink by the seven families' retainers, starving and freezing to the point where he almost wanted to self-destruct, but who knows what happened, that kid completely changed, he only went incognito for 3 months. By the time everyone thought he couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and had ended his own life,
they went everywhere searching for his corpse, only for him to reappear. And this time was very different from before. If before he still retained the innocence of a child, this time he had completely transformed into a devil. The things he did, don't even mention scaring the seven families, even the Tianyu imperial family couldn't sit still anymore. Isn't that style of work very much in the style of the demonic path?
Zhuo Fan frowned in surprise and asked,
"Oh, what did he do?" Gi Xiongxian hopped around again, laughing loudly, revealing a cruel curve, and said, "After reappearing, he spread the word. He wanted to destroy the entire Tianyu. Aren't you guys demanding to kill and isolate this old man whenever this old man passes by any city? Well, whichever city I go to, I'll level that place first. By the time I've gone through all of Tianyu's territory, this empire will be done for. Butler Zhuo, Elder Li Kuei, you guys can imagine how powerful that kid was, almost." Before he could finish speaking, Gui Langli immediately jumped up and interrupted. Almost one punch could level an entire city in the blink of an eye. At that time, not only were the seven families itching to tear him apart, but all the families in Tianyu were terrified and horrified. Maybe in their hearts they wanted to cry. What does this have to do with us? We're all so innocent people. Ha ha! A bunch of idiots. As soon as this happened, the other three devils also seemed to be endlessly excited, wishing they could help him cause trouble themselves. Gi Langli, hopping around, cut off Gi Zhongshen's words. He glared fiercely, raised his hand, and pushed him aside, angrily cursing, "Damn it, the most exciting part has to be told by this old man, okay?" Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian were completely stunned into a daze. Li Jingtian said incredulously, "Although this old man has heard of this kid's reputation, I didn't expect him to be such a cruel person. Demanding to destroy an entire country," Zhuo Fan snorted dismissively, a light flashing in his eyes, nodded and said, "That kid is indeed decisive. If I encountered that, I would do the same. As for those who consider themselves innocent, the moment they received the devil extermination order and didn't resist the seven families' unreasonable slaughter, and even became accomplices to the seven families out of fear, they were no longer innocent. If you've become an enemy, you shouldn't resent being killed by your opponent." "Now I like that kid even more." Li Jingtian heard these words, and also, "Is that so?" Glancing at him, he nodded slightly. One failure, and 10,000 people bleed. This was basically something that he could totally do. As expected, he was indeed someone who could accomplish great things. At this moment, Zhuo Fan spoke again. Then what happened?
Hearing these words, the four devils, who were still fighting, immediately stopped.
Pondered for a moment, Gi Zhongshen laughed again. He. What came after was even more wonderful. He's truly a role model for us demonic cultivators. In the short span of half a year, that kid fulfilled his promise. He passed through more than half of Tianyu's territory. Everywhere he went, not a single blade of grass could grow. At that time, as soon as people heard his name, knowing he was coming, the people in the city would run away in an instant. The seven families' retainers wanted to join forces to surround and capture him, but they weren't strong enough, and died as many as they went.
That kid completely unleashed a great slaughter. Everywhere he went was desolate, so everyone gave him the title of Invincible Brat Ji Santong.
Finally, the imperial family couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing the seven families getting more and more messed up, if they didn't take action, the entire empire would be destroyed. So they sent out all 50 Dragon Guard units of the empire. Yet hearing this, Zhuo Fan was startled, shouted, and interrupted.
"Wait, you said how many Dragon Guard units?" Seeing him ask back, Gi Zhongshan was a little surprised, stammering, 50 people, so what? Getting a confirmation, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened in a daze. He totally didn't expect it. So the royal family back then had 50 divine illumination experts, just like Jade Heaven Sword God, Fang Chubai. Seriously.
As if figuring out what Zhuo Fan was thinking, Gi Zhongshan quickly waved his hands. No, back then, Xiao Zhuang and the royal family's dragon guards weren't as strict as they are now. How could there be 50 people as awesome as Jade Heaven Sword God? Zhuo Fan nodded, trying to process this. But Zhuo Fan was still amazed by Jiu Santong's fighting power. Even if there weren't 50 Jade Heaven Sword Gods, but 50 Dragon Guards, that kid could still overcome them. His strength was no joke. But before he could calm down, Gi Zhongshan casually spoke up. Back then, the royal family's fighting power was pretty strong too.
There were probably about 20 experts like Jade Heaven Sword God, and the remaining 30 were all Divine Illumination Realm level 5 or higher, especially 3 of them,
called the Heaven, Earth, and Human Primordial Sages. They were much stronger than Jade Heaven Sword God. Even the undefeatable Brat would have a hard time winning against them. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but gasp, and exchanged glances with Li Jingtian. Unable to imagine it, he shouted. So the royal family was this strong before. As if seeing their thoughts, the demonic book Four Fiends couldn't help but snicker. Gi Zhongshan even more disdainfully said. Moreover, 300 years ago, the royal family's 50 dragon guards were invincible.
The emperor-wielding sect also had hundreds of divine illumination experts, and the other 6 houses had dozens each, so the 7 families were balanced. But in the battle with Jiu Santong, the 7 families' divine illumination experts and the royal family's dragon guards were almost wiped out. In the end, only the primordial 3 sages continued to fight him, and it was a stalemate. Talk about a bloodbath. The fight lasted for a year and a half, and it could be said to be earth-shattering. Later, the heaven and earth sages both left because they couldn't sustain it, and in the end, only the human sage, the strongest of the 3 sages, continued to fight that little monster.
but by that time both of them had reached their limits.
If it continued like that, maybe both sides would be injured. Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian widened their eyes in shock, secretly feeling lucky. It was thanks to that undefeatable brat, seriously.
Otherwise, if the Luo family wanted to catch up with the 7 families, don't even mention 10 years, even 100 years would be impossible. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan asked back, "Right, if that kid is still alive now, does that mean the human sage is dead? But if that's the case, why hasn't that kid appeared for nearly 300 years?
Gishongsha nodded, looked at Zhuo Fan and smiled. This is the human sage's last bit of wisdom. He knew that once the two of them lost, the royal family would have a hard time resisting, and the 7 families would divide up Tianyu immediately, so at the last moment, he saw that the kid was childish and didn't understand the world, so he tricked him and made a 1,000-year bet with him. He stood still and endured 10 punches from the kid. If he didn't die in 10 punches, the kid had to replace him as the royal family's dragon guard, protecting the royal family's 1,000-year foundation. If not, if he died, Ji Santong could go anywhere in Tianyu, and no one could stop him anymore. Speaking of this, Gishongsha suddenly jumped up, revealing a disdainful smile. Trisk Steward Zhuo, don't you think it's a joke of the world? Once that human sage died, the royal family's dragon guards were wiped out. Who else could stop that little monster? It's completely a trap.
Unfortunately, that kid took the bait so easily back then. Maybe it's because he was too confident in his strength. After 10 punches, the human sage still stood firm. So the undefeatable brat had no choice but to be temporarily imprisoned by the royal family until today. Ha ha, so stupid. If it were me, after punching him 10 times, I wouldn't acknowledge the dead anymore. Ha ha, Leader Zhuo is so wise. Much wiser than that kid. As soon as Gishongsha finished speaking, the other 3 immediately cheered and praised, making him even more smug and laugh loudly. But Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian were shocked and speechless. They never thought that the undefeatable brat Ji Santong was actually the 3rd person in the Royal Dragon Guard, one of the 5 great Royal Dragon Guards.
The strongest force in Tianyu, however, even the highest-level elders of the 7 families only knew 2 people, Jade Heaven Sword God Feng Chubai and Black and White Chess Saint Sima Hui. As for the remaining 3, very few people knew about them. Only the heads of the 7 families knew clearly that little devil who almost destroyed Tianyu 300 years ago. The undefeatable brat Ji Santong was also one of them. However, he had some doubts and wanted to be answered, so he looked at Gishongsha and asked, "If the royal family has such a character, why do they still have to fear the 7 families?" Hearing this, Gishongsha sneered twice, glanced at Zhuo Fan, and said, Hey, Steward Zhuo, it seems you don't know something. The human sage in the primordial 3 sages. Back then, he was known as the number 1 in Tianyu, and was about to break through the limits of the divine illumination realm, cultivating to the point where his divine sense turned into nothingness, neither dying nor being destroyed. It's just a pity that he encountered the little monster, Ji Santong. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand 10 punches from that little monster. But, with his divine sense almost turning into nothingness, he forced himself to endure for another half an hour, and then his divine soul completely disappeared. Ji Santong respected his loyalty, risking his life. Even with his broken soul, he had to win the bet, protecting the royal bloodline, so he kept his promise. However, Ji Santong wasn't a fool. He only understood the matter later. So although he was willing to protect the safety of the royal family, he only protected them and didn't submit to them. Zhuo Fan understood after hearing this, and said, So that means he's just a sturdy shield and not a spear, listening to the royal family's orders to attack everywhere? No. Nodding slightly, Gishongsha smiled and said, Either way, the royal family has made a big profit. With him here, who in Tianyu dares to disobey anymore? But the 7 families are obviously not happy with his existence. If he goes crazy again, who in the 7 families can resist him? So they all submitted memorials demanding to leave. Speaking of this, Gishongsha suddenly helplessly shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. There's no way around it. The royal family had to ask that kid to swear in his identity as the Royal Dragon Guard. If the 7 families don't hurt him first, then he's not allowed to kill anyone in the 7 families. Also, the royal family will monitor him.
Without the emperor's personal permission, he has to stay in the imperial city forever, and is not allowed to step out of it. After all, Tianyu had just gone through a war, and its strategies were depleted. If the 7 families leave again, the neighboring countries will definitely invade.
So, to fulfill his promise to protect the Tianyu royal family, that kid had to swear to the heavens.
The 7 families reluctantly compromised when they saw this. The royal family changed the character Wan in undefeatable brat, meaning complete, to Wan, meaning naughty, implying that he was just a playful child to end this grievance. From then on, the undefeatable brat Zhuo Santong was imprisoned by the royal family for 300 years without showing his face, but I don't know why they released him now. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sigh. The undefeatable brat was strong, but he was actually a boy who valued his word. At least he valued his word more than these 4. Zhuo Fan pondered for a while, and suddenly revealed an evil smile. He turned to the demonic Book 4 fiends and said, "Have you finished telling the story of the undefeatable brat?" We're done." Hearing this, the 4 of them suddenly seemed to have gained more strength, and cheered excitedly. But next, Steward Zhuo. You guys are so lucky. I'm going to tell you a legendary story about characters who are even more heroic, interesting, and exciting than the undefeatable brat Zhuo Santong. It's the story of the 4 great heroes of the demonic path.
But before he could finish speaking, the pain suddenly came again, and the 4 of them immediately shut their mouths.
Groaning in pain and rolling on the ground, they looked up at Zhuo Fan. Guishongsha gritted his teeth and said, "Steward Zhuo, you're not keeping your promise. You said that if we tell you the story of Zhuo Santong, you wouldn't hold a grudge anymore." Zhuo Fan curled his lips into a smile and said, "Haha, we people of the demonic path never keep our word. You guys actually believed it? What a bunch of idiots."
Li Jingtian, who was beside them, looked at the 4 people screaming in pain and secretly chuckled twice. Before, these 4 used Zhuo Fan as a joke, but now they were being retaliated against. Deserved it. Zhuo Fan was the type of person who would never suffer a loss without paying it back. At this time, Zhuo Fan suddenly glanced at Li Jingtian, revealing a strange curve.
"Uncle Ai, do you know what I'm thinking?" Li Jingtian was a little stunned, and couldn't help but be surprised by his own guess. It's not that Steward Zhuo has taken a fancy to Zhuo Santong, right? Laughing loudly twice, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Zhuo Fan grinned and said,
"That's right, I've never felt so eager to recruit someone into my command like this before." Li Jingtian frowned worriedly and said, "But if we lure away someone from the royal family, if they find out?" Zhuo Fan curled his lips, disdainfully pouting, and said, By that time I'll have Zhuo Santong sitting here, so what can the emperor do to me? Is it possible that the little monster with the strength to destroy a country that they couldn't deal with 300 years ago, they can deal with now?" Li Jingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up, and he nodded with a big laugh. "Ha ha, wise butler Zhao." At that moment, Zhao Cheng suddenly lifted his foot, his thundercloud wings popping out as he flew towards the mountain peak where Zhuo Santong was waiting. He boomed, "Li Lao, you guys hang out with them for a bit. I'm gonna go poke around and see what's up with that little brat. I think I sensed something earlier. Gotta go confirm it." With a whoosh, Zhao Cheng flew to the adjacent peak, finding Zhuo Santong sitting cross-legged like a kid, quietly staring down, enjoying the sunset. Hearing someone approach, he turned his head, saw Zhao Cheng, and immediately grinned. "Huh, you're back already. Did you find the medicinal herbs?" "Heh, you bet," Zhao Cheng chuckled, and nodded slightly. Zhuo Santong raised an eyebrow, his eyes lighting up as he hopped over to Zhao Cheng. "How did you find it so fast? Show me, show me." With a nod, Zhao Cheng's hand flashed, revealing a medicinal herb. Zhuo Santong's eyes lit up, and he snatched it with both hands, laughing. "Another GRADE5 herb. You're good, way better than those other guys. Those 4 haven't found a thing in 3 days, and you found one in a flash. Haha, great job. I won't treat you badly," Zhao Cheng chuckled. "Oh, how are you planning to reward me?" Zhuo Santong hesitated for a moment, then nonchalantly said, "I'll give you 2 more chances to challenge the fire. Just beat me once, and I'll let you go." "That old geezer already used 1 chance, and you still have more, haha, so that's the reward." Zhao Cheng smiled faintly, unimpressed. He mentally grumbled,
This kid's definitely been corrupted by that sanctified demonic cultivator. If I could beat him when I need him to let me go, we'd be out of here already. But just you wait, I'm going to teach this little devil a lesson later and show him what it means to win with brains. Finally, he turned to Zhiu Santong and said, "Well, I'll go find more so I can get more chances like that. Go, 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 you gotta show your stuff." Zhiu Santong waved his hand, eagerly saying, and chuckled.
Zhao Cheng soared back into the sky, returning to Li Jingtian's peak. As soon as he landed, Zhao Cheng walked straight to Li Jingtian, muttering,
"Lai Lao, that brat's just got brute strength. He's easy to deal with." "Oh, what do you mean?"
Li Jingtian's eyes brightened, and he cut in, asking.
At this moment, two strange objects appeared in Zhao Cheng's hand. One was a blood silkworm, and the other was a grade 5 medicinal herb. Li Jingtian asked in confusion.
"This is—"
Zhao Cheng saw that he was confused, and laughed loudly.
"When I saw you fighting him earlier, although he was in the divine illumination realm, he didn't use his divine sense domain, so I used a grade 5 medicinal herb to test him, and sure enough, he didn't have any doubts about my medicinal herb and ate it directly. So if we put the blood silkworm in this medicinal herb, then—" At this point, the two looked at each other and let out a sinister laugh. Just at this moment, the cowardly ghost on the side seemed to want to say something and was about to speak. Before he could even utter a sound, the murderous ghost next to him quickly covered his mouth and glared at him. The murderous ghost grinned evilly, giving Zhao Cheng a sinister smile as he flew away. With another whoosh, Zhao Cheng returned to Zhiu Santong's peak. He was still sitting on the peak as before. Noticing Zhao Cheng's arrival, he was stunned and asked suspiciously, "So fast, did you find another one?"
"Yep," Zhao Cheng nodded with a chuckle. Hearing this, Zhiu Santong happily jumped up and immediately held out his hand. "Your efficiency is too high, not slow like those 4. Quickly hand over the medicinal herb, and I will reward you with 10 challenge opportunities. Haha, thank you then."
Chuckling, Zhao Cheng curled his lips in disdain, then took out the medicinal herb and handed it to Zhiu Santong. Zhiu Santong looked at the medicinal herb and was immediately shocked and said, "It's a grade 6 medicinal herb. You are too awesome." Smiling lightly and shaking his head, Zhao Cheng demurred, but in his heart he kept complaining. In order to lure him to bite the bait and reduce his vigilance, he even took out the grade 5 medicinal herb. He didn't get many of this grade 6 medicinal herb back in the Huayu Tower, but it doesn't matter.
It's worth it to use a grade 6 medicinal herb to hook such a powerful expert. As long as this brat swallows the medicinal herb, the strongest expert in Tianyu will be under his control. However, just as the medicinal herb reached his lips, Zhiu Santong's brow furrowed and he blurted out, "Huh? Is there something wrong with this herb?" Zhuo Fan instantly froze, too nervous to speak. Don't tell me this kid actually figured it out? A wave of anxiety washed over him, and he instinctively touched his nose to try and calm himself down. Putting on a calm facade, Zhuo Fan said, "That's a genuine, top-quality 6th-grade herb. What could possibly be wrong with it?"
Zhiu Santong's nose twitched slightly.
With a frown, he immediately used 2 fingers to pry open the herb, revealing the blood silkworm hidden inside. He looked at Zhao Cheng suspiciously and asked, "What is this?" Zhao Cheng panicked in his heart, but pretended to be calm on the surface.
Damn it, so he really found out. He must think of a way to clarify the relationship, and he will not admit it, even if he is beaten to death. Thinking of this, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Huh, that's too much. Why is there a worm in the medicinal herb?"
That's right, medicinal herbs are treasures of heaven and earth. Not to mention, this is a grade 6 medicinal herb. How could there be a worm? Zhiu Santong also stared at Zhao Cheng with a suspicious face, but seeing that he was as surprised as himself, he shook his head and said,
"That's it. All kinds of strange things can happen in this world. It's not a big deal to have worms in the elixir. Just be careful next time you find it." Zhao Cheng nodded quickly, seizing the time to leave. But he didn't understand. It was clear that that kid didn't use the divine sense domain. So how did he find out that there was a blood silkworm inside? How did he do it? Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Zhao Cheng returned to Li Jingtian's side again. Li Jingtian saw him coming back, and before he could even look at his face, he hurriedly said, "Master Butler, is everything going well?" Zhao Cheng's face was gloomy and his voice was a bit cold, and asked, "Do you think my face looks like things are going well?" Li Jingtian, stagnated unconsciously. Stunned for a moment, he failed, and didn't dare to say much, but asked suspiciously, "Could it be that that kid used the divine sense domain this time?"
Not at all. Zhao Cheng shook his head and muttered in a deep voice, "But that's why I'm even more worried." Jiyu Santong didn't investigate with his divine sense, but found the blood silkworm hidden in the medicinal herb. It's difficult to deceive him into swallowing the blood silkworm without clarifying this point. Hearing this, Li Jingtian also frowned and thought, "Where is the problem?" But after a long time there was still no answer. But the four ghosts over there suddenly fell silent, covered their mouths and chuckled, and then cried out in pain.
Zhao Cheng and Li Jingtian were still immersed in suspicion, and didn't pay attention to them, so they didn't notice. Li Jingtian raised his eyebrows and suggested, "Master Butler, how about we try the blood silkworm egg? Even the divine sense domain can't detect the blood silkworm egg." This old man doesn't believe he has any other means to detect it.
"That's right. I have this idea too." Zhao Cheng nodded slightly and muttered, "But this time we have to go big." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand suddenly lit up, and then a glittering medicinal material appeared. Li Jingtian saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise, "Grade 7 spiritual medicine, yin-yang flame moon root." Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan reluctantly said, "That's right. This spiritual herb is hot on the outside and cold on the inside. The harmony of ice and fire is the best choice for creating medicinal ingredients that regulate yin and yang. It's too late to find the cold pond for the blood silkworm to lay eggs now, so the only option is to put it inside this yin-cold medicinal ingredient to lay its eggs. And it's precisely because this medicinal ingredient has both yin and yang that the kid will achieve the effect of the spring yang pill after drinking it, promoting the hatching of the eggs. Because it's so rare, its value is even more expensive than ordinary rank 8 spiritual herbs. I wouldn't bear to take it out to refine pills unless it was the last critical moment."
Hearing these words, Li Jingtian nodded slightly, looking at the painful and reluctant expression on his face. It seemed that he really couldn't bear to give this thing away. But suddenly, Zhuo Fan changed his expression, firmly raising his eyebrows and saying, "But how can you catch big fish without throwing away the small bait? Using a rank 7 spiritual herb to exchange for an invincible brat by our side, what a profitable deal this is." Seeing that he had returned to his usual confident appearance, Li Jingtian laughed and exclaimed, "As expected of Butler Zhuo, you adjust your emotions so quickly." Zhuo Fan didn't pay attention, took out the blood silkworm from the gourd, and urged, "Start!" With that, he put the blood silkworm into the medicinal ingredient, and soon after took it out and put it back into the gourd. And inside the medicinal ingredient at this time, many silkworm eggs had already been born. Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows, looking at the medicinal ingredient in his hand, and muttered, "Good, now this medicinal ingredient is full of silkworm eggs. Whether it can bring down that little devil or not depends on you." Wishing Butler Zhuo victory, Li Jingtian also bowed and clasped his fist. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, then flew back towards the mountaintop where Jiyu Santong was resting. Appearing before him in an instant, Jiyu Santong stared blankly at him, asking with some doubt, "Your speed in finding medicinal ingredients is really fast. Those 4 guys can't compare to you. What did you find this time? Let me see it quickly." Before he could finish speaking, Zhuo Fan took out the medicinal ingredient. Jiyu Santong's eyes lit up, and his mouth grinned from ear to ear, saying, "Rank 7 medicinal ingredient? You can find a rank 7 medicinal ingredient in such a short time." Taking back the medicinal ingredient in front of him, Jiyu Santong cherished it in his arms, saying, "Oh, rank 7 medicinal ingredient. I haven't eaten one in 300 years. Those guys in yellow robes give me garbage rank 1 and rank 2 medicinal ingredients every day, causing me to be malnourished. I've only reached the divine illumination 2nd layer in 300 years. Seeing his excited appearance, Zhuo Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this kid wears his heart on his sleeve. At least now, he can learn a lot from him. First of all, the people in yellow robes are not from the Emperor Dragon Gate, but from the royal family. And also, one more important detail. It turns out that this kid's cultivation is raised not only through cultivation, but also through eating heaven and earth spiritual herbs. If we take him in, we'll have to spend some medicinal ingredients to feed him.
But if we talk about high-grade medicinal ingredients, the royal family must have them. Is it unnecessary? Or are they deliberately suppressing him? After all, the stronger his strength, the harder it is for the royal family to control him.
It seems that Jiyu Santong is not the #1 in Tianyu as rumored, or at least the royal family may have a way to subdue him, otherwise they wouldn't need to suppress his cultivation for so many years.
Although I don't know if that's true. If I overlook this point, I might lose to the royal family later. Although the royal family is still using me and we are relying on the royal family, who can say what will happen in the future? In short, there are no eternal friends in this world, and can anyone not become an enemy?
Just then,
Jiyu Santong suddenly widened his eyes, giving Zhuo Fan a meaningful glance, scrutinizing him. Is this medicinal ingredient also unusual? The medicinal ingredients you find always have something strange about them, huh?
As soon as the words came out, Zhuo Fan secretly cried out in his heart that something was wrong. Could it be that he had discovered it again? Pretending to be calm, he asked suspiciously, "Haha, what's unusual this time?"
Jiyu Santong didn't say a word, but broke the medicinal ingredient in half, and the blood silkworm eggs inside immediately appeared. He held it up to Zhuo Fan and said, "Here, do you see this inside?"
Zhuo Fan was shocked and horrified. He actually discovered that there was a problem inside. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to distinguish it even if they looked closely, and even divine illumination experts using their primordial spirit to check wouldn't be able to recognize it. How exactly did this kid do it, not only seeing it but also knowing the exact location?
But this was not the time to lament. He had to think of a way to deny responsibility, or he would be finished. Hiding his suspicion inside, Zhuo Fan pretended not to know anything on the surface, asking blankly, what are you talking about? I don't see anything." Jiyu Santong eagerly pointed to the inside of the medicinal ingredient, bringing it close to Zhuo Fan's face, and said,
"These small seeds here, can't you see them?"
"These seeds are not something that was born from this spiritual herb, but they look similar to the insects in the rank 6 medicinal ingredient before."
Probably the eggs of those insects. Before he could even start his trickery, this guy already believed it so quickly. He was truly relieved. He was indeed childish and so gullible.
If he didn't have such strong strength, he probably wouldn't know how many times he would have died. However, before he could speak, Jiyu Santong waved his hand to get rid of those silkworm eggs, then brought the medicinal ingredient to his mouth and bit into it. While eating the medicinal ingredient, he smiled kindly and looked at Zhuo Fan, saying, "This time I won't blame you for finding medicinal ingredients with insects again. Who told this to be a rank 7 medicinal ingredient?"
Even if there were insects, I wouldn't care, right? Zhuo Fan failed again, sighing secretly, turning away, and constantly complaining, "Damn it, not only did I lose a rank 7 medicinal ingredient, but I still haven't subdued him. This is a total loss." But before he could even lift his foot to fly away, Jiyu Santong hurriedly spoke from behind.
"Hey, I see you're fast at finding medicinal ingredients, so how about shortening the time a bit? Report back once every hour, and the grade is rank 1 as it is now." As soon as the words came out, Zhuo Fan almost staggered and fell to the ground. He gnashed his teeth and complained,
1 hour for a rank 7 medicinal ingredient, he's really asking for the moon. This damn little devil. An hour later, right at the ruins, Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian sat on the ground, their faces a little gloomy. Behind them, there was a ghost bag constantly crying out in pain. At this time, they suddenly looked up at the sky. Zhuo Fan sighed, stood up, and said, "Sigh, I have to go find medicinal ingredients for the little devil again. If this continues, I'll be losing heavily." Seeing that he wanted to leave again, Li Jingtian raised his eyebrows and thought, finally speaking indifferently, "Butler Zhu, can't we just leave? Why must we suffer under that little devil's hands?" Zhuo Fan seemed to be gnashing his teeth, shaking his head fiercely. "Leave? I've already taken out rank 6 medicinal ingredients and still haven't found that little devil's weakness. I'm not reconciled. If I leave to end it all like this, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? I've never encountered such an unprofitable deal." Li Jingtian nodded slightly. He understood what he meant. He had always been smooth sailing and victorious, but today he had encountered that invincible brat Jiyu Santong, suffering many setbacks. With his arrogant and conceited nature, he would definitely not be willing. Just then, a faint, strange laughter rang out from behind. In his irritation, Zhuo Fan vented his anger on the four ghosts. He glanced back, his eyes full of killing intent, and coldly shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Zhuo Fan snorted coldly, his body radiating killing intent. "Could it be that you have something to hide from us? Speak quickly. I can forgive your previous mistakes. Otherwise, I guarantee that your pain will increase 100-fold in the future." But no one answered. This was the silent protest against Zhuo Fan's torture of them with the blood silkworm. After a long while, the timid ghost shuddered unconsciously and stepped forward, intending to open his mouth. Before he could speak, the vicious ghost glared at him and shouted loudly, "Stupid fourth, have you forgotten how he tricked us just now? If you dare to say a word to him, I will definitely—" Zhuo Fan saw this scene and immediately snorted coldly, his fingers once again forming a hand seal, and the pain came more intensely. The three ghosts hugged their heads and wailed, finally saying nothing more. The timid ghost looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel scared, nervously saying, "Butler, Jiyu Santong's nose is very sensitive. Even if you add something to the medicinal ingredients, you won't be able to trick him, nose." Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look of suspicion. Thinking, he changed his hand seal, and the timid ghost's pain disappeared. Finally, he turned to him and said, "Timid ghost, come here. Explain this matter to me clearly." The timid ghost stepped forward 2 steps. Terrified, Zhao Cheng looked at Zhuo Yifan, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "Yes, Steward Zhuo. Actually, that Jiyu Santong is not only incredibly strong, but his nose is also super OP. Before, we wanted to poison him, but he sniffed it out. We wanted to run away, but he could smell our scent from 1,000 miles away. He immediately rushed over and beat us to a pulp. After that, there was no after that. Knowing we couldn't escape his grasp, we had to focus on finding medicinal herbs for him." Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan finally understood. No wonder that kid was so carefree. He wasn't afraid they'd escape. Even godly illumination realm experts couldn't compare to that nose. So he recognized the blood silkworm and the silkworm eggs with his nose too? What kind of heaven-defying sense of smell is that? After a moment of contemplation, Li Jingtian anxiously asked, "Steward Zhuo, does that mean we can't escape?" Before Zhuo Yifan could answer, Gi Nihan chimed in. "Well, I advise you two not to run, or you'll get a severe beating." Zhuo Yifan took a deep breath and nodded slightly. This Jiyu Santong's supernatural abilities were even more troublesome than he'd imagined. But on the flip side, Gi Nihan was very much to his liking. Thinking this, he walked over, patted Gui Nihan on the head, and smiled. "Gui Nihan, you're pretty good, much better than those 3. I'll overlook your mistakes. You've been tormented by the blood silkworm for so long. You must be tired. Take a rest." Hearing these words, Gui Nihan smiled shyly. However, the remaining 3 devils on the ground screamed unwillingly. "What? How can this be? Didn't you say people in the demonic path never keep their promises?" Zhuo Yifan raised an eyebrow and said with a sneer, "This isn't a promise. It's a reward." The 3 devils clutched their heads and wailed, regretting that they hadn't stepped forward to seize the opportunity to escape earlier, so now they had to endure the pain inflicted by the blood silkworm. At this moment, the 3 of them cried their eyes out, regretting their decision, but it was too late. Li Jingtian, watching the 3 rolling around and begging on the ground, chuckled softly. These 4 are impervious to both soft and hard approaches, and their minds aren't normal. If you want to teach them, you have to let them know what rewards and punishments are. Reward merit, punish faults, that's how they'll learn to be afraid. Glancing at Zhuo Yifan, he sighed inwardly. He really knows how to handle them. After a long period of contemplation, Li Jingtian suddenly spoke. "Steward Zhuo, it seems these 4 have dragged us into a swamp. It won't be easy to get out." Looking up at the sky with a hint of helplessness, Zhuo Yifan pondered. "That's true, but it's not a total disaster. At least we know that Jiyu Santong's supernatural abilities come from his heaven-defying nose. The unknown is the scariest thing in the world. Now that we know his abilities, we can definitely find a way to break them. No one can be invincible, including monsters." Feeling a slight tremor in his heart, Li Jingtian was even more impressed by his spirit. This was the spirit a man who achieves great things should have. Even when facing the strongest person in Tianyu, he remained calm. It was such a pity that a heroic figure like this was working as a steward. Suddenly the clear sky turned dark. Thunder and lightning appeared. Dark clouds gathered, and the sky gradually became gloomy. Zhuo Yifan looked up at the sky and sighed. It's gonna rain. I'll deliver the medicinal herbs to that kid, and then think of a solution. In short, I must subdue him. If it's Steward Zhuo, you can definitely do it. Li Jingtian was still confident in him. Flattering him with a loud laugh, Zhuo Yifan declined to comment and shook his head. Before he could leave, a loud roar echoed from the mountain peak where Jiyu Santong was resting. Damn it, thunder and lightning, it's so noisy! A furious roar erupted, and a powerful sonic wave shot straight from the cliff into the sky. In an instant, the thunder and lightning in the sky disappeared without a trace, and the sky returned to its brightness. Li Jingtian, seeing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat and said in fear, As expected, Jiyu Santong is truly powerful. Just a casual roar is stronger than a profound ranked martial skill like Netherworld Crimson. His strength is indeed unfathomable. Zhuo Yifan frowned and thought, without replying, muttering to himself, That kid, ever since we met him, he's always had a calm expression, and he's never even gotten angry. Well, maybe we're not worthy of him getting angry. Lin Jingtian grinned when he heard this. Zhuo Yifan still frowned, asking suspiciously, But why is he furious with a bunch of thunderclouds? Li Jingtian was startled, looked at Zhuo Yifan, and shook his head. Maybe he doesn't like thunder and rain? Is it that he doesn't like it? Or is he afraid? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zhuo Yifan muttered. Li Jingtian seemed to have guessed something. His eyes lit up, and he said in shock, Steward Zhuo, do you mean? Nodding slightly, seeming to have found a solution, Zhuo Yifan smiled triumphantly. That's right, maybe his weakness is. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Zhuo Yifan stood up from the stone, glanced at the 3 listless devils on the ground, pondered for a moment, and changed the hand seals in his hand. Pain be gone. The 3 devils immediately stopped wailing, and finally he said to them, Get ready! We're going to Thunderclap Mountain! The 3 devils, freed from their pain, heard this and said, panting, We're still in that kid's clutches. Why are we rushing to that cursed place? Zhuo Yifan gave him a cold glance, his fingers twitching slightly, and warned, Just do as I say, or else. Okay, Steward Zhuo, we'll do whatever you say. We wouldn't dare object. Before he could even act, the 3 devils were trembling with fear, and hurriedly waved their hands, and finally, without waiting for him to speak, what about when Jiyu Santong chases after us? Zhuo Yifan at this moment suddenly regained his former confidence and curled up his lips in an evil smile. It's okay, I'll tell that kid that we're going to a distant place to find medicinal herbs for him. It'll take about 3 days, and he'll agree right away. But by the time he figures it out and chases after us, our trap will have been set up long ago. Trap. The devilish book's 4 devils exclaimed together. That's right, Zhuo Yifan nodded slightly, curled up his lips in a smile, and said with a cold glint in his eyes, A trap to catch the number 1 in Tianyu, the invincible brat Jiyu Santong. Very quickly, Zhuo Yifan's group of 6 stopped. In front of them was a mountain range hundreds of meters high, with a spiral shape standing tall, and the top of the mountain was covered by dark clouds, and lightning struck down from time to time. Zhuo Yifan looked up at the mountain tower in front of him and asked, This is Thunderclap Mountain. The 4 devils nodded fiercely, their faces showing no small amount of bitterness. The devilish hangman had a miserable face and said sadly, We were imprisoned here for 60-70 years, and every day we were shattered by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. If we weren't careful, we would be charred black. It was extremely painful. If it wasn't for some idiot destroying this restriction to help us escape, maybe we would have lost all courage to live on. These years we've lived really hard. Wu Wu, this story should have been a very empathetic one. But coming from this guy's mouth, it didn't feel pathetic at all. The Din Jingtian didn't have a shred of sympathy for him. What were they crying about there? Carefully observing the restrictions around them, they saw that the hole in the sky wasn't too big, but it was just enough for the devilish book's 4 devils to escape. He raised his eyebrows and muttered, The other party is not only not an idiot, but he also intentionally destroyed this restriction. Hearing this, Li Jingqian exclaimed in surprise. What? Did someone deliberately release them? Nodding slightly, Zhuo Yifan smiled profoundly and said, although this restriction was created and arranged based on the natural formation of the mountain range, the layout is extremely meticulous, without any loopholes. The restriction on the cliff where you were imprisoned is one of them. Unless you're an expert, it's definitely very difficult to see. What? Someone did it on purpose? The devilish hangman shouted in surprise and asked suspiciously, then why didn't the four of us see his figure when we came out? He probably doesn't even know this, and he definitely can't guess it right now. But knowing someone's plotting something means we can't be too careful. He slowly shook his head. Zhuo Fan smirked and said, that guy's got to have a purpose for doing this, but he definitely didn't expect his actions to help this old man make something happen. Haha, all right. No need to overthink it. The most important thing right now is the 7 formations. Once Jiyu Santong sticks his head in, I see this rank 6 formation is just a little bit lacking. Once I fix it up, I can definitely make its power double. Li Jingtian nodded in agreement, but then quickly frowned, looking a bit uneasy. Steward Zhuo, are you sure that kid's gonna walk into the formation? What if he sees through the formation and camps outside waiting for us to come out? We're no match for him. Don't worry about it. Anyone else, and they probably wouldn't walk in so easily. But he definitely will, just because his title's Unbeatable Brat, never tasted defeat in his life, never tasted defeat, a person gets cocky, and cocky leads to blind. I'm betting there's no Radiant stage expert in the world easier to trick than Jiyu Santong. Zhuo Fan curled his lip, speaking with absolute confidence. Hearing this, Li Jingtian finally felt relieved, and couldn't help but praise. Steward Zhuo really sees through people's hearts. Common folk can't compare. I'm truly impressed. Alright, enough with the flattery. Zhuo Fan snorted, then sighed. Even though I predict he'll enter the formation, his strength is deep and unfathomable. Whether we can capture him smoothly is another question. I can only hope that this rank 6 formation, set up based on the natural grand formation, plus the 2 of us controlling it, will give us the victory. Otherwise, before he could finish, the demonic book 4 fiends beside him jumped up excitedly, asking happily, what about us? What do we do? You guys stay inside the formation and cooperate with us to harass that Jiyu Santong. But the demonic book 4 fiends strongly protested, looking at Zhuo Fan unwillingly. No way! We want to try controlling the formation too. Back at the demonic book sect, no one ever let us 4 touch the formations. It's clearly discrimination. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan's face turned dark, and he thought to himself, these guys are really idiots. The people at the demonic book sect didn't let them participate in the formations just because they were afraid they'd mess things up. With their personalities and abnormal brains, participating in the formation would definitely be a disaster. Thinking of this, his face suddenly turned stern, and he said coldly, I discriminate against you guys too. Don't cause trouble when I set up the formation later. And another thing, after Jiyu Santong enters the formation, you have to listen to orders and put in some effort for me, or else. He wiggled his fingers. Seeing this, the 4 fiends immediately got scared, nodding repeatedly, muttering, yes, Steward Zhuo. Suddenly my stomach hurts. We gotta excuse ourselves. With that, they hurriedly ran off, as if afraid Zhuo Fan would torture them. Looking at their retreating backs, Li Jingtian shook his head and chuckled. Zhuo Fan also looked at them with a mix of laughter and tears. I don't know if taking them in was the right thing to do or not. 3 days later, a whooshing sound rang out, and Jiyu Santong's figure suddenly appeared outside Thunderclap Mountains. It's just that Thunderclap Mountain was completely different from 3 days ago. The surrounding dark clouds were gone, and the lightning wasn't striking anymore. Jiyu Santong couldn't recognize this place as Thunderclap Mountain for a moment. He took a deep breath and shouted towards the mountain, you 6 bastards! I wasted my trust in you guys so much I didn't expect you to run away. Do you know how much time I'm allowed to come outside? If you guys don't hurry up and find more medicinal herbs for me to eat, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Who knows when I'll get to come out and eat herbs next time? Listen up. I know you're in the mountains. Hurry up and get your asses out here, or I'll personally catch you guys, and you'll be dead meat. But no one answered him. The mountain range remained silent. Jiyu Santong's face turned angry, and he roared even louder. Fine, you chose this yourselves.
Once I catch you, how should I deal with you guys? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew into the inner area of the mountain peak. But as soon as he reached the center, he suddenly wanted to scout out the 6 people's positions. Zhuo Fan felt a fierce wind howling, and he raised his eyebrows in confusion. A formation. Zhuo Fan hid to the side, seeing the figure floating in the air surrounded by the formation, and smirked triumphantly. He, unbeatable brat, you've finally fallen into the trap. Zhiyu Santong saw that there was a formation here, felt the lightning constantly striking the mountain wall, and the surrounding lightning prohibition was constantly shaking. His body swayed a few times, his eyebrows furrowed, he covered his ears, and said disgustedly,
"You damn bastard! What kind of formation do you set up? Why does it have to be a lightning formation?" Zhuo Fan and the other man took in his expressions and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Only a lightning formation can deal with a little monster like you." Li Jingtian was also endlessly happy, nodding and laughing. "It's true that kid's afraid of thunder. Old Lai will let him taste some appetizers later, but we have to be careful. Maybe the lightning will cause a lot of damage to him. I don't want to kill him, I want him alive." At this time, Zhuo Fan transmitted his voice to Li Jingtian to instruct him. Li Jingtian understood and nodded, laughing loudly. "I understand Steward Zhuo's meaning. After wasting so many medicinal herbs, we can't let them be for nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them laughed loudly in unison, but quickly formed hand seals. At this time, a loud bang rang out, and a thunder dragon descended from the sky, directly attacking Zhiyu Santong. The sound of explosions continued to ring out, and in the center, Zhiyu Santong remained motionless, covering his ears. As the lightning struck, his small body was immediately slammed into the ground, creating a shock wave. Dust flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan suddenly stopped. His feet paced restlessly, and he looked worriedly in that direction, saying, "Why isn't that kid resisting? Could lightning be his fatal weakness?" Li Jingtian, seeing his anxiety, suggested, "Steward Zhuo, how about I go take a look?" But before he could leave, the smoke in front gradually dissipated, revealing Zhiyu Santong sitting on the rubble, but he didn't have any injuries at all. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened in shock. Under a rank 6 formation and even a lightning formation, his weakness he didn't even resist, and he's not injured at all. How is this possible? Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan immediately transmitted his voice to the demonic book 4 fiends. "Si, Mei, Wang, Liang, you guys harass him from the outside, and keep a close eye on how he's blocking the lightning." Roger that. No sooner said than done. The 4 ghosts of the demonic codex instantly flew into the eye of the formation, rushing towards Zhiyu Santong's position from the outside. Zhuo Fan then glanced at Li Jingtian, giving a silent order. "Old Lai, let's crank up the power this time." Li Jingtian responded with a shout, and finally, both simultaneously formed hand seals. Zhiyu Santong sensed the lightning fiercely striking down again, and looked up to see 4 figures circling around, taunting him. He straightened his back and said resentfully, "Not again. It's definitely you guys playing tricks. Stop this formation now. This little lord hates lightning the most." "So lightning is really the nemesis of you little monster, huh?" "We just won't stop. What can you do about it?" Heng Shangui laughed loudly, turning into a phantom, his fist clenched tightly, attacking Zhiyu Santong. However, when this fist landed, Zhiyu Santong didn't budge at all, his hands still firmly covering his ears, a hint of anger on his face. Although Zhiyu Santong stood still, the ferocious killing ghost's punch made his arm ache. His face contorted in pain as he groaned. "Damn it! How is this kid's body so hard? Punching him almost broke my arm." Just then, the lightning once again appeared densely, continuously crashing down. The place where Zhiyu Santong was standing had been blasted into a pile of rubble. With this kind of power, even a peak divine illumination expert would find it very difficult to avoid. However, Zhuo Fan couldn't guarantee that this kind of attack could deal with Zhiyu Santong, because he was the strongest person in Tianyu, the invincible naughty child, Zhiyu Santong. The two Zhuo Fan outside watched intently as the lightning burst down continuously, their eyes full of expectation. But when the dust cleared, they were disappointed. Zhiyu Santong was still standing upright,
without the slightest impact. Zhuo Fan took a cold breath, his eyes wide with shock. He looked at this scene in disbelief. Although he knew he was powerful, his weakness was lightning. Yet, under the bombardment of lightning, he wasn't even scratched. Still reeling from the shock, Zhuo Fan almost screamed, transmitting his voice to the four ghosts.
Demonic Codex 4 Ghosts. How exactly is he blocking the lightning?
The four ghosts of the demonic codex, who had transformed into phantoms hovering around Jiyu Santong's position and witnessed everything, reported in trembling voices, Zhuo Butler, this kid isn't blocking the lightning at all. The lightning dragon hit him directly, but he's still standing there as if nothing happened.
Before the four ghosts could finish speaking, Zhuo Fan was stunned. Could it be that lightning isn't that kid's weakness? Could I have guessed wrong? Li Jingtian beside him was also worried, anxiously saying, Zhuo Butler, what do we do now? That kid is standing in the formation? We can't do anything to him? And if this goes on, something will happen. He comes out and settles the score with us, we're doomed for sure. After a long silence, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Li Jingtian, saying, Old Lai, even if lightning isn't his weakness, the fact that he was screaming at the lightning earlier was just because he hates lightning. Consider it my miscalculation. But after all, this formation is a 6th grade formation based on the natural terrain. Let's focus all our strength on attacking him, even if he's powerful. If we can make him shed a little skin, that would be a success. All right. Li Jingtian nodded fiercely, deciding to gamble, and then formed hand seals in his hands. Zhuo Fan sighed softly. This time he was basically betting everything on one throw. The odds of winning this gamble were only 50-50. But to get Jiyu Santong, he had to gamble. Even if he failed, he wouldn't regret it. At this time, Li Jingtian transmitted his voice. Zhuo Butler, I'm ready. How about you?
Zhuo Fan sighed again, forming hand seals in his hand, and nodded, saying, I'm done too. Let's start. As soon as he finished speaking, the hand seals in the hands of the two were completed. The lightning clouds immediately erupted, and the thunder roared across the sky again. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts struck down fiercely. Even the sturdy Langxi Thunder Mountain had to tremble slightly. The power of this 6th grade formation was undoubtedly powerful. The four ghosts of the demonic codex inside saw this scene and immediately cried out in fear, running away in panic.
This time, they didn't dare to surround Jiyu Santong anymore.
Yes. If that lightning strike landed, before Jiyu Santong was hurt, the four of them would surely die first.
Jiyu Santong was still standing still, covering his ears,
intently watching the lightning strike down from the sky, his anger growing deeper and deeper, while Zhuo Fan outside was also highly focused, muttering in his mouth, Jiyu Santong, if you can still withstand this blow, then perhaps this is Zhuo Fan's fate. Then, with a boom, the lightning transformed into lightning dragons, rushing forward together, attacking Jiyu Santong like a million soldiers. In an instant, the entire Zhilei mountain shook nonstop. If the destructive lightning struck down, there was no doubt that within 100 miles of this place, there wouldn't be a single blade of grass left. Corpses everywhere. Only those who controlled the formation would be lucky enough to survive. Unfortunately, at the moment the lightning dragon roared down from the sky, Jiyu Santong, in the eye of the formation, awakened. His hands were relaxed, no longer covering his ears. He took a deep breath, clenched one hand into a fist, and directly faced the lightning dragon, emitting a strange vibration. Along with that, the lightning collapsed in an instant. The lightning dragon gradually disintegrated, turning into small sparks of light, and then disappeared without a trace. Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian outside were backlashed by the formation, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood.
Stunned, Li Jingtian took a deep breath, and couldn't help but exclaim, The invincible naughty child is always unbelievably strong. No wonder he could single-handedly fight against an entire country and earn the title of invincible back then.
Zhuo Fan sighed softly, shaking his head helplessly. It seems gambling doesn't suit me, old Lai. Form the hand seals to pull those dark clouds together to trap him for a while. Let's retreat. This invincible naughty child isn't someone I can subdue.
In other words, if there's a chance, wait for later. Li Jingtian was startled when he heard this. This was the first time he had seen Zhuo Fan say words of giving up like this. He had always been confident in himself and had never given up. But today the person he met was a monster who shocked the entire Tianyu 300 years ago. Losing wasn't too embarrassing. At this moment, he finally realized that absolute strength was always 10,000 times stronger than any plan. The two gave a wry smile and simultaneously formed hand seals to repair the lightning cloud loopholes in the sky, then transmitted their voices to the demonic codex 4 ghosts to quickly gather and retreat. Yu Santong saw that the lightning clouds wanted to converge, narrowed his eyes, and angrily shouted, "You 6 are too despicable, didn't I tell you? This little lord hates lightning the most." After speaking, he clenched both hands into fists and slammed them hard on the ground. The entire Zhigle mountain shook continuously. An invisible force quickly spread out, creating violent tremors. At the moment that force swept past, that place instantly turned into dust. Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian's bodies swayed, their hearts filled with endless horror. Li Jingtian's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, exclaiming, "I didn't expect this kid's punch to be so powerful. This strength is heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying." And Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed, shouting, "Run! We can't trap him!" However, before they could run out, that force dissipated in an instant, spreading along the horizon everywhere. Within 100 miles of Zhigle Mountain, it collapsed in the blink of an eye, dust flying everywhere, leaving only a pile of rubble. Even the clouds and mist that surrounded Zhigle Mountain all year round disappeared without a trace. Struggling to climb out of the pile of rubble, Zhuo Fan was still in shock. Just what kind of monster was Yu Santong? He actually turned a 100-mile radius into flat ground. The demonic book's 4 ghosts were similarly buried in the rubble. They struggled to get out, shaking their heads and sighing. That Yu Santong is too terrifying. If it weren't for Steward Zhuo reminding us to burrow into the ground at the crucial moment, we might have been minced meat by now. Sigh. The undefeated brat. Truly the undefeated brat. So freaking twisted, I'm never going to go up against him again. Even if Steward Zhuo tortures me to death, I don't want to live in constant fear like this anymore. But what they didn't know was that Yu Santong was right behind them at that moment, his face dark. A thick, killing intent radiated from his body as he slowly approached them. Yu Santong said coldly, "This little lord has finally found you 4 bastards. Which one of you punched, young master? Step forward." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 ghosts didn't even look up, their hands pointing decisively at Guizhongxi, saying, "It was him." Guizhongxi swallowed hard. Trembling in fear, his legs went weak, and he hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "It wasn't me, someone forced me to do it." "Oh, who was it?" Yu Santong frowned, clenching his fists, making a cracking sound. Guizhongxi took a deep breath, stammering awkwardly, "It." Before he could speak, Zhuo Fan's shout suddenly rang out from behind, "Yu Santong!" Everyone turned their heads to look. Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian appeared from who knows where, covered in dust. The moment Zhuo Fan saw Yu Santong, he rushed over and hugged him tightly, happily saying, "You finally arrived. Thank goodness, thank the heavens, or else we probably wouldn't have seen you again." He then glanced at the 4 ghosts with hidden meaning. Seeing his gaze, the 4 ghosts seemed to understand, and wisely shut their mouths, standing to one side. But at this moment, Yu Santong was filled with anger, his face no longer as innocent as before. Seeing that something was wrong with him, Zhuo Fan pretended to be confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Santong narrowed his eyes at him, saying coldly, "Why did you run away? Why did you set up a thunder formation to trap me?" Li Jingtian swallowed hard, his whole body stiff. The 4 ghosts trembled even more, lowering their heads and not daring to say a word. Only Zhuo Fan remained calm, pretending not to understand, and asking in return, "What are you talking about? Who set up a thunder formation? Could it be that this thunder formation wasn't set up by you guys?" "Of course not. If we set it up, why would we be trapped inside it?" Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, pouting. And as soon as he said this, Yu Santong was stunned, and even the 4 ghosts were suspicious. Confused, they looked at Zhuo Fan. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Santong said in disbelief,
You mean you guys were also trapped in this formation? Zhuo Fan sighed helplessly, shaking his head. Of course. Otherwise, we would have brought the medicinal herbs back to you a long time ago. What? Jiyu Santong was shocked again. The anger in his body had dissipated, leaving only doubt. He asked, "You were trapped in here because you were gathering medicinal herbs for me?" Zhuo Fan nodded nonchalantly, opening his mouth to brag. Jiyu Santong, do you know why there's a 6th grade thunder formation here? Jiyu Santong shook his head in confusion, gradually falling into the trap that Zhuo Fan was setting. At this moment, Zhuo Fan spoke again, with full confidence. Because there's an extremely precious 8th grade medicinal herb here, so someone set up a thunder formation to protect it. To get this medicinal herb for you, we went deep into the tiger's den but got trapped here, unable to escape. Luckily you arrived in time. But why do you say we ran away? Didn't I tell you before we left that we were going to find medicinal herbs? Is that so? I was mistaken. Jiyu Santong unconsciously felt a little embarrassed, like a child who had done something wrong, feeling guilty for wrongly accusing good people. Seeing his expression, already wanting to believe him, Zhuo Fan smirked inwardly. Although Jiyu Santong's strength was heaven-defying, he was as innocent as a child, even easier to coax and deceive than ordinary people. Li Jingtian and the 4 ghosts breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. They were lucky to have escaped a disaster. But just as everyone was sighing in unison, Jiyu Santong suddenly frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He fiercely pointed at Qizhongshe, saying, "That's not right. If you guys were trapped here, how could those 4 be running around inside the formation, and even punch me?" As soon as he said this, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Zhuo Fan didn't expect this to happen, and stammered, unable to react. This. Hearing this, Li Jingtian secretly cried out that things were not good, feeling a little uneasy. Originally, Steward Zhuo had planned everything perfectly. If he couldn't imprison this little devil, he would pretend to be trapped while looking for medicinal herbs for him, changing from the one who set up the formation to the victim to deceive the little devil's sympathy could be considered a way out for himself. But these 4 took advantage of the chaos to punch Jiyu Santong and were caught red-handed. Li Jingtian snorted coldly, really wanting to tell Zhuo Fan to abandon those 4 and deny any relationship with them. Finally, just as Jiyu Santong was about to get angry again, Zhuo Fan spoke, but he didn't answer his question, only smiling and saying, "Do you understand formations?" Jiyu Santong answered honestly. "I don't understand." Zhuo Fan nodded, smiling. "I guessed as much. Then it's easy, right?" Jiyu Santong frowned, glaring at him fiercely. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan quickly smiled and said, "Haha, don't misunderstand me. I just want to explain the principles of formations to you. If you talk about the strength of formations, there are about 12 grades, but based on the type, there are trapping formations, killing formations, and illusion formations. The thunder formation from before belongs to the killing formation. But there's also a trapping formation within it, did you notice that? In addition, there's also an illusion formation included. Did you realize that? You mean I fell into an illusion formation? Jiyu Santong shook his head, asking back in confusion. But very quickly, he coldly snorted firmly. HMPH, no way! Hasn't this little lord ever entered an illusion formation before? You can say that anything in front of my eyes can be fake, but my sense of smell won't deceive me. The one who hit me was that guy, and he even said that he finally caught this little lord. Qizhongshe, who was pointed at behind him, trembled constantly, hurriedly looking to Zhuo Fan for help. Facing these words, Zhuo Fan waved his hand and smiled, saying, "I'm not saying that you were deceived by illusions, but that he was. Let me ask you 4. Is the person you wanted to capture and kill the real Jiyu Santong?" The 4 ghosts' bodies involuntarily trembled. Although they were a bit abnormal, they still understood these words. Zhuo Fan was trying to find an excuse for them to escape punishment. Grasping this, the 4 of them shook their heads together, bowing deeply and saying loudly, "We fell into an illusion formation, so we mistook you for someone else. We're sorry." "Is that so? Then who is the little monster you were talking about?" But Jiyu Santong still didn't believe them, raising his eyebrows too high. Without saying a word, the four ghosts instantly pointed at Zhuo Fan in perfect harmony, shouting,
"It's him!" Zhuo Fan's facial muscles twitched non-stop, damn it, so these guys still harbored thoughts of capturing and killing him in their hearts. But this wasn't the time to settle scores with them. He pretended to grind his teeth coldly, saying, "Ha ha, is that so? So you guys wanted to capture and kill me, huh?" Old Thunder Fiend Jiyu Santong was half believing and half doubting, asking Zhuo Fan back in confusion. "He's also a monster. Before I met you, they called me that." Zhuo Fan nodded helplessly, smiling awkwardly, then clasped his hands together, and two wings of thunderclouds immediately appeared.
Seeing this, Jiyu Santong's eyelids twitched slightly. He stepped forward and touched the two blazing thundercloud wings, nodding repeatedly.
"So that's how it is. I thought those were your flying demonic treasures.
Turns out they're just attached to you, Wild." Seeing him believe Zhuo Fan's words again, Li Jingtian almost gave a thumbs up in praise. But nah, out of fear of Jiyu Santong, he could only sigh silently behind his back. Man, Butler Zhuo is something else. He just smoothed everything over perfectly.
Seriously, what a slick talker. He managed to get through such a dangerous situation unscathed. Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, was also breathing easy. Phew, good thing Jiyu Santong's got that childlike personality. That's the only reason he even dared to take such a gamble. Though, gotta admit, it's a double-edged sword.
I mean, if we somehow did manage to tick off this kid, we'd just have to accept our fate, right? Just as everyone was silently exhaling, thinking they were out of the woods, Jiyu Santong, of course, wasn't done. He opened his mouth again. "Hold up. If you guys claim you were trapped in the formation because you were looking for medicinal ingredients for me, then where's the 8th grade medicinal ingredient? No 8th grade stuff, then you're totally just messing with me." And with that, he glared at Zhuo Fan and the gang again, not looking too happy. Everyone froze solid once more. Then Ghostly Fierce quickly jumped in. "Earlier, you punched and flattened 100 miles of land, remember? That 8th grade medicinal ingredient probably got turned into dust ages ago."
That little monkey, Jiyu Santong, cursed loudly, a cold smirk on his face.
8th grade medicinal ingredients are super rare spiritual items, you know? They've got their own sentience. Even you guys know to duck and hide when things get dicey. It was already in the ground, so why wouldn't it know to get out of the way? Then it must have burrowed away and ran. Ghostly cowardly stammered, looking nervously at everyone. But Jiyu Santong just scoffed, then yelled again. "Even more nonsense. 8th grade medicinal ingredients have a super distinct smell. My nose can pick it up from a mile away. Even if it dug 1,000 meters underground, I'd still be able to sniff it out. How could it just waltz away from me that easily, huh?" That is, Ghostly Crafty tried to step in and make up an excuse, but he just couldn't get a full sentence out. For the longest time, Jiyu Santong saw this, gave a cold HMPH, and then glared at everyone.
His eyes practically spitting daggers, he declared.
HMPH. "No 8th grade spiritual medicine means you've been lying to me this entire time." Immediately, everyone tensed up again, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. And then, just like that, out of nowhere, Zhuo Fan suddenly shouted, a rather strained smile on his face.
"Hold on! The 8th grade spiritual medicine does exist! It tried to burrow away and escape earlier too, but the instant that thunder formation broke, I was quick on the draw and snatched it up. You didn't smell it because I'd already stashed it in my spatial ring."
With that, he pulled out an 8th grade medicinal ingredient from his spatial ring and held it out to Jiyu Santong. Seeing the ingredient right there, Jiyu Santong's nose twitched a bit, and he burst into a happy grin, before awkwardly scratching his head, and mumbled sheepishly, "So there really was an 8th grade medicinal ingredient?"
"Oops, my bad, I totally misunderstood you guys. You really were looking for ingredients for me," Zhuo Fan nodded with a pained expression, about to say, "Well, this 8th grade medicinal ingredient is mine." But before he could even finish,
Jiyu Santong had already snatched the medicinal ingredient from his hand. He then ferociously shoved it into his mouth, munching away while grinning. "Honestly, it's fine even if you were the one who set up the formation. No biggie. If every formation came with an 8th grade medicinal ingredient as a prize, I'd totally jump in too." "Don't worry," Zhuo Fan said, shaking his head with a smile, though his heart was practically bleeding. "There won't be a next time." He squinted. watching his 8th grade medicinal ingredient get snatched away again, feeling a definite ache in his chest, and grumbling inwardly,
This rotten brat!
all the medicinal ingredients I swiped from Flower Rain Pavilion are almost gone because of him. And that was the last 8th grade one. Li Jingtian saw how heartbroken he was, so he came over and patted his shoulder comfortingly.
They're just external possessions, Butler Zhuo. Don't be sad, I understand. Zhuo Fan sighed helplessly and nodded.
No sooner had they escaped that sticky situation than the 4 ghosts immediately reverted to their bizarre selves and gathered around him, saying, Yeah, no kidding. Who knew Butler Zhuo actually had an 8th grade medicinal ingredient? And who knew Butler Zhuo cared about us so much? He didn't abandon us at all. We're so moved. Zhuo Fan shot them a fierce glare and said coldly, Shut your traps. I've already invested too much money in you lot. If you die, I'll be the one losing out even more.
Anyway, for now, let's just butter up this kid. Then we'll figure things out later.
Roger that! Everyone nodded in unison, following orders. The 4 ghosts, in particular, were now looking at Zhuo Fan with genuine respect. Not just the usual fear and apprehension. Just then, out of nowhere, a sky-shattering clap of thunder echoed, reverberating for thousands of miles around thunder-accumulating mountains. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but frown, sweeping his gaze around. What was that? Wasn't thunder-accumulating mountain already flattened? Where's that thunder even coming from? Probably just a real thunderstorm brewing up, about to rain, Li Jingtian said casually, stroking his chin.
But Zhuo Fan wasn't convinced.
He calmly shook his head, dismissing the idea. No way. That kid's 2 punches literally cleared 100 miles around here. Not a single cloud in the sky. If there aren't even dark clouds, how could it possibly rain? Hearing that, Li Jingtian seemed to snap out of it and nodded. Yeah, you've got a point there. While everyone was still scratching their heads, Ghostly Crafty suddenly yelled, pointing at Jiyu Santong, Butler Zhuo, look! That kid doesn't seem so good. Everyone followed his gaze, only to see Jiyu Santong suddenly curled up on the ground, terrified, hands clamped over his ears. Even the 8th grade medicinal ingredient, his favorite, was just tossed aside. Ghostly Fierce saw this and burst out laughing. As expected of Butler Zhuo. Seriously, you're cunning and ruthless. You even got this little monster. Quick, tell us, what kind of poison did you use? One even his heaven-defying nose couldn't sniff out. Can we get some too? Before he could even finish, Zhuo Fan waved his hand, glaring fiercely and yelling, Get lost, I didn't pull any tricks. That kid just seems to have a problem. It looks like it's a mental thing. Li Jingtian watched for a long time, then suddenly frowned in surprise and blurted out, It's fear. What? Zhuo Fan yelled back, completely bewildered.
Seeing Zhuo Fan's disbelief, Li Jingtian quickly explained. Back when I was teaching those little brats at Emperor Gate, I was super strict. Some of them just weren't mentally tough enough, and eventually, just hearing my voice would make them tremble all over, just like that kid right now.
You're saying he's scared? Zhuo Fan glanced at Jiyu Santong, who was shaking uncontrollably on the ground, and asked, startled and uneasy, But what in the world could make that little monster so terrified? Just then, another booming clap of thunder tore through the air. Zhuo Fan looked up, startled, a sudden wave of apprehension washing over him. But it wasn't long before the thunder boomed again, and the sky seemed to rip open, revealing a massive hole. Immediately after, streaks of purple lightning came blasting down from it. Everything in its path just turned to dust. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed, and he sucked in a sharp breath, crying out in alarm, That's Thunderfall Gorge! Thunderfall Gorge was one of the continent's 3 great perilous lands, and also the relic site where the Heavenly Emperor once lived, the exact place Zhuo Fan had been searching for. Whoa, can't believe it's actually here. Longzhu mentioned it before. And Zhuo Fan had been prepping to get in, but then a whole bunch of stuff kept popping up, so he put it on hold. But now, his whole purpose for this trip is to hatch the Thundercloud Sparrow's egg. But Thunder Accumulation Mountain is gone now, so how's he supposed to hatch the egg? Even if it hatched, the little bird couldn't do squat against Luolei Gorge. Guess it's just not the right time, it's still not the moment to enter Luolei Gorge.
With a complicated gaze, Zhuo Fan looked at the dense violet lightning striking down. He sighed, letting out a regretful grunt, then spread his thundercloud wings and flew off, giving up on going in. The other 5, following his orders, quickly chased after him once they saw him leave. Luo Lei Gorge, Tianyu's forbidden zone, was full of dangers they'd heard all about, so being able to retreat now was truly the best outcome. But they hadn't gone far when Zhuo Fan felt something was off. He decided to stop, turned his head, and asked, "Wait, where's that kid Jiyu Santong?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly realized Jiyu Santong wasn't behind them. Turning back to look near where Luo Lei Gorge had appeared, they saw Jiyu Santong, now shriveled into the form of an infant, lying motionless on the ground. Not a single reaction from him. Ferocious Ghost saw this, seized the chance to mock, and snickered, "Why'd that kid shrink so much?" Scared stiff by the lightning, turned into this, "Huh, ha ha, where'd that fierce look he had earlier go?" The other three ghosts burst out laughing at his words too.
Only Zhuo Fan kept observing Jiyu Santong, pondering deeply for a long time, before suddenly exclaiming as if enlightened, "I get it! Turns out he's not afraid of thunder and lightning, but violet lightning. We were wrong before. Manager Zhuo, what you're saying is wrong. Who in this world isn't afraid of violet lightning? Even our sect leader would turn tail and run if he saw violet lightning."
Ferocious Ghost chuckled loudly. Zhuo Fan shook his head, looking intently at Jiyu Santong, his eyes shining as he said, "But this kid is different. Others at least have the guts to run, but that little rascal doesn't even have the strength to escape. Just what's his connection to Lulai Gorge anyway?" As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Lin Jingtian, stating firmly, "Elder Lin, you and the four ghosts go on ahead. I have to save him." Hearing this, Lin Jingtian was startled and worried, anxiously exclaiming, "No way, Manager Zhuo. If you get sucked into Luo Lei Gorge, you'll definitely be ground to dust." Ferocious Ghost saw this and quickly spoke up to stop him. "Exactly, Manager Zhuo. Isn't he undefeated his whole life? Just let him live or die under the violet lightning. Don't bother with him."
The other three ghosts immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, thinking they at least had some conscience left. He'd sacrificed so much for them, and if they said anything else out of line, he'd definitely get mad and kill them. Zhuo Fan was secretly pleased, but outwardly he still said firmly, "Elder Ling, if anything happens to me, please look after these four for me." With that, he immediately turned back, scooping up the trembling, terrified Jiyu Santong onto his shoulder. Seeking fortune amidst danger, in this life-or-death situation, if he saved Jiyu Santong's life, with his personality, the kid would definitely go all out to protect him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smirk victoriously, completely satisfied with the future he envisioned. Li Jingtian watched his back slowly disappear into the violet lightning, but there was nothing he could do. After a long moment of contemplation, Li Jingtian bit his lips slightly, glanced at the four ghosts, and flew out with them. In the place where violet lightning continuously struck, the entire sky seemed to shatter into pieces, as if it would collapse at any moment. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of violet lightning flashed, sweeping past right in front of Jiyu Santong. Inside the violet lightning, Zhuo Fan saw bolts continuously striking down. Jiyu Santong in his arms was still trembling violently, which startled Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan suddenly felt an incredibly powerful suction force, pulling him toward that black hole. Seeing the situation was bad, he immediately tried to move in the opposite direction. But his body wouldn't obey. Step by step, he was pulled towards the black hole. Zhuo Fan was anxious. In this kind of situation, he had no solution. He could only look at Jiyu Santong in his arms, and quickly shouted, "Jiyu Santong, we're about to be sucked in. Do you have any way to escape?" But he didn't respond. Lowering his head to look, he couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself, "This kid's totally useless now. Can't rely on him anymore. I need to think of something. Or else, in this situation, both of us will surely be buried here." Suddenly, at that moment, a bolt of violet lightning struck behind Zhuo Fan, making his body tremble slightly. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body lost balance, and just like that, he was pulled into the black hole by an invisible suction force. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Zhuo Fan secretly clicked his tongue, feeling a bit lucky in this situation. Good thing this violet lightning triple heaven's power is comparable to Brother Chimu's, otherwise this old man would have been ground to dust already. But just as he finished speaking, there was another boom. The violet lightning mercilessly struck down again, Still aiming for his back, Zhuo Fan was horrified. Looking at the violet lightning's power, his face filled with terror as he yelled, "Oh no, this is the violet lightning quadruple heaven. There's no escaping now. Another bolt is coming down." Zhuo Fan protected Ji Santong in his arms, bearing the full brunt of the violet lightning's power himself. He couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, his mind frantically churning for a way out. The closer they got to the black hole, the stronger the violet lightning's power became. If this kept up, encountering the violet lightning sextuple heaven or higher would definitely mean being ground to dust, and if he couldn't resolve it, he'd die another time. Maybe he wouldn't be lucky enough to reincarnate next time. He absolutely had to calm down to find a way out. After pondering for a long time, he remembered the thundercloud sparrow's egg and decided to gamble. He took it out of his interspatial ring to see if it could absorb the violet light. "Don't break in one hit, please. Hopefully it can absorb a little, giving me a chance to find a way out of this lay gorge restriction." He couldn't care less about much else now. He had to make do with what he had. Thinking this, he quickly threw the egg towards Luo Lei Gorge, letting it quickly absorb the violet light. However, under the powerful attacks of the violet lightning, the egg already showed signs of cracking. Seeing this, he inwardly cried out, "Not good." Without hesitation, he quickly used the heavenly demon great transformation art to refine the striking violet lightning. Perhaps because the thundercloud sparrow's egg had absorbed some of the violet lightning first, reducing its power, the attack force was weaker when the violet lightning struck. But Zhuo Fan still couldn't help but tremble. Luckily, he wasn't injured this time, which made him a bit happy, and he raised an eyebrow smugly. So this method actually works. Violet lightning was different from other powers. Even the heavenly demon great transformation art couldn't refine it completely. The separated electrical currents accumulated throughout his body, which would be extremely troublesome in the long run. This wouldn't do. He had to quickly find a way out, or else he'd be tormented to death by it. Just then, another bolt of violet lightning descended from the sky. Looking up at the sky, seeing the violet lightning's power, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened in horror. It's the sextuple heaven again. The powerful violet lightning struck down, and the thundercloud sparrow's egg was almost unable to bear it anymore. Zhuo Fan quickly used the heavenly demon great transformation art to refine the violet lightning once more, but its power was too strong, and its speed too fast. He barely had time to react before he was hit by the backlash, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. With difficulty, Zhuo Fan clutched his aching chest. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The purple lightning struck too fast, leaving him no time to refine it. His whole body was numb and weak. Another hit, and he probably wouldn't survive. Sadly, the heavens didn't give a damn about his silent complaints. Purple lightning struck again. Just as potent as before, Zhuo Fan cursed under his breath. "Damn it! Another 6th-layer purple lightning! Give a guy a break!" Given his current state, and Ji Santong being as still as a rock, he was out of options. This time, the 6th-layer lightning was without a doubt going to be their doom. In this moment, he finally resigned himself to fate. He looked down at Ji Santong in his arms and sighed helplessly. Who knew the last guy I'd be kicking the bucket with would be a kid? If I hadn't been so damn noble, I wouldn't be in this mess. Was it my own greed? Or was this just how things were meant to be? But I don't regret it. How many times do you get to gamble in life? Even if I lose this time, if I'm ever in this situation again, I'd still bet. I just hope there's a next time. With that, he sighed again, hugging Ji Santong tighter, closing his eyes to await the coming death. But just then, a blue flame on his forehead suddenly ignited, instantly shielding them both. At that exact moment, the purple lightning struck again. A bizarre thing happened. The moment the purple lightning met the azure flame, it instantly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Zhuo Fan stared in shock. This azure flame could withstand even this terrifying purple lightning. He couldn't help but think of the mysterious person who had given him the azure flame, and speculated, could it be that they wanted him to enter Lightning Fall Valley? And perhaps, within the past that they desired, there were things they couldn't obtain themselves, so they guided him here. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such things. His immediate task was to get the hell out of here. As for whether that person had some kind of sinister plot, he'd deal with it later. The purple lightning was endless, but who knew how long the azure flame could hold out? He had to find an exit, ASAP.
Sensing the lightning getting closer and closer, Zhuo Fan clicked his tongue in frustration. The power of the lightning was only getting stronger. If this kept up, sooner or later he will be done for. But before he could even finish his thought, the purple lightning struck again and again, this time with such force that Zhuo Fan cried out in terror. Ninth layer purple lightning. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath. He felt even more urgency in his heart. This state of affairs seems like the azure flame is about to collapse soon. If the barrier broke, they would both be turned to ash in an instant. At this moment, Zhuo Fan suddenly realized he had been too arrogant. A mere demon emperor actually dared to underestimate the ban set by the heavenly emperor. Just then, Zhuo Fan spotted a small red light flickering in the sky full of purple lightning. He muttered in astonishment, "What's that?" He suddenly remembered Longzhu, who had been swept away by the lightning vortex, but eventually stumbled out dazed. This meant that the heavenly emperor's formations weren't perfect. They had loopholes. Moreover, these weren't loopholes he had intentionally left. Someone had destroyed a part of his formation. In other words, that loophole was that red light. Following it, they could enter the ruins. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and laughed triumphantly. So what if you're the heavenly emperor? Didn't someone still poke a hole in your formation? Ha ha. With that, he gently shook Jiyu Santong in his arms and shouted to wake him up. Jiyu Santong, wake up! It's your turn to shine. Jiyu Santong groggily woke up, slowly opening his eyes, looking confusedly at Zhuo Fan. Seeing that he had finally woken up, Zhuo Fan excitedly pointed towards the red dot and said, "See that red dot? Punch it, widen the hole, and we can get out of here." But at this moment, Jiyu Santong was still terrified, covering his ears and shaking his head vigorously. No way, I'm too scared of those thunderbolts." Zhuo Fan smiled gently at him and said softly, "I'm scared too, but are you more scared of them than dying? Either way, we're gonna die, so why not risk it all? It's okay. I've got you. I'll hold you tight in my arms, even if we die. I'll die first. I won't abandon you, so don't abandon yourself." Zhuo Fan bit his lip gently, hoping these words would work. This brat had to unleash a punch for him, even if not for himself. Otherwise, the two of them would definitely be buried here. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Santong suddenly froze, and a warm current flowed through his heart. His body, which had been trembling in fear a second ago, had now reverted back to the image of the undefeated, mischievous brat that all of Tianyu feared. Carefully staring towards the red dot, one hand clenched into a fist, he let out a loud shout and punched towards it. As soon as the punch came out, the red dot instantly expanded, eventually turning into a small loophole, and shot out strange red beams. Wherever the light hit, the purple lightning immediately flew into the air. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan was instantly overjoyed. He ruffled Jiyu Santong's head again and smiled. "Good job, kid. You did great." Jiyu Santong also grinned slightly, like a good kid being praised, with a light of happiness shining in his eyes. But right at this moment, boom! There was a sound of lightning. A purple thunderbolt suddenly struck Zhuo Fan's back, and the azure flames covering the outside trembled a few times, and then disappeared without a trace. Jiyu Santong looked at the coming lightning, and fear turned him into a tiny figure. Zhuo Fan protected him in his arms, directly using himself to receive the coming lightning, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face paled instantly, facing the purple lightning of the Lightning Fall Valley, his attack power constantly bombarded. He was almost exhausted, and his body was already weak. Jiyu Santong saw that he was not well, startled and panicked, and hurriedly said, "How are you, Zhuo Fan?" Hugged him in his arms, and smiled weakly. "It's okay," I once said. "As long as I live, I will hold you in my arms and not let anything happen to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged him in his arms again, lifted his feet, and flew towards the red light. "Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and stepped into the loophole, gradually losing consciousness when he got inside. But his hand still hugged Jiyu Santong tightly in his arms, without loosening at all, just as he had promised. The two of them went straight to the starting point of the red light along the pillar of light. Only Jiyu Santong looked at Zhuo Fan. His face was pale, his eyes were closed tightly, and his eyes were red with worry. On the other hand, Outside Thunderclap Mountain, the five of Li Jingtian flew all the way to a safe place and stopped. Li Jingtian tried to use his divine sense to search for the figure of Zhuo Fan and Jiyu Santong, but he was disappointed. He couldn't find a single person, and his face sank. The four ghosts were also a little worried about Zhuo Fan and were discussing. The clever ghost hurriedly spoke up. Dad Steward and that little brat have definitely been struck by the purple lightning, and their souls have flown away. We can't find them anymore. Waka wah. Steward Zhuo is so pitiful. Why did he have to die together with that little devil? The timid ghost also had a sad face, and said sadly, "Actually, Steward Zhuo treated us very well. At least he didn't abandon us at the critical moment." The fierce ghost was silent for a while, and sighed with a little sadness. "Hey, that's right. If it were the sect master, perhaps he would have turned us into life-saving pawns a long time ago. But looking at it from a good perspective, aren't we free again?" Hearing these words, the remaining three ghosts cheered excitedly. "So free now, huh? Who said you guys were free?" Right then, Li Jingtian ominously approached them, speaking in a chilling tone. Hearing this, the ghost thug snorted coldly, curling his lip in disdain. "HMPH. You think just because you're an old geezer you can boss us around? Who do you think you are, Zhuo Butler's replacement or something?" Li Jingtian chuckled coldly. "Very good. Zhuo Fan's not here, and they already want to mess with him." Thinking this, Li Jingtian flicked his fingers, warning, "You think Zhuo Butler is the only one who can control the blood silkworms? If this old man didn't have a way to control you, why would Zhuo Butler leave you with me before he left?" As soon as these words came out, the four ghosts looked at him with suspicion. Li Jingtian wasn't worried. He snorted coldly again. "HMPH, don't believe me? Want this old man to give you guys a taste?" Seeing his hand gestures, the four ghosts couldn't help but tremble. They had been tortured by the blood silkworms for so long, tasted enough pain and suffering, and really didn't want to endure it again, hurriedly waving their hands to beg for forgiveness. "Hey, don't, we believe you, old lie. We'll listen to you from now on." Li Jingtian nodded in satisfaction, glaring fiercely. "That's how it should be. Now you guys follow me back to Fenglin City to guard Luojia. This old man will even ask the young lady for the position of elder for you guys. Otherwise you'll be cleaning my toilet." "Oh, we want to be elders, we don't want to clean toilets." The four ghosts couldn't help but panic, hurriedly running towards Fenglin City. After dealing with the four of them, Li Jingtian turned his head again. His eyes looked towards Zixmalai Mountain in the distance. He sighed with a hint of sadness and said, "Zhuo Butler, after being with you for so long, this old man has also learned the trick of showing off one's power. But please rest assured, no matter where you are now, this old man still thinks you are alive and waiting for you to return." After speaking, Li Jingtian also turned around and chased after the four ghosts. Only a desolate scene remained after the purple lightning's blast, with a faint red light inside. The sound of thunder kept rumbling in the sky. Zhuo Fan weakly opened his eyes, his face still without a trace of blood. He looked up, but only saw darkness, with only a red light constantly moving. The corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is the remains of the Heavenly Emperor. I'm in." Looking around, Zhuo Fan only saw yellow sand all around, with only a few bare mountain peaks standing tall in this place. Although it didn't look very good, he didn't feel disappointed. Since it was the remains of the Heavenly Emperor, even if it was a desolate place, there would definitely be good stuff. Thinking this, he couldn't wait to sit up and search, but as soon as his body moved, he felt something pressing on him. Looking down, it turned out that Jiyu Santong was shrunk down and lying on him, sleeping silently. The moment he moved, Jiyu Santong seemed to wake up, slowly opening his eyes, rubbing them, looking up at him, and said with some confusion, "Ah, you're awake?" Zhuo Fan looked at him like a child, just waking up, suddenly smiled, nodded slightly, and opened his mouth to speak. Jiyu Santong. But he still couldn't say a word, and Jiyu Santong actually threw himself into his arms and hugged him tightly, his body still trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan guessed that he was afraid that the purple lightning would strike this place, so he wanted to rely on him. Looking at him with a somewhat dumbfounded expression, was this still the undefeated brat, Jiyu Santong, the one whose name made the entire Tianyu tremble? If everyone knew he had this side to him, the prestige he had built up for 300 years would definitely decline a lot. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan chuckled, then spoke to reassure him. "Ah, we're in. The purple lightning can't strike you inside here. We're safe for now. Let me go. Let me get up and take a look around." However, Jiyu Santong didn't listen to what he said, still hugging him tightly, clenching his teeth, shaking his head and saying, "No, I'm so afraid of that purple lightning, I feel safer hugging you." Helplessly shaking his head, Zhuo Fan sighed and said, "Please, you're much stronger than me." Jiyu Santong pondered for a while, then finally looked up, his eyes tearful, and whispered, "Hugging you feels better. You smell like my dad, so hugging you makes me feel very safe." "Dad? You have a dad?" Zhuo Fan was startled and exclaimed, "That's old." Jiyu Santong aggrievedly let go of him, turning his head away. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan felt a little guilty, smiling and saying, I didn't mean that. I just found it strange. You're so strong, your dad must be amazing too, right?" Jiyu Santong's expression was a little bleak, shaking his head and saying, "I don't know. Anyway, I've never met my dad since I was born. The dad I'm talking about is my adoptive father. His surname is Ji-Yu, and there are 2 children in the family. Back then, when I was being chased by the Demon Slayer Order and had nowhere to go, he saved me and even looked for medicinal herbs for me every day." "So your name was also given to you by him?" Zhuo Fan asked back in a somewhat daze. Jiyu Santong nodded, a flash of warmth in his eyes, and said, "The Jiyu family is engaged in the imperial examinations, and many generations have been civil officials in the court. The official positions are not too high, and they are not very important, but they are quite sufficient. After saving me and taking me as their 3rd son, he also taught me how to read and write, hoping that I would become a reasonable person, so he named me Santong." "Oh, so that's how it is. He really picked up a treasure. With you protecting them, that family wouldn't be promoted to officialdom, and would instantly be promoted to a first-class family of the empire, killing the failing 7 families." Zhuo Fan smiled and praised, but Jiyu Santong sighed when he heard this, a hint of sadness appearing, and whispered, "No, I harmed them. If not for me, their whole family wouldn't have been killed." Zhuo Fan was stunned again, but he quickly understood. At that time, this kid was being chased by the Demon Slayer Order, and the Jiyu family took him in as their adopted son. They would definitely be targeted by those people, so it was not too surprising that they were exterminated. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan reached out and stroked his head, gently comforting. "Don't be too sad. Maybe it's fate. Did you go against the entire empire because of that?" Jiyu Santong nodded slightly, remembering the events of 300 years ago, his face fierce, but he sighed and said, "It's a pity that I was still negligent later, and promised that strange person so I couldn't take action against the 7 families anymore." "Then you can go back on your word. A child's words don't count, no one will blame you." Zhuo Fan asked back in confusion, but Jiyu Santong shook his head fiercely, his eyes full of determination, answering, "When he was alive, my dad taught me to read and told me to value my word. I can't ignore his teachings just because he's gone." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but complain inwardly. Such a heroic seedling was actually ruined by such words. What a pity! But very quickly, he suddenly remembered that he still wanted to subdue him, so he felt lucky in an instant. If this kid was taught badly, then with his strength, how could he survive? Zhuo Fan felt lucky in his heart, and gave a treacherous smile. "You must listen to your adoptive father's words. He was right." Suddenly remembering something at this time, he asked Jiyu Santong, "That's right, you said I was like your dad just now. How am I like him?" Jiyu Santong blushed slightly when he heard him mention this, and mumbled embarrassedly, "When you hugged me and rushed in here, shielding the lightning for me, I seemed to see the scene when my dad protected me, telling me to run." Zhuo Fan finally understood, so that's how it was. At that time, he shielded this kid from the lightning, only because he wanted him to submit to him later. But he unexpectedly won his heart by accident, making him feel that he was like his dad, but in this case, he could take advantage of the soft spot in his heart. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly, suddenly saying to Jiyu Santong, "Ah, Santong, I'll be your dad." Jiyu Santong was stunned for a moment, not resisting too much, but the words he spoke were a little awkward. You be my dad. I'm over 300 years old. How old are you? That's too weird. Zhuo Fan waved his hand and said with a smile. Not weird. Not weird. Even though you're over 300 years old, your mind is like a child's, needing someone to protect you. And from the moment I first saw you, I was extremely fond of you. Really? Ji-Yu Santong frowned, a hint of joy in his eyes. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, chuckling softly. Of course. Of course. On the surface, he smiled kindly. But inside he was extremely pleased. He definitely liked him, especially his strange power, which he also liked very much. Thinking about it, he raised an eyebrow expectantly. Good boy, come to daddy. Ji-Yu Santong seemed still dubious, pondering for a moment. Even though he was a little tempted, he still raised his head haughtily and said, So, what benefits are there to acknowledging you as my daddy, Zhuo Fan grumbled inwardly. This kid's not stupid after all, still knows to ask back. However, he didn't say this out loud, but smiled and said, I can protect you. Do I need you to protect me? Ji-Yu Santong snorted unconvincingly. Why not? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, putting on a serious face and said, Didn't I protect you just now? Although your strength is very strong, you're too naive and kind, easily deceived when you go out. Think about it. If you hadn't lightly believed that weirdo, how would you have been tricked by the royal family for 1,000 years, to the point where you can't even get revenge like that? With me here, I'll expose all the lies around you. With my wisdom, who in this world can deceive you? Ji-Yu Santong looked at him incredulously, with a hint of confusion and doubt in his eyes. Seeing that he was wavering, Zhuo Fan decided to continue to persuade him. Thinking about it, he confidently said to him, You don't believe me? Didn't you see that old man and the 4 freaks earlier? Aren't they all stronger than me? But didn't they still listen to me obediently? That's wisdom. With wisdom you control people. With strength you are controlled by people. Follow me, and no one in this world can bully you anymore. And the most important thing is that you don't have to eat that trashy medicine anymore. Saying that, a ring appeared in his hand again, offering it to Ji-Yu Santong and explaining, As long as I can find grade 8 medicinal herbs, I will definitely not let you eat that kind of trash. To show my sincerity, these are the grade 7 medicinal herbs in my ring. Actually, the medicinal herbs I found for you before were readily available, so it was so fast. Only that grade 8 medicinal herb really required me to enter the lightning formation and work hard to find it. What Ji-Yu Santong cared about most was whether anyone had harmed him. This was his obsession from a long time ago. Grasping this point, Zhuo Fan knew that no matter what, he couldn't admit that the lightning formation was set up by him. Otherwise, forget about subduing him, he was afraid that he would die under his hands as soon as he found out, without a doubt. Zhuo Fan seemed to have said everything he could, using what Ji-Yu Santong wanted the most to lure him under his command. Not disappointing him, Ji-Yu Santong quickly grabbed the ring. Already tricked, happily said, I know, I used to suspect whether you guys harmed me or not, but now I believe it. If you're so frank about even hiding medicinal herbs, then there's nothing to hide at all. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan grinned triumphantly, finally succeeding. At this moment he grinned evilly again. How could he be at ease if such a naive child was outside and taken advantage of by bad people? So it's better to let him make the first move. But while he was still pleased with himself, Ji-Yu Santong smiled again and said, Actually, I've known about the hiding of medicinal herbs for a long time, you know. Zhuo Fan was stunned, a look of incomprehension flashing in his eyes. Ji-Yu Santong chuckled softly, giving a warm smile and saying, Actually, eating medicinal herbs is not important. The anticipation while waiting for medicinal herbs is what makes people enjoy it the most. Just like how my adoptive father used to go out for a long time to find medicinal herbs for me to eat, the feeling of looking forward to him coming back every evening was what made me the happiest. Zhuo Fan bit his lips slightly, a little reluctant to take back the ring. Ah, so that's how it is. Then give me back the medicinal herbs, and I'll bring them to you once every 10 days. Unfortunately, Ji-Yu Santong didn't want to. Hugging the ring in his arms, pouting and saying, You can't take back what you've given away. What kind of daddy are you? Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up, excitedly saying,
So, you're acknowledging me as your adoptive father. Zhiyu Santong gently nodded, as if agreeing with his words.
With Zhiyu Santong backing the Luo family, not to mention the 7 families, even the royal family would probably have to think carefully before touching the Luo family. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. This trip of his was too rewarding, obtaining the 4 Ghost Demonic Manual, finding the Heavenly Emperor's ruins, and finally even getting the invincible brat Zhiyu Santong as his adopted son. It was too worth it. He was still pleased with himself. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's body staggered, the purple lightning still exploding in his body. Unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood, Zhiyu Santong saw this scene and cried out in fear, "Adoptive father, what's wrong with you?" Wiping the bloodstains on his face, Zhuo Fan's expression was a little serious. That purple lightning was more powerful than he had imagined. The heavenly demon grand transformation art couldn't completely refine it. At this moment, the purple lightning was like a chronic poison, moving inside his body and destroying his entire body. Purple lightning was one of the Heavenly Emperor's divine abilities. To untie the bell, you must find the one who tied it. If he couldn't completely eliminate the purple lightning from his body, then he had to find a way to find the Heavenly Emperor's ruins. Perhaps there would be a way to treat the injury inside. Shaking his head with difficulty, enduring the pain, Zhuo Fan weakly said, "It's okay, Santong. Follow me to observe the surrounding situation and see if there's anything strange." Zhiyu Santong obediently nodded, helping Zhuo Yifan up and saying, "Adoptive father, you can call me Little Santong from now on." Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, giving a happy smile and saying, "Okay, Little Santong, you go scout ahead." "Yes," Zhiyu Santong called out, then enthusiastically went ahead to scout the way. At this moment, Zhiyu Santong seemed to rely on Zhuo Fan. As long as he was protected behind him, he didn't seem to be afraid of the purple lightning anymore. After about 3 hours, the two of them were still walking around in the golden sand. Still not seeing the end, Zhuo Fan slowly stopped, frowning deeply. Zhiyu Santong, as if sensing the movement behind him, also stopped, his face puzzled, and said, "Adoptive father, what's wrong with you?" Zhuo Fan didn't rush to answer, looking around with some worry in his eyes, his expression serious, and said, "Little Santong, do you feel like we're walking around in the same place? It seems like this place is a illusion array." Zhiyu Santong's eyes focused, quickly going to Zhuo Fan's side, shocked and saying, "What? Illusion array? How did I fall into an illusion array?" But very quickly he smiled, arrogantly saying, "It's okay, adoptive father, just a small illusion array. Watch me break it with one punch." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand clenched into a fist, punching towards a point, but a moment later it was like only a slight tremor, not much effect either, then disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Zhiyu Santong cried out in fear. How is that possible? Zhuo Fan saw this scene, constantly curling his lips inwardly. How could the formation set up by the Heavenly Emperor, one of the strongest 3 emperors of ancient times, be something that a little monster like you could break with brute force? Thinking about it, Zhuo Fan said to Zhiyu Santong, "Little Santong, don't waste your strength anymore. Come over here first. What's wrong, adoptive father?" Zhiyu Santong turned his head to look at him, a little puzzled, but still obediently came to his side. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, looking at the little devil in front of him, giving a profound, deep smile and saying, "Little Santong, tell me the truth. Have you really never been to this place before?" Zhiyu Santong was stunned, his face full of confusion. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan frowned slightly, feeling strange in his heart, saying, "Then why are you afraid of purple lightning? Could it be that you've never encountered it before?" "No." Zhiyu Santong thought for a moment, shaking his head again, calmly saying, "This is also the first time I've seen it, but it's very strange. It seems like I'm innately afraid of that thing. As soon as I hear the sound of thunder, my whole body trembles. Unlike ordinary lightning, I only hate it, but I'm not afraid of it." Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan unconsciously paused, stroking his chin and thinking, "It's impossible for someone to be born afraid of something. This kid must have a connection with the purple lightning." Thinking about this, Zhuo Fan asked back,
Little brat, you're so awesome, so who's your master? I don't have a master.
Then how did you cultivate to the heavenly profound realm 300 years ago?
After careful contemplation, Zhuo Yifan finally shook his head, his face filled with confusion, saying, I don't know. Ever since I could remember, I've already been in the heavenly profound realm. I don't have any relatives or friends. I've just been finding medicinal herbs and eating them myself.
Zhuo Fan's eyes widened in surprise.
This little devil's background is getting more and more strange. After pondering for a while, a far-fetched guess suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that this kid isn't a real person?
Normally, people have to cultivate and comprehend the heavenly dakio to gradually become stronger, but some species are born strong, like spirit beasts, and those that can transform into human form are ancient spirit beasts. If that's really the case, wouldn't the mortal realm, looked down upon by the sacred domain like ants, be hiding such a terrifying existence?
No way. He hadn't finished his thought when suddenly Zhuo Yifan shouted, Foster father, use my nose.
Before, when we fell into the illusion formation, everything was fake except for my nose.
My nose won't deceive me. I'll use my nose to find a way out for us. Zhuo Fan chuckled, shaking his head, declining to comment, and pouting. It's all sand here. What kind of smell could there be? If this formation had such a big loophole, wouldn't the Heavenly Emperor be an idiot? Why lock the door and leave the key for someone else? But Zhuo Yifan didn't pay attention. His nose twitched slightly, and his eyes lit up. I got it, foster father. I smell a familiar scent. Follow me.
Zhuo Fan's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed in disbelief,
What? However, he didn't resist, and let Zhuo Yifan pull him along.
But they hadn't gone far when Zhuo Yifan suddenly stopped. Zhuo Fan looked around and only saw a large stone pillar. Perhaps it's the formation's eye. Zhuo Fan clearly sensed the bloody aura here, and looked at Zhuo Yifan with suspicion, asking, This is the exit you were talking about? That's right, Zhuo Yifan didn't hesitate.
He nodded quickly, but the strong smell of blood here made him take a deep breath, secretly feeling lucky. Luckily, he had Zhuo Yifan with him this time. Otherwise, even if he got in here, he might slowly die in this illusion.
But right at this moment, a sobbing sound rang out. Zhuo Fan turned his head and saw Zhuo Yifan leaning against a large stone pillar, constantly crying, tears streaming down his face, looking quite pitiful. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan was flustered and didn't know what to do, frowning and asking, Little brat, what's wrong with you?
Zhuo Yifan shook his head, but he kept crying, sobbing. I don't know. I smell its scent, and I feel sad and heartbroken as soon as I get close. Inconceivably looking at the giant red pillar in front of him, Zhuo Fan was shocked and suspicious. What exactly is this that can withstand so many wild thunderbolts, including the strongest 12th layer purple lightning?
With that kind of destructive power, yet it can still stand firm without falling. It can be seen that it's really extraordinary. Sure enough, the Heavenly Emperor isn't an idiot. The scent on this pillar is so strong that someone with a sensitive nose can definitely find the exit. Thinking this, he slowly walked towards it, sniffing it, and discovered the rich spiritual energy on the pillar. It was also mixed with wildness. It belonged to a spirit beast.
But suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this the scent of a sacred beast? In ancient times, the 5 great sacred beasts were unrivaled in the world. Even experts at the emperor level didn't dare to underestimate them. Only the 3 strongest emperors could compare to them.
So this pillar is one of the 5 great ancient sacred beasts,
the sky-soaring Qilin, one of the 5 great sacred beasts who shared fame with the 10 generations of ancient times, unexpectedly appearing here.
Moreover, only 1 leg remains. Could the person who killed it be the Heavenly Emperor? At this moment, he finally realized that this place was definitely not the Heavenly Emperor's ruins, but the Heavenly Emperor's slaughterhouse. Suddenly, at this moment, the ground kept shaking, pulling Zhuo Fan out of his thoughts. He turned his head and saw that Zhuo Yifan was desperately shaking the large pillar.
As a result, the entire space began to vibrate. A purple lightning immediately struck down, but as soon as it hit the red spot, it suddenly turned into ashes. Zhuo Fan was frightened and hurriedly stopped him.
Little brat, what are you doing? It seems like the red light protecting us is emanating from this leg of the sky-soaring Qilin. If it falls, we'll all die here. I don't want to see it being struck by purple lightning anymore. My heart is so sad that I can't bear it anymore. Zhiyu Santong stopped, still crying incessantly, sobbing. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan suddenly paused, thinking about what he said. After a long time, he finally understood. So Zhiyu Santong is a descendant of the sky-soaring Qilin. No wonder he was born with divine power and a sensitive sense of smell. If his guess is correct, then everything has an explanation. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan sighed, his heart softened, and he reached out to touch Zhiyu Santong's head, saying, "Little brat, if you don't want its spirit in heaven to be sad, then don't do that. It's okay if I die, but if you die, perhaps this big pillar will also be sad." Why? Zhiyu Santong looked up at him, asking suspiciously. Zhuo Fan gently shook his head and smiled, saying, "Because no one in this world would sacrifice their descendants or clansmen to die in vain like this." Zhiyu Santong heard these words. His eyes widened in surprise, and he said in disbelief, "Does foster father mean that I'm its clansman, or relative?"
Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan calmly said, "You see this Qilin leg being struck by lightning, and you feel sad. If it knew that the Qilin leg it left behind couldn't protect you down in the 9 springs, it wouldn't be at peace either." Taking a deep look at Zhuo Fan, Zhiyu Santong wiped away his tears and stopped his hands completely. Zhuo Fan also breathed a sigh of relief.
Suddenly, at this moment, Zhuo Fan spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale, and he staggered and collapsed to the ground. Zhiyu Santong looked at him in shock and hurriedly ran over, shouting loudly, "Foster father!" Zhuo Fan waved his hand, laughing bitterly. "It seems that even if I didn't know what was outside, I would slowly die in here anyway." Zhiyu Santong heard this. His eyes filled with tears, and he said anxiously and worriedly, "Foster father, you won't die. We just recognized each other."
He had finally found someone who cared about him, but now he wanted to leave him. Zhiyu Santong felt bitter in his heart and cried loudly again. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan shook his head with a smile and finally took out a ring and gave it to Zhiyu Santong, weakly saying, "Little brat, there's a ring here. I've left all the medicinal herbs inside for you. I hope you grow up quickly. With your innate bloodline and divine power, perhaps you'll have a way to leave here in the future." Zhiyu Santong was moved, and tears streamed down like rain again, whimpering, "Foster father."
At this moment, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but remember that in his life, he had done many evil deeds, and not many good ones. But before he died, someone was willing to cry for him, which could be considered a rare repayment. If that was the case, then if he died this time, he wouldn't regret it as much as last time. Thinking this, he closed his eyes and gave up, his tired body awaiting the approaching death. "Void clarity divine eyes, foster father."
Zhiyu Santong wailed loudly again, and tears flowed out like this. Looking extremely pitiful, Zhuo Fan stroked his head and took out the thundercloud sparrow's egg from the thunder spirit ring, whispering, "Don't cry anymore. I'm not dead yet. I'm afraid you'll be sad after I die, so I'm giving you this bird." But he hadn't finished speaking. When the egg showed signs of cracking, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be startled, muttering, "This, could it be?"
Suddenly, at this moment, a long cry rang out, and the eggshell began to shatter, and a small bird appeared from within, with thunderous flashes of lightning on its body. It was just a bit different from the thundercloud sparrow, because the lightning it carried was purple lightning, making everyone who heard it terrified. The moment the little bird came out, Zhiyu Santong was frightened and ran far away, avoiding to the side. On the contrary, Zhuo Yifan was surprised to see this scene, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Born with the first layer of purple lightning!" The little bird, as soon as it was born, glanced around. When it saw Zhuo Fan, it regarded him as its mother, and happily waved its wings, and finally toddled to his side, rubbing against him a few times. Zhuo Fan looked at it in surprise, finally bursting out laughing. "Kid, you're the one who hit the jackpot this time coming to Luo Lei Gorge. A normal thundercloud finch is, at most, a level 6 spirit beast, and they only have regular lightning. But you were incubated in purple lightning. Who knows how you'll turn out? It's exciting just thinking about it." Meanwhile, Zhiyu Santong had already run far away, yelling in fear, "Foster father, catch it! Don't let it get near me!" Seeing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head and saying, "Little Sanzi, Why are you so scared of it? The purple lightning on it is just first-level sky thunder. It can't even hurt your old man, let alone you.
If you think about it, this little guy is basically my son. As the elder brother, shouldn't you take care of your little bro? He then patted the little bird's head and said, "Go play with your big brother." Zhiyu Santong shuddered upon hearing this, shaking his head frantically. The little bird, hearing his words, happily went towards Zhiyu Santong, scaring him so much that he yelled, "Aga, don't come over here! Go away, don't come here! What are you so happy about? Nobody wants to play with you." Zhiyu Santong frantically picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the little bird. However, it didn't stop. Still heading towards him, his little face looked a bit pitiful, scared to the point of crying, and he hurriedly picked up stones to throw them away. But this time, he couldn't lift them. With his strength, how could he not lift a stone? In a panic, Zhiyu Santong gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, "Even a rock dares to bully me." With that, he poured all his strength into his hands to lift the rock. But when he pulled, it turned out to be a huge rock. He didn't care and threw it straight at the little bird. "Eat this!" With a thud, the large rock slammed into the ground, creating a large pit. The little bird was also startled quite a bit, and Zhuo Fan, seeing the rock, muttered in surprise, "This is a reflection stone." Zhuo Fan's face broke into a smug grin. He never expected that such a rare treasure, used by generations of Holy Clan leaders to pass down their ultimate techniques, would appear in this forbidden zone. He really picked up a treasure this time. Thinking of this, he secretly rejoiced and laughed out loud. Then, he couldn't help but stand up and excitedly said, "Little Sanzi, smash that rock for me." Zhiyu Santong was stunned and confused, thinking he was just beating around the bush to scold him, so he lowered his head and said, "If father wants to scold me, just scold me. I really shouldn't have used such a big rock to hit it. If father also accepts it as your son, then it'll be my little brother. What I did was really too much. Father, you don't need to use a rock to indirectly scold me." Zhuo Fan looked at him, between laughter and tears, and nodded, saying, "You know you were wrong and want to change. Foster father is very happy. But I really don't intend to scold you. I really need you to smash this rock for me."
Hearing that he wasn't being scolded, Zhiyu Santong's eyes lit up. Although he didn't understand why he wanted to smash it, it could save him. He didn't bother thinking, and immediately happily went to the reflection stone, smiling and saying, "So that's how it is. If that's the case, then I'll do as foster father says." With that, he punched down, and with a bang, the rock immediately shattered into pieces. Immediately after, weapons of all colors appeared, forming a mist. At this moment, a figure appeared in the mist, looking to be just over 20 years old. But his face was extremely stern. Zhuo Fan looked at the person in front of him in shock, and shouted, "You're the head of the upper ancient 10 emperors? The heavenly emperor?" The man's face was calm, his eyes looked down from above, and he gently opened his mouth. "Young junior, if you have been fortunate enough to open this seat's reflection stone, then you are a member of our clan. I will pass on to you my #1 divine ability, the empty clarity divine eyes." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but laugh loudly. "I really made a killing this time, haha." It is rumored that the Heavenly Emperor, the strongest of the 3 emperors, possessed 2 great divine abilities. His left eye was the purple lightning golden eyes, and his right eye was the empty clarity divine eyes, the Heavenly Emperor's Emperor Realm divine ability that far surpassed the purple lightning golden eyes. The empty clarity divine eyes is a supreme divine ability among eye techniques, focusing on the word empty. Emptiness is tolerance. Tolerance is greatness. All things are empty, all things are not empty. The Heavenly Emperor's illusion sat solemnly, transmitting word by word, explaining carefully. Zhuo Yifan listened attentively, not daring to be negligent for even a moment. Zhiyu Santong and the little bird seemed to know that this was important to him, so they quietly stayed by his side. For about 3 days and 3 nights continuously, Zhuo Fan stared at the Heavenly Emperor's illusion, listening meticulously, not even blinking his eyes. After accompanying Zhuo Fan for 3 days, Zhiyu Santong couldn't help but whisper into the little bird's ear, It's been 3 days and 3 nights.
Foster father hasn't even blinked once. But at this moment, the heavenly emperor sighed deeply and said calmly, "So, I have finished transmitting the cultivation method of the 12 levels of the empty clarity divine eyes. If you are sincere, you will obtain supreme divine power and create an invincible position for our clan. As for this seat's suggested divine ability, the purple lightning golden eyes came from these empty clarity divine eyes. If you have the talent and intelligence, you don't need to understand it. You will definitely awaken it later. If your talent is good, the remaining reflection stones that I have arranged will help you cultivate. But perhaps your achievements will only stop at this step. You may not achieve great success. Take it from me, think for yourself, and take care of yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion immediately dissipated, leaving only the shattered reflection stone on the ground, completely becoming a pile of waste rock. Hearing the heavenly emperor's last words, Zhuo Fan's eyes darted around, and he frowned in thought. Ji Santong looked at this scene and asked strangely, "Foster father, what's wrong?" Zhuo Fan shook his head, his brow still furrowed, muttering, "It's nothing, it's just that I don't quite understand his last sentence. He doesn't seem to hope that future generations will cultivate the purple lightning golden eyes."
Speaking of this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but think of Long Jiju and sighed, Ninth brother, I really don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky." Ji Santong didn't say a word and said very generously, "What's so difficult about that? If foster father wants to practice it, your son will find it for you immediately." Zhuo Fan thought for a moment and laughed, shaking his head. "No need, little Sanzi. That purple lightning golden eyes isn't fated for me." However, Zhuo Fan still had some doubts in his heart. Clearly the image in the reflection stone was left for his clan's descendants, so why did it end up here, and even benefit a demon emperor like me who underwent a body-snatching rebirth, and even this killing leg? It always feels like everything is strangely coincidental. Ji Santong nodded, listening to him, but couldn't help but ask, "But foster father, just relying on the empty clarity divine eyes, can it heal your wounds? Your wounds were caused by purple lightning. Could it be that the purple lightning golden eyes are the only way to heal them?" Hearing him care about him, Zhuo Fan felt a warm current flowing through him, constantly moved. This son was one he obtained through deception, but he cared about him so much, it really made him like him. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan smiled lightly and waved his hand, wanting Ji Santong and the little bird to come in front of him, and instructed, "It's okay, having these empty clarity divine eyes is enough, little Sanzi. And you too, I'll call you queer. Now I need to set up a formation to seclude myself and cultivate to heal my wounds. Who knows when I'll be able to leave seclusion. You two outside, don't wander too far from me. Protect yourselves well, little Sanzi. I'm entrusting queer to your care." As soon as he said that, Zhao Cheng immediately set up a defensive formation, entered without a word, and slowly closed his eyes to meditate. Time flew by. Who knows how long it passed, but Ji Santong outside was chasing a little chub, muttering to himself, "Where are you running off to? This guy caught you for so long. He must be pretty good, huh? Let me taste what you're like." Just then, Zhao Cheng inside the formation opened his eyes again. The sky outside was the same as before. The purple lightning kept striking down. A powerful aura emanated from his body, and at the same time, purple lightning flickered in his pupils, sometimes visible, sometimes not. He waved his hand to retract the formation and stood up, letting out a shout that created quite the sonic boom. Hearing the commotion, Ji Santong turned his head and saw him step out from the mist. He happily rushed over. Foster father, you're finally out. Is your wound healed?" "Of course," Zhao Cheng said, smiling as he looked at Ji Santong. "Not only is it healed, but my strength has also greatly increased. I can now completely take you two away from this hellhole." His face couldn't help but twitch a few times. Ji Santong pouted. "Foster father, if you're gonna brag, at least be a little realistic, okay? It's been 5 years. You've only gone from bone forging 5th stage to the 9th. Counting on you to take us out is about as likely as counting on my breath." Hearing this, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but mutter in surprise. "Really?
It's been 5 years already. Without waiting for him to react, Ji Santong shouted into the sky, "Queer! Dad's out of seclusion!" Following his shout, Zhao Cheng also looked up at the sky. A large flying bird was soaring in the air, and purple lightning kept striking it, but it didn't seem to be affected. Seeing this, he widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed,
Queer? Is that queer?
"She's grown into a rank 4 spirit beast, and the purple lightning on her body is already at the 4th heaven. But those purple bolts outside are so numerous, especially the 12th heaven ones. Is she okay being hit by them? I was worried at first. But maybe it's because the purple lightning is from the same source as her?" Ji Santong shrugged and said casually, "When that purple lightning strikes her, she basically absorbs it all. The energy she can't absorb is automatically dispersed, so it doesn't affect her body at all."
Seeing this, Zhao Cheng was stunned for a moment. He already had a monster as a foster son. Now even the spirit beast he raised was a monster. But, well, he was already becoming a monster himself. Even if he faced Ji Santong, he might be able to surprise him. Thinking of this, Zhao Cheng looked at Ji Santong and laughed happily. "Haha, little Sanzi, did you eat all the medicinal herbs I gave you?" Ji Santong rubbed his little belly, and the corners of his mouth drooped. He said aggrievedly, "I ate them all a long time ago. I haven't eaten any medicinal herbs in 3 years. I'm about to become malnourished." Zhao Cheng patted his head and said with a laugh, "It's okay. Your foster father will take you out now." But Ji Santong scornfully pouted and looked up at the sky, saying, "Come on, you're only at the bone-forging 5th stage. Even if you were healing, you still broke through too slowly. I'd rather rely on Quisher. She's not afraid of purple lightning. If she carefully explores the way out, then we can have her bring medicinal herbs back." Being looked down upon by this kid, Zhao Cheng was a little angry. He looked at him and said, "Little Sanzi, you're clearly looking down on your old man. Come on, hit me once. Let me see your current strength. I have to let you know that cultivation level isn't everything."
Ji Santong raised an eyebrow and looked at him strangely. "I don't want to. Even a divine illumination realm expert couldn't withstand one of my punches, let alone you. You haven't even broken through to the profound heaven realm yet. Stop talking nonsense. Bring it on." Zhao Cheng waved his hand and shouted again. Seeing that he couldn't stop him, Ji Santong sighed and said, "Fine, whatever." Ji Santong reluctantly agreed, but in his heart he was thinking, "My foster father is too stubborn, so I can only play along with him. But I have to control my strength well. I mustn't hurt him." He would just use one finger. Ji Santong casually humored him and gently flicked out a little bit of his primal force. But Zhao Cheng didn't dodge at all, and just stood there calmly. Ji Santong looked at him, becoming nervous, and hurriedly shouted, "Foster father, with your cultivation!" Even though he had reduced his strength, he wasn't dodging. He was definitely going to get hurt badly. But before he could worry, a golden light suddenly flashed in Zhao Cheng's eyes. The next moment, Zhao Cheng vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ji Santong.
First layer of the void space divine eyes. Position swap.
Zhao Cheng smirked, revealing a triumphant smile. Ji Santong widened his eyes in shock. How was that possible? In that instant, he hadn't sensed Zhao Cheng's existence at all, as if he had disappeared. Before Ji Santong could regain his senses, he shouted, "Little Sanzi, take one of my punches too." But even though he had been a little surprised just now, he still didn't believe that Zhao Cheng could beat him. He pouted and said, "Dad, it's one thing for you to be able to escape, but your fist is really—" But before he could finish speaking, a sound of lightning resounded, and a bolt of purple lightning instantly rushed towards him. He couldn't help but flee in terror. When the purple lightning exploded, he looked at Zhao Cheng in terrified disbelief, stammering, Foster father, how can you also release this purple lightning? Ha ha, this is the power of the void space divine eyes."
With a faint smile, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "The void space divine eyes emphasizes the word void. It mainly utilizes the laws of space.
The first layer of the void space divine eyes, position swap, allows me to swap the positions of areas in space that my soul has explored, allowing me to achieve instantaneous movement,
or to swap the positions of some inanimate objects that can't resist." Saying this, he gently waved his hand, and his golden pupils flickered. The ring on Jiyu Santong's hand returned to his. Little Sanzi, if you've eaten all the medicinal herbs, I'll take this ring back first. It'll still be useful later. Looking at everything, Jiyu Santong couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment.
Finally, he excitedly said, "So, does that mean you're invincible now? Because no one can hit you?" Zhao Cheng nodded slightly and said casually, "You could say that, but it's not entirely accurate. If the first layer of the void space divine eyes was invincible, then what would be the point of cultivating the remaining 11 layers? In reality, this just utilizes the laws of space. If the space is sealed or within a barrier, then I'm done for. So what about that purple lightning?" Jiyu Santong opened his mouth and trembled as he asked. Zhao Cheng burst out laughing as the purple lightning in his right pupil flashed and disappeared. "After cultivating the first layer of the void space divine eyes, my left eye can open up a space.
When I was hit by that purple lightning before, it rampaged in my body.
I didn't cleanse it, and now I can transfer those things into that space for storage.
At critical moments, they can become a battle force.
That's why I say cultivation level doesn't represent all of my strength." Zhao Cheng smirked, but Jiyu Santong frowned in a daze. He hadn't expected his foster father to change to this extent in the past 5 years. But before he could finish being amazed, Zhao Cheng raised an eyebrow again and said smugly,
"Because healing my injuries and cultivating the void space divine eyes took up more than half of the time, my cultivation level didn't improve much.
But the real power is something else entirely." Seeing the magical power of the void divine pupil, Jiyu Santong's childlike nature flared up again, and he couldn't wait to ask,
"So what's the second stage of the void divine pupil, foster father? Show me, please." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan's face turned a bit red, and he said awkwardly, "This void divine pupil is very difficult to cultivate. Your foster father has only cultivated the first stage. The second stage, I haven't grasped it yet." Before he could finish, Jiyu Santong sighed in disappointment. Zhuo Fan helplessly scratched his head and chuckled, "What's with this kid? So moody?" But quickly he revealed some exciting news. "Although my void divine pupil only has the first stage, it shares the same origin as this barrier, so it can definitely lead you guys out. Little Sanzi, you can eat herbs outside again."
"Awesome, awesome." Jiyu Santong jumped up excitedly, his joyful mood restored. Zhuo Fan looked at the happy kid and chuckled softly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Finally, he pointed to the Lu-killing realm and said, "All right, I'll put you inside my ring now. Don't resist, I'll take you guys out later." Little Sanzi. The sparrow chirped excitedly upon seeing the thundercloud realm. Flapping its wings happily, Zhuo Fan understood. It must have sensed its mother's scent. Jiyu Santong, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment and waved his hand towards Zhuo Fan, saying,
"Foster father, wait for me a bit." He then ran to the feet of the soaring Krillin, knelt on the ground solemnly, and said,
"I don't know who you are, but the moment I saw you, I felt a sense of kinship from the bottom of my heart. I don't know how you died, but I feel very sad about your death. I have to leave now, and you're all alone here with no one to keep you company. Please take care." He then resolutely turned around and ran back to Zhuo Fan's side. Entering the Thunder Spirit realm, Zhuo Fan felt a pang of pity looking at him, and sighed, looking up at the giant pillar. "Soaring Qilin, I, Zhuo Fan, am not a good person, and I don't want to get involved in the feud between you and the Heavenly Emperor." The Soaring Qilin's leg. That is a rare treasure, even more precious than any natural resource. How could I not be tempted? But as the foster father of this kid, I still hope to do something for him. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan shouted, "Shapeshift!" and then struck the giant pillar. With a loud crash, the pillar swayed and fell straight down. The purple lightning in the sky continued to wreak havoc, as if smelling fresh blood.
They scrambled to rush towards Zhuo Fan, wanting to tear him into pieces. However, Zhuo Fan didn't panic. He casually waved his hand and collected the Qilin's leg into his ring. When the purple lightning struck, the golden light flashed in his right pupil and disappeared. When it reappeared, the myriad paths purple lightning was striking towards him, but he vanished in an instant. Just like that, the purple lightning couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. When he reached the barrier of Luolei Gorge, the right pupil flashed again, and he immediately disappeared, instantly stepping outside. After getting outside, Zhuo Fan took a deep and joyful breath. Enjoying the outside air, he laughed out loud. Finally out. Just don't know where this is. At that moment, he waved his hand and brought Jiyu Santong and the sparrow out of the ring. The sparrow saw the outside scenery for the first time and chirped happily, especially Jiyu Santong, who had been trapped in the purple lightning for years. Being outside and being able to eat herbs made him even happier. Finally out. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan waved his hand towards Jiyu Santong, revealing a kind smile and saying, "Little Sanzi, I have a gift for you." Jiyu Santong was a bit confused, but he still slowly walked up to him, puzzled, and asked back, "Are you hiding more herbs?" Unable to help but chuckle, Zhuo Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "Silly kid, you've already eaten all the herbs, but this, I believe, is more precious to you than any herb." With that, he waved his hand, and the Killin's leg from inside the Heavenly Emperor's relic suddenly appeared, still carrying lightning. Seeing it, Jiyu Santong's eyes suddenly turned red, and he looked at him gratefully, saying, "You brought it out." Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan said calmly, "I know you couldn't bear to leave it behind, and especially couldn't bear for it to be struck by purple lightning anymore. If I have the ability, I will definitely do it for you." "Thank you," Jiyu Santong said, moved, bowing his head, his voice a bit choked. Looking at this scene, Zhuo Fan smiled warmly. Although it started as a matter of taking advantage, now it was a bit hard to say. It seemed like he really saw him as his own, and looking at it, it seemed like he also saw him as a foster father. This feeling was so warm, he was a bit reluctant to let it go. Jiyu Santong walked to the side of the Qilin's leg, sensing the familiar scent, feeling a bit warm. After a moment, he requested, "Zhuo Fan, foster father, can you keep it safe for a while?" Zhuo Fan was surprised for a moment, but he quickly understood. Jiyu Santong was trapped in the royal city because of a promise, and usually he couldn't even eat the herbs he liked freely. If he hid something as precious as this, he'd easily be discovered by the royal family. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan nodded and agreed. "No problem, but you have to take good care of yourself in the future. Don't treat yourself too badly. If it really endangers your life, a promise is just a promise. You don't need to care. Your own life is most important." "Yes," Jiyu Santong replied happily. Zhuo Fan smiled and gestured, putting the Qilin's leg back into the ring. Suddenly, Jiyu Santong remembered something and said to him, "That's right, foster father. I left the royal city more than a year ago to carry out an imperial decree, so I should go back to report." "Where do you want to go?" Zhuo Fan gazed into the distance, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "It's been 5 years. It's just the right time to catch up with the 100 schools contend. I'll go watch the fun and see if the rumored monster, the Emperor Dragon Sect, is really as difficult to deal with as they say." Haha. On another side, in Huayu City, in the back mountain area of Huayu Tower, Huabi King and the 2 tower lords waited quietly in this place. The bright sunlight shone down, and small birds chirped continuously, but they calmly stared at the stone door. At this moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the stone door opened immediately, and 4 figures walked out from inside. Leading the pack was the #1 beauty, Chu Qingcheng, followed by 3 old biddies with frosty expressions but a hint of glee in their eyes. When Chu Bijun saw her emerge, her eyes flickered, and she immediately flicked her wrist, sending a silver needle straight at Chu Qingcheng. But she wasn't fazed at all, handling it with a cool head. The moment the silver needle was right in front of her, she slowly raised her hand, forming a thin barrier of chilling energy. When the needle pierced through, it fell to the ground and instantly turned into icy dust. Seeing this, Chu Bijun couldn't help but cheer. "Qingcheng, your skills have really improved. It's like you've been reborn. You don't look like someone who's wasted almost 10 years of cultivation at all. This time, at the 100 Schools tournament, you won't lose to the others." Chu Qingcheng bowed, humbly saying, "Not at all, Grand Elder is too kind. It's all thanks to the 3 enshrinements helping me cultivate day and night. You 3 have really worked hard." The 3 enshrinements bowed in response. "Not at all, we're enshrinements of the Huayu Tower. Helping with small tasks is what we should do. Besides, Qing Cheng is already very intelligent. We're just unlocking her potential. It's really nothing.
If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." As soon as they finished speaking, the three turned around and went back into the cave.
Once they were gone, Chu Bijun's eyes lit up, nodding in satisfaction. 8th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Not bad, not bad. This time, at the 100 Schools tournament, our Huayu Tower will really make people look at us in a new light. The Qinghua Tower Master also smiled happily. This time, Qing Cheng's performance will really bring glory to our Huayu Tower. The Murdan Tower Master, with her fiery personality, snorted coldly. HMPH, let's see if the other 6 houses dare to look down on us women again. Haha, definitely. Chu Bijun thought so too, nodding in agreement, but quickly turned serious. If we want them to know the strength of our Huayu Tower's younger generation, we need to make our stance clear. 1. We must use this 100 Schools tournament to suppress the arrogance of the emperor-wielding sect. Otherwise, letting them continue their winning streak will be very detrimental to us. The Qinghua Tower Master pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "That's right, so Qing Cheng, you must cooperate with our 2 allies, the Qianlong Pavilion and the Sword Marquis Manor. I've already informed them, and they will cooperate with you. As for your opponents, besides the emperor-wielding sect, the Medicine King Hall, the Yuming Valley, and the Happy Grove Pavilion seem to have decided to join forces. It can be said that the 7 imperial houses have split into 2 factions, so this 100 Schools tournament will probably be very fierce, with the 7 houses showing no mercy." Hearing this, Chu Qing Cheng frowned slightly, anxiously saying, "The monster from the emperor-wielding sect, Huangfu Qingtian, is already difficult to deal with, and now it's 3 against 4. This..." Before she could finish, Chu Bijun laughed loudly. "Ha ha, don't worry, it's not 3 against 4, it's 4 against 4. I heard that the Luo family will also participate this time. However, they were only a third-rate family before, so they probably have to go through the first 2 rounds of elimination before they can fight alongside us. It's just that I don't know who they'll send this time." Chu Qing Cheng's eyes lit up, and she said happily, "The Lu Chou family. Will he be coming then?" Fully understanding who she was referring to, Chu Bijun shook her head helplessly, frowning as she said, "I'm not sure. Originally, it should be him, but he's been missing for over 5 years now. It's more likely that he's dead than alive. Even the Lu Provio family doesn't know, so we probably can't rely on the Lu Po family for much help this time." "What? He's missing? How could that be?" But Chu Qing Cheng didn't care whether the Luo family could help them or not. All she cared about was Zhuo Fan's safety. Seeing Chu Qing Cheng's strong reaction, it was clear that she still missed Zhuo Fan. Chu Bijun shook her head helplessly and sighed. Love is really a poison that makes people lose themselves. Even Chu Qing Cheng, who is usually so calm, is now so flustered. The Qinghua Tower Master shook her head and sighed. Glancing at her, she lamented. Last year, when Luo Lei Gorge appeared, someone saw a glimpse of him, but he hasn't been seen since. Perhaps before she could finish her words, Chu Qing Cheng didn't want to hear the rest, and hurriedly interrupted. "Impossible! He couldn't have had an accident." The Murdan Tower Master thought of the past, and couldn't help but angrily scold. "Even if that heartless bastard had an accident, what does it have to do with us? You're so deeply in love with him, but does he even appreciate it?" Chu Qing Cheng's eyes were still confused, and she remained silent. Chu Bijun said seriously, "Qing Cheng, even if he appears then, I hope you can stay away from him. He is a man with great ambitions, someone ordinary people can't keep up with, a hero of his time. Such a man may make women infatuated, but he will also cause them the most pain, because in his heart women are just a burden. He won't cherish you. So, for your own sake, it's better not to be too obsessed." She knew. She understood Chu Bijun's words, of course. But at this point, how could she turn back? She had already sunk too deep into this quagmire of emotions, unable to extricate herself. At the same time, inside a cave in the Sword Marquis Manor, the door slowly opened, and 2 young men emerged from within. One was Xi Tianyang, and the other was a teenager about his age, but with sharp eyes and murky pupils, seemingly devoid of any emotion. This person was the #1 genius of the Sword Marquis Manor, Xi Tianyang's elder brother, Xi Tianshang, one of the 6 dragons, and 1 phoenix.
known as the Golden Armored Sword Dragon. Seeing the two of them come out of the stone door, Shi Zhaofeng clapped his hands happily. "You've finally finished your training, Tianshang Tianyang." Shi Tianyang happily ran over to him, his face beaming as he said, "Father, I've mastered the family's inherited martial skill, the Void Spirit 9 swords. Can I marry Ning Yer now?" In contrast, Shi Tianshang walked over coldly, glanced at him, and calmly said, "Go practice your swordsmanship some more. I apologize for their behavior." Zhi Zhaofeng looked at his two sons, frowning deeply in worry. The eldest is obsessed with martial arts, and the second is obsessed with women. Neither of them gives me any peace of mind. If these two could combine their strengths, how great would that be? I'd be so happy. Jian Suifeng seemed to see through his thoughts, and chuckled to comfort him. "Marquis, don't worry. Tianyang will calm down in the future."
As for Tianshang, he won't be satisfied until he defeats that person. He meant the monster from the emperor-wielding sect. Shi Zhaofeng sighed. "Forget it. I don't expect him to fight that little monster. It would only be humiliating himself." Jian Suifeng also sighed and lamented. That monster from the emperor-wielding sect, his strength when he was young was already terrifying. He hasn't shown his face in recent years. I don't know what level he has reached now. Xie Tianshang is so fixated on him, I'm afraid he will develop a inner demon. On the other hand, in the back garden of the Qianlong Pavilion, a young master in jade robes, elegant and refined, was strolling by the lake, taking deep breaths of the fresh air, his face cheerful as he said, "Ah, the air outside is still the best. It's so refreshing." Just then, Longju saw him and rushed over in shock. "Young master, when did you come out of seclusion?" "Why didn't I know, hee. If I let you guys know, there would definitely be some troublesome celebratory banquet. It's better to come here myself and relax." The young man chuckled and asked curiously, "Right, Uncle Zhu, where are Xiao Kui and Xiao Ji? I've been out for so long, why haven't I seen them?" This young man was the Qianlong Pavilion's young master, one of the 6 dragons and 5 phoenixes, known as the Deep Abyss Hidden Dragon, Long Xingyun. He had been in seclusion for many years, and only came out to participate in the upcoming 100 Schools tournament. Longju laughed loudly. "Ha ha, they're taking the time to cultivate." Long Xingyun furrowed his brows in surprise. "Huh? When did they get so motivated?" Longzhu mysteriously chuckled, grinning widely. "Young master, it's understandable you wouldn't know after being in closed-door cultivation for 10 years. If you had experienced the great battle at the Huayu Tower, you might be even more motivated to cultivate than they are." "What are you implying?" Long Xingyun asked, his brow furrowing even more in confusion. However, Longzhu just laughed loudly without saying anything, leaving Long Xingyun feeling stifled. He impatiently pressed, "Spit it out already." And just like that, around the same time, the legendary geniuses of Yushia's 7 noble houses, the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, began to emerge one after another from years of secluded cultivation. They were all preparing for the major upcoming tournament, the 100 Schools of Contention. Meanwhile, over in Locked Dragon City, a crowd had already gathered behind the secret chamber of the Emperor's Gate, awaiting the emergence of their monstrous genius. Even Huangfu Tianyuan was a bit anxious at this point, glancing at the person beside him and asking, "How's the great honored guest progressing?" The honored guest beside him knew what he meant, and a confident, smug look appeared on his face. With this old man personally guiding him, he's naturally the best under heaven, unmatched by anyone. But at this very moment, an arrogant voice rang out from behind the stone gate. "Great honored guest, that's wrong." Huangfu Tianyuan followed the voice, and everyone focused their gaze on the stone gate. At this moment, a youth had appeared there at some point, his expression calm, slowly and indifferently walking towards everyone. Seeing the person who emerged, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. Such an aura was the aura of an emperor. The dignified gaze made others involuntarily step back. At this time, the youth coldly spoke in rebuttal. "Huangfu Qingtian wasn't taught by you. I was already like this from the start. And father too. Your question from earlier was redundant." Huangfu Tianyuan smiled contentedly. "If you're so confident, then I won't ask any more. I believe that in this 100 Schools contend, You'll shock everyone and help our Emperor King sect's influence to overshadow the 7 families." Hearing this, Huangfu Qingtian coldly smiled and said,
"Father, you're wrong again. It's not that I'm confident, it's that I am like this to begin with. I also don't need to shock them to help the Emperor King sect's influence overshadow the 7 families.
Because my mere presence is enough, I will unify the 7 families, something you couldn't do." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately gasped. Huangfu Qingtian's words were clearly rebellious.
He didn't even put his father in his eyes, and his attitude was so contemptuous. Should they say he was confident or arrogant?
However, in the Emperor King sect, this was the aura of an emperor. If the Emperor King art was recognized by the entire family, even if father and son fought over the position of sect leader, it wouldn't matter, as long as the capable person sat in the seat. Even the sect leader himself couldn't change anything.
Leng Wucheng, who had been silent all this time, slowly walked up to him, slightly bowing and smiling faintly.
"Young master, it's truly admirable that you possess such an aura, but you must also act cautiously, or you might capsize in the gutter."
"Oh, what do you mean by that?" Huangfu Qingtian glanced at him and said. Leng Wucheng smiled, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes.
"Recently, a little scourge named Zhuo Fan has appeared in Tianyu, stirring up trouble among the 7 families. More than a dozen elders of the 7 families have died at his hands.
And even the second young master was killed by him. It's said that he's also participating in this 100 schools contend, so I hope young master is careful."
Unfortunately, Huangfu Qingtian didn't pay any attention, only coldly laughing, HMPH. Second bro was trash anyway, it's no wonder he was killed.
And those elders were even more useless than second bro. They deserved to die. But for that kid to kill so many people in a row and still survive, just how useless are you people?
Or is he like Jiyu Santong 300 years ago, invincible against 10,000 men? Leng Wucheng chuckled and shook his head. Monsters like Jiyu Santong are naturally rare and hard to find. Ordinary people can't compare, but he's different from Jiyu Santong. Although Jiyu Santong was strong, he was a fool. Using his strength alone to fight against an entire country, he really wasn't smart. But this kid is extremely cunning and excels at forming factions. Currently, we still can't get his head. It's because 3 of the art families have formed an alliance with him. He also has the backing of one of the 4 pillars of war gods, Dugu Zantian, and the royal family seems to be protecting him, making it impossible for us to take action against him. Oh, so he's also scheming. Smiling lightly and shaking his head, Huangfu Qingtian indifferently said, "All right, if you guys are so useless, then I'll personally take care of him during the 100 schools contend." Seeing that he still didn't heed his warning, Leng Wucheng anxiously bowed and said, "Young master, please act cautiously. In recent years, anyone who has underestimated that kid hasn't had a good ending."
As soon as the words left his mouth, Huangfu Qingtian coldly glared at him, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Leng Xuansheng, I highly value your talent, but please don't compare me to you bunch of trash. Also, after I get that kid's head, father should pass down the position of sect leader of the Emperor King sect, right?"
Hearing this, Huangfu Tianyuan's face immediately darkened, looking unsightly. "Look at that! This is my good son, the strongest genius of the art families. At this moment he wants to seize the throne in front of his own father. How could he not be angry?" 5 months later, in the imperial city, the emperor was reviewing memorials in his study when suddenly a black shadow appeared, landing in front of him and kneeling down to report, "Your Majesty, Yunlong City has sent news from the Luqiao family. Present it." The emperor lightly spoke, not even bothering to glance at him. The emperor accepted the intelligence report in his hand, glanced at it, and his face darkened, waving his hand and throwing it in front of the person, scolding loudly. For the past 5 years, every intelligence report has said that everything is fine, everything is normal. But now the Luko family has appeared in the 100 schools contend. Where did their bone-tempering realm experts come from? What kind of intelligence are you gathering? Seeing him angry, the person fearfully trembled and begged, "This subject knows his crime. Please calm your anger, Your Majesty." The emperor stroked his beard, his anger still unabated, and asked sternly, "Is there any news of that brat Zhuo Fan?" The person kept his head lowered, hesitatingly saying, "Reporting to Your Majesty, we still haven't found him." "Then what about news of the dragon guard god Jiyu Santong?" the emperor continued to ask. The person's body trembled violently, on the verge of tears. Reporting to your majesty, we still haven't investigated him either, the emperor's anger rising once again. The old emperor coldly laughed, his entire body radiating killing intent, and said, "The Luo family, you haven't investigated them in 5 years, Zhuo Fan. You haven't investigated him in 5 years. Even a proud child like Jiyu Santong, who causes trouble wherever he goes, you can't investigate."
"What exactly am I raising you bunch of trash for?" the person frantically kowtowed and begged. "Your Majesty, please forgive us. We have failed in our duties. Please spare our lives. Get out!" The emperor waved his sleeve,
coldly shouting. The person hurriedly bowed, then quickly ran away. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After the person left, the old emperor took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, raised his head, and looked at the sky, silently sighing. Jiyu Santong disappeared at the same time as Zhuo Fan. Could that news be true? Did they run into trouble in Luolei Gorge? If that's the case, forget about Jiyu Santong. That kid was never stable anyway. Maybe disappearing from the world is a good thing, but Zhuo Fan hasn't completed the mission I gave him yet. Dying would be a pity. But that kid really is surprising. I didn't expect him to build a third-rate family that was poor and had nothing into such a prominent power. It's truly a miracle, but I wonder if the Luo family, without Zhuo Fan, can achieve what I want, haha. Just then, a guard entered, knelt on the ground and said, "Reporting to your majesty, Protector Dragon Divine Guard Jiyu Santong has returned." "I see." The laughter stopped abruptly. The old emperor waved his hand in a low voice. But the old emperor wasn't happy at all when he heard the news. To the old emperor, Jiyu Santong was just a nuisance. Even if something happened, he wouldn't care. Yet now nothing happened. Jiyu Santong could help him stir up the 100 Schools competition. But his chess piece has no news at all. Thinking of this, the old emperor sighed. What should he do? At the same time, at a large city gate, a familiar figure appeared. Looking up, the words Yunlong City were carved on the city gate. Zhuo Fan, wearing a black cloak, lowered his head and walked into the city, sighing, HMPH. After being in Luolei Gorge for so long, I hope I'm not too late. Hope those guys haven't been beaten back to their old homes by others. As soon as he entered the city, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but marvel. This place is really too crowded. The streets were bustling with people, and the sounds of discussion were endless, even more lively than the 100-pill gathering. But the 100-pill gathering of Huayu Tower at most only attracted a few major families, while this 100 Schools competition, almost all the families that exist in Tianyu are present to participate. It's natural that it's more lively. Before he could go deeper inside, he heard a bustling discussion. The Luo family of Fenglin has won 27 rounds in a row, advancing to the finals. The second-rate family has become the most terrifying dark horse in this 100 Schools competition. Zhuo Fan frowned involuntarily, followed the sound, and entered a small tavern. Inside, everyone was still noisy, and on the main door of the tavern were wooden plaques with the names of the disciples participating in the 100 Schools competition, including the disciples of the 7 noble houses. Zhuo Fan glanced at the wooden plaques, muttering in his mouth, Long Tianhan, Feng Hua Yu Lu, Chuan Lin Yi Long, Kuai Huo Lin, Jin Jia Jian Long, Jian Hao Fu, Chong Tian Mo Long. Hey Feng Shan, whose nickname is this? Zhuo Fan suddenly roared the name of the last person, somewhat unclear. As soon as he said that, a person next to him sneered contemptuously. You bumpkin, did you just come down from the mountain? You don't even know Chong Tian Mo Long Zhuo Fan of Feng Lin? Hey Feng Shan of the Luo family, you're too ignorant. The Devil King Zhuo Fan made a scene in Huayu City in the past. Who in the world doesn't know? Now it's said that he will represent the Luo family to participate in the 100 Schools competition. Of course, he has to stand alongside the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. So someone gave him the nickname Chong Tian Mo Long. It seems it was named after a martial skill he used back then. Zhuo Fan scratched his head, silently refusing to comment. When did he get this nickname? Seeming to see that he didn't understand, another person explained. That monkey is talking nonsense. Although Devil King Zhuo Fan used the move Devil Dragon Soaring to the Sky to kill the second son of the emperor worshipping sect in Huayu City that year,
The meaning of this nickname actually means that he will transform into a devil dragon soaring to the sky, break through the vault of heaven, and challenge the 1,000-year-old authority of the 7 noble houses. Don't explain nonsense to people if you don't know anything. It'll make people misunderstand. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person scolded loudly. You're the one talking nonsense. No matter how powerful that devil king Zhuo Fan is, he can't stand against the might of the 7 houses alone. The 7 houses have stood tall in Tianyu for thousands of years. They're not pushovers. I guess even if the Luo family has a final battle with the 7 houses, they will participate as a family directly under one of the 3 families.
Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan slammed the table. His face darkened, and he said gloomily,
"Who told you that the Luo family is a family directly under one of the 3 families?
Let me tell you, this time, the Luo family will compete with the 7 houses as an independent family, and will definitely not hide behind any family."
Haha, very good. Before the words were finished, a loud laughter sounded from behind. The Luo family wants to single-handedly challenge the 1,000-year-old unchanging rules. If not, every time the 100 schools competition would just be a battle of the 7 houses. Wouldn't it be too boring? Following the sound, everyone turned their heads to look, and 3 people wearing black robes had appeared outside the door at some point. The person in the lead held a fan in his hand, with a slight smile on his face. Regardless of everyone's reaction, the person spoke again.
"Steward Zhuo, I've heard your name for a long time. Today we finally meet.
I am Prime Minister of the Empire, Zhuge Changfeng. Would you mind having a chat?"
Squinting at the person in front of him, Zhuge Changfeng, one of the 4 pillars of Tianyu. However, the aura of the 2 people beside him was hidden and didn't disperse. It seems they were also rare experts.
He wanted to see what kind of trick they were up to. The 4 people immediately left the crowd and went to an empty table in the distance and sat down facing each other. The 2 old men behind Zhuge Changfeng immediately formed seals in their hands,
creating a soundproof barrier from everything outside. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but marvel. This wasn't something that ordinary divine illumination experts could do. Even peak divine illumination couldn't. These 2 must have cultivated some special kind of technique, truly not to be underestimated. This Zhuge Changfeng only has the cultivation of the 2nd level of the Heaven Profound realm, but the experts by his side are such strange people, truly worthy of being the leader of the 4 pillars. Seeing that he had been silent since sitting down, Zhuge Changfeng smiled slightly and said, "Steward Zhuo, are you finding it strange? Why would I come to find you?" Zhuo Fan continued to stare at him intently, smiling slightly, waiting for him to open his mouth. Smart people like Zhuge Changfeng naturally understood his intentions, and he couldn't help but secretly sigh. Maintaining silence but still ensuring the right to speak in the conversation, he truly was a master. Thinking this, gently waving the fan in his hand, Zhuge Changfeng smiled and said, "Indeed, Steward Zhuo is better in person than in name. Meeting you is even better than hearing about you. I admire you. Prime Minister Zhuge is too kind. Your great name has long been like thunder in my ears." Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, matching wits with him. Zhuge Changfeng laughed loudly and sighed. In front of wise people, there's no need to speak in riddles. It's better if we don't use this kind of talk with each other anymore. Otherwise, this conversation might have to last for 3 days and 3 nights without end. Zhuo Fan also nodded in agreement, smiling and saying, "Haha, Prime Minister Zhuge is indeed quick-witted. I think so too." Zhuge Changfeng didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. "Steward Zhugo, this time you came to participate in the 100 schools competition. I'm afraid someone is inciting you from behind, right?" "Oh, how are you so sure of that?"
Zhuo Fan frowned and said with a smile. Zhuge Changfeng frowned and said indifferently, "Because you and I are both people who control the overall situation." Although this old man believes that with talents like Steward Zhuo in charge, it's only a matter of time before the Luo family rises, and even surpasses the 7 houses in the future. But jumping out at this moment is obviously too early.
With those stewards' minds, there's no way you'd work for just immediate gains. Someone must be pressuring or tempting you, forcing you to act this way. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng understood immediately. This guy is indeed unmatched. He could grasp everything, seeing through it all. Whether it's a temptation or a forced situation, it's spot on.
The reason is that he doesn't want to lose the support of the imperial family or offend them. Aside from Zhuo Changfeng, probably no one expected the Lucille family to surpass even the 7 noble houses.
Since we're both smart cookies, there's no need for pretense. A light chuckle escaped his lips, filled with admiration. The top strategist of the 4 pillars, Prime Minister Zhuge, truly lives up to his name. Zhao Cheng is impressed.
Zhuo Changfeng slowly waved his hand, chuckling lightly. Steward Zhao is too kind. I've merely pondered this path for many years, gaining some insights. How can I compare to a young steward who single-handedly bears the glory and disgrace of an entire family? I'm truly in awe.
Ha, so what's the Prime Minister Zhuge's real intention behind these words?
Zhao Cheng raised an eyebrow, mouth curving into a wry smile as he asked. Before he could finish, Zhuo Changfeng quickly interjected. I want to say, watch out for the person behind you.
Zhao Cheng's eyes widened in a daze.
His meaning was to tell him to be wary of the old emperor. But you're standing right here, a pillar of the imperial families. Isn't that betraying them? Zhao Cheng couldn't grasp Zhuo Changfeng's goal at all. As if reading his thoughts, Zhuo Changfeng spoke again. I know Steward Zhao has his doubts. My words are suspicious. Who in this world is so kind as to worry about others? Indeed, I do have my own agenda. But please rest assured, Steward Zhao, my enemy isn't you. We might even share a common foe.
Oh, how so?
Zhao Cheng arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhuo Changfeng chuckled, speaking casually.
When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. I believe Steward Zhao understands this saying better than anyone.
So do you want to be the snipe, or the clam, or the fisherman? That's all I'll say. I'm sure with Steward Zhao's intelligence, it won't be hard for you to figure out. Zhao Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully.
His words did clear up a few things, but he wouldn't say it outright. Only smiling faintly, Zhuo Changfeng looked at him, knowing he understood his meaning. 2 dragons nodded, he jumped to his feet, smiled, and said, Ha, talking to smart people, you really don't have to explain much.
Steward Zhao, I'll only say this much today. I'll take my leave now. But I still have a personal matter, a lingering doubt, and I ask for your enlightenment.
Just spit it out. Zhao Cheng didn't hesitate. Agreeing readily, Zhuo Changfeng smirked, waving the fan in his hand lightly, his expression becoming serious. I am a prime minister of a nation. Shen Xuanzi Leng Wuchang is the chief steward of the emperor-wielding sect, and you, sir, are the steward of the Lu Bao family.
In a way, the 3 of us are kindred spirits, advising others on how to govern their lands, devising strategies and schemes. But both Leng Wucheng and I have our own ambitions, only the time isn't right yet, and we can't act. But with Steward Zhao's talent, why are you content to stay in the Luo family? I don't see you as someone bound by sentimentality. This truly puzzles me. His eyes flickered slightly. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, considered it for a moment, then suddenly revealed a sinister smile, enunciating each word carefully.
Because my ambition is far greater than yours. For the first time, Zhuo Changfeng couldn't see through someone's words. His body trembled, his hands clenched into fists. The yin-yang duo seemed to see this for the first time as well.
Were a bit startled, looking at Zhao Cheng with some hostility. A thick, killing intent surged forth, yet Zhao Cheng remained calmly seated, unafraid. His right pupil suddenly flashed, emitting a faint golden light, resisting that killing intent. Hold it!
Seeing the situation was not good, Zhuo Changfeng hurriedly stopped them.
I don't know how great your ambition truly is, but I'm extremely eager for that day to come. I hope it won't be a pipe dream. With that, Zhuo Changfeng waved his hand and turned to leave.
The yin-yang duo hurried after him. After leaving the tavern, one of the 2 old men looked at Zhuo Changfeng and said, Prime Minister, why didn't you let us take care of him? That kid's tone is too arrogant. No, I don't think he's bluffing.
Zhuo Changfeng raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. But what exactly is his goal? With his abilities, he could easily become a king or overlord, yet he remains in that mediocre Luo family. Why?
Sigh. That brat is probably the first person I haven't been able to see through since forever.
Mu-Yang duo glanced at each other, not daring to speak for fear of disturbing him. He remained frowning in thought, not adding another word. On one hand, in an arena in Yunlong City, a series of announcements sounded, along with a thunderous applause.
On the arena, Luo Yincheng was fully dressed, heroic. A few drops of sweat appeared on her face,
panting. And next to her at this time there was a young man, probably 15 or 16 years old, who was only triple bone forging realm. This person is the 5th adopted son of Du Jiyu Zantian, who has been with him for 5 years. Tianyu 5 Tiger Luo Yunhai. Around them there were more than 200 teenagers of the same age as Luo Yunhai.
And their cultivation was only in the bone-forging realm, but their bodies were much stronger than Luo Yunhai. Their eyes were sharp and cold, like people who had experienced life and death many times. They could use only the bone-forging realm 4th level cultivation to destroy the bone-forging realm 9th level. This is the group of people trained by Peng Tongling. Luo Yunhai came to Luo Yincheng's side with concern. "Sis, are you okay?" Luo Yincheng looked at her brother gently, shook her head, and said softly, "Yunhai, it's okay. After all, the other party has hundreds of people, and there are many experts at the 8th and 9th level. It's just a little tired."
At this moment, an old man in a white robe slowly announced, "Second-rate family. The winner of this family battle is the Luo family, Cheng Fenglin." As soon as the words came out, the discussions around immediately rang out continuously. This is the Lugao family's 28th consecutive victory. It's hard to imagine that they used to be a third-rate family. That's right, and I heard that their #1 master hasn't even come on stage yet. That young steward, Zhao Cheng, is said to have strength comparable to the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix of the 7 families, and is known as the 7th dragon of Tianyu, the rushing heaven demon dragon. What? Is the Luo family really that strong? So why weren't they famous before? Why did they just hang around in the ranks of the third-rate families? At the same time, on a high platform, several familiar figures carefully observed the arena below. This is one of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, Shi Tiansheng. Next to him is his younger brother, Shi Tianyang, and Shui Ningxiang. Shi Tianyang looked down at the arena and sneered, "Ha ha, what third-rate family? That kid must have lied to me." That family is considered to be a top-tier family in the ranks of second-rate families. But the Luko family still used fewer people to defeat more and reverse the situation.
If this is a third-rate family, then what is a second-rate family? Right, Ningye?
However, Shi Ningxiang did not look at him, but carefully looked at the arena, with a little confusion in her eyes. "Why isn't big brother Zhao Cheng here? Isn't he participating?" Zhao Tianyang frowned, looking displeased as he pouted sourly after hearing her mention him. "Ningxie, why do you keep bringing him up? It's such a mood killer." At that moment, Zhao Tianshang, who was beside him, spoke nonchalantly while hugging his sword with one arm. "Looks like that rumor is actually true, that the demonic dragon Zhuo Fan is really gone." "What? What rumor?" Shui Ningxiang asked anxiously.
Zhao Tianshang paused thoughtfully before speaking coldly. "The rumor from last year, that Zhuo Fan ran into Luolei Gorge and his bones were buried there. What a pity. Hearing you guys praise him so much, I wanted to meet and get to know him to see just how strong he was. But it seems like we won't have a chance. Big brother!" Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Tianyang nervously interrupted him, and then turned his head to look at Shui Ningxiang. At that moment, her eyes were filled with tears, and she said in disbelief, "That's impossible, impossible. Big brother won't be in trouble." Zhao Tianyang felt a pang of heartache when he saw her crying, and sighed, comforting her. "Ningye, don't get worked up. He's just missing. No one's found his body yet." But she wouldn't listen, and immediately snapped, "Tianyang, senior brother, why didn't you tell me about Zhuo Fan big brother's situation?" Zhao Tianyang sighed. "Hey, I was afraid you'd be upset, so..." Before Shui Ningxiang could reply, a soft chuckle suddenly rang out from behind. Hey, that's exactly why you should have told her sooner. It's better to hurt briefly than to hurt for a long time. Don't you know that prolonged longing only makes a woman suffer more?" Following the sound, everyone saw a young man leading the way, still with a cheerful smile on his face, followed by 2 people, Longji and Longyi. Zhao Tiansheng narrowed his eyes when he saw the newcomer and said, "A hidden dragon of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Longxing Yun, I've heard of you for a long time." However, as he spoke, his hand also landed on the sword at his waist, as if he wanted to fight right away.
Longxing Yun saw his actions and sighed helplessly, hurriedly stopping him. Don't. We're on the same side. Don't just draw your sword as soon as you see me, okay? Zhao Tianshang clicked his tongue, seemingly a little disappointed, and said with a smack of his lips,
Yeah, sorry. Whenever I meet a master, I can't help but want to compete.
I was rude just now. That battle maniac just clicked his tongue? Ah, you definitely clicked your tongue, right? Long Xingyun was sweating, but he didn't mind it. He had heard of this Sword Marquee Mansion's battle maniac before. He wanted to compete as soon as he met someone, so it was nothing new. With that thought, he took a few steps forward, not caring about Zhao Tiansheng, who was intently staring at the arena, and sighed,
I've also heard of the name of demonic dragon Zhuo Fan for a long time. I originally wanted to broaden my horizons a little this time, but unfortunately, it seems like I won't have the chance to meet him.
Why do you say that? Do you also think that Zhuo Big Brother is definitely dead? His body hasn't even been found yet, Shui Ningxiang said anxiously.
Long Xingyun shook his head helplessly, his expression serious. If you die in Luolei Gorge, there won't be a complete corpse.
If Zhuo Fan was also lucky enough to survive like Ninth Uncle did back then, he should have appeared at this martial arts competition by now. But in the Luo family's 28 consecutive battles, he didn't show his face even once.
The 27 matches are one thing,
but in this 28th match, although the Luo family won completely, they also had a very hard time. Given the situation, if he still didn't show up, I can only assume that he's no longer alive.
Shui Ningxiang staggered when she heard these words, unwilling to believe that this was the truth. But in her heart, she knew that what he said made a lot of sense, and she couldn't refute it at all. Thinking of this, she felt even more pain in her heart, and 2 streams of hot tears flowed from her eyes again. Suddenly, at this moment, Long Xingyun looked towards Zhao Tianshang and said, Hey, do you guys think that the Lu Tuzhuo family, having lost Zhuo Fan, is still worthy of being our ally? Zhao Tianshang's expression was indifferent, and he said coldly, In my eyes, allies are unimportant. Only those worthy of a challenge matter.
Ha ha! As expected of a battle maniac, Long Xingyun laughed loudly twice, and then looked at Zhao Tianyang and asked, What about you? Zhao Tianyang didn't hesitate, and immediately said, I don't care what you guys think. Zhuo Fan and I are brothers. If he's really gone, I just hope that the Luo family can leave this place safely.
Second young master is indeed a sentimental person.
Long Xingyun nodded and chuckled, then looked towards the opposite building and said profoundly,
However, the alliance partner of our Hidden Dragon Pavilion is Zhuo Fan. If he's no longer around, this alliance agreement cannot be established. Whether the Luo family can continue that agreement will depend on their future performance,
but I'm afraid it will be very difficult for them to wait until later. Look, that small family, without the protection of the demonic dragon, has already been targeted by the most ferocious dragons in this place. Second young master of the Jinhua Mansion, are you sure you can snatch food from the hands of those ferocious dragons?
Before Zhao Tianyang could reply, Long Xingyun spoke seriously once again. Legend has it that Yanban Gi refines poison to the point where he doesn't even care about his own face anymore.
And he has a natural poison body. Although his elixirs are not as powerful as the 2 disciples of Yan Song and Yan Fu, his poison skills far surpass Poison Hand Medicine King Yan Song. He's indeed a terrifying guy. But he's still not the most terrifying.
The real monster, Emperor of Suppression, Long of the Emperor Gate, Huangfu Qingtian, is also there. The moment he saw that person, Zhao Tianshang had already gripped the sword at his waist tightly, his fighting spirit rising at this moment.
But now was not the time, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Long Xingyun sensed his aura fluctuate and glanced at him, sighing, Does this battle maniac know how terrifying the opponent is? And yet, he wants to challenge him as soon as he sees him. This guy is clearly reckless, not thinking about the bigger picture. At this moment, he really doesn't know if allying with this guy is a blessing or a curse. At the same time, on the opposite building, Huangfu Qingtian arrogantly sat on the main seat, not even glancing at the arena, completely disregarding everyone else. At this moment, he said with a calm face, That Zhuo Fan hasn't shown up yet. When Lin Quanfeng heard this, he looked at him with a flattering smile and said, Young master, are you eager to take action? But Huangfu Qingtian wasn't pleased with his flattery, sneering coldly, Lin Quanfeng, you better watch your words. There's no one in this world worthy of my action. There are only some who are temporarily qualified to be destroyed by me. I just want to see if that guy is worthy of dying at my hands. If he doesn't have that qualification, then leave it to you to deal with." Lin Quanfeng trembled unconsciously and nodded, not daring to speak, while the other two laughed mockingly in their hearts. This guy is usually clever and cunning, but unfortunately he stroked the horse's butt at the wrong time and got scolded instead. Knowing that the two were mocking him, Lin Quanfeng secretly became angry in his heart, and after pondering for a moment, he once again suggested,
"Young master, how about letting Zhao Jia go and cause trouble for the Luhao family? If that Zhuo Fan is here, he will definitely show up. If he doesn't show his face, then that's it, you go ahead." Before he could finish speaking, Huangfu Qingtian seemed to understand his intentions and nodded slightly, saying, "You two go along with him as well. Perhaps the 6 dragons will clash soon." Understood. The two exchanged glances and then disappeared without a trace. After they left, only Huangfu Qingtian remained in this place. A deep light flashed in his eyes, and his mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Leng Wushang would definitely not say things like capsizing in the gutter. To be on the safe side, we should nip a potential threat in the bud." HMPH, Zhuo Fan. "I really want to meet you. Hehehe." At this time, under the grandstand, everyone around them looked at the two Luo Yun siblings in astonishment, constantly scrutinizing them. But they didn't care, leading the 10 teenage guards down the arena. Heng Tongling received them, looked at the two of them with tired faces, felt a little heartache, and said softly, "Young miss, young master, you've worked hard." After saying that, he turned to the guards behind him and praised, "You guys performed well today, I'll record your merits." The 10 teenagers behind them weren't arrogant when they were praised, gently nodding, with no changes on their faces. Luo Yunhai panted and looked at them, couldn't help but admire. "Commander Peng, what kind of training did you give them? These guards are still so young, yet they're already so resolute. Even in the Dugu army, I wouldn't find people like this." Pang Tongling chuckled twice, saying triumphantly, "Hee, young master, you don't know. These guys were all trained by yours truly, Pang, according to Steward Zhuo's methods." As he put it, even the best soldiers need to see battle, but bringing them along means they're ready to die for the Luo family at any given moment in a pinch. But before he could finish, he suddenly realized something, startled and shut up, glancing at Luo Yuncheng. She was sitting there silently, a hint of sorrow on her face, her hands clenched tightly, trembling all over, looking extremely pitiful. Seeing this, Luo Yunhai glared fiercely at Commander Pang, grumbling, "Come on, tell us about the training methods, no need to mention dying." Commander Pang got the hint, gave a bitter laugh, slapped himself in the mouth a few times, and angrily cursed, "It's all my damn mouth," making the young lady sad again. "Hey, Commander Pang, don't do that, I'm not blaming you." Luo Yunhai saw his actions and quickly stopped him, then sighed. "It's been 5 years, not a single word from him. Even though Elder Li is sure he's still alive, the way he said it sounds like he's not so sure himself. If he was still alive, how could he just disappear without a trace? Let's go." Luo Yuncheng suppressed the sadness in her heart and ordered everyone to leave. At this moment, she wanted to prove to everyone that the Luo family had enough strength to fight in the 100 Schools tournament, so no matter what, she had to lead the Luo family to the final battle of the 100 Schools tournament. Fulfilling Zhuo Fan's wish, Commander Pang and Luo Yunhai exchanged glances, helplessly shook their heads with bitter smiles, and followed closely behind her. In a flash, the three of them led 10 guards out of the main gate. Lu Guo family's grand elder Lei Wentian had been waiting there with Wei Tianxuan and the others for some time. "Yun Chang, Yun Hai, congratulations on your 2 consecutive victories." Lei Wentian stepped forward and greeted them with a joyful fist salute. Luo Yuncheng frowned, then smiled. "Uncle Lei, can you even hear our victories from out here?" Lei Wentian laughed heartily, his face full of joy. "Of course, the applause has been deafening these past few days. How could I mistake it?" Luo Yuncheng and the others exchanged glances, smiled, and then headed towards the Luo family's residence, chatting happily as they walked. "Well, Uncle Lei, if you're going deaf, how about we change the sound tomorrow?" "Don't! This old man finds that sound very pleasing, haha." Looking at the Luo family's group,
The surrounding people couldn't help but sigh. The Luo family is indeed the dark horse they're said to be, with over 20 heaven-soaring experts and over a dozen young competitors who aren't even here right now. All of them are strong. This kind of momentum is truly unmatched by other third-rate families. But what everyone didn't know was that these heaven-soaring experts were just for show. The Luo family's real strength for participating today was only the ones people already know about, and the true trump cards sitting in the Luo family haven't been revealed yet. Just then, the sound of air being torn apart echoed.
Luo Yunchang's laughter suddenly stopped. Startled, she reached up and touched her head. Her expression changed drastically. Lei Wentian stared at her blankly. "What's wrong, Yunchang?" Luo Yunchang frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, My hairpin is gone, big sister. Did you accidentally drop it somewhere?" Luo Yunhai heard this, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Everyone listen up! My sister's hairpin is missing! Everyone help find it!" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads to search on the ground, but they couldn't find it, and then a strange laughter sounded. "Ha ha, you bunch of idiots! The thing you are looking for is here!" Following the laughter, everyone saw a teenager wearing a robe holding a small hairpin in his hand, looking down with a smug smirk. Luo Yunchang also looked at the hairpin in his hand and exclaimed, That's my hairpin." Luo Yunhai raised his head and looked at the teenager in front of him and exclaimed in horror, "Piercing forest medicine dragon of fast life forest, Lin Quan Feng." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately looked at the teenager in shock. To actually meet one of the 6 dragons and one phoenix-piercing forest medicine dragon at this time, in an instant, everyone's expressions immediately became serious, and their eyes gradually darkened. Lin Quanfeng glanced at Luo Yunhai and frowned. As expected of the 5th tiger who followed the old man Du Jiyu Zhan Tian back then, "You really have some knowledge. You can actually recognize me." "Of course. Although I am in the military, my adopted father was instructed to protect the famous figures of the major forces in Tianyu." After saying that, Luo Yunhai shouted at him, "But what do you mean by doing this?" Don't forget that in Yunlong City, during the 100 Schools tournament, major families are not allowed to cause trouble at will. Today you are blocking our way. Do you want to challenge the ban established by Marshal Du Jiyu? Lin Quanfeng smiled softly after hearing this, and curled his lips in disdain. "Haha, don't use the title of that old man to scare people. This young master is not afraid, kid. Do you know why that old man only protects the characters of the major forces in Tianyu? That is, to let people know that there are some people that he can't touch either. He is reminding people to be careful. As for that ban, it only prohibits ordinary families. It is not effective for us." 7 families. Suddenly condensing in his eyes, anger appeared on Luo Yunhai's face. "You dare to openly violate the ban? Wait for me to report it to the marshal. You will definitely be severely punished." "Ha ha, naive. This young master has already said that the old man can't control us." Lin Quanfeng chuckled, gave a shout, and disappeared. And when he appeared again, he was in front of Luo Yunchang, close to her body. Sniffing the fragrance on her body, he smiled evilly and said, "So fragrant, beauty. Spend the night with this young master tonight." Her face flushed involuntarily. Luo Yunchang angrily swung her hand to hit him, scolding, "Shameless." But she didn't hit him. He disappeared in an instant, retreated a few meters, and everyone didn't even have time to see how he moved. Lin Quanfeng glanced at the Luo family people, mocked and sneered. "Ha, so the Luo family only has this little skill, not even able to touch the hem of this young master's clothes. Yet you dare to act arrogantly in Yunlong City. Well, where are the people? Let's go together." Lei Yuntian couldn't help but shout loudly, leading the charge. His current cultivation level is the 5th level of the Heaven Profound Realm. In just an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Quanfeng, shouted loudly, and lightning finger. However, Lin Quanfeng was not afraid, standing there calmly. At that moment, Lei Yuntian was very close to him. He just pointed and blocked Lei Yuntian's move, curled his lips and smiled softly. He contemptuously said, "Too slow." Finally, he lifted his foot and kicked towards Lei Yuntian's abdomen, kicking him out. Lei Yuntian directly took this kick of his and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the 2 Wei Tianxuan also fell to the ground. Luo Yunchang saw this scene and shouted worriedly,
Uncle Lei, Lin Quanfeng, contemptuously looked at the people on the ground and curled his lips in contempt. Too slow.
This young master has already finished a round. Luo Yunhai looked at his people falling like on the ground, and looked at Lin Quanfeng standing there without any damage. His face sank.
He is too fast, although he is famous for his speed. But he did not expect that he could be so fast that people are angry. He has really escaped the limit of time and space.
The strength of the 6 dragons is fundamentally not something they can deal with, and the only person who can is not here at this time.
Lin Quanfeng glanced at the Luo family people in front of him. A hint of sneer flashed in his eyes. Is the soaring demon dragon really dead? If he doesn't show up in this situation, he is really a turtle hiding in its shell. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shuddered immediately. Luo Yunchang finally understood. They are aiming at Zhuo Fan. They think he is hiding, so they use this method to force him to show up. It's a pity that he is really not here today. Suppressing the pain in her heart, Luo Yunchang gritted her teeth and stubbornly said to Lin Quanfeng, "If Zhuo Butler of my Luo family was here, it wouldn't be your turn to be so arrogant and domineering," Lin Quanfeng snorted. "Oh, it seems you guys really value Zhuo Fan, huh? But so what if he shows up? A kid given the title of Soaring Demon Dragon by some unknown families, barely ranked among the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. This kind of person, this young master, doesn't even bother to look at." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared right in front of Luo Yunchang in a flash, grinning triumphantly.
He reached out and squeezed her mouth shut, so she couldn't even utter a word. Lei Wentian was shocked and amazed, like, dang, they're both heavenly profound experts, but the speed difference is that huge. The 6 dragons really are in a different league than your average heavenly profound cultivator. Lin Quanfeng gave an evil smile, cackling maliciously. "Oh, Miss Lugon, if I were to defile your purity, would that Zhuo steward become my subordinate? Would he have to obey me forever and never mess with my sister again?" Luo Yunhai angrily turned around to attack him. Seeing this, Lei Yuntian and Peng Tongling also rushed towards him, shouting, "Release our young miss!" Too bad. With their cultivation levels, they couldn't even compare to anyone among the 6 dragons. Plus, Lin Quanfeng's speed was just insane. Forget these bone-forging guys. Even Lei Yuntian, who's also heavenly profound, couldn't keep up with him. So it was pretty much a given that the Lu Biao family would lose this fight.
Lin Quanfeng sneered at the approaching group, flashing a contemptuous smile.
"These idiots don't know their own limits, daring to cause trouble in front of me." In an instant, as Lei Yuntian and Peng Tongling charged in, he just casually flicked out a hand, grabbed Peng Tongling, and tossed him at Lei Yuntian. The two of them crashed into each other hard, flying out together, spitting up mouthfuls of blood. And there's Luo Yunhai too. With his bone-forging stage level 3 cultivation, Lin Quanfeng didn't even bother with him. He just casually kicked out a leg, easily matching Luo Yunhai's speed, and stomped him underfoot. He forcefully stomped on Luo Yunhai's leg, making him grit his teeth in pain. Luo Yunchang watched everything in horror, anxiously calling out, "Yunhai!" As she moved, Lin Quanfeng grabbed her with a sinister grin, looking at her like a devil. "Miss Luo, should I defile your purity?" Luo Yunchang bit her lip, looking at him with reddened eyes, trembling in fear. Seeing her silent and hesitant, Lin Quanfeng gave another evil smile, then increased the pressure on his foot. The bones in Luo Yunhai's leg cracked, sounding like they were breaking. Even though it hurt like hell, Luo Yunhai still gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "I can't cry out. If I do, my sister will be threatened, and the Lu Gao family will lose all face." With that thought, Lu Gao Yunhai endured the pain, not making a sound, even though his leg was almost completely crushed. Seeing him not cry out, Lin Quanfeng increased the pressure on his foot again, chuckling softly, and said evilly, "Oh, you're pretty good at holding back." With that, he used force, and completely shattered Luo Yunhai's thigh bone. Luo Yunhai still gritted his teeth, not making a sound. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his face turning pale in an instant, devoid of blood. Lei Yuntian and Peng Tongling's hearts were burning when they saw this scene. They cried out in anguish. Young Master Yunhai, Luo Yunchang also cried out in fear, tears starting to fall. Seeing this scene, Lin Quanfeng didn't even bother to pay attention, pursing his lips in disdain. "These guys are all the weakest of the weak.
A bunch of good-for-nothings. If it weren't for that upstart little freak who's been causing a stir in Tianyu for the past few years, Zhuo Fan, propping them up, don't even think about standing here competing with the 7 noble houses. They couldn't even reach the level of a second-rate family. And they're over there crying and wailing, thinking, what? Lin Quanfeng squeezed Luo Yuncheng's delicate neck fiercely. It was almost starting to turn red. He roared, let this young master defile your purity and become Zhuo Fan's master.
Do you deserve it? Luo Yuncheng laughed coldly, looking at him with contempt. Compared to Zhuo Fan, you're nothing more than a pile of dog shit, no more, no less. Don't even think about being his master. You're not even worthy of carrying his shoes.
You stinky woman, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Lin Quanfeng was angered by Luo Yuncheng's words and wanted to slap her. Luo Yuncheng was stubborn at this moment, and not afraid, she did not avoid him, stood there silently. Everyone who saw this scene was nervous and wanted to come forward to help, but they didn't have the strength. Their bodies were unable to move even slightly. Suddenly, at this moment, a piece of white silk tore through the air and attacked Lin Quanfeng. He stopped the movement in his hand, disappeared in an instant, and was forced to retreat a few steps. He looked at the person who had just appeared in surprise. Flying celestial cold phoenix, Chu Qingcheng, this has nothing to do with you, but out. Our flower rain tower absolutely does not allow things like bullying women. A cold voice rang out, and the woman slowly appeared in front of everyone. Behind her were the 2 tower masters of the flower rain tower. The leading woman had an otherworldly demeanor, like a fairy descending to earth. Her face was covered by a thin veil, but her transcendent aura could not be concealed, making everyone stare blankly. Luo Yuncheng looked at the otherworldly woman in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. She's too beautiful. I didn't expect there to be such an ethereal and immortal woman in this world.
Is this the Chu Qingcheng that Zhuo Fan described as beautiful and otherworldly? Finally, she knew that Zhuo Fan's words were all true. The 2 tower masters walked to Luo Yuncheng's side and asked with concern, Yuncheng, are you all right? Luo Yuncheng shook her head and smiled softly. I'm fine, Sister Qing'er, Sister Mudon. After the alliance meeting, it's been a long time since we met again. After asking a few questions, everyone couldn't wait to help the people lying on the ground to stand up. Chu Qingcheng didn't even glance at them. Since she appeared, she just looked coldly at Lin Quanfeng on the opposite side. Her eyes were sharp and full of killing intent. Lin Quanfeng touched his nose, secretly saying that it wasn't good, but he said calmly, Chu Qingcheng, this is not Flower Rain Tower City, nor is it Flower Rain Tower's territory. Don't be a busybody. Sorry, I'm used to being nosy. Chu Qingcheng snorted coldly and smiled contemptuously, her eyes condensing involuntarily. Lin Quanfeng smiled coldly. If that's the case, then I'm offended. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace, causing everyone to be shocked. But Chu Qingcheng was not worried and started to move. She struck out a palm, and a cold aura began to linger around her, quickly spreading, immediately forming a layer of cold mist on the ground. Lin Quanfeng, who had disappeared a second ago, slowly reappeared, his whole body surrounded by frozen frost. Sensing this, his movement stopped immediately, and he jumped back in shock, not daring to move forward. Destroying the frozen frost, Lin Quanfeng looked at the person in front of him in fear and couldn't help but say in shock, Your nascent soul cultivation is about to break through to divine illumination? Didn't everyone say that you wasted 10 years of cultivation? I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Among the 6 dragons, you can be considered an outstanding person. I admire you. I admire you. Chu Qingcheng is the representation of the word phoenix. In the 6 dragons, 1 phoenix, her strength is naturally not ordinary. Before she went into seclusion, she was indeed far away from the 6 dragons, because she had to take care of things in the tower, and she was also poisoned, so her cultivation stagnated. But her talent is extraordinary, even surpassing some people in the 6 dragons. So in the 5 years, she has been able to catch up with them, and is not inferior at all. This Chu Qingcheng's reputation matches reality. Her appearance is stunning, her strength is high, and her talent is extraordinary. She is very worthy of the word phoenix. Chu Qingcheng's expression remained unchanged, and she looked at him coldly. If you already know the difference in strength between us, why don't you get lost? Seeing him still standing still, Chu Qingcheng lost her patience and glared at him coldly, and said grimly, "Get lost. I don't want to cause any trouble before the seven families' confrontation." Lin Quanfeng cursed in his heart. His face sank immediately, and he revealed a sinister smile. "Chu Qingcheng, you are too arrogant. You can't do anything to this young master by yourself." Suddenly, at this moment, Chu Qingcheng felt an explosion behind her and didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately turned his head to take the blow. Boom! Their palms collided. Chu Qingcheng was shocked and retracted her hand, forcefully pushing the person back. After she regained her balance, she looked down at her palm and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Such potent poison! It's someone from the Medicine King Hall. She raised her head to look at the newcomer. Just as she had suspected, it was Yunshan Poison Dragon, Yan Bangui. Seeing someone come to help, Lin Quanfeng's face immediately lit up with joy. "Old poison freak, you finally arrived? If you were even a step slower, this young master would have been screwed. Ha ha ha, flying heaven cold phoenix, now it's 2 against 1. Are you sure you can win against us both?" Chu Qingcheng secretly lamented. Her strength had just improved, and she could definitely handle Lu Long in a one-on-one fight. But now, she had to face 2 people alone, one of whom used poison. She helplessly sighed twice. This was going to be tricky. But just then, a mocking voice rang out from behind her. "Ha ha, so it's Lu Long and Yifeng. 2 against 1, aren't you ashamed? Why don't we make it 3 against 2? Following the voice, everyone saw 6 people approaching. Among them were the 2 strongest disciples of the 7th family, with 2 from the Lu Long Yifeng group included. It was Qianlong Pavilion, led by Long Xingyun, and Sword Marquee Manor, led by Shi Tianyang. Xu Ningxiang looked at Luo Yunshan, hesitated for a moment, mustered her courage, and stepped beside her, brightly saying, "Miss Luo, are you all right?"
Luo Yunshan smiled awkwardly and nodded, but her eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't know this girl. Why was she suddenly showing her concern? But when she saw the ring on the girl's hand, it looked somewhat familiar. Remembering that Zhuo Fan also had one, she was slightly taken aback and muttered, "That ring is... that's our Dao companion ring." Before Xue Ningxiang could answer, Shi Tianyang quickly reached out and revealed another ring.
Xue Ningxiang glanced at him and quickly explained, "Miss Luo, please don't misunderstand. We don't have anything going on. This is a keepsake that Big Brother Zhuo gave us." "Ah, I see." Luo Yunshan nodded slightly, a hint of jealousy appearing on her face. Zhuo Fan had stayed in the Luo family for so many years and had never given her anything. Chu Qingcheng naturally heard Xue Ningxiang's words too, and a hint of bitterness rose in her heart, but she didn't turn around. When he left, he didn't leave anything for her, not even seeing her face one last time. All her days of peace with him, entrusting her life to him, and even bearing the name of husband and wife, were for naught. He didn't leave her anything, didn't have the slightest attachment to her, and just left. Long Xingyun stepped beside Chu Qingcheng, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, and said to the 2 people opposite, "Which one of you is willing to spar with me? No need for you to take action, just leave those 2 to me." Before they could step forward, Shi Tianyang had already stood in front of them. His martial sword vibrated, and his eyes shot out cold light towards the opposite side. Long Xingyun broke out in a sweat, glanced at the person in front of him, and sighed inwardly. His martial arts mania has relapsed again, but he also seemed reliable. Very worth relying on. Lin Quanfeng saw that the situation was somewhat disadvantageous, and muttered to Yan Bangui, "What should we do? Should we run?" Suddenly a loud laugh echoed, and a figure in a gray robe appeared, laughing heartily twice. "Ha ha! It's not 2 against 3, but 3 against 3. As Grandmaster said, Lu Long Yifeng are really going to clash early." The newcomer was the last of the Lu Long, Shadow Ghost Dragon, Yu Wushan. Lin Quanfeng's expression eased, and he laughed loudly. "Ha, so what? 3 against 3? Are we supposed to be afraid of you guys? The previous battle was somewhat uneven, but now, except for the most terrifying monster in Lu Long Yifeng, Huangpu Qingtian, everyone else is here." The 3 of Chu Qingcheng also seriously prepared for battle, not daring to be careless. Ji Tianyang slowly drew his sword and said to Chu Qingcheng and Long Xingyun, "You 2 don't need to interfere, just leave these 3 to me. Young Master Shi, can you handle it alone?" Chu Qingcheng was startled and frowned, worriedly asking. A resolute glint appeared in Shi Tianyang's eyes, and he decisively said, "If I can't even handle these three, how can I challenge that Huangpu Qingtian? Brother Xie, I don't care about the other two, but please hand over that Yu Wushan to me." Long Xingyun took a step forward, his face grim, and said, "Qianlong Pavilion and Yuming Valley have had many years of grudges, and we can't casually borrow someone else's hand to settle them."
Haha, very good. I also want to learn and see just how deep and unfathomable the strength of Qianlong Pavilion's Qianlong is, and whether it deserves the attention of our Yuming Valley. Yu Wushan laughed loudly, fearlessly facing Long Xingyun directly.
For a moment, the two sides were ready to draw their swords, and the great battle was extremely tense.
But just then, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!"
Along with the shout, 4 figures immediately appeared, stopping the two sides from fighting.
Everyone saw the people who came, and their eyelids couldn't help but twitch.
It was the Heavenly Martial 4 Tigers, the 4 adopted sons of Dugu Zantian. The eldest, Dugu Feng, looked around, glanced at everyone, and coldly shouted, "Everyone! Old Marshal Dugu has forbidden all families from fighting each other within Yunlong City. Since the 7th family is also here, I hope everyone will abide by the ban."
At this moment, the loudest shout rang out, "Yunhai, who did this to your leg?"
"Third brother. It was that Lin Quan Feng." Before Luo Yunhai could speak, Luo Yunshang calmly said, "Please, 4 senior brothers, avenge us."
Is there any need to say that, daring to injure our family, he must be tired of living? Dugu Huo heard this, and immediately turned to Dugu Feng and roared, "Big brother, Lao San!" He hadn't finished speaking. Dugu Feng loudly interrupted him, glared at him fiercely, and finally looked at everyone and said, "I hope today's matter will end here, otherwise, when the old marshal steps in, I'm afraid it won't be so easy." Everyone nodded upon hearing this, agreeing in their hearts. They still had to give face to the god of war of Heavenly Marshal, one of the 4 pillars, Dugu Zantian, Lin Quanfeng, shrugged and chuckled. "All right. Although it's a pity that I can't learn from you today."
Then let's meet again at the final decisive battle of our 7th family. The others also looked at each other, nodded slightly, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Dugu Feng saw this scene, sighed, and finally looked at Luo Yunhai, examined his injuries, and sighed. "Yunhai, you don't blame Big Brother, do you?"
Luo Yunhai understood and shook his head firmly, saying, "No, I completely understand. And Big Brother takes the big picture into account." Hearing these words, a trace of helplessness couldn't help but appear on Dugu Feng's face, and he felt a little guilty. His little brother was bullied, but he couldn't step in to help. What kind of big brother was he? But he had been in the Dugu army all year round, knowing that military orders were as heavy as mountains, and he couldn't disobey them.
He had to wrong Luo Yunhai in this matter.
What? The matter hasn't been resolved yet? Suddenly, a faint voice came, like the voice of an emperor.
Making others dare not disobey the command, everyone looked over together and saw the most terrifying monster in Lulong, the Town Heaven Emperor Dragon, Huangpu Qingtian, Grand Master. This is what happened.
Lin Quanfeng quickly ran to his side, looking like a hunting dog, and whispered a few words. Huangpu Qingtian nodded slightly, his face calm, and slowly said to everyone, "If that Zhuo Fan still doesn't appear, then kill everyone in the Luo family."
Everyone was momentarily stagnant, startled to look at him. He was planning to disregard Dugu Zantian's ban and exterminate the entire Luo family. Dugu Feng blocked him, shouting, "Young Master Huangpu, the old marshal's order is that all families are not allowed to fight each other. Could it be that you—" Before he could even finish, Huangpu Qingtian coldly cut him off. "Fighting amongst ourselves is only used to describe 2 forces with comparable power. You guys aren't worthy to fight me. Everything I'm doing is just eliminating, not going against orders."
Everyone gasped upon hearing this. No wonder he's the most terrifying monster of the 6 dragons, so arrogant. He doesn't even give Dujiu Zantian any face. He actually dares to disobey military orders.
"Huangfu Qingtian, I've been waiting for this moment for 10 years.
But just then, Shi Tiansheng suddenly charged forward, his sword already drawn, carrying a cold glint. He roared and attacked Huangfu Qingtian, Nirvana 9th style, heaven severing. Huangfu Qingtian frowned in disdain and coldly uttered, "Too bad, you wasted your time." He casually raised his hand to respond, casually sending out a palm strike that hit Shi Tianshang's chest. Before he could even react, Shi Tianshang was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Shi Tianyang rushed over, anxiously shouting, "Bro!" Huang Fu Qingtian grinned triumphantly and sneered. Like swatting a fly, he unconsciously took a deep breath, leaving everyone stunned. Even though they knew he was called a monster, the difference between him and the rest of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix was this vast one move. He casually used one move to send Shi Tianshang flying. He truly is the monster of the Emperor Gate, the most terrifying among the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. On the other hand, Lin Quanfeng and the other 2 laughed coldly at this scene. The stronger Huang Fu Qingtian is, the happier they are. At this moment, the 3 of them were even more convinced that they had chosen the right person. Du Ji U Feng bit her lip, beads of sweat on her forehead, and said, "Huang Fu Qingtian, you should think carefully about the consequences of your actions today."
Slightly nodding, Huang Fu Qingtian slowly walked forward, his face indifferent. He casually said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you guys from Tianyu's 5 tigers. I still have to give the old marshal some face. As long as you're all right, he definitely won't risk his life to fight my Emperor Gate.
But if the head of the Luo family's miss falls, that old geezer probably won't go crazy, right?" Everyone's expression immediately turns serious, cold sweat appearing on their faces. He's plotting so deeply he even understands Cheng Mushen so well. If Du Jiyu's Hantian doesn't step in, it'll be hard to solve this.
Hearing this, Tianyu's 4 tigers understood that Huang Fu Qingtian wanted to hunt down the Luo family to the end today. Du Ji U Ling turned to Luo Yunchang and said, "Miss Luo, quickly run and find the old marshal. As long as you reach him, you'll be safe." Luo Yunchang frowned, worriedly looking at Luo Yunhai. "What about Yunhai?" As if knowing what she was thinking, Du Ji Yu Lin continued, "Don't worry, Yunhai is the 5th adopted son of my adopted father. That Huang Fu Qingtian wouldn't dare do anything to him. We can't hold back this monster for long. Hurry and go." Luo Yunhai nodded and reassured her, "Don't worry, sis. Hurry and go." Luo Yunchang hesitated, still not moving. Just then, Xue Ningxiang ran over, grabbing her hand, wanting to leave with her. "Sis Luo, Big Brother always said I was a burden. Now I'm saving the eldest miss of your family. Let's see if he dares to call me a burden again." Luo Yunchang looked at the innocent, angelic girl in front of her. Her heart suddenly melted and her brows relaxed. She left with Xue Ningxiang. Lin Quanfeng looked at their retreating figures and cackled evilly. "Trying to run, you want to ruin the young master's fun." Before he could even leave, Yu Yushan reached out to stop him, shaking his head with a mocking smile. Lin Quanfeng was startled, narrowing his eyes in confusion. Yushan glanced at his confused face and snorted dismissively, refusing to elaborate. Beside them, Huang Fu Qingyun watched the 2 girls trying to escape and sneered. Rabbits always think they can escape the hunt of predators. In the end, they only exhaust themselves in vain. With that, he stepped forward and attacked Luo Yunchang and Xue Ningxiang. The 4 tigers' eyes twitched slightly. They rushed forward, forming a battle formation and shouting in unison, "Wind, forest, fire, mountain, 1,000 armies, 10,000 horses." In an instant, like a torrent swept over, a huge wave was created that swept across the battlefield like 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses. Although only 4 people attacked, it was as if more than 10 people were striking together. The power increased sharply. Even Huang Fu Qingtian felt the overwhelming pressure rushing toward his face. However, Huang Fu Qingtian was only surprised for a moment. He smirked. Unexpectedly, it's a collaborative formation, but unfortunately it's too low level. He immediately threw a punch without hesitation. The 4 were sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Looking back, Huang Fu Qingtian smirked. His contemptuous gaze was like an emperor looking at ants. Suddenly, at this moment, a whistling sound rang out, followed by the sound of a dragon's roar. A dragon claw struck from below Huang Fu Qingtian, a treacherous and ruthless attack, making everyone sigh. "Hidden dragon is useless," Long Xingyun roared as he charged. Huang Fu Qingtian sneered, casually dodging. "Each generation of hidden dragons is worse than the last. You only know these few tricks." Long Xingyun didn't mind, and laughed loudly. "Hee hee, never mind me, I'm only proficient in this move. Isn't it just a mediocre technique? I only need 1 kick."
A glint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He raised one leg, preparing to kick him away. But just then, Huangfu Qingtian suddenly realized he couldn't move.
A layer of bone-chilling ice had somehow stuck to his legs, preventing him from moving at all.
At the same time, a gentle palm strike came, revealing a trace of cold intent.
It struck down towards the top of his head. The attacker was Chu Qingcheng. This time, he couldn't move. Long Xingyun attacked from below with a claw, and Chu Qingcheng attacked from above with a palm, one from above and one from below. They trapped him like a turtle in a jar, unable to resist. Huangfu Qingtian narrowed his eyes and coldly smiled, unafraid. So that's how it is. You took advantage of the 4 tigers holding me back to set up a trap of the frozen domain here? Not bad, not bad. Looks like this young master lost a step.
But unfortunately, you're like ants trying to stop a chariot. You're bringing humiliation upon yourselves. In that instant, Chu Qingcheng and Long Xingyun struck together, but the attack failed. Just when the two thought they had succeeded, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Huangfu Qingtian's body. The roar of a dragon echoed. A golden phantom of a purple dragon appeared, rushing out and sending the two flying.
Both spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The 2 pavilion masters of Huayu Pavilion rushed over to support Chu Qingcheng, anxiously calling out, "Qingcheng!" Long Xingyun sat weakly on the ground, exclaiming in shock,
What was that?" The corner of his mouth lifted into a contemptuous sneer. Huangfu Qingtian glanced at him and chuckled. "That's proof of the emperor. Someone like you isn't worthy to know."
After speaking, Huangfu Qingtian ignored him and slowly moved in front of Luo Yunchang, blocking their path. The 2 girls startled and turned their heads, seeing Chu Qingcheng, Shi Tiansheng, Long Xingyun, and Tianyu's 4 tigers all sprawled on the ground. Everyone was injured and unable to stand. Their eyes were filled with fear.
No one could stop him. It seemed that this fierce battle was nothing more than a flick of his wrist, but this wasn't surprising. How could 2 ordinary family girls know the terror of Huangfu Qingtian? Even the people among the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix didn't fully understand his strength. "Ning Sheng'er, be careful," Shi Tianyang shouted and rushed forward. But even the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix couldn't stop him. How could his strength be of any use? Huangfu Qingtian raised his hand, and Shi Tianyang was immediately sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Without even glancing at him, Huangfu Qingtian scornfully cursed, "Insect!"
Then he looked at Luo Yunchang and Shui Ningxiang, grinning evilly. "Miss Luo, this palm of mine will definitely leave you 2 in pieces."
If even at this point, Zhuo Fan still doesn't show up,
Then either he's really dead, or he's a turtle hiding in his shell.
it won't matter if this young master ever meets him. You're the turtle in a shell. Big brother Zhuo is a great hero.
Shui Ningxiang glared at him and shouted. Luo Yunchang desperately hugged her. Calmly nodding in agreement, Huangfu Qingtian laughed twice, sneering, "I also hope he's a hero."
But it seems this is a perfect opportunity to prove that he's already dead. With that, he raised his hand to strike. The speed was slow, but to these 2 defenseless young ladies, it felt like a huge mountain pressing down, suffocating them. Everyone who saw this scene wanted to rush to their rescue,
but he was powerless and unable to move, Sis, Luo Yunchang cried out worriedly. Ning'er, Xi Tianyang, sprawled on the ground, shouted anxiously. Huangfu Qingtian coldly glanced at the 2 women before him, showing no mercy. His hand was already upon them. "Heh, looks like that Zhuo Fan won't be showing up after all. What a pity, you're gonna die for his actions."
So if you want to blame someone, blame Zhuo Fan. He's the one who made you die so young. Luo Yunshang and Shui Ningxiang hugged each other tightly, biting their lips to keep from crying out. Shi Tianyang, seeing the scene before him, couldn't help but punch the ground hard, gritting his teeth in resentment.
"That damn Zhuo Fan, why do you always run away after causing trouble?"
Xia Ninger is dying because of you. But he had forgotten about Zhuo Fan, and she was never related to Shui Ningxiang. If she hadn't interfered today, Huangfu Qingtian wouldn't even have known she existed, or that she was related to Zhuo Fan, let alone targeted her. She just meddled and got herself into this mess, and she didn't have the strength to get out. If she had to blame someone, it should be for her lack of strength. Yet she liked to mind her own business. And what about himself? He couldn't protect the person he loved, so what right did he have to blame others? Ling Quanfeng, hearing his cursing, laughed mockingly. "Looks like that Zhuo Fan is really dead. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have shown up when things have gotten this bad?
No, Zhuo Fan isn't dead. Luo Yunsheng bit her lip and shouted firmly.
Huangpu Qingtian frowned, his palm almost striking her face. He sneered. If he isn't dead, then call him out here to prove it. But even if he does appear, it'll be too late. He can't save you two from my hands. Luo Yunsheng hesitated for a moment, tears welling in her eyes, and shouted, Zhuo Fan, if you're still alive, please show yourself. At least let me see you one last time.
Foolish woman. Yu Yushan sneered contemptuously. Huangpu Qingtian frowned in disdain, saying, It's useless. Just die in peace.
Luo Yunsheng stubbornly hugged Xue Ningxiang tightly, her face showing no fear. However, she felt a bit regretful that she couldn't meet Zhuo Fan one last time before she died. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shed tears, silently calling out his name. At that moment, Huangpu Qingtian's palm struck down without hesitation, instantly turning the area into a ruined wasteland. Everyone painfully watched this scene, feeling powerless and filled with sorrow. But suddenly, a resounding, mocking laugh echoed in everyone's ears. Looking for me. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound in surprise, and saw a figure wearing a black robe, emanating a powerful aura, carrying Luo Yunsheng and Xue Ningxiang in his arms.
Huangpu Qingtian stared at the person in the distance in astonishment. In this world, even the speedster Lin Quanfeng wasn't skilled enough to rescue people silently, especially in such a dangerous situation. In front of Jiantian Emperor Wang Long, he looked at the person before him suspiciously. Could this be the person he was waiting for? Slowly opening her eyes, Xue Ningxiang saw the face of the person who came, and excitedly shouted, Big brother Zhuo, I knew you were okay. That's right. The person who came was the most discussed person in the 100 Schools tournament, the dark horse everyone was anticipating, heavenly demonic dragon Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan put the two of them down. He gave a rare, gentle smile, patted her head, and said, Ningxiacher, long time no see. You've grown up. Xue Ningxiang smiled and nodded, shyly lowering her head. Xie Tianyang, lying on the ground, couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he saw this scene, murmuring dejectedly, Ninger, why have you never looked at me like that even once? Suddenly, Zhuo Fan staggered. Luo Yunsheng kicked him in the butt, annoyed, and turned to scold him. Hey missy, what's wrong with you? However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw that Luo Yunsheng's face was covered in tears as she shouted with sobs, Where the hell have you been for the past 5 years? I was so worried about you. She threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly and crying. Zhuo Fan was a little confused as to why she was crying, but he didn't mind the feeling of being cared for. He smiled and nodded, but he didn't hug her back. Xue Ningxiang felt a little bitter as she turned her head away. Similarly, over on the other side, when Chu Qingcheng saw that Zhuo Fan was letting Luo Yunsheng hug him, her eyes darkened and her hands clenched into fists. So the reason why he rejected her and left without hesitation was because he already had 2 women waiting for him. She shook her head and gave a bitter laugh. The happy times they shared now seemed ridiculous in retrospect. She wholeheartedly wanted to experience a life of seclusion with him, entrusting her life and reputation as a woman into his hands. She had thought that they were both happy during that time, but perhaps she was wrong. Maybe it was just her one-sided thinking, but she felt a bit unwilling. She wanted to hear him say it to her directly, even if it would hurt her again, but she still wanted to gamble. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice interrupted Luo Yunsheng's mood, and then a woman in the 5th level of the bone-tempering realm kicked him in the butt. Looks like the strength of this soaring demon dragon is only so-so.
Finally remembered that they had just escaped danger. But with Zhuo Fan here, they were not afraid anymore. After thinking about it, they pretended to be scared and hid behind Zhuo Fan, sweetly saying, So scary, Zhuo Butler, please protect me. Zhuo Fan stared in shock. Has this little girl changed a lot in 5 years?
I have also learned how to act coquettishly. Before he could say anything, Lin Quanfeng laughed and said, Ha ha, young master. I think the strength of this Zhuo Fan is not as powerful as rumored. He's only in the 9th level of the bone-tempering realm right now, and hasn't even broken through to the heavenly profound realm. If you fight him, it would be a loss of face. Why don't you let me handle it? Huangpu Qingtian frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Although this Zhuo Fan was powerful, he didn't need to take action personally. If he was hiding his true strength, he could use this guy as bait to test his true abilities. Thinking this, he chuckled and said, "Then go ahead, I give you permission." "Thank you, young master." Receiving his approval, Lin Quanfeng cupped his fist slightly and looked at Zhuo Fan with an evil smile as he walked forward. Zhuo Fan frowned at the approaching person. He has to fight as a scapegoat again. But at this moment, Luo Yunshang didn't have any inhibitions and pointed at Lin Quanfeng, saying, "Zhuo Butler, I don't care about the others, but teach this guy a lesson for me first. Why is he so special?" Zhuo Fan asked Luo Yunshang, stunned. Summoning courage, she spoke coquettishly. "Because before you came, he said rude things to me, and even flirted with me." Zhuo Fan frowned at her. "This young miss has really changed. She hasn't improved in anything else, but she's advanced in this aspect." But he didn't pay it any mind. Looking at Lin Quanfeng, he said in a deep voice, "Since the young miss has spoken, how can I, as Zhuo Butler, not step up? Daring to make a move against our young miss, you're really tired of living." "Haha, so what? Who told the Luo family to have no men?" Lin Quanfeng laughed evilly twice, but before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly sent flying, smashing into the distant wall, creating a large hole, his whole body buried in the rubble. Zhuo Fan, standing a few meters away from him, furiously retracted his leg, his eyes coldly saying, "Standing before me and saying the Luo family has no men, you deserve to die." At this moment the air was as still as death. Everyone was shocked, stunned, unable to utter a single sound. Even the monster of the Emperor Gate, Huangfu Qingyun, couldn't escape the terror. What just happened? He didn't see a thing. Too fast. He didn't see how Zhuo Fan attacked. It was like he casually swung his leg and kicked Lin Quanfeng away. Super sus. Shi Tiansheng, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. The legendary soaring demonic dragon lives up to its name. So damn weird. Long Xingyun next to him also gave a wry smile, nodding in agreement. "Now I finally know why my father allied with the Luo family. This monster is way too shocking, Zhaoji, little devil. Why do you guys train so hard? But even if we train like crazy, can we catch up to those two freaks?" Lin Quanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and lost 2 teeth. He wiped the blood from his mouth in shock, a bit lost about what just happened. He couldn't even keep up with Zhuo Fan's speed. Just one random hit, and 2 teeth went flying. If he got serious, wouldn't he be crushed to pieces in the blink of an eye? At this moment, he finally understood why Zhuo Fan could make the 7 families lose their damn minds. His strength is really OP. Even Chu Qingcheng, who had witnessed his bizarre strength, couldn't help but sigh. 5 years apart, he has grown to an unimaginable extent. However, remembering him embracing those 2 women, Long couldn't help but feel a bit jealous and bitter. Waving his hand nonchalantly, Zhuo Fan's expression was calm, as if he hadn't created that pile of rubble, and turned to look at Luo Yunchang, saying, "Miss, is this punishment enough, or should I give him another kick?" Luo Yunchang, not expecting him to reappear with such terrifying strength, swallowed hard, then reacted, shaking her head. "No need, he was just talking nonsense to me, jokes aside, but about Yunhai's matter." Before she could finish, Zhuo Fan asked suspiciously, "Yunhai? His legs were broken." Luo Yunchang felt a pang of sadness and began to explain. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan flew into a rage, looking at Luo Yunhai and asking, "Who did it?" Luo Yunhai, despite the pain having followed Dujiyu Zantian for years, naturally knew the consequences of making a big deal out of it, so he definitely couldn't blow things up, or it would be difficult for everyone. Thinking this, he gently shook his head. "It's okay, Brother Zhuo, let it go." Before Zhuo Fan could speak, Luo Yunchang, now having support, didn't want to suffer in silence, and quickly shouted, "Let it go, Yunhai! Did enlisting in the army make you stupid? We swallowed our anger before, but now that your big brother is back, there's no way we're letting others bully us so easily." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction, turning to Luo Yunhai. "Your sister is right. When I wasn't here, you guys suffered so much that I couldn't help. Now that I'm back, there's no way I'm letting anyone yield to others." He knew the logic of the big fish eating the small fish. If you're kind and soft-hearted, you'll definitely be swallowed up by others. Don't yield an inch if you're in the right. Fight for 3 if you're in the wrong. But this world isn't a world of reason, but a world of the strong. The Parony Pavilion mistress, hearing his words, pouted. Trisk almost made this old lady's heart flutter. Luo Yunhai knew his personality, that he wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. But this matter was a bit difficult. He hesitated. Brother Zhuo Fan, seeing that he had trouble speaking, didn't force him, turning to look at Luo Yanchang and pressing. Miss, tell me who it was. Luo Yanchang wasn't afraid, pointing directly at Lin Quanfeng and accusing, he's the one who broke Yunhai's legs. He's the only one we can't let off. Lin Quanfeng. It's him again. Zhuo Fan frowned, looking at him with a face full of anger. Looks like that kick just now was too light. Lin Quanfeng swallowed hard, fearfully stepping back a few steps, his whole body covered in cold sweat. Yu Yushan and Yan Bangi also braced themselves, looking at him vigilantly. But at this moment, Huangfu Qingyun took a step forward, standing in front of Lin Quanfeng, his face indifferent. Enough fooling around. As soon as these words came out, everyone secretly broke out in cold sweat. Huangfu Qingyun was finally going to take action. They also wanted to know who would win if these two monsters fought, but this wasn't the time to fall out. On the contrary, Lin Quanfeng was overjoyed. With his boss standing in front, Zhuo Fan wouldn't be able to threaten him anymore. Oh, you want to stop me? Zhuo Fan smirked, revealing a devilish curve, slowly shaking his head. Huangfu Qingyun's face was calm, saying indifferently, Not stopping you, you're thinking too much. It's just that no one can pass before me. And neither can you. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, sneering. He thought he could stop him. Dream on. Before anyone could react, Zhuo Fan disappeared in an instant. By the time he reappeared, he had already passed Huangfu Qingyun and arrived in front of Lin Quanfeng. Haha, kid, daring to hurt our Luo family's young master? Do you know what price you have to pay? Finishing his words, he lifted his foot and kicked. Lin Quanfeng was immediately kicked into the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Huangfu Qingyun and the others shouted in shock, not knowing how he had passed them. But what was even more surprising was that Zhuo Fan disappeared again, then floated in the air, grabbing one of Lin Quanfeng's legs, hanging him upside down, his body surrounded by a thick, murderous aura. Kid, you hurt my young master's leg, so I'll cripple one of yours. Sounds fair, right? Lin Quanfeng trembled in fear but couldn't resist, only able to shout helplessly, You bastard! Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Imperial 7 Families. Joyful Forest! Let me go! He wanted to use the prestige of the 7 families to intimidate Zhuo Fan. Too bad. He threatened the wrong person. He forgot that if Zhuo Fan was afraid of offending the 7 families, he wouldn't have killed one of the strongest elders of the Underworld Valley back then. Wu Kui wouldn't have created a battle that shook all of Tianyu at the 100 Pill Gathering. With the 7 families having 2 dead and 1 crippled, it was clear that he wasn't afraid of the power of the 7 families. Otherwise, he wouldn't have confronted them so directly. As expected, Zhuo Fan completely ignored his warning, sneering, and with a flick of his hand, crippled Lin Quanfeng's leg with just one move, causing him to scream in pain, falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock, where Lin Quanfeng was falling helplessly, but there was no sign of Zhuo Fan. At this time, he was already standing behind Huangfu Qingyun, smirking. Young Master Huangfu, didn't you want to stop me? So, what do you mean by turning your back to me? Huangfu Qingyun was secretly terrified, looking at him in disbelief. How could he have kicked Lin Quanfeng away, torn off his leg, and then returned to his original position like that? He almost appeared in 3 different places at the same time, as if 3 people had done it together, making him secretly break out in a cold sweat. Finally, today, Huangfu Qingyun had met the strongest opponent ever. Thinking of this, his face unconsciously darkened, solemnly saying, It seems I can't underestimate you anymore. Zhuo Fan curled his lips, smiling evilly. Oh, so you were underestimating me just now. Then get ready now. As a sinister laugh rang out, Zhuo Fan disappeared again. Reappearing, he was already in front of Yan Bangi, wanting to grab him with one hand, the first one to go down, but just as he was about to strike, he sensed danger from Luo Yunchang and Shui Ningxiang's side. Hurriedly retracting his hand, he quickly returned to their side, grabbing them both to leave. Just in time, the moment they left the spot, a palm strike exploded it, sending dust everywhere. Huangfu Qingtian smugly chuckled. I told you, you can't surpass me. Yan Bangui breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky to have Huangfu Qingtian,
or he wouldn't have escaped Zhuo Fan's clutches. Yuan Shan, watching the commotion, clicked his tongue. Those two are fighting. We can't get involved. We gotta stay away.
With that, they quickly retreated, putting as much distance as possible between them and the battlefield. They practically ignored Lin Quanfeng's weak cries for help from the rubble. Save me! No one paid him any attention at this moment. With the terrifying level of those two, who had time to care about his life or death,
Zhuo Fan set the two women down. He knew Huangpu Qingtian was aware he was protecting them. That's why he targeted them to hinder him. To avoid being a hindrance again, he glanced at the women behind him, took off his cloak, handed it to Luo Yunchang, and said coolly,
"You two, stay away too."
Before this, his attack on Yan Bangui was basically just to slap Huangpu Qingtian in the face. A little warning. Yet, he dared to launch a despicable attack on the frail women. He was a bit pissed and wanted a serious fight. Luo Yunchang understood that staying would only burden him, nodded unconsciously, and quickly retreated. Huangpu Qingtian's lips curled up, seemingly excited. Knowing Zhuo Fan wanted a direct confrontation made him even happier. In an instant, his aura exploded, engulfing the entire area.
Zhuo Fan wasn't one to back down.
Immediately unleashing his full aura, black energy swirled around him, his right pupil flickered, but the golden light remained hidden, like a deep, lurking abyss.
Waiting for that Imperial King Dragon to come close, then pounce, and snap his neck. The two monstrous auras made everyone feel a sense of danger, not daring to move an inch. Just then, Huangpu Qingtian across from him couldn't wait any longer and charged forward fiercely. Long Xingyun, seeing this, shouted in fear, "It's the ninefold Imperial Tyrant Bodyguard." Zhuo Fan wasn't afraid. Calmly gathering origin power in his palm, he shouted loudly and charged. "Perfect timing! Demonic dragon ascends the heavens!" As he spoke, a dragon's roar echoed to the horizon. Zhuo Fan was suddenly enveloped in black energy, forming the phantom of a black dragon. But the black dragon was also surrounded by lightning. The moment it appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse, shattering into pieces. Meanwhile, Huangpu Qingtian charged relentlessly, shouting non-stop. The Imperial Tyrant Bodyguard followed his shout. 9 golden dragons instantly appeared, attacking Zhuo Fan. The power seemed to want to destroy the heavens and earth. Long Xingyun, outside the battle, felt the overwhelming aura of the two and sighed, shaking his head. Those two are truly destined enemies. Just as their palms were about to collide, someone suddenly intervened, grabbing their hands and throwing them apart with all their might. Seeing who it was, the two slowed down, a bit stunned. 2 loud explosions rang out. Their techniques missed each other, hitting empty space and turning the surroundings into ruins. It was one of the 4 pillars, Duguo Zantian, holding the 6th grade spirit weapon, the Crying Dragon Moonslicer. He stood imposingly in the center, glaring at the two.
Duguo Zantian roared, I said. No fighting in Yunlong City? Are you 2 brats treating my words like wind in your ears?
Huangpu Qingtian, despite his arrogance, knew the man before him was in the illumination stage and had spent years on the battlefield, covered in blood and with a thick killing intent. He was someone he couldn't mess with, so he swallowed his pride and nodded slightly. Understood. I wouldn't disobey old Marshal Duguo's orders. Seeing him comply, Duguo Zantian looked at the other and scolded angrily. And you too, I knew you were still alive. I've been waiting for you. Why do you always cause trouble wherever you go? When did you arrive in Yunlong City? Why are you causing me trouble so fast? Zhuo Fan scratched his head embarrassedly, smiling sheepishly, but quickly glared, pointing at Luo Yunhai, and said, Reporting to the Marshal, we didn't start this. Look at our young master, your adopted son, his leg's been broken. If I didn't act, would I still be worthy of being the Luo family's head steward? What? Duguo Zantian was slightly startled, glancing at his 5 adopted sons. Seeing Luo Yunhai weakly in Duguo Hu's arms,
his anger surged. Who did this? I will never forgive them.
It's them, Zhuo Fan pointed at Huangpu Qingtian and his group, acting like a fox exploiting a tiger's might, falsely accusing them. Luo Yunchang, seeing this, also took the opportunity to kneel and lament, crying,
asking her adopted father to avenge her little brother. Duguo Zantian took a deep breath, glaring at Huangpu Qingtian with fiery rage, grinding his teeth as he asked, Huangpu Qingtian, why did your group injure my adopted son? Huangpu Qingtian wasn't afraid and replied calmly, because they were in my way. Why were they in your way? Duguo Zhantian frowned, growling softly. Huangpu Qingtian frowned slightly, his expression unchanged. Because they were enforcing your ban, preventing me from fighting. Hearing this, Duguo Zhantian clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger. So, it wasn't their fault. No, they were wrong. Seeing Duguo Zhantian seemed to be going crazy, Huangpu Qingtian said coldly, I said before, fighting is a matter between two parties. With their strength, they don't deserve to fight me, so they aren't violating your orders. As for the battle with this steward Zhuo, I admit it can be considered a fight. But that was later.
Before that, the fifth tiger's fall or injuries weren't because they were stopping me from fighting. Zhuo Fan smirked disdainfully. Playing tricks with him, he was still too green. He wanted to use Duguo, the old general's impartiality to spout nonsense and twist the truth.
He'd been playing these games for a long time. How could he be fooled? Thinking this, he calmly waited for him to continue, then show him what it meant to be the victim who strike first. But Duguo Zhantian wasn't stupid. How could he not understand Huangpu Qingtian's intentions? His gaze became even colder, and he said coldly, What do you mean?
Then why were my 5 adopted sons injured?
It's because they were in my way, and they ran into me and got hurt.
In other words, they attacked first, Huangpu Qingtian said arrogantly and forcefully.
Duguo Zhantian was about to lose his temper, grinding out each word. Then what about my 5th adopted son? What happened to his leg? Don't tell me he bumped into you so hard his leg broke.
Slowly shaking his head, Huangpu Qingtian said calmly, I didn't do that. Lin Quanfeng broke his leg. I already went easy on your 5 adopted sons because of you, old marshal. Hearing the perpetrator's name was Lin Quanfeng, Duguo Zhantian was immediately enraged, searching with his eyes. Where's that Lin Quanfeng? Where is he? I'm going to settle accounts with him. Huangpu Qingtian lightly raised his hand, pointing at the nearly dead Lin Quanfeng, and said indifferently, Old marshal, you don't need to settle accounts with him.
Just now, Steward Zhuo here already crippled his leg in front of everyone for his master. What more do you want? Zhuo Fan snorted coldly, just as he expected.
Too bad this guy was still too green to play him. Keep going.
Thinking this, he immediately bowed, cupping his fist towards Duguo Zhantian, and said, Old marshal, don't listen to his nonsense. You don't know how dangerous it was just now. When I arrived, those 4 were ganging up on one person, and that person happened to be our young master who got injured. How brutal and shameless, loyal to my master. I rushed in to protect our young master, but was ganged up on by those 4. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, so I was injured inside and out, and only accidentally crippled one of their legs. We're the victims here. Please, Marshal, do us justice.
They saw that the Luo family was weak, with few people, and easy to bully. So they acted so shamelessly.
As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xingyun and Xi Tianyang secretly started sweating. They didn't expect this guy to be so strong and eloquent and such a good actor. If they hadn't been there from the start, they would definitely have believed him. Huangpu Qingtian, on the other hand, gnashed his teeth in anger, cursing, Xian, this kid is so annoying. But at this moment, Lu Yuanchang behind him also said with a wronged expression, That's right, although Butler Zhuo's words are a bit light, probably out of consideration for our Luo family's reputation, things are roughly like that. Please do justice, Godfather. As she spoke, she even pretended to wipe away tears, but as soon as she turned her face away, her sad expression disappeared, replaced by a mischievous and playful one. Everyone present couldn't help but gape at this scene.
One Zhuo Fan was already something, but even this young lady was like that. Should they say, like master, like servant?
Only Luo Yunhai knew that his older sister wasn't like this before. She's been corrupted by Zhuo Fan.
He chuckled and shook his head, his face no longer in pain. Duguo Zhantian had already been tricked by Zhuo Fan once, so he didn't believe him at all. However, with the current situation, his words were also good, using this opportunity to suppress the arrogance of the Emperor Dragon Clan. Thinking of this, Duguo Zhantian immediately turned to look at the opposite side and shouted, So that's how it is, Huangpu Qingtian.
Although this old man issued a ban on fighting without permission, you guys are bullying the weak. Bullying the few, which is even worse than private fighting. Is that how you understand this old man's ban? This old man will definitely find the other families to discuss this.
Huangpu Qingtian froze for a moment and said anxiously,
Old Marshal, how can you listen to his one-sided story? Frowning slightly, a fierce light flashed in Dugu Zantian's eyes. Oh, a one-sided story. Then let's see what the people present have to say. Is what Zhuo Fan said just now true?
It's true. Everyone glanced at each other and nodded in unison without hesitation. Huangpu Qingtian bit his lip, secretly crying out that it was over. This was clearly deliberately targeting them, and if they didn't handle it properly,
they would definitely clash with Dugu Zantian. It would also create an excuse for the imperial family to pay attention to their three houses. Thinking of this, his face darkened, and he looked at Dugu Zantian coldly, gritting his teeth and saying, Old General? I thought you were a just person. I didn't expect you to also. Also what? The witnesses and evidence are all here. What else do you have to say? A strange curve rose at the corner of his mouth, and Dugu Zantian sneered. Huangpu Qingtian was forced to get angry and roared, Those people are all on Zhuo Fan's side. On our side, Lin Quanfeng has lost a leg. As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Zantian also shouted, You guys only have one person down, but this side has a whole bunch injured. Which side is more miserably injured? Who is bullying the weak? Do you think this old man is blind?
Huangpu Qingtian had determined that he had lost today. He never expected that Zhuo Fan would be so good at twisting the truth,
making Dugu Zantian stand firmly on his side. He was so angry that he trembled. He had never been humiliated like this. He would remember this hatred. He turned around and left decisively, gnashing his teeth and saying,
Soaring Devil Dragon, indeed your name is aimed at my father, the Heavenly Emperor Dragon. Very well, let's wait and see. Seeing that he wanted to leave, Zhuo Fan frowned, pulled Dugu Zantian, and pointed in that direction and said, Old Marshal Dugu, are you just going to let him go like that? Just now he threatened me. My life is in serious danger. Before he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan and Dugu Zantian clearly felt a murderous intent coming. Their expressions were a little solemn,
and hurriedly used their divine sense to block it, squinting at the group of people leaving. Soaring Devil Dragon, consider yourself lucky this time. When the 100 schools contend and the 7 families fight, I hope you can still be so lucky. Huangpu Qingtian's face was still as gloomy as before, and he ordered coldly, Take that cripple with us.
The 2 Yuyu mountain people heard this and stepped forward, helping Lin Quanfeng, who was lying on the ground in pain, and quickly followed him away. Dugu Zantian looked at Huangpu Qingyun's figure and couldn't help but sigh. This kid is only at the peak of the heaven profound realm, but he unexpectedly possesses the ability to kill people with thoughts that only God illumination experts have. A show of force, Zhuo Fan snorted coldly, curling his lips in disdain. A show of force, that's strength.
Dugu Zantian heard this and shouted, Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Although this old man knows that you are a body refiner, if you fight head-on you can still fight him. But just now it was a primordial spirit attack. Killing people with thoughts, you might lose your life before you even know what happened. Killing people with thoughts is something that even God illumination experts can deal with. I really don't know how you people can be considered to have a chance of winning when you face that monster.
As he spoke, he glanced at Zhuo Fan deeply and sighed.
No matter how strange his divine powers were, it would be useless if he couldn't pass that test. This time, the 100 schools' contention will probably be difficult for him. But he didn't know that, in Zhuo Fan's mind, the so-called killing people with thoughts was not difficult at all.
5 years ago, he had basically cultivated this thing, and didn't bother to pay attention to it anymore.
At the same time, in a place that no one paid attention to, Leng Wucheng quietly observed their opening confrontation, and at this moment, as if he had discovered something, he grinned triumphantly and said, This kid doesn't seem as heartless as I thought. Invitation to join the army. After 3 hours, in the marshal's mansion, they arranged for the wounded to be in a room for treatment, and gave them healing pills. Luo Yunchang and Shui Ningxiang, the 2 women in the war who did not suffer any injuries, were responsible for taking care of them. At this time, Zhuo Fan was in the room of the people from Dragon-Seeking Pavilion and Sword Marquise Mansion, asking about their injuries. Zhuo Fan looked at the people in front of him and said with a smile, Thank you all for helping the Luko family stop those grandsons today. Long Xingyun saw him for the first time and was surprised, his face a little excited, and said, Brother Zhuo, I didn't understand my father's thoughts before, but now I finally understand. Meeting you, I realized that I wasted too much time before. Zhuo Fan patted him on the shoulder and laughed. It's a waste of youth not to be romantic. You should have fun while you're young. There's still plenty of time to waste anyway. Haha, don't worry about it.
Hearing this, Long Xingyun was a little flustered. He felt like something was wrong. Why did it feel like he was showing off? This person was actually showing off in front of him, but he really had the strength to show off. Shi Tianyang, who was leaning on the head of the bed at this time, suddenly wanted to stand up. His eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhuo Fan and said, Zhuo Fan, how about we spar after my injury heals? Not to be startled, Zhuo Fan blinked his eyes in confusion and asked with a suspicious expression, We just met? Have I offended you before? Why do you want to fight me? Shi Tianyang didn't know when he had rushed over, put his arm around Zhuo Yifan's shoulder, and shook his head helplessly. Hey, don't mind him. My big brother is a martial arts fanatic. He wants to fight as soon as he sees an expert. He naturally knew who was coming, and couldn't help but open his mouth to ridicule. Brother Shi really put in a lot of effort this time, huh? Needless to say, you must have taken action for Ningguer. Shi Tianyang was unwilling again, glanced at him and said, Zhuo Fan, why do you always appear so dazzling? My Ningguer is about to be infatuated with you. How am I supposed to live in the future? Zhuo Fan shuddered slightly, and remained silent. Although Shi Tianyang was half joking, his worry for him was not fake. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said with a chuckle, Sorry, take good care of your injury. Shi Tianyang smiled bitterly. Understanding in his heart, Zhuo Fan patted his hand, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he wanted to leave. But as soon as he turned his head, his eyes suddenly shrank, as if he had seen something frightening. He immediately turned to flee. Too bad the person behind him wasn't giving him the chance. Stop right there, big brother. Don't you have anything to say to me? Chu Qingcheng looked at his back with a mournful gaze, and even the pavilion masters of Azure Flower and Peony were intently staring at him, as if he were some unfaithful scoundrel who'd abandoned his wife and kids. His body stiffened slightly, and his steps instantly halted. He awkwardly mumbled, Thanks to the Huayu building for helping my Luo family this time. You know full well that's not what I want to hear. But before he could finish speaking, Chu Qingcheng coldly cut him off. I just want to know why you refused to even see me one last time before you left Huayu all those years ago? Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, remained silent for a moment, and finally spoke with indifference. Those who needed to be killed have been killed. What needed to be taken has been taken. My goal was achieved, so what's there to be attached to? No attachment, really? Hearing this, Chu Qingcheng's eyes reddened, and tears welled up. Zhuo Fan bit his lower lip slightly, remaining silent, unsure what to say. From the very beginning, he had wanted to stay away from romantic entanglements. Even if he had once cherished the peaceful time spent by her side, even if he had unconsciously missed her at some point, his grand plans hadn't been achieved yet, and he didn't even fully understand the mixed feelings within his own heart. At this moment, what kind of answer could he possibly give her? Just then, a light chuckle rang out again. Butler Zhuo, the old marshal is calling for you. He's in the room next door. I'll take care of things here. Luo Yunshang walked in through the door, smiling naturally as she spoke. Zhuo Fan looked as if he'd been granted a great pardon, quickly nodding and leaving. All right, I'll go see the old marshal right away. With that, he practically fled the place, as if a fierce beast was chasing him. Luo Yunshang waited until he was gone, then walked up to Chu Qingcheng, looking like she was about to assert her dominance. Pavilion Master Chu, our butler is probably a bit rough around the edges. If he said anything wrong or offended you in any way, please forgive him. I apologize to you on his behalf. Chu Qingcheng had managed the Huayu building for many years. How could she not understand such petty intentions? Luo Yunsheng wanted to act like she owned Zhuo Fan and chase her away? Dream on. Then she let out a cold chuckle and said, Oh, how could I dare? Zhuo Fan's mistakes. Why would I trouble the young miss to apologize for him? This pavilion master will handle things with Zhuo Fan myself. No need for the young miss to trouble herself further. The implication of her words was very clear. Her business with Zhuo Fan was absolutely none of an outsider like Luo Yunshang's concern. Instantly, the scene turned into a tense standoff between two women, like bows drawn and swords unsheathed. Everyone who witnessed this secretly shook their heads, sighing, "This kid truly has a lot of romantic luck, with one woman after another stepping forward for him." What a pity, though. For someone as heartless and ambition-driven as Zhuo Fan, it's likely a case of flowers falling with intent, water flowing without care. Even if he did have feelings, what then? With a man so focused on his grand endeavors, he definitely won't let romantic entanglements affect him right now. On the other hand, the moment Zhuo Fan left the room, he headed straight for the marshal's chambers, secretly feeling lucky. Women are truly terrifying. He'd rather face 100 Huangfu Qingqian than deal with Chu Qingcheng. It was just too mentally exhausting. However, he didn't realize that ever since that day at the Huayu building all those years ago, there were times he'd unconsciously thought of her. He also hadn't noticed that he always looked so awkward whenever he faced her. Only when there were lingering feelings in his heart would he be rendered speechless every time he faced her. He brought his complicated thoughts into Dugu Zantian's room. Before he even had a chance to sit down, the person in the room let out an eerie laugh and said, "Ha ha, kid, you're here, huh? Have a seat. This old man has something to discuss with you." Zhuo Fan was a bit confused, carefully probing. Old Marshal, what did you want to discuss with me?" Dugu Zantian waved his hand and grinned. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want you to join the army." "Join the army?" Zhuo Fan yelled in surprise. No, no, no! I don't have that kind of talent. You'd better find someone else." Dugu Zantian glared at him, his mustache trembling slightly as he cursed loudly. "What do you mean, no talent? Come on, who's born a soldier?" Even that kid Yun Hai was trained by this old man. With your aptitude, within a year, you could definitely take over this old man's marshal position, no problem. If you're so good, just find someone else. Why do you keep bothering me?" Zhuo Fan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Hearing this, Dugu Zantian couldn't help but sigh, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "Sigh, you don't know the half of it. Training new recruits is easy. But cultivating a formation master is incredibly difficult. On the battlefield, deploying troops and setting up formations requires a lot of formation arrays and techniques. There aren't many competent formation masters in the army, and we're truly at a disadvantage during combat. So you still don't need to look for me. I only have brute strength. I don't understand anything about formations." Zhuo Fan pouted indignantly, speaking with grievance. However, Dugu Zantian had already investigated everything thoroughly before coming to him, so how could he be so easily fooled? "Haha, cut it out. This old man has investigated everything clearly? The Luo family head died long ago, and now everything of the Luo family, including those 4 great 5th-grade formations, was created by you." The moment this was mentioned, Zhuo Fan's heart thumped, and he looked almost ready to cry, "I'm done for. This time, he's got me. I've been marked." Although he had long suspected that this matter wouldn't stay hidden for long, and that this person would eventually seek him out, he never expected that this person would want him to join the Dugu army. He was a man with grand ambitions. How could he possibly tie himself down in the prison cage of a military camp? Thinking this, he quickly waved his hand and stood up, ready to leave. Old Marshal, I really can't take on that job. Please find someone else." But before he could even leave, the sound of a weapon suddenly rang out from behind him. A sharp slash struck down, grazing past him and causing the area in front to explode. Dugu Zantian's gloomy voice came from behind. Why, seeing this, Zhuo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is this guy trying to do? Was he trying to force him since invitations didn't work? It seemed this time, to escape his grasp, he'd have to find a solid reason to thoroughly refuse. Without waiting long, Zhuo Fan directly rejected the old man, saying, "Good steel isn't used for nails." Before his words even finished, Dugu Zantian angrily roared, "That's just the viewpoint of a bunch of idiots. Zhuo Fan, you're a knowledgeable junior. How can you have the same mindset as those ordinary commoners? Besides, you were originally a responsible man. You helped the 2 orphan children of the Luo family, diligently and wholeheartedly loyal. You truly live up to the words loyalty and righteousness. This old man won't be mistaken about you. So isn't joining the army also serving the country with loyalty? Why won't you enlist and serve your nation?" Their conversation was thoroughly overheard by everyone in the next room. So, the old Marshal Dugu wanted Zhuo Fan to join the military. At this moment,
Everyone instantly fell silent, straining their ears to listen to the commotion next door. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan bit his lip. If he didn't pull out a trump card now, this old man would cling to him relentlessly.
Thinking this, he sighed with lament. Old Marshal Dugu, you and I have no enmity. Please don't push me into a pit of fire. Asking you to join the military camp and dedicate yourself to the country isn't pushing you into a pit of fire, Dugu Zantian retorted. Baffled, Zhuo Fan glared and suddenly shouted. The proverb says, 3.5 years as a soldier, even a sow will turn into a diaochan. This will severely lower my aesthetic standards and affect the quality of this daddy's future marriage and family life. Everyone in the next room couldn't help but chuckle when they heard his words. This kid's comparison is quite amusing. Only the three women, Chu Qingcheng, Luo Yunxiang, and Shui Ningxiang, looked a bit embarrassed when they heard his words about marriage and family life. All three of them secretly hoped to be with him, but little did they know that it was nothing more than an excuse for him to shake off Dugu Zantian's idea, and it had absolutely nothing to do with them. Dugu Zantian's expression shifted to one of slight bewilderment upon hearing this. At least 6 years later, perhaps an auntie might resemble a beauty. He quickly exploded in furious curses. HMPH, how can such impropriety happen in just 3.5 years? Fine then. This marshal will allow you. If you enlist for 1 year, I'll make you a staff general right by my side? Absolutely nothing like that will happen. Seeing that he still wouldn't let go, Zhuo Fan helplessly shook his head, finally sighing in compromise. All right, fine, but you have to promise me one more condition.
Dugu Zantian's eyes lit up, and he quickly said,
What condition? Just say it. As long as this old man can do it, I definitely won't shirk. I want to borrow your military authority for 1 month. I also want to experience what it's like to be a marshal and run wild. How can major military matters be treated like child's play? Dugu Zantian immediately shook his head, his mustache trembling slightly, as he looked at Zhuo Fan suspiciously. But kid, what do you want military authority for? Need you ask, of course, to ride horses across the land and flatten that emperor gate? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and shouted. Dugu Zantian was startled and quickly said, What? This is a major national military affair. How can you act so recklessly? Heh, it's fine anyway. After following you for a year, I can hit whoever I want. Zhuo Fan laughed playfully. Dugu Zantian was slightly startled and flustered. No, this guy can't be promoted too quickly. He's not that docile Luo Yunhai. I have to restrain his wild nature. As if understanding his thoughts, Zhuo Fan smirked and said, Old Marshal, I know what you're thinking, but it's fine. What I'm best at is gathering followers and forming factions. Just wait until I'm with the Dugu army, and in less than a year, these 3 million troops will have to follow my surname, Zhuo. Having that military rank or not doesn't really matter anyway. Oh right, I'm here risking my life, and I don't even know when I'll be able to contend with the Emperor Gate. But if I join the army for a year, I can grasp the power of one of the 4 pillars, the mighty strategic force of the imperial military. Why wouldn't I do that? Why didn't I think of this before? Old Marshal, you must bring me into the army. Never mind if all the sows turn into diaochans in there. Even if everyone's a good bro, it's no problem at all. No, this time it was Du Ji Zhantian who refused. He hurriedly waved his hand and shouted loudly. Zhuo Fan looked at him, trembling with suppressed feelings, and frowned, feigning doubt. Old Marshal, what's wrong with you? Taking a deep breath, Du Ji Zhantian chuckled. Zhuo Fan, if you're not willing to join the army, I won't force you. No, I am willing. Old Marshal, no. I, in my entire life, would never force anyone to do something they don't want to do. You should just stay and be the Luo family's steward. Yeah, that's right. The 3 family heads seem to have arrived as well. I'll go take a look first. With that, he quickly strode towards the door, almost as if fleeing the place. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan quickly called out, Then, Old Marshal, about me joining the army, Dungji Yu Zhantian didn't even turn his head, shouting back, We'll talk about it later. Watching that burly figure hurriedly leave, Zhuo Fan grinned triumphantly. HMPH, you want me to sell my life for you guys, huh? But in his heart, he was also considering it. If he could get his hands on Dungun's army...